Deceived. The Empire of Huayao. The Star of Yaoyang. A year after the border conflict between the two great empires, the rapidly developing human empire has once again restored its former splendor and bustling atmosphere. Gazing downwards, one can see towering technological edifices rising from the ground, while enormous aerial bridges supported by extraordinary powers crisscross the skyline. The myriad of dazzling lights woven together sparkles like a resplendent galaxy, erasing any trace of the tense and somber atmosphere from a year prior. In the skies above the main star, a gleaming hovercar swiftly glides through the air, racing towards the heart of the city. It's coming, it's coming. Young Master Feng's hovercar is approaching. By the expansive, floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, several delicate young ladies stood, playfully covering their red lips while exchanging teasing remarks. Do you think young Master Feng's companion at home would be furious if she knew? In the center of the group, a woman with exquisite features and dazzling diamond-studded eyes smirk. D with malice. Huh, Si Xiang, you're truly wicked. But wouldn't it be delightful if she were to storm over tonight? We could finally see what kind of common woman has captivated young Master Feng's heart, leading him to marry her after hiding her away for an entire year. Surely young Master Feng does not hold her in high regard. She must have spent all her star coins. Precisely. Young Master Feng has been childhood friends with Major General Bai Ning. She is his true love. Had Major General Bai Ning not chosen to marry Marshal Hua, young Master Feng would never have settled for that lowly woman that a group of delicate young ladies, adorned in splendid and exquisite garments, spoke with faces marred by scornful expressions, casting derisive remarks. This prompted the third princess, Qin Yushan, who sat gracefully upon a sofa in the background, to slightly curl her crimson lips, her eyes glistening with satisfaction. She then rose, holding a glass of red wine, her smile radiating warmth as she cheerfully interjected, "Do refrain from speaking, the young Duke has arrived." Instantly, the group of refined ladies fell silent, exchanging knowing smiles before sporting elegant, socially polished expressions as they made their way toward the entrance. As the grand gates of the Sheng residence swung open, two tall and striking figures hurriedly stepped forth from the cloak of night. The glimmer of their silver cufflinks dazzled in the play of light, a captivating sight. Military boots encased his long legs as he strode inside, his face emerging into the bright illumination. His unparalleled handsome features resembled the pinnacle of beauty crafted by the hands of Nuwa. Her fibrous nose, chiseled brows, exquisitely contoured lips, and a pair of eyes, typically gentle and affectionate, now bore a deep and dark intensity, revealing a sharpness and discontent. The opulent silver buttons of his coat were fastened to the top, resting just below his alluring Adam's apple, presenting an aura that was both austere and ascetic. Undeniably, he was a man capable of captivating the soul at first glance. Yet, the remnants of a fierce, battle-hardened demeanor and an oppressive atmosphere that clung to him sent shivers through the crowd, compelling them to hesitate. "You why?" called out the man who followed closely behind, clad in a well-tailored suit and adorned with golden wire-framed glasses, his expression one of astonishment. To my astonishment, the scene I encountered upon entering the Sheng residence was a vibrant and bustling banquet, a stark contrast to the somber portrayal of my elder sister's grave. Illness and the family's troubled expressions that Sheng Xiaojiu had described in our correspondence. The man standing ahead, Feng Youyu, responded in a low voice, his piercing peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly as they swept over the eager assembly of men and women before an even colder aura emanating from his gaze. It was evident that he had realized he had been deceived. At that moment, a striking woman clad in a crimson dress forcefully kicked open the side door of the banquet hall. Disregarding the astonished stares of those around her, she lifted her gaze to the poised Feng Youyu standing nearby, her grip firmly clutching the ear of a young man as she strode towards him with purpose. As she approached, her radiant face bore a scornful smile as she reprimanded the individual in her grasp. "Sheng Xiaojiu, have you consumed the heart of a bear or the gall of a leap? Or do I simply not discipline you enough? How dare you concoct a falsehood about my illness to deceive Xiao Heir into coming here?" Sheng Nanxin cried out in pain. "Sister Bai Ning, please be gentle. I'm only trying to prepare a birthday surprise for Brother Feng." Sheng Bai Ning cast a disdainful glance at him, scoffing. "A birthday surprise? What connection do you and Xiao Air share that necessitates such a gesture? If surprises are to be arranged, it should be his wife who takes on that responsibility. But Princess Yushan said. In the crowd, the radiant Qin Yushan's expression shifted slightly. Shun Xixiang, a seasoned flatterer, promptly stepped forward, smiling as she addressed the gathering. Turning her gaze toward Feng Youyu, she inquired with a bright smile, "Young Master Feng, considering your close relationship with Sister Baining, does your significant other not feel jealous?" Her words were a blatant provocation, laying the tension bare for all to see. The expressions of those present varied, yet most were acutely aware of her motives. The Shun family, being the maternal house of the fourth prince, naturally stood in opposition to the Feng family, loyal to the crown prince. Thus, Shun Xixiang, the daughter of the obsequious Shun clan, felt compelled to act as a provocateur in accordance with her family's intentions. Moreover, Feng Youyu, possessing a distinguished lineage, striking appearance, and remarkable abilities, stood as the epitome of the empire's elite. It was only natural for Shun Xixiang to harbor a flicker of infatuation for him, which subtly tinged her current provocations with ulterior motives. Upon the arrival of Shang Baining, Feng Yu's previously stoic demeanor dissipated entirely. At this moment, he had shed his military garb, draping it over his arm, with the top two buttons of his shirt undone, revealing his fair and alluring collarbone. His sleeves hung loosely at his wrists, and a languid smile graced his lips. His enchanting eyes, resembling blooming peach blossoms, turned towards Shun Xixiang as he spoke in a gentle, low voice. "My wife is gracious and understanding. How could she possible? Why be upset over this? In fact, she admires Sister Baining the most. Upon my arrival here, she will surely comprehend my intentions." Upon hearing this, Shang Baining, whose face betrayed her anxiety, felt a slight wave of relief wash over her. Shun Xixiang, however, found herself at a loss for words and fell silent, albeit reluctantly. Yet, as she stepped away from the crowd, a peculiar glint flickered in her eyes. Glancing down at the holographic device in her hand, engaged in communication, a malicious smirk sprang across her lips. Though Feng Youyu professed such sentiments, she remained unconvinced. Even the most gracious and magnanimous of women could harbor jealousy. Chapter 2. The pretend couple on the other end of the line, in a fragrant and cozy room. Bai Qianchun glanced at the table laden with an array of dishes, her expression impassive as she pressed the hang-up button on her communicator. It turned out that Feng Youyu's last-minute cancellation, citing an urgent matter, was due to her rushing to see the ailing Sheng Baining. Bai Qianchun lowered her gaze, concealing a flicker of emotion that came too swiftly for contemplation, her thick, curled lashes casting a delicate shadow upon her eyelids. The night breeze, imbued with a chill, swept across the verdant balcony, which had transformed into a miniature orchard, where clusters of lush green plants swayed gently in the wind. Aside from the faint rustling of leaves brushing against one another, the room enveloped in tranquility. Under the dim light, her petite figure appeared increasingly fragile and solitary. After a minute of silence, Bai Qianchun lifted her gaze once more. Her exquisitely delicate face bore an expression devoid of emotion, yet her eyes, deep and dark as ink, roved toward the double-layered chocolate cake on the table. With a narrowing of her eyes, she seized the silver knife beside her with her right hand, pursing her finely shaped lips as she wielded the blade with fierce determination. Slicing the cake cleanly in half, with graceful dexterity, she rotated her wrist and skillfully cut the cake into 18 small portions, placing one of them onto an empty plate. Switching to a fork, she maintained her icy demeanor as she began to eat, savoring each bite with serious intent. Her anger was certainly not, as Shun Xijiang presumed. It was not jealousy over Feng Youyu's abandonment for her childhood friend that fueled her ire. Bai Qianchun remained gracious, gentle, and understanding toward Feng Youyu, having no qualms about fabricating her admiration for Sheng Baining. She and Feng Youyu are not a legitimate couple. They are merely a contractual agreement masquerading as a marriage. A year ago, she tragically perished in the ancient martial world due to a nuclear explosion and found herself transported to this interstellar realm. Upon awakening, she discovered that she had assumed the form of a fragile, disfigured young woman, devoid of family and lying in a hospital, burdened with medical debts. To make matters worse, the hospital refused to accommodate her, a recently awakened individual, citing a lack of available beds. In a bewildering turn of events, she was hastily discharged before she could even gather her thoughts or comprehend this new world. No sooner had she stepped onto the street than a group of thugs set their sights on her vulnerable state. And it was at that moment that Feng Youyu came to her rescue. He presented her with an enticing offer. He would take her to the safest main star, provide her with a modest yet comfortable apartment, and grant her a monthly stipend of 100,000 star coins. This sum is comparable to the salary of skilled technicians in legitimate employment, which is quite commendable. In return, all she had to do was assume the role of a married woman. Feng Youyu's only stipulation was that when others inquired about him, her name would appear in the spouse section, allowing him to deflect unwanted romantic advances. There were no expectations of meeting family, attending social gatherings, or portraying a loving couple. In fact, her name would remain undisclosed. To the outside world, the most they would know is that the esteemed Feng Xiao has a wife, with the surname Bai, hidden away in a gilded abode. The disappointment of being stood up by him brought a tinge of sadness, coupled with a hint of frustration. However, the most pressing concern was that the birthday cake for tonight had cost her a staggering 6,000 star coins, which she had purchased with great reluctance. The lavish spread of dishes on the table did not account for the time she spent preparing them. The ingredients alone had drained another 5,000 star coins from her purse. This was a substantial amount of money. Such expenditures could not be in vain. Bai Qianchun ground her molars, her expression whilst consuming the cake growing ever more fierce. When asked to share her most profound experience of living in the interstellar realm over the past year, she could sum it up in a single word: poverty. Although Feng Youyu generously provided her with a monthly allowance of 100,000 star coins, it still felt woefully insufficient for her needs. Upon leaving the interstellar hospital, she quickly realized the numerous deficiencies plaguing her frail body. Not only was she malnourished and disfigured, but she also suffered from extensive damage to her internal meridians, resulting in blockages that stifled her wood-based abilities. The minuscule amount of wood energy within her could only gradually mend the damaged areas. According to the hospital's assessment, a wood ability user possessed inherent healing capabilities. However, if left to heal naturally, the issues within her meridians would require no less than 3 years to show improvement. Bai Qianchun, unwilling to wait such an interminable duration, recognized the necessity for self-defense in a world teeming with ability users and countless mecha warships. From her early days in the realm of ancient martial arts, she had been acutely aware of the importance of strength. Weakness only made one susceptible to exploitation. Hence, she could not afford to delay her healing process. Fortunately, as one of the most gifted and skilled ancient physicians in the field of traditional martial medicine, addressing the injuries afflicting her body would not pose a significant challenge. The challenge lies in the scarcity of interstellar medicinal herbs, which are exorbitantly priced. The golden and silver needles she requires are particularly elusive. Everything must be procured and customized at her own expense. A single set of bespoke silver needles cost her 500,000, and in the blink of an eye, 5 months' worth of living expenses vanished. Furthermore, she requires numerous herbs, some of which are considered ordinary in the ancient martial arts realm, but fetch over 1 million in the interstellar market. After a rough calculation, she estimated that amassing all the necessary herbs would demand at least 20 million star coins. She could hardly afford to be impoverished. Thus, throughout the year, she had to stretch a single star coin to cover 10, while simultaneously engaging in a side business, utilizing her slightly refined wood-based abilities to cultivate fruits. She reluctantly sought the assistance of her only friend, Feng Tangwei, to sell them at a premium within aristocratic circles. Yet, even with this strategy, the distance to gather the required star coins remained dauntingly far. Consequently, she shifted her approach, opting to purchase herb seeds and cultivate them herself. By modifying the prescriptions, she replaced several costly herbs with more affordable alternatives possessing similar properties. After countless fruits cultivated and innumerable brain cells sacrificed over nearly a year, she finally managed to gather the necessary herbs. Chapter 3, Vitality Pill. Speaking of Feng Tangwei, she was the sole unexpected element in this arranged marriage. Feng Tangwei is the child of a valiant uncle from the Feng family, specifically the first cousin of Feng Youyu. Shortly after Feng Youyu's departure, Feng Tangwei cleverly sought out Bai Qianchun's apartment, excitedly knocking on the door. Upon seeing her disfigured half-face, she displayed no signs of surprise or discomfort. Even though she treated her coldly, Feng Tangwei still extended her most genuine warmth to her, encouraging her not to feel inferior, and often visiting to keep her company. Truly regarding her as a sister-in-law, Bai Qianchun, no matter how frigid or unyielding her heart, could not remain untouched. Thus, Feng Tangwei became her only friend in this vast galaxy, holding far more significance in her heart than her contractual husband, Feng Youyu. Therefore, even though she could not reveal to Feng Tangwei that she and her cousin were not a real couple, she still appreciated Feng Tangwei's enthusiasm in suggesting she prepare a birthday feast for a romantic evening with Feng Youyu. If she were indeed a sister-in-law, she would undoubtedly cherish this little sister-in-law dearly. Alas, she was not, and the envisioned intimate evening was dashed. Bai Qianchun gazed at the lavish spread before her, akin to witnessing a treasured star coin soaring away on wings, her heart aching. Taking a deep breath, she picked up a piece of rib and began to eat, all the while inwardly scolding Feng Youyu for being the gullible fool he was. After more than 10 minutes, Bai Qianchun, rubbing her belly, lifted her eyelids to glance at the table, which had been ravaged of much of its fare. The food was delightful, and it was a rare occasion to indulge in such a splendid meal. It wasn't too much of a waste of her precious star coins. Subsequently, she propped herself up from the table and made her way to the kitchen. The kitchen, with its bright and clean white porcelain walls, was equipped with an array of pots, pans, and utensils. These were certainly not purchased by Bai Qianchun herself. She usually subsisted on nutritional liquids to fulfill her basic bodily needs, rarely cooking and certainly not spending lavishly on kitchenware. All of this had been gradually assembled by Feng Tangwei over the past year. Now, the kitchen utensils and tableware are meticulously arranged, spotless and tidy, with the only exception being the pot that is still emitting wisps of steam, revealing a hint of culinary warmth. She approached, extinguished the flame, and lifted the lid, discovering 5 verdant pills, each the size of glass beads, quietly resting at the bottom of the pot, still radiating gentle heat. These are the healing elixirs, known as vitality pills, painstakingly crafted by Bai Qianchun over nearly a year, having gathered the necessary medicinal herbs. The vitality pills possess the remarkable ability to consolidate one's foundation, mend sinews, stimulate vitality, and repair hidden injuries within the body, a treasured remedy coveted by all martial artists in the ancient martial realm. If it were a year ago, the issues of her meridians being severed and blocked could have been resolved within a week with the intake of 3 vitality pills. Now, however, after a year of acupuncture and the careful nurturing with various herbs, she has healed most of her internal and external injuries, needing only 1 more vitality pill to achieve complete recovery. A softening expression graced Bai Qianchun's previously stern face, her eyes sparkling as she reached into her pocket to retrieve a porcelain vial she had prepared long ago. With her right hand holding chopsticks, she meticulously and attentively transferred each verdant pill from the bottom of the pot into the porcelain vial, treating them as if they were precious treasures. Upon grasping the 5th pill, she deftly turned the chopsticks and placed the green orb into her mouth. The pill melted instantly, and a refreshing green liquid flowed down her throat into her abdomen, followed by a gentle warmth rising from within, coursing through her meridians and into her limbs. Her weary body felt as though it had been parched for an eternity, suddenly nourished by a stream of revitalizing water, infusing her with renewed vigor. As the water flows, the withered veins are gradually connected and restored, vitality rippling throughout. The wood elements within her body awaken, and the dormant core of her extraordinary abilities begins to revive. Immediately, the long dry core awakens like a famished spirit that has not feasted for centuries, fervently operating and voraciously absorbing the wood elements that linger nearby. The green motes in the air suddenly resemble countless startled birds in a forest, responding from all directions, rapidly converging to form a swirling vortex in midair. The vegetation in the community greenbelt sways without a breeze, rustling and trembling as the green motes within them are gradually stripped away, akin to dancing fireflies, drifting en masse towards a window on the 5th floor. On the balcony, the verdant potted plants become increasingly animated, transforming themselves into slender twigs in the blink of an eye, joyfully and devoutly offering their energy. The radiant green motes form a long bridge that rushes toward Bai Qianchun in the kitchen, eagerly seeking her embrace. The room is filled with innumerable green motes, swirling and dancing, enveloping her in their embrace. With her arms outstretched, her dark hair sways in the breeze, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes half closed, wearing an expression of sheer delight. At this moment, the weight of her burdens dissipates, and she feels as if she is immersed in a verdant forest oasis, where comfort and exhilaration surge alongside the rising energy within her. If there were an ability testing device present, it would reveal that Bai Qianchun's extraordinary powers were escalating at an astonishing pace, soaring from E grade to D grade, then from D grade to C grade. and subsequently from C grade to B grade, until it ultimately reached S grade, at which point this rapid momentum gradually subsided. It was evident that such a rate of power enhancement was unprecedented. Ultimately, her ability level stabilized at S. This marked the first significant transformation following her rebirth. She possessed formidable powers, liberating her from the confines of her modest apartment, allowing her to traverse the cosmos with newfound confidence. The night enveloped the world like a pitch-black curtain, with countless stars twinkling brightly, scattered across the sky like a celestial tapestry. Golden source star, water source star, fire source star, earth source star, light source star, and a faintly discernible dark source star hung in the heavens, replacing the moon with their silvery luminescence, cascading down upon the surface of the main planet. This was the most prominent of the human interstellar origin stars, 3 times larger than the others. Yet at this moment, among the 7 origin stars, the wood source star was conspicuously absent. In the Zijing community, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, a time well before the hour of slumber. Many individuals wandered along the cobblestone paths, engaging in romantic conversations and leisurely strolls. Suddenly, a couple exclaimed in surprise, "What has happened? Why have all the leaves on this row of trees turned yellow all at once?" Soon, people from all directions echoed their astonishment. Indeed, just a moment ago, the wind blew, and the flowers in the garden have withered. Here, the leaves of the evergreen shrubs wither at the slightest touch, and with a gust of wind, they are reduced to bare branches, swifter than the changing expressions of my girlfriend. Chapter 4. The malicious wife of the second male lead. Alas, such a maneuver exists. That fellow is quite impressive. My old man has been unable to upgrade due to a deficiency in the wood element. I wonder if I could employ this tactic. I have a tale to share. Last month, in my youthful ignorance, I plucked a flower from our community to present to my girlfriend. 10 minutes later, the security team knocked on my door, citing the destruction of a first-class protected plant. They presented me with 3 choices: restore the flower, pay a fine, or spend 3 months behind bars. What a dire predicament I found myself in. Ha ha ha, you had this coming, my friend. So, what did you ultimately choose? The person wore a woeful expression. Naturally, I promptly produced 30,000 star coins to ensure my safety. Otherwise, you would not see me standing here today. Oh, 30,000 star coins for a single flower? That surpasses my monthly salary. How much would I owe for all the flora in our community if they all wilted? After a preliminary calculation, it must be around 100 million, for our community is vast. The reason my family chose this place was its lush greenery and abundance of plants. As I was lost in thoughts of the exhilarating prospect of leveling up, Bai Qianchun suddenly jolted. 100 million. She has merely 3 digits in her account, a veritable pauper unable to afford such a sum. Hastily, she opened her eyes and made her way to the balcony, her powers swiftly activating. In her previous life, she was considered an anomaly in the realm of ancient martial arts, not only mastering the ancient techniques, but also awakening a power akin to the abilities in this interstellar world. Consequently, her control over wood-based abilities had reached an extraordinary level. At this moment, with a graceful wave of her hand, countless invisible green particles coalesced into a small whirlwind, sweeping outward. The onlookers in the community, who were previously reveling in misfortune, now stood agape as they witnessed the yellow leaves cascading down from the rows of trees, followed by the miraculous revival of withered branches, sprouting fresh green foliage. The trees soared higher, their limbs stretching out, creating a lush canopy that obscured the sun. The flowers in the garden perked up, competing to bloom, appearing even more vibrant and resplendent than before. The shrubs regained their vitality, tender leaves sprouting and ascending a full 3 centimeters. What was once a scene of desolation, with wilting flowers and dying trees, transformed in the blink of an eye into a vibrant panorama of blooming flora. Only the vast expanse of fallen yellow leaves remained as a testament to the recent devastation. A group of people stood with their mouths agape, as if they could swallow a whole duck. The spectacle was utterly surreal. It wasn't until the security team, responding to reports, hurriedly arrived that they snapped back to reality. Who could possibly be the master behind such extraordinary manipulation of wood-based powers? It was evident that a formidable figure had orchestrated this, possessing not only the ability to extract the wood element from all the vegetation in the community, but also the power to restore it. What was there to fear regarding fines or imprisonment? Bai Qianchun thought otherwise. She was still very much afraid. Having resolved the issues concerning the foliage within the community, her gaze shifted to the potted plants adorning the balcony. These were in a far more dire state than the greenery below. Their petals lay withered, and their branches were desiccated, leaving only their roots clinging to a thread of vitality. Perhaps it was due to the wooden essence she had cultivated within them that these potted plants were more attuned to her presence, eagerly offering their life force whenever they sensed her need. Bai Qianchun's expression softened as her delicate, fair fingers brushed against the nearest kumquat pot. From the dark, rich soil, a small sprout emerged, pushing through the lifeless main branch above it, stretching forth with determination and rapidly flourishing. Within mere seconds, it blossomed and bore fruit, transforming into a pot brimming with vibrant golden kumquats, while the air filled with their delightful fragrance. A gentle smile graced Bai Qianchun's lips as she rose to her feet, prompting all the potted plants on the balcony to awaken, sprouting and reaching outwards, transforming from a dull yellow to a lush green. In no time, the balcony regained its former splendor, reminiscent of a thriving orchard. Inhaling the mingling scents of various fruits in the air, a joyful expression illuminated Bai Qianchun's face. Luminous green specks kissed her right cheek, and the once terrifying scar, resembling the bark of a dead tree, gradually shed its remnants, revealing skin as delicate as a peeled egg. At that moment, the sole imperfection on her face was entirely restored, unveiling her astonishing beauty. She stood gracefully, the gentle breeze caressing her ebony tresses, which cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her fair neck, as pure as snow, in stark contrast to the frail, malnourished girl she had been a year ago, whose clothes barely clung to her emaciated form. She had now transformed through careful nurturing into a figure of exquisite beauty, her curves elegantly defined. Even her modest height of 1.60 meters had been enhanced by 7 centimeters through a regimen of medicinal aid and exercise, rendering her not tall, yet certainly not short amidst the stars. Bai Qianchun entered her room and stood before the full-length mirror, admiring her long legs with a sense of satisfaction. However, she tidied the dining table and retired early to bed. The following morning, the community was filled with laughter and joy. Yet, Bai Qianchun awoke in a cold sweat, startled from a vivid dream. She sat up abruptly, clutching her stomach, gasping for air, her eyes still haunted by remnants of fear. In her dream, she had been the malicious wife of the second male lead in an interstellar romance, initially entering a contractual marriage with him. However, her insatiable greed led her to aspire to be the true mistress of the Feng family. Consequently, she harbored intense jealousy towards the female protagonist, Sheng Baining, who was constantly protected by Feng Youyu. Time and again, she attempted to sabotage her, ultimately leading to her own tragic downfall, forced divorce, banishment to a desolate planet, where she met a grim fate, perishing from starvation. Upon awakening, she could still feel the searing burn of gastric acid, her body weak and her consciousness blurred, helplessly witnessing the shadow of death gradually siphoning away her life. This torment far exceeded the momentary oblivion she had experienced when she was obliterated by an explosion. Chapter 5. One of the most accomplished, her dark strands of hair, drenched in sweat, clung to the sides of her cheeks. Sunlight streamed through the window, cascading over her yet offering no warmth. Instead, it accentuated the pallor of Bai Qianchun's exquisitely beautiful face, rendering it as white as snow. Even the double-layered chocolate cake she had purchased for 6,000 star coins yesterday bore an uncanny resemblance to her own visage. This body was no mere wretched, disfigured orphan. She was the unsung hero, acknowledged just a year prior as the Star Master of Mu Yuan Star and thrust into the battlefield. Moreover, she was the sole heir of the Bai family, one of the 4 great dukes of the Huayao Empire. However, her circumstances within the Bai household were far from favorable. With her parents and elders long deceased, she remained the last of her lineage. A distant relative, Bai Zhuangquan, had taken up residence under the pretense of raising her, assuming the role of the Bai family's acting patriarch and commandeering the entire duke's estate. Despite being the legitimate heir, she was confined within the Bai residence from a young age, living a life that was even inferior to that of a servant, all under the guise of her frail health. It was only at the age of 18, mustering her courage to escape, that she participated in the selection ceremony on Mu Yuan Star, liberating herself from the confines of the Bai family. Ding! A melodious chime resonated, and Bai Qianchun pressed her pale lips together, her dark eyes gliding over the white sheets before finally resting upon the holographic device on her wrist. As she activated the luminous cerebral interface with a flickering prompt, the section for secret contacts indeed illuminated the name of the imperial prince. Narrowing her eyes, Her gaze deepened, and with a swift motion of her finger, she unhesitatingly opened the message box. The Imperial Prince, Lu Yuchen, stated, White Star Master, beginning today. The Empire will bestow honors for the border conflict that occurred a year ago. You are one of the highest achievers, and you may choose whether to disclose your complete information. He continued, I will send an interviewer to you. Due to her status as the foremost achiever and the master of the Mu Yuan Star, she quickly garnered a multitude of admirers on the Star Network. And her reputation within the Empire soared like wildfire amidst a flourish of flowers. The family that had tormented her, the Bai family, would find themselves like stray dogs expelled from the ducal residence. She would return to the Bai family, becoming the youngest female duke in the Empire. Ironically, it was these very circumstances that inflated Bai Qianchun's ambitions. She sought to sever the agreement and become the true mistress of the fief. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that these aspirations would only serve as pivotal elements in her tragic downfall. She had no need for the hollow accolades and applause. The paramount asset of the Bai family lay in its control over the Ninth Army's military power. While in her dreams, Bai Qianchun reveled in her apparent triumph of driving Bai Zhanlong from the ducal residence. The truth was that he had already been methodically consolidating power over the Ninth Army, far surpassing her empty title of duke. Moreover, according to the clues gleaned from her dreams, Bai Qianchun's unfortunate fate was not solely a result of her own recklessness, but also due to Bai Zhanlong's covert machinations that exacerbated her plight. It is evident that Bai Zhanlong is not an easy opponent. Currently, she finds herself in a precarious position and must focus on developing discreetly rather than making a bold stand. On the opposite side, Lu Yuchen seems taken aback by her choice to decline. After a minute, he sent a third message. Imperial Prince Lu Yuchen, I can arrange for several light-based ability users to provide treatment for you. While they may not resolve the blockage of your powers, they can certainly heal the scars on your face. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow. The aloof and seemingly indifferent prince actually possesses a commendable heart, though it is a pity he met an untimely demise in the dream realm. Bai Qianchun, there is no need for that. My injuries have completely healed. Lu Yuchen fell silent once more before shifting to another topic. When do you plan to deal with Bai Zhanlong? Our transaction can take place at any time. Bai Qianchun, however, I currently have a request that requires your highness's assistance. I wonder if it is possible. This request prompted Lu Yuchen to regard her with newfound respect. A hint of intrigue flickered across his otherwise cold expression as he slightly raised an eyebrow. Do tell. Bai Qianchun, please encrypt my identity and elevate it to the highest level. Lu Yuchen, even from your husband? A sharp smile erupted in Bai Qianchun's dark eyes, confirming that the Imperial Prince had indeed conducted thorough investigations on her. The corners of Lu Yuchen's lips curled up slightly. Very well, as you wish. After disconnecting from the holographic device, Bai Qianchun swiftly rose from the bed to gather her belongings, preparing to make her escape. However, this beautiful faux daughter-in-law had no intention of facing her in-laws and hurriedly slipped away. She originally intended to take a stroll outside once her abilities were restored. Now, she is disinclined to involve herself in the vanity fair of the main star. She wishes to avoid entanglements in the romantic disputes between the male and female leads and the second male lead, as the true lady of the Feng family. Additionally, there is the lurking presence of Bai Zhanlong, who is secretly searching for her. Departing from the main star to the wood source star seems undoubtedly to be her best choice. Chapter 6. The impoverished friend Du Lu. Lacking the funds to purchase a spatial connector, Bai Qianchun could only prepare a suitcase to pack her belongings. During the brief year of her stay, her possessions remained scant due to her financial constraints. A few inexpensive garments, unfinished nutritional fluids, and an assortment of seeds, which only filled half of the suitcase. After some contemplation, she decided to compress the bedding from her bed using a vacuum bag, thus filling the entire suitcase. As for the small potted fruit garden on the balcony, although those items held the greatest value, she had regained her abilities and could plant and harvest at her leisure. Consequently, Bai Qianchun chose to take only a small pot containing a white jade ginseng, leaving the rest behind. With little effort, she eliminated all traces of her presence in the apartment, except for the balcony. She warmed the leftover cake and food from the previous night for breakfast, reluctantly discarding what remained. Once she finished tidying up, she felt no lingering attachments and departed from the apartment where she had resided for nearly a year. Oh, is that you, Sister Bai? Are you going on a long journey? As she opened the door, she unexpectedly encountered the granddaughter of Mrs. Wang from across the street. Adorned in a vibrant magenta mini dress and perched upon a pair of sky-high crystal heels, the young woman emerged from within exuding an alluring charm. Upon spotting her, she approached with a captivating smile, extending her neck, her exaggeratedly lined fox-like eyes gleaming with curiosity as they peered into the interior of the house. Bai Qianchun, masked and revealing only her cold, piercing eyes, regarded her with indifference, a slight furrow forming on her brow before she decisively slammed the door shut. Bai Qianchun's pitch-black eyes radiated an icy demeanor, reminiscent of the frigid depths of winter, as she spoke softly, yet with an edge. Are you monitoring us, or merely spying on my husband? Or do you aspire to be a mistress? I have no objections if you wish to try. Despite Wang Qiao's slightly taller stature, she found herself cowed by Bai Qianchun's formidable presence, trembling with a lack of composure. In an instant, Wang Qiao deflated like a punctured balloon, her gaze skirting away from Bai Qianchun's penetrating stare. I am not. I was merely concerned about the neighbor, nothing more. Don't overthink it. I'm off to a date. Goodbye. With that, she stumbled away in a flurry, nearly twisting her ankle in her haste. After watching her retreat, a faint smile curled at the corners of Bai Qianchun's lips beneath her mask. Suddenly, a cheerful applause resonated from behind her. Turning to investigate, she saw a handsome young man standing in the spacious corridor, dressed in a simple blue-striped shirt and a pair of jeans that were slightly shortened on one leg. A large black bag resting at his feet, his eyes sparkling with interest as he gazed at her. As Bai Qianchun glanced over, his face flushed and feeling somewhat bashful. He scratched his head. Well, I just couldn't help but feel that your aura was quite formidable earlier. Bai Qianchun responded nonchalantly, casting a brief glance at him before effortlessly dragging her suitcase with her left hand and cradling a flower pot in her right as she turned to leave. The young man appeared momentarily dazed, then, smacking his forehead, hurried after her. Hey, wait. Are you headed to the Starry Skyport? Shall we share a ride? We could save half on the fare. Bai Qianchun paused her steps. She turned her head to glance at the young man who was panting from the chase. All right. The young man was taken aback. Then a broad smile of delight spread across his face as he asked for confirmation. So you agree to share a ride? Bai Qianchun nodded. Yes. It's quite a distance to the Starry Skyport, and taking a flying car is essential. Public buses are no longer in vogue in this interstellar age. Only taxi-like flying cars prevail, and the fares are not exactly inexpensive. After purchasing a starship ticket to Mu Yuan Star that morning, her account had plummeted by 666 star coins, leaving her with a mere 99, marking a historic low. Therefore, sharing a ride seemed a prudent choice. Every bit of savings counted. The young man's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. That is wonderful. You know, I could tell at first glance that we are kindred spirits, both donning discounted apparel. Alas, life is indeed quite arduous. The prices on the home planet are exorbitant, and I am nearing the point of being unable to afford even nutrient solutions. After purchasing a ticket for the starship this morning, only a few star coins remain in my account. I contemplated the option of traveling halfway before taking a flying car. Fortunately, encountering you, my dear sister, allows me to share the ride and save half the fare, thus enabling me to reach the starport directly. Ah, my luck today seems rather fortuitous. Bai Qianchun listened attentively to his musings, exhibiting commendable restraint by not interrupting him, and she regarded him with sincerity, nodding empathetically. Indeed, life is not easy. The lamentations of the impoverished resonate deeply. The shared sentiment between two financially challenged individuals fostered a harmonious rapport as they journeyed to the starport. When the young man recounted his near experience of gnawing on metal due to poverty, Bai Qianchun, maintaining a stoic expression, offered a few sarcastic remarks. Feeling a slight sense of superiority, after all, even in her most destitute times, she could still afford nutrient solutions. Ah, we have arrived at the starport. And how swiftly it has come to pass. Approximately 15 minutes later, the young man glanced out the window and then turned to Bai Qianchun, feeling a tinge of regret that this kindred spirit he had just met was already departing. It was the first time he had enjoyed such a congenial conversation with someone. Well, perhaps fate will bring us together again. Bai Qianchun also cast her gaze outside, her eyes sparkling momentarily, before she adeptly opened the car door and jumped out. This was her first visit to this place, so she diligently lowered her head to activate the novice guidance mode on her holographic device, ensuring that she would not squander her ticket due to delays. The young man observed Bai Qianchun's indifferent and unfeeling silhouette, feeling a pang of sorrow. It seemed she was entirely unperturbed by their parting, alas. The youth, unwilling to concede, approached Bai Qianchun with an earnest smile. I am Du Lu. Perhaps we could exchange contact information? Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out. Though I am not affluent, I possess considerable insights regarding work and life. Bai Qianchun glanced up at him, her dark eyes momentarily flickering. As her superior had once remarked, in this vast universe, one relies on friends, and indeed, she found herself lacking in companions. This connection might prove beneficial in the future. Thus, she nodded. I am Bai Qianchun. After exchanging contact details, Du Li's spirits soared. It seemed the enigmatic girl did not entirely disdain him. He dashed into the starport, his excitement evident as he flashed a broad smile and waved at Bai Qianchun over his shoulder. She responded with a casual wave, akin to a beckoning cat, before turning her attention back to her light brain, following the novice guide into the starport. As she meandered through the expansive and opulent starport, the sound of her light brain chimed. Bai Qianchun cast a fleeting glance at the glowing name that appeared, Feng Tangwei. Chapter 7. You are so beautiful. Bai Qianchun paused briefly, then sighed and connected the visual communication. Feng Tangwei's strikingly beautiful face, imbued with a spirited elegance reminiscent of a blooming rose, emerged before her. An expression of urgency adorned her features, and upon seeing Bai Qianchun, her eyes sparkled with surprise. I sincerely apologize, Sister Qianchun. I have just learned that my cousin has cancelled at the last moment, causing you unnecessary trouble in preparing the birthday feast. Please do not be upset. My cousin is rather unrefined, and his abrupt change of plans is simply due to his dense nature. Feng Tangwei's face stiffened with a grimace. Realizing she had misspoken, it was the kind of concern that arises among family. I assure you, my cousin would never do anything to wrong you, and besides, Bai Ning has also married a man of formidable maturity and strength, General Hua. She would never look twice at my brother, who is younger and in need of her care. So please, do not misunderstand. Bai Qianchun wore a smile upon her face. Feng Tangwei, however, did not grant her the opportunity to respond and hurriedly continued her flustered explanation. Fearing that she might not believe her, Bai Qianchun quickly interjected to prevent her dear friend from rambling on and potentially making some wild oath. All right, Wei. I am not angry, truly. I did not let that dinner go to waste. I consumed it all myself. Really not angry? Feng Tangwei's expression betrayed skepticism, clearly unconvinced. How could a woman in love not feel irked when neglected? She suspected that Qianchun was merely bottling up her frustration to spare her worries. Noting the intense concern reflected in her friend's eyes warmed Bai Qianchun's heart, she then nodded with conviction, affirming, yes, I am genuinely not upset. After Bai Qianchun emphatically reiterated her indifference to last night's events, Feng Tangwei finally felt a measure of relief. At that moment, the intercom at the Starry Sky port suddenly announced, passengers aboard Starship N38, please prepare for boarding. You have 15 minutes to embark. Latecomers will not be accommodated. Any tickets not utilized by the designated time will be rendered invalid. The recently settled Feng Tangwei instantly became agitated. Her eyes wide with indignation as she stared at Bai Qianchun, filled with grievance. You deceived me. You clearly said you wouldn't be angry anymore. So why are you going to the Starry Sky port? Are you leaving the main planet? No, please let me explain. Bai Qianchun, equally astonished, had not anticipated that the announcement would occur at such an inopportune moment. Feng Tangwei, her expression resolute, fixed her gaze upon her. Then explain. Bai Qianchun discreetly wiped the sweat from her brow. It was only because Feng Tangwei was her dearest friend in this vast galaxy that she felt compelled to soften her tone. Had it been anyone else, she would have long since terminated the communication, uninterested in further discussion. She glanced at the crowd moving toward the boarding gate, taking her time before speaking. Instead, she removed her face mask. Feng Tangwei's expression shifted to one of astonishment and joy. Sister-in-law, your face has healed? Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, you look so beautiful. If my cousin knew what he missed out on last night, he would surely be filled with regret. A subtle smile graced Bai Qianchun's lips, a pleasant curve of satisfaction. Indeed, not only has my face healed, but my injuries have also mended, and my abilities have returned. I mentioned to you before that once I was well, I would venture beyond the main planet. Today seems like an opportune day, so I decided to embark on my journey. Bai Qianchun pondered that she and Feng Youyu were neither true spouses nor lovers. Their encounters bore little significance. Feng Tangwei realized she could no longer retain anyone and merely nodded. Very well, I too intend to apply to the military academy next year. We shall embark on this journey together. Oh, by the way, I have sold the last batch of fruits. I managed to deceive Shen Xixiang into giving me double the amount of star coins, which I will transfer to you. Bai Qianchun watched her modest 2-digit account balance transform into a 5-digit sum, instantly invigorating her spirit. Shen Xixiang, she mused. Was that sycophantic third princess's lackey who had sent her a message the previous night? Cunning yet foolish, she was a gullible source of funds. For the sake of the star coins, she hoped the girl would survive a little longer. In the genuine dreamscape of last night, Shen Xixiang had been a mere pawn, perishing even before Bai Qianchun. Bai Qianchun recounted her balance once more, feeling a sense of fulfillment as she boarded the starship. The colossal obsidian vessel exuded an aura of chilling sharpness, with warning lights blinking rhythmically, reminiscent of a behemoth lying in wait within the boundless abyss of the cosmos, initially quite intimidating. However, the interior of the starship was far more inviting, adorned with walls of an unknown silvery metal, illuminated by warm-toned lighting. The decor was neither ostentatious nor extravagant. Yet it spoke volumes of understated elegance, and a refreshing fragrance lingered in the air. Indeed, the starship operated by the Xing family was remarkably conscientious. Due to her financial constraints, Bai Qianchun had purchased a ticket for the lower-class cabin, situated on the second basement level of the starship. This area was considerably more simplistic in decor compared to the upper levels, with rooms closely arranged in a compact fashion. Yet they maintained a commendable level of cleanliness and tidiness. Within the confines of the room, there lay a modest single bed, a white metal table, and a chair affixed to the floor, accompanied by a small bathroom. Although the space was somewhat constrained, it sufficed for a few nights' stay, should one desire to breathe freely. The upper dining area and various communal spaces were readily accessible. The starship of the Sheng family exhibited no discrimination between the affluent and the less fortunate. Regardless of whether one purchased a ticket for the first class or economy cabin, all guests aboard the starship were welcome to frequent these areas. Chapter 8. I'm not a murderous fiend. In addition to the purchase of the starship ticket, 2 complimentary buffet vouchers were included, granting access to the restaurant at any time while aboard the Sheng family starship. For this reason, Bai Qianchun deemed the ticket, priced at 666 star coins, to be quite a bargain. After placing her suitcase and small flower pot in order, she found herself restless in the small room and ventured outside. The communal areas of the starship were primarily located on the second and third floors, with an observation deck situated at the pinnacle. After casting a few glances at the lively and cheerful atmosphere of the second and third floors, Bai Qianchun made her way to the top level. The observation deck offered a breathtaking view of the starry sky, revealing the vast expanse of the cosmic galaxy and the enigmatic distribution of nebulas, a truly splendid vantage point for appreciating the universe. Having arrived in this interstellar realm from the ancient martial world, her only prior experience aboard a starship was during her journey to the main star with Feng Youyu aboard the Feng family warship. However, that vessel lacked a viewing deck of such grand proportions, and on that occasion, she had felt weak and was restricted in her movements as a non-crew member, thus missing the opportunity to admire the resplendent cosmic river. Unlike her, a Navi newcomer who had never beheld the vastness of the cosmos, the seasoned denizens of the interstellar realm had long grown weary of such sights. Thus, throughout the entire afternoon, she found herself alone upon the observation deck. As the clock struck 5 and her stomach began to protest its hunger, Bai Qianchun reluctantly decided to depart. Suddenly, a piercing female shriek echoed from the direction of the 5th-class cabin. Bai Qianchun paused mid-step, her sharp gaze darting towards the source of the commotion, her dark, exquisite eyes narrowing, and her nose twitching beneath her mask. The scent of blood was unmistakable. What on earth was happening? The Xing family's starship was immaculate, surely. It could not be a mere encounter with vermin. Women truly are a source of trouble, always making a fuss over trivial matters. The doors of the upper cabins swung open one after another, revealing inquisitive faces peeking out into the corridor. Those eager for excitement wasted no time, stepping out and heading towards the sound of the scream. The once tranquil corridor began to buzz with activity. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Qianchun followed a cultured man sporting gold-rimmed glasses as he advanced toward the unfolding scene. This is none of my concern, she thought. I am not the murderer. I merely passed by. By the time I arrived, he was already in this state. It truly has nothing to do with me. At the bend of the corridor, a small cluster of onlookers stood, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. In the center, a middle-aged woman clad in ostentatious attire, her slightly plump face ashen, appeared flustered as she urgently attempted to explain the situation to the gathering crowd. A young man lay on the ground, his fate uncertain, surrounded by a glaring pool of blood that had formed beneath him. Upon closer inspection, one could see his limbs twitching involuntarily. Bai Qianchun's gaze swept over his right leg, where his denim jeans had been torn, and her dark pupils contracted sharply. It was him, Du Lu. More swiftly than she, a man in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, rushed forward. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly pushed through the 2 or 3 people obstructing his path, reaching Du Li's side. He knelt beside him and began an urgent examination with a medical device. At that moment, Bai Qianchun discerned the grievous injury on Du Lu's body. A gaping wound had opened at the position of his heart, crimson blood gushing forth incessantly, as if it would never cease. The suited man studied the details of the injury displayed on the device, the veins on his forehead pulsating with intensity. He then lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings as he coolly called out, "The heart is shattered. The veins are severed. Is there a light-based ability user here? Hurry, come and assist." Despite his gentle appearance, he emanated an undeniable aura of authority that compelled others to heed his commands. Bai Qianchun hesitated momentarily as a boy of about 17 or 18 was awkwardly pushed into the crowd, inadvertently colliding with her. Once he regained his footing, his youthful, handsome face displayed a panic-stricken expression as he stammered apologies, trembling as he said, I am, but my level is only D." The man in the suit gazed at him with a grave expression, silently exhaling a sigh. "You should give it a try. He has but a breath left. Just do your utmost. The heart is akin to the core energy source of a robot. Severing the veins surrounding it is equivalent to cutting off the connection to the life-sustaining energy of the human body, and the consequences are dire. Moreover, most luminary abilities in the cosmos are predominantly offensive rather than restorative, resulting in a lack of in-depth research in the field of healing. Consequently, even luminary practitioners are rendered powerless against such internal injuries. If Du Lu could hold on for a bit longer, he might be transported to a hospital where an artificial heart could be crafted and implanted, with a renowned cardiac specialist to reconnect the veins, aided by an S-class luminary. Perhaps he could be saved. Yet, the starship only houses a recuperation pod, and the doctor is not a leading expert. The young, tender boy pursed his lips and nodded firmly before hastily approaching and pressing down on Du Li's cardiac wound. A radiant orb of light began to emanate from his hand. The blood that had been gushing from Du Li's heart gradually ceased as the healing light took effect, and he no longer bled profusely. The man in the suit glanced at him with a hint of surprise. "Is your luminary ability primarily restorative?" With reddened eyes, the boy shyly nodded, though his complexion paled as he exerted significant energy. "Yes, I intend to pursue a degree in medicine." His voice quavered as he continued, "But I cannot save him. His heart's veins are severed, and I am powerless." The suited man had already grasped the situation. With a composed expression, he reassured the boy, stating that he had done sufficiently well, and even an S-rank luminary would be unable to save him. Beside them, Bai Qianchun was astonished, thinking, is it true that contemporary luminaries are so inept? The reports she had previously encountered on the Star Network extolled the prowess of luminaries, highlighting their significant contributions on the battlefield, proclaiming that due to their presence, the Huaya Empire had spared countless lives in warfare. Yet here they were, no longer willing to wait. Bai Qianchun stepped forth from the crowd, declaring, "Allow me to give it a try." Chapter 9, The Marvelous Healing Method. Nearby, a middle-aged woman, whose face bore the streaks of tears and despair, clutched at the opportunity as though it were a lifeline. "Little girl, are you also a luminary?" she inquired eagerly. Bai Qianchun paused before shaking her head. "No, I am a wood-element luminary." Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. A wood-element luminary? How could she possibly save him? The middle-aged woman, momentarily taken aback, kindly cautioned, "Dear girl, do not recklessly intervene. If you cannot succeed, those related to this man might hold you accountable." Indeed, others murmured in agreement. In these times, the hearts of men have grown cold. There are far too many unscrupulous individuals seeking to exploit others for gain. Several bystanders nodded in solidarity, prompting Bai Qianchun to begin questioning the general character of the interstellar populace. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. She paid no attention to anyone, furrowing her brow as she resolutely approached the suited man, squatting down to grasp Du Li's wrist and take his pulse. The boy with the light-based abilities gazed in astonishment, wondering if this was a novel method of treatment. Was she merely feeling his wrist? Hesitating for a moment, his expression twisted in confusion, yet ultimately, he chose silence, stepping aside to grant Bai Qianchun space, lest he hinder her efforts. The suited man maintained his position, still cradling Du Lu in his arms, his eyes intently observing the young woman before him. Concealed behind a mask, her features remained obscured, but the pair of onyx-like eyes that were visible emanated an air of calmness and composure, suggesting she was not one to be frivolous or capricious. After making a preliminary assessment in his mind, he refrained from further interference, allowing her to proceed. 15 seconds later, Bai Qianchun released Du Li's wrist, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. Then, with a deliberate flick of her eyelids, she directed her gaze at the suited man, her voice cool and commanding. Place him flat on the ground. The suited man, along with those around him, displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing her words. Some questioned and mocked her, incredulous at her confidence. Is this for real? Little girl, don't speak so grandly. Saving someone is not a child's game. Remaining in her squatting position, Bai Qianchun turned her head, her dark eyes pinpointing the source of the mockery within the crowd. Her tone was as sharp as a blade. You shall soon discover whether my words are mere bravado. There is no need for you to leap forth now and flaunt your bravado. The man, his face flushed with anger and resentment, shot her a glare, yet under the watchful eyes of those around him, he could only sulkily close his mouth. As the strap was pulled, the floral cloth bag immediately unfurled, revealing a series of slender silver needles meticulously secured within. The suited man and the boy with light-based abilities exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion deepening. What purpose could these long, slender needles serve? Were they related to saving someone? Bai Qianchun continued to issue her cold commands, instructing him to remove his shirt. Oh, the boy with light-based abilities exclaimed, hurriedly stepping forward to assist. Together with the suited man, they diligently followed her orders, cautiously peeling away Du Lu's shirt. However, no matter how careful they were, the delicate incision on Du Li's heart, recently mended, reopened, and blood began to flow profusely once more. The boy gasped in alarm, attempting to rush forward to staunch the bleeding with his light powers, but Bai Qianchun seized him by the collar and tossed him back. Her voice icy, stay back and do not hinder me. The boy with light abilities felt utterly disconcerted, as if he had been lifted off the ground. He dared not interfere, remaining as quiet as a mouse, crouched 3 steps away. Among the crowd, the troublemaker observed this scene, unable to suppress a mocking glint in his eyes. Just as he was about to utter a few provocative words, he witnessed Bai Qianchun roll up her sleeve, revealing a wrist as pale as jade. Before her slender, alabaster fingers deftly grasped 2 silver needles and plunged them into the vicinity of Du Li's heart. The needles sank deep into his chest, leaving only their slender tips quivering slightly. The man in the suit was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. Positioned closest to the scene, he could distinctly observe that as the second silver needle pierced, the blood around the heart ceased to flow almost instantaneously. The bleeding had stopped. It was swifter than the boy's light-based healing abilities. The results were undeniably immediate. Not only he, but the onlookers also gasped in astonishment. Look, there's no blood, they exclaimed. Could it be a unique healing technique of the wood element? Yet, had they not heard that wood element wielders could only heal themselves? Perhaps it was a variant of wood-based abilities, or rather, a mutated wood element user. Bai Qianchun, undeterred by the peculiar speculations, cast a satisfied glance at Du Li. Noting her skilled technique, then she inquired, do you have fire? After witnessing those 2 needles, she believed this young girl truly possessed remarkable abilities. The girl responded, I am a B-level fire element user. How much fire do you need? Where should I burn him? If I cannot manage, I can call my son. Bai Qianchun observed the eager aunt, who seemed poised to incinerate Du Li at a mere gesture, her gaze darkening as she fell into contemplation. Who had instilled the illusion that she intended to set someone ablaze? A twitch of her lips betrayed her thoughts. She would not burn him, but the silver needles instead. Oh, the aunt replied. Her slightly plump face, now shrouded in shadows, displayed a hint of disappointment. Bai Qianchun composed herself and instructed the elderly woman to kindle a small flame in her palm. She then deftly held a silver needle over it, roasting it with an unhurried grace. However, when it came time to insert the needle, her movements were fluid and astonishingly swift. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes as they beheld the hand hovering above the bloodied chest, seemingly leaving traces in the air. They were utterly captivated, their eyes dry from the intensity of their gaze. When they could no longer resist the urge to blink, to their astonishment, she had completed her work. Upon looking again, they beheld a multitude of silver needles densely arrayed across Du Li's chest, their gleaming tips humming softly, as if woven into a mesmerizing rhythm. How peculiar. I feel dizzy merely from observing a few needles. Could it be due to my lack of sleep last night? One murmured. No, my friend, I share the same sensation. Prolonged observation leaves one feeling lightheaded and queasy. Chapter 10. Du Lu truly awakes, brothers. We have discovered a new realm. Look at that man. Oh, I mean, the seriously injured fellow. Has his complexion taken on a hint of rosy vitality? Ah, my dear brother, you've noticed as well. I was just about to mention that. And have you observed the rise and fall of his chest? His breathing appears more robust. Indeed, the efficacy of these silver needles is remarkable. It has only been a matter of seconds, and already we see results. Truly, this is beyond our mortal comprehension. No wonder prolonged observation induces such dizziness and nausea. As she listened to the exaggerated expressions of admiration and awe surrounding her, Bai Qianchun calmly organized her acupuncture kit. Upon seeing the elderly woman, whose face resembled a splendid chrysanthemum in bloom, gazing at her with eager anticipation, Bai Qianchun momentarily paused, casting a glance outward before offering a dry compliment. Your mastery over fire-related abilities is quite proficient and steady. The elderly woman, invigorated by this praise, raised her chin with pride and replied briskly, "Of course. I have spent over 80 years in the kitchen. Controlling the heat is my forte." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey, he is awake. He is awake." The boy, an adept of light-related abilities, pointed at Du Lu with astonishment. As his cousin described him, he was an absolute medical enthusiast. His gaze had never wavered from Du Lu, making him the first to notice the subtle shift in Du Lu's breathing and the fluttering of his eyelids upon regaining consciousness. The crowd turned their attention to the source of his excitement, and indeed witnessed Du Lu's eyelashes quivering as he struggled to open his eyes. Though his gaze was frail, it radiated a sense of determination, starkly contrasting the demeanor of one who had just teetered on the brink of death. In that very moment of awakening, he looked at Bai Qianchun with profound gratitude, silently acknowledging her efforts. Miracle. A true miracle, he thought, overwhelmed with emotion. Before Du Lu's revival, the onlookers held a mixture of admiration and skepticism towards Bai Qianchun. Despite their astonishment, doubts lingered in their hearts. After all, Du Lu's injuries were severe, and his unconsciousness did not definitively prove Bai Qianchun's ability to restore life. However, the situation had transformed. Du Lu was truly awake. This unequivocally indicated that Bai Qianchun had indeed managed to revive a person who was but a breath away from death, using merely a few silver needles. What could this be if not a miracle? Before him loomed a chaotic mass of darkness, with a gaping blood-red maw suddenly enlarging before his eyes. Startled, Du Lu's feeble heart raced violently, his recently restored complexion draining to a ghostly pallor. Although I have connected the veins surrounding your heart, your damaged heart remains in disrepair, precariously held together by silver needles. Any surge of emotion causes it to resemble a makeshift barrel, pieced together haphazardly and leaking. With the aid of the silver needles, Du Lu gradually calmed himself, parting his lips to explain, but Bai Qianchun's cold gaze silenced him, reminding him that he must stabilize his emotions and rest. Du Lu obediently closed his mouth, though his eyes conveyed a sense of grievance. He hadn't intended to be so agitated. After all, who wouldn't he be startled by such an unexpected scene? The elderly woman nervously retreated a step, offering a sheepish smile as she came to Du Lu's defense. "It was my fault, my fault. I startled this young man by approaching so suddenly." Du Lu cast a grateful glance at her, despite her exaggerated and somewhat frightening appearance. Her heart was undoubtedly kind. The gentleman in the suit wore a genteel smile, suggesting, since this young brother is unable to move and requires rest, it would be wise for him to come to my room. It is just around the corner, the first one, and the closest. Regarding the matter of the murderer, I firmly believe that this and is innocent. I shall contact the guards aboard the starship for an investigation, as this area remains within the surveillance range. The elderly lady, filled with excitement, gazed at him, realizing that this seemingly refined rogue is indeed a person of integrity. She hurriedly nodded in agreement, exclaiming that the guards from the Shing family should be called to investigate, for she has nothing to fear in proving her innocence. Subsequently, she cheerfully remarked to Du Lu, "Young man, the bespectacled fellow is right. The crowd here is quite boisterous, each one chattering incessantly and treating you like a spectacle. How can one maintain composure in such a tumult? You should accompany this gentleman with glasses to a quieter place for some rest." The surrounding individuals glared in indignation, questioning how they could treat someone as an object of curiosity. The formidable lady, hands on her hips, shot them a fierce look, retorting, "What are you staring at? Am I mistaken? You ought to disperse quickly and remain in your own quarters. The murderer has yet to be apprehended and might very well be lurking nearby. Exercise caution." Her words sent shivers down the spines of those faint-hearted souls, causing their hairs to stand on end. They thought, should they encounter the perpetrator? And if this young man were not as fortunate, it could spell disaster. Thus, several of them hastily retreated to their rooms. Bai Qianchun's gaze was calm as it swept over the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Very well. Then, the man in the suit chuckled softly, carefully lifting Du Lu and carrying him towards the room, while Bai Qianchun leisurely followed behind. The boy endowed with light-based abilities followed eagerly, only to be swiftly apprehended by an observant matron. What are you doing here? With that little girl around, she can rival 3 or 4 S-rank light manipulators. As a D rank, it would be best if you refrained from causing a ruckus and disturbing the young man's recuperation. The light-based abilities boy responded, that hurts, TUT. Chapter 11. Yao Wenxian. A man of substantial wealth one gets what one pays for. The price for a superior warehouse ticket was 10 times that of an inferior one, and indeed, the conditions were remarkably better. Not only was the area expansive and well-lit, but it also featured a separate bedroom and a parlor. The parlor's sofa was particularly exquisite and comfortable, and the floor was adorned with a resplendent carpet, epitomizing aristocratic elegance. When Du Lu, stained with blood, was laid upon the grand bed, his anxious breathing momentarily ceased. Tears nearly escaped the corners of his mouth. Was this truly a bed he could sleep in? Had he not suffered such grave injuries, he likely would have never had the chance to even glance upon it. Bai Qianchun followed closely behind, her dark eyes flickering, filled with profound envy. Everything about this room was splendid, albeit a tad expensive. Miss, what do you think we should do next? The impeccably dressed man, after placing Du Lu down, paid no mind to the substantial bloodstains marring his expensive suit. He adjusted his slightly askew gold-rimmed glasses and turned to Bai Qianchun, a polite smile gracing his lips as he inquired. Bai Qianchun collected her gaze, the envy in her eyes vanishing as she replied coolly, please wait another 15 minutes. I will retrieve the needle. The man in the suit displayed a look of astonishment. What then? Would become of his shattered heart? Du Lu gazed expectantly, reflecting on the notion that his heart resembled a makeshift wooden barrel held together solely by needles. If those needles were to be removed, could he continue to survive? Surely, his sister would not consider abandoning him. Bai Qianchun sighed, a flicker of tenderness crossing her features as she retrieved a porcelain vial from her pocket. From within, she extracted a small, emerald-green pill that gleamed with a jade-like luster. The man in the suit observed it intently, his astute eyes glimmering with curiosity. What is this? Bai Qianchun replied softly. This is a life restoration pill, renowned for its ability to fortify the foundation of life, mend tendons, stimulate vitality, and heal all internal injuries. Approaching the bedside, she looked down at Du Lu with a cold gaze. With acupuncture in conjunction with this life restoration pill, your severed meridians can be repaired within 15 minutes, and your damaged heart will experience some restoration, though it will not return to its original state. Nevertheless, your life will be preserved. She continued, you have 2 subsequent choices. First, consume another life restoration pill tomorrow, and your heart will fully recover within a week, restoring you to a normal state. Or second, I will administer continuous acupuncture for a month, combined with your innate wood-based abilities, and after a month, your heart will also completely heal. Which will you choose? The man in the suit's eyes sparkled with intensity, his glasses failing to conceal the fervent interest he directed at the porcelain vial in Bai Qianchun's hand. She smiled gently, then shifted her attention back to Du Lu. If you choose the first option, blink once. If you opt for the second, blink twice. However, I must inform you in advance that there will be a fee for my services. The ingredients required for crafting the life elixir are exorbitantly priced, the process is intricate, and the techniques employed are exceedingly complex. Over the years, I have succeeded in producing only 5 of these precious elixirs. Thus the price of a single life elixir is set at a staggering 50 million star coins. Du Lu, nearly destitute, shuddered at the thought. 50 million star coins. Surely, he would not be worth that much even if sold. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to blink twice. Although he was impoverished and might never earn 50 million in his lifetime, the desire to continue living surged within him. As long as he lived, there would always be a day to repay his debts. If he couldn't, Du Lu gritted his teeth inwardly, resigning himself to the prospect of selling his body if necessary. Bai Qianchun's lips curled into a smirk, well aware that this financially challenged brother would choose the second option. She continued, I also charge for acupuncture, but considering the absence of costly ingredients and our friendship, I shall only charge you 1,000 star coins for this session. Over the course of a month, that amounts to 30,000, which is significantly cheaper than the life elixir. Dula felt as though his very soul had been struck. For someone of his financial standing, 30,000 was still a considerable sum. That money-hungry devil. However, with no alternative, he could only blink back tears to signify the completion of the transaction. As he stood beneath the roof of another, reliant on her for healing and survival. With a cheerful demeanor, Bai Qianchun pried open Duli's mouth, deftly placing the life elixir within. As the elixir melted upon entering his mouth, it transformed into a medicinal liquid that slid smoothly down his throat. As the liquid coursed through him, the excruciating pain that had been clamoring within him was abruptly subdued, gradually giving way to a soothing calm. Immediately following the restoration of his meridians, the faltering heart began to rejuvenate, growing at an astonishing pace and fusing with the fragmented flesh. Dula had yet to reach a state of introspection. He merely sensed that his once heavy and weary body, akin to that of an aging elder, had rejuvenated by several decades, now capable of standing and moving with vigor. This life essence pill was nothing short of miraculous. No one understood better than him that he had been on the brink of death mere moments ago, yet now he experienced an incredible resurgence of vitality. Vibrant and full of life, such swiftness surpassed even the healing offered by the sacred pool of light source star. Moreover, while the sacred pool was immobile, the life essence pill was conveniently portable, a crucial lifeline in times of peril. Thus, his gaze toward Bai Qianchun grew more fervent, nearly unable to contain his eagerness as he inquired whether this esteemed lady was willing to part with the life essence pill. A glimmer of amusement crossed Bai Qianchun's eyes. She had been anticipating this very question. The man in the tailored suit, or rather, Yao Wenxian, the general manager of the Feng Group and the representative of the Golden Source Star, was a trusted confidant of Feng Youyu. In the realm of dreams, she knew more. Yao Wenxian hailed from the Garbage Star, a friend of Feng Youyu and Sheng Baining. Forged in their youth as they navigated adversity together to gain entrance into the military academy and ascend to the main star, thus becoming a pivotal member of the protagonist circle. He had also been the one to facilitate her marriage registration with Feng Youyu and was the sole individual aware of their sham marriage. Most importantly, he possessed a singular advantage: immense wealth. The Feng Group, under the auspices of Feng Youyu, enjoys the backing of Mu Yuan Star, a realm abundant in rare minerals and countless energy stones. The mere act of selling a few would yield a substantial fortune in star coins. As the general manager of the Feng Group, Yao Wenxian undoubtedly possesses a considerable wealth of star coins. Upon encountering him, Bai Qianchun's interest was piqued. The life essence pill had lost its significance for her. Not only had her injuries healed, rendering the pill unnecessary, but she also had the ability to refine it anew. She had preserved the seeds of the required herbs and, with her abilities restored, could cultivate and refine at will. Selling the life essence pills for a handsome sum had become her primary objective. She had received news from the Imperial Prince regarding the dire situation on Mu Yuan Star, where foundational funds were essential for its development. Chapter 12. 150 million. Bai Qianchun maintained her composure and nodded. I shall sell. How many do you wish to purchase? Yao Wenxian's eyes brightened, instinctively leaning towards bargaining. However, upon meeting Bai Qianchun's icy gaze, he reconsidered, suppressing the thought. He smiled and inquired, how many do you have in your possession? Would you be willing to sell them all? Price is not an issue, provided the efficacy matches that of the one consumed by my esteemed companion. Bai Qianchun rolled her eyes and retorted, do you think this is merely cabbage? As I mentioned earlier, I have only refined 5 in total. 2 have already been used, leaving 3 remaining. According to the original pricing, the 3 amount to 150 million. If you possess such funds, you may acquire them directly. Yao Wenxian felt a pang of regret. It appeared that this young lady truly had no stock left. Yet, on the surface, he maintained a refined smile, politely nodding. Very well, I shall purchase all 3. Should you have any more life elixirs available in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. He was utterly envious. 150 million. Such a fortune could be amassed from 3 pills no larger than a fingernail. Just a moment ago, he shared in the plight of his fellow sufferer, yet now she had transformed into a wealthy woman, while he found himself in debt to the tune of 50 million. No, 53 million, transitioning from a mere impoverished lad to a debtor. The stark contrast was overwhelmingly tragic, stirring sorrow within him. Fortunately, his heart had already healed significantly, otherwise, he might have succumbed to heartbreak. Beside the bed, Yao Wenxian spread his palm, staring blankly at the 3 verdant pills he had acquired at an exorbitant price. A rarely seen look of bewilderment graced his otherwise astute and genteel visage. Indeed, she had merely mentioned 3, yet no porcelain vial accompanied them. Bai Qianchun paused, her hand clutching the vial, casting him a glance, her voice as frigid as ice. This vial is custom-made, capable of preserving the medicinal properties. Valued at 300 star coins. Her implication was clear. The notion that she would gift him a vial was but a fanciful dream. It was a costly item. Yao Wenxian's lips twitched in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this icy and enigmatic woman would possess such a demeanor. After spending 150 million, he found himself without the privilege to request a mere 300 star coin vial as an addition. Locking eyes with Bai Qianchun's cold, dark gaze for a moment, Yao Wenxian reluctantly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Would you sell me this vial for 500 star coins? Another 200 gained. Bai Qianchun felt a moment of delight within, nodding in agreement. Deal. Bai Qianchun, seated on a nearby chair, lifted her head and cast a cold glance at him. Are you afraid I might extort you? Yao Wenxian's smile faltered momentarily as he promptly denied, of course not. Oh. Then what does my surname and given name have to do with you? We are merely an ordinary seller and buyer, not yet familiar enough to exchange contact information. The answer is succinct, no addition. Yao Wenxian appeared taken aback. Had he truly been rejected? With his looks and status, it was astonishing that someone would dare to disregard him. This was indeed a first for him, and it felt strangely refreshing. Lying in bed, Du Lu observed Yao Wenxian's incredulous expression with a sense of satisfaction. His creditor was impressive, effortlessly dismissing even the ultra-wealthy. If he had previously succeeded in exchanging contact details, wouldn't he that make him a winner in life? Bai Qianchun glanced at the business card in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then extended her hand to accept it, nodding softly. All right. In truth, she was already aware of Yao Wenxian's contact information. Before Feng Youyu set off for the regiment, he had informed her that in case of emergencies, she could reach out to Yao Wenxian. Though she had never contacted him, they had exchanged details previously. Now, wishing to conceal her identity, there was no need to exchange contact information again. After their conversation concluded, 15 minutes had nearly passed. Bai Qianchun approached the bedside, preparing to remove the foreneedle. Du Lu, watching her, swallowed nervously, his throat dry as he stammered, What if we wait a little longer? Bai Qianchun lifted her eyelids to observe his troubled and anxious countenance, letting out a soft scoff. Fear not, you shan't perish, otherwise. Who would I claim my 50 million star coins from? With that, she spread her hand dismissively and, with her eyes closed, proclaimed with righteous fervor, Go ahead and remove it. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Bai Qianchun pursed her lips and, with a deliberate demeanor, began to extract the silver needles one by one. By this time, the bloodstains on Du Li's chest had dried, and the wound had formed scabs. The dark crimson marks clung to his skin. And as he sat up to rub at them, the scabs began to flake away, threatening to descend onto the luxurious, silky quilt beneath him. In a hurried attempt to catch them, Du Li's reflexes fell short, and the remnants of his injury fell onto the pristine fabric. Gazing at the soiled quilt with a heart full of regret, Du Li's expression was one of profound dismay. He had truly tarnished something exquisite. Perhaps his distressed demeanor was too vivid, for Yao Wenxian quickly discerned his thoughts. With a slight twitch of his lips, he began to understand why this man had formed a friendship with the enigmatic young lady beside him. Ultimately, unable to bear the sight any longer, Yao Wenxian took the initiative to offer consolation. Do not fret about the quilt. I shall have it replaced shortly. As an afterthought, he added 3 words, it's complimentary. Instantly, Du Li's expression of turmoil transformed into one of relief. Yao Wenxian adjusted his glasses, regaining his composure, and extended an invitation to the two. There are complimentary tea and snacks in the living room. Would you care to join me in sampling them? Both Du Lu and Bai Qianchun's eyes lit up in unison as they replied, yes. 3 minutes later, the trio transitioned to the living room, and Du Lu had changed into a set of garments graciously bestowed upon him by Yao Wenxian. The air was imbued with warmth, and steam wafted gently. Bai Qianchun's face, partially concealed by the tea, appeared ethereal. Her fair, slender fingers rested upon the exquisitely ornate teacup adorned with orchid patterns. Savoring a sip, she lowered her gaze in satisfaction before lifting her eyelids to cast a glance at Du Lu, who reclined comfortably on the sofa, evidently relieved from a brush with danger. She inquired, Whom did you offend? Did you catch a glimpse of the one who harmed you? Chapter 13. The scheme for profit. Du Li's previously cheerful countenance suddenly darkened, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions as he struggled for a moment before shaking his head. I do not know. I did not have the time to discern what the person looked like. At this point, a shadow of unease crept over Du Li's expression, and a chill traveled down his spine. Bai Qianchun, observing the situation, furrowed her brow. It appears that individual was indeed targeting you. Are you certain you have not offended anyone? Well, Dula scratched his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. I suppose I have. I previously crossed paths with Bai Qianchun from the Bai family at the 8th Military Academy, and it was he who orchestrated my expulsion. I thought that matter was behind me, but I am uncertain whether it remains so in his eyes, hence my doubt about whether he might have sent someone after me. As for others, I believe I have not offended anyone else. Bai Qianchun narrowed her eyes, her brow slightly furrowing at the mention of Bai Qianchun. It seemed that in her dreams, the Bai family was presided over by Bai Yuan, who had a rather reckless son named Bai Qianchun. Given his temperament, it is entirely plausible that he harbors a grudge that could lead him to hire someone for murder. However, Yao Winston has proposed another perspective. The Sheng family's starship has recently undergone significant reforms, promoting an image of absolute safety and comfort. Should the Du brothers meet their demise aboard the starship today, it would profoundly impact the Sheng family's reformation efforts. Therefore, the individual in question may not necessarily be targeting the Du brothers. It is equally possible that he is merely seeking a hapless victim to incite turmoil and undermine the Sheng family's reputation. The unfortunate Du Lu pondered silently, uncertain whether to pray for the misfortune brought on by offending someone or to accept his own fate as a mere victim. He wished to avoid both perilous scenarios. Eventually, they finished their tea and consumed the last of the pastries. Yet the results of the investigation from the Sheng family's guards had yet to be relayed. Growing increasingly impatient, Bai Qianchun decided to take her leave. Du Lu managed a polite smile at Yao Wenxian before following suit, clutching his chest and hastily trailing behind. Hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow and inquired softly, "Which planet are you headed to? How many days will it take?" 5 days, he replied. Recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning his own life and realizing he could not afford to be careless. Thus, he hastily countered, "And you? Where are you going?" "I shall accompany you." Du Lu's expression fell, and he muttered in frustration, "Does that mean I have to buy another ticket?" "It takes 10 days to reach Mu Yuan Star," he lamented. Having already heard his complaints about finances during their journey, Bai Qianchun smirked and offered, "Do you need me to lend you some? Just 1% interest per day will suffice." Already burdened with debt, Du Lu's expression grew even more despondent as he resolutely shook his head in refusal. "No, I will certainly earn the money for the ticket within these 4 days." Bai Qianchun tilted her head, casting him a surprised glance. "Earn it on the starship?" Du Lu responded with a knowing look, as if to say, "You wouldn't understand." He then eagerly invited her to his room to share his grand scheme for making money. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianchun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she subtly slowed her pace, waiting for Du Lu to catch up before following him. Du Lu's room was also located on the second basement level, just 2 doors away from Bai Qianchun's. The layout and size of his room were identical to hers. Once inside, Du Lu made a beeline for a large black bag resting beside the bed. He hoisted the bag onto the table and swiftly unzipped it. Bai Qianchun instinctively craned her neck to take a peek and saw a few wrinkled garments crammed into one corner, while the main contents comprised 2 large flower pots, a sizable bag of seeds, and several bags of soil. Du Lu removed the 2 flower pots, simultaneously unfastening the bag and pouring the soil inside, all the while boasting to Bai Qianchun, "This soil is the most fertile from the soil source star, perfect for growing vegetables. A friend of mine from military school gave it to me. It is said to enhance the growth rate by 10%. Currently, with the wood source star yet to open, most vegetables in the galaxy are cultivated using the rich soil from soil source star." Bai Qianchun nodded, furrowing her brows in concentration, listening intently, feeling as though her knowledge was expanding. Observing her interest, Du Lu became even more animated, joyfully continuing to elaborate on his plans. "The last time I visited the main star aboard the starship, I observed that those in the upper-class cabins were affluent individuals, rather particular in their tastes, seeking only the freshest vegetables and fruits. However, it is worth noting that even outside the starship, such produce is scarce and highly valued. I recall a guest in the upper-class cabin offering 30 star coins for a mere stalk of bok choy, yet no one was willing to sell it to him." Bai Qianchun's eyes sparkled with the glimmer of gold, pondering if the prices of fruits and vegetables aboard the starship were tenfold compared to those outside. Du Lu scratched his head, contemplating, "Well, perhaps that is the case. They are certainly pricier than on the main star, if not 10 times. Then at least 5 or 6 times. And what about the fruits?" Bai Qianchun clutched her chest, feeling a pang of anguish that rendered her breathless. Lu was startled by her gesture. What's wrong? Is your heart broken like mine? Bai Qianchun maintained a grave expression, nodding solemnly. Yes. My heart feels as though it has been shattered wide open, a chilling breeze seeping inside. Regret washed over her. She lamented not having plucked a single fruit, leaving all the produce on the balcony for Feng Tangwei. A cherry, which fetched a mere 20 star coins within the noble circles, could command a staggering 100 star coins aboard the starship. This missed opportunity felt like a grievous loss. Had she known, she would have harvested the fruits first and sent whatever Feng Tangwei desired after arriving at Mu Yuan Star. Chapter 14. The financial backer Du Lu, somewhat bewildered by her dramatic depiction, instinctively began to feel anxious himself. What should we do then? Perhaps you should consider giving yourself a few injections as well? Bai Qianchun shook her head, indicating that it was not severe enough to warrant a needle. Turning her attention to Du Lu, her dark eyes fixed on him with earnest intensity, she stated, I only require your assistance with a small task, feeling as though he were prey under a wolf's gaze. Du Lu swallowed hard, his voice faltering slightly as he stammered, What do you need? Bai Qianchun promptly articulated her request. I need to borrow a basin and 2 bags of soil. Ah? Du Lu exclaimed, his eyes widening in confusion. Ignoring his bewildered expression, Bai Qianchun swiftly grabbed another basin that had yet to be filled with soil. As she deftly opened the bags and began to fill the basin, she casually remarked, Just tell me whether you agree to lend them. Du Lu felt a pang of exasperation as he gazed at the already filled flower pot. How could he refuse now that she had already commenced? With a resigned gesture, he relented, Fine, I'll lend them to you. After all, his wood-based abilities were of a low level, and currently, half of his energy was dedicated to heart restoration, leaving him with only enough to utilize 1 basin. Bai Qianchun's starry black eyes curved with satisfaction. Once the soil was filled, she reached into his bag and pulled out a packet of seeds. Opening it to inspect its contents, with curiosity, she inquired, What kind of seeds do you have here? Du Lu was quite exhilarated as he eagerly introduced her to his collection of the most easily cultivated vegetable seeds that required minimal wood elemental energy. These few black seeds are for green vegetables, and this small bag contains garlic sprouts and cabbage seeds. Inside this red cloth pouch are cucumber seeds. Oh, and there are sweet potato seeds as well. I've heard that the nobles particularly enjoy candied sweet potatoes. They taste exquisite, and with a bit of sugar, they become a delightful dish. Bai Qianchun nodded earnestly, impressed by the substantial collection he had brought along. She pointed to a white cloth bag in the corner, asking, What about this one? Du Lu stretched his neck to glance over and, filled with enthusiasm, replied, That contains celery, scallions, garlic, and ginger, essential ingredients. I figured that while other vegetables can be minimal, the ingredients must not be compromised. If one wishes to prepare meat or cook a fish, these are indispensable. Bai Qianchun's perception of him shifted instantly. This young man was quite thorough in his considerations and evidently prepared in his pursuit of profit. However, she had no intention of utilizing these seeds. They were simply too inexpensive, and she believed cultivating her fruits would be far more lucrative. Oh, I see, Du Lu responded, somewhat dazed, and it wasn't until Bai Qianchun's silhouette disappeared through the door that he smacked his forehead, realizing that she too was a wielder of wood elemental powers. How fortuitous. Ding. A message notification pinged in. Bai Qianchun furrowed her brow and casually opened it to check. Upon seeing the note labeled benefactor, Bai Qianchun was suddenly reminded of her husband. Initially, she had planned to act decisively after boarding the starship, but the allure of the cosmos and the charm of small currency had caused her to forget him. Contemplating the monthly sum of 100,000 star coins, her gaze momentarily drifted, yet she quickly regained her composure. The agreement did not stipulate any prohibition against her leaving the main star. Thus, she had not breached any contract. Resolving her thoughts, Bai Qianchun opened the message. Benefactor, Wei Wei mentioned that you are upset. Bai Qianchun paused for a moment. Was she truly angry? It seemed she was indeed a little irked, though certainly not for the reason Wei Wei had suggested. On the main star of Yaoyang, in the office of the commander of the 3rd Army Corps, blinding sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a spacious yet chaotic room cluttered with documents. 3 individuals lay sprawled out, each bearing dark circles under their eyes, utterly exhausted, their eyes tightly shut, resembling lifeless figures, as if drained of all vitality. Only Feng Youyu remained upright at his desk, though his condition was far from optimal. Unlike the others, who appeared utterly depleted, the shadows under his eyes could not be concealed. After departing from the Xing family villa the previous night, He had flown directly to the Third Army to attend to paperwork. Despite having brought 3 assistants, the workload was overwhelming, leaving him tirelessly occupied from last night until this afternoon. At that moment, his hair was disheveled, and his weary face bore a frown as he gazed at a series of messages from his cousin, containing bold and scathing remarks about a big pig's trotter's foolish deceit, and warnings that his sister-in-law had been driven away, cautioning him to beware of the potential consequences of pursuing her wrath. Feng Tangwei has recently indulged in yet another melodramatic novel, and the narrative of chasing a wife to the cremation ground is quite amusing. However, he certainly did not anticipate that his pitiable contractual wife would depart from the main star. It seems he failed to recognize her audacity in venturing out on her own. Although the conflict with the Beastman Empire has subsided, the internal turmoil within the Huayao Empire remains unresolved. There are reports of a certain local tyrant on a particular planet abusing their influence to abduct women, while another region is plagued by a notorious band of interstellar pirates who have wreaked havoc, commandeering starships and causing untold casualties. The perils that exist are manifold, and a moment's carelessness could cost her dearly. Feng Youyu leaned back in his chair, his long legs clad in dark military attire, casually resting atop a disarray of files on his desk. With a teasing glimmer in his peach blossom eyes, he regarded the holographic device in his hand. Was it her newfound boldness or merely a carefree spirit? I heard you ventured far. Where do you plan to go? I'm quite occupied with matters on the main star and cannot accompany you, but perhaps I should send someone to ensure your safety. The sudden tenderness of his words sent shivers down one's spine. Chapter 15. My wife and I are quite well. Bai Qianchun found the situation rather peculiar and was not particularly keen on such attention. However, after some contemplation, she refrained from unleashing her sharp tongue to question his mental state. After all, she was acutely aware that he was a benefactor who contributed a substantial monthly sum, distinguishing him from ordinary individuals. While she could engage in banter, it was crucial not to overstep. Feng Youyu's smile contorted. Was this woman insinuating that he was mentally unstable? How delightful. Indeed, her courage has grown significantly. Sister, what are you up to out there? Hurry back. I've already coaxed a little vegetable into ripeness. Dula shouted excitedly, his voice resonating through the air. Now he could ascertain that his audacious wife had no intention of playing hard to get or stirring up any trouble. The marital agreement could indeed proceed without termination. However, he mused darkly about the overly lenient terms of the contract, particularly the clause stipulating a monthly allowance of 100,000. Zhuang Shu, one of the 3 corpses, abruptly sat up, his eyes momentarily dazed before quickly regaining focus and turning to the seated Feng Youyu. With a tone that was both flat and respectful, he inquired, Sir, what are your orders? Feng Youyu lowered his long legs, interlaced his fingers on the table, and regarded him with a profound gaze, saying, Please assist me in researching the current versions of marital agreements available in the market and provide me with a copy. Zhuang Shu paused, his expression shifting to one of concern. He glanced at his superior and cautiously asked, Is there an issue between you and the madam, sir? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Shu exhaled in relief and nodded in understanding. The Feng Group was the financial backbone of their Third Army, and Yao Wenxian was the chief steward of those finances. So it was only right to be diligent. Feng Youyu took a deep breath and quickly sent a message to Yao Wenxian, stating, Please look into Bai Qianchun's information. It was indeed wise to entrust matters concerning that woman to a well-informed ally. Yao Wenxian is currently investigating the mysterious girl, whose name remains undisclosed, known for her miraculous ability to save lives with a needle. However, to his dismay, he found no clues in the ticket purchase records from the Sheng family. Her identity appears to have been encrypted with the highest level of secrecy, rendering all information anonymous. Ultimately, the only piece of information he could gather was her destination, Mu Yuan Star. With a sense of resignation, Yao Wenxian mused that extraordinary individuals are not meant to be easily discovered. It was evident that someone behind her had concealed her identity with utmost diligence. Although he felt a tinge of regret, he refrained from further probing. With the border crisis having subsided, various factions have shifted their focus to the main star, leading to considerable chaos. Even with the backing of the Feng family, led by Feng Youyu, he was reluctant to intervene recklessly and decided to set this matter aside for the time being. At that moment, he received a message from Feng Youyu. After reading it, a knowing smile crept onto his face. Didn't you say a year ago that she was pitiable and had lost her memory, and that there was no need to worry or investigate further? A year ago, Feng Youyu, who had not yet undergone military training, was indeed somewhat naive. His thoughts too simplistic and carefree. Now, he found himself sweating over the bold decision he had made to keep an enigmatic individual close and even marry her. Feng Youyu clenched his jaw and, with narrowed eyes and a hint of irritation, remarked, "I believe the business on Desert Star is promising. Since you fled to Mu Yuan Star, I'll entrust the operations on Desert Star to you." Yao Wenxian clicked his tongue, recognizing the wisdom of the old Master Feng. Throwing the once rebellious and audacious young master into the military had transformed him. He had now become a shrewd strategist, subtly applying pressure to ensure compliance. "Do not worry. I have already investigated and was merely awaiting your confirmation." Bai Qianchun, the sole heir of the Duke by family, had been confined within the Duke's residence by Zhanlong since childhood, ostensibly for her frail health. In truth, this was likely a ploy by Zhanlong to usurp power. Observing Bai Qianchun's condition, it was evident that her upbringing was far from favorable, perhaps even lacking in basic sustenance. A year ago, the circumstances surrounding Bai Qianchun's escape from Zhanlong's surveillance remain a mystery. She had suffered grave injuries and lost her memory, only to be rescued by us. Regardless, she is indeed a pitiable figure, with her identity beyond reproach. After reading this, Feng Youyu pressed his lips together, his profound gaze flickering momentarily before he fell silent. He massaged his temples, a look of weariness gracing his otherwise exquisite features as he sighed. It seemed unnecessary to amend the marriage agreement. His wealth was ample, and he was not particularly concerned about such trivialities. Thus, the two individuals, who had drawn so close to the truth for the first time, missed the opportunity to uncover it due to their failure to conduct a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Bai Qianchun, blissfully unaware of nearly losing a fortune of 100,000 star coins, strode confidently into Du Li's room, a large bag of seeds in her grasp. Du Li, in a rather unrefined manner, sat in the corner, cradling a flower pot as if it were a fragile chick. Upon her entrance, he beamed at her with a goofy grin, then lowered his head, closing his eyes in reverence, resting his forehead against the center of the pot as he continued his diligent work. A faint green luminescence emanated from his brow, forming a slender thread that intermittently infused a black seed nestled within the soil. Chapter 16. The wood elemental abilities user is also rather inept. A second passed, and the seed was laboriously attempting to break free from its shell. 2 seconds elapsed, and the seed continued its arduous struggle. 3 seconds went by, and the seed remained steadfast in its efforts. Bai Qianchun mused. After deeming the light elemental abilities user as inept, she now found the wood elemental abilities user equally lacking. Their pace was akin to that of a turtle hatching. How could one expect to amass wealth through gardening at such a sluggish rate? How laughable! Bai Qianchun reflected inwardly, pondering whether she had previously held an overly favorable view of the interstellar abilities users, leading her to perceive the few she encountered as rather unsatisfactory. Surely, there were formidable individuals among them, yet her encounters thus far had been with rather feeble ones. She resolved not to let these few disappointing examples cloud her judgment. With a serious demeanor, Bai Qianchun approached, placing the bag she held upon the table. From within, she selected a seed of a modified variety of dwarf apple tree. Given the limited space of her balcony, a standard apple tree would grow excessively tall and large, likely occupying a significant portion of the area and potentially reaching the balcony of the upper floor. To avoid such a financial debacle, she had obtained the experimental dwarf apple tree seeds with the assistance of Feng Tangwei. Once matured, these trees would reach a height of about 2 meters, making them much more suitable for her balcony. Furthermore, this diminutive apple tree would also be appropriate for cultivation in the confined quarters of a starship. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Qianchun buried the seed in the soil and then carefully moved the pot to the ground. In her pitch-black eyes, a hint of indifference faded away, and she bent down to gently touch the edge of the flower pot, whereupon a gradually enlarging green orb of light slipped from her fingertips, playfully leaping and bounding like a spirited child, joyfully rushing into the embrace of the pot. The moment the orb made contact with the flower pot, it shattered with a resounding crash, dispersing into countless tiny specks of light that swirled above, weaving together into a vibrant green canopy that enveloped the pot. It appeared as though the seeds within the soil had been awakened, bursting forth from their shells to sprout 2 tender, adorable green leaves. Before the little leaves could even greet the world, they eagerly stretched upwards, growing taller. Countless branches emerged, an abundance of verdant leaves sprouting from the twigs, teeming with life and radiating a lush, vibrant springtime aura. In the blink of an eye, the sapling transformed into a towering 2-meter tree. adorned with clusters of exuberant little white flowers nestled among the branches, enhancing the beauty of the verdant apple tree. The fruits transitioned from their unripe stage to the size of a fist, and within a mere minute, they ripened into a delightful, rosy hue. The marvel of growth and transformation seemed effortless in her hands. In stark contrast, Duli's progress was disheartening. He huffed and puffed, his face flushed, as his seeds had just barely cracked open, producing two feeble little sprouts that appeared somewhat malnourished. They bore an unfortunate resemblance to those cared for by a stepfather. Fortunately, Dulu had kept his eyes shut throughout the process. Otherwise, he would have felt utterly humiliated. Bai Qianchun's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she plucked one of the splendid, ruby-red apples from the fruit-laden tree. However, where should she place it? She cradled a handful of apples, glancing left and right, yet found no vessel to contain them. Furrowing her brow, she realized her oversight. Ultimately, with no other recourse, she set her sights on Du Li's bed. 15 minutes later, Du Lu awoke, wiping the sweat from his brow, his fair face illuminating with a radiant smile. He had finally succeeded. The previous small vegetable had consumed an excessive amount of wood-based energy, causing the second to grow at a slower pace. Sister, how's it going over there? Suddenly, he was taken aback by the sight of an abundance of apples sprawled across his bed, his smile faltering, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Well, what are these? Are these apples? He swallowed hard, his finger trembling as it pointed toward the small mountain of crimson fruit on his bed, the shock within him beyond expression. Meanwhile, Bai Qianchun, who was in the midst of harvesting her 8th batch, heard the commotion. Casually glancing in his direction, she remarked nonchalantly, "If your eyes are not deceiving you, you should be able to ascertain the truth." Dulu, his face flushed with excitement and disbelief, was certain they were indeed apples. His gaze lingered on the heap of fruit, then shifted to the apple tree in the pot, laden with fruit. Still somewhat reluctant, he inquired, "Did you bring these from the spatial button?" Bai Qianchun paused, turning to look at him incredulously. "Do I appear to be someone who possesses a spatial button?" Du Lu pondered, realizing that before boarding the starship, they had been kindred spirits, lacking the means to purchase such a luxury. With a face full of frustration, he forced a contorted smile, begrudgingly acknowledging that while he toiled to nurture a single small vegetable, she had effortlessly cultivated a veritable mountain of apples. Why is there such a vast disparity among individuals? Bai Qianchun, seemingly unsatisfied with the previous blow, continued, "One flower pot is insufficient for my endeavors. I wish to cultivate a cherry tree as well. Your pace is rather slow. Why not lend me your flower pot?" Du Lu resolutely clutched his flower pot, wary, and replied, "No, I must grow my own." Bai Qianchun countered, "I will pay rent." Du Lu firmly insisted, "No, I am determined to cultivate vegetables. This is not merely a matter of rent. It concerns a man's dignity." The two stood in opposition for a moment, but ultimately, Du Lu could no longer withstand the pressure and conceded, Fine. There is a shop aboard the starship. You may purchase one there. The price is merely double that of the outside market. You can grow whatever you desire in abundance." Bai Qianchun furrowed her brow. Du Lu, keenly sensing her concerns, quickly elaborated, "A single flower pot costs only 30 star coins, yet acquiring an additional one allows for the cultivation of numerous apples, potentially yielding 1,000-fold return on investment. When considered in this light, does it not seem worthwhile? Moreover, you have recently earned 150 million. You are now a wealthy woman. Does a mere doubling of the flower pot's cost truly matter?" he added with a hint of envy. Bai Qianchun shot him a glance, her expression unmistakably indicating that it did matter. Du Lu paused, then suddenly realized, indeed, the production of that vitality elixir is undoubtedly complex, requiring significant initial investment and inevitable wastage. Given the current scarcity and exorbitant prices of interstellar medicinal materials, while 150 million is substantial, it is hardly sufficient for research purposes. Several laboratories at our school are engaged in a project that requires an initial investment of 200 to 300 million. In fact, it has succeeded on the first attempt without any waste of precious medicinal materials. Bai Qianchun remained silent, pursing her lips and refraining from correcting his misunderstanding. Led by Du Lu, they made their way to the second floor of the starship, which houses a vast shopping mall occupying nearly half of the space. The range of products available is extensive, including rare items not found on the main planet, although the prices here are twice as high as those on the planet. Nevertheless, this is an independent seller's market, and the elevated prices are somewhat justifiable. Chapter 17. The celebrity effect. She glanced at the nearly identical bamboo baskets on the shopping shelves and, furrowing her brow in confusion, inquired why the bamboo baskets from Zhanlong Star were priced 3 star coins higher than those from Tianyu Star, yet the sales of the former were superior. From her astute perspective, the bamboo baskets from Tianyu Star appeared to be crafted with greater care, with the splinters on the bamboo strips meticulously smoothed out. It seemed perplexing that these superior products were outperformed by the rougher baskets from Zhanlong Star. Dulu leaned in for a closer look and explained knowingly that it was likely due to the celebrity effect. Bai Qianchun, still puzzled, cast him a questioning glance. Dulu chuckled lightly, recognizing her curiosity, and proceeded to enlighten her. You must have seen the news released on the Star Network today regarding the commendations for the border battle that took place a year ago. Li Heyou from the Li family of Zhanlong Star is one of the highest achievers. Having commanded the 19th Army at such a young age and accumulated a remarkable and undeniable merit in that border conflict. After the announcement of his remarkable achievements, he has garnered immense popularity on the Star Network, even being dubbed the second Marshal Hua. He has swiftly ascended to the 4th position on the Empire's most esteemed male deities list. Who would be enamored by such a young, handsome, and affluent noble bachelor? Consequently, the items associated with him on the planet Zhanlong have naturally seen a surge in value, with prices soaring due to the frenzy of demand. Such occurrences are quite commonplace, reminiscent of the previous Marshal Hua and the recently celebrated General Shang, whose merchandise also experienced a meteoric rise in popularity and price. Oh, Bai Qianchun squinted thoughtfully, feeling a tinge of regret for not having revealed her name. Otherwise, wouldn't the price of the fruits she sold also increase? A nearby stranger, who had been listening with great interest, chimed in, asserting that he was absolutely correct. Moreover, the Li family has a favored concubine, Li Fei, who has become the emperor's beloved in recent years, and she has given birth to the youngest and most cherished 6th prince. While the Li family may currently hold the title of count, with the presence of General Li and the 6th prince, their fortunes are bound to rise dramatically in the future, elevating the Li family's status along with the prosperity of planet Zhanlong. I've also heard that recently, planet Zhanlong intends to upgrade its status from a medium star to a superior star. The application has already been submitted, and if successful, the goods produced on Zhanlong will bear the prestigious label of a superior star, undoubtedly driving prices even higher. Bai Qianchun and Du Lu turned their heads in unison, their expressions filled with curiosity. Who is this person? The individual, unperturbed by the scrutiny, wore a sun-kissed visage adorned with a radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. With an air of familiarity, he greeted them. Hello, I am Gao Yang. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now. Du Lu chose not to respond, for the harrowing brush with death he had just experienced rendered him suspicious of everyone, perceiving this overly familiar Gao Yang with the wariness of a dog on high alert. As if to say, is this fellow approaching me with ulterior motives? Gao Yang, with his audacious demeanor, felt the weight of their scrutiny and swallowed hard, rubbing his hands together in a gesture of deference. I assure you, I mean no harm. I am merely a middleman seeking to inquire whether you intend to sell the produce you cultivate. I possess connections that could facilitate lucrative transactions, from which I would take a mere 1%. However, upon hearing this, Du Li's vigilance heightened. How do you know we are growing anything? Gao Yang pointed to the items they held, a smug smile gracing his lips. The flower pots and soil you have purchased betray your intentions. With the wood source star yet to awaken, there is a scarcity of fruits and vegetables across the cosmos, particularly aboard starships. Numerous individuals endowed with wood-based abilities are keen on selling high-priced produce aboard these vessels, which explains the abundance of flower pots, soil, and bamboo baskets in this starship's market. I frequent this area daily, and I can assure you that anyone purchasing these 3 items is undoubtedly a wood-based ability user. Bai Qianchun narrowed her eyes, regarding him with calm scrutiny. What reason do we have to entrust you with our produce? Gao Yang surveyed them with certainty, remarking, It has been a year since you last boarded a starship, hasn't it? Bai Qianchun turned her head towards Du Lu, who wore a look of utter astonishment. How did you know again? Du Lu exclaimed, recalling how expensive starship tickets were. The last time he had purchased one was solely due to his acceptance into the military academy, which necessitated his journey to the main planet. Ordinarily, he would never consider traveling by starship. Gao Yang chuckled lightly, remarking that selling items aboard starships had become quite challenging over the past year. Public spaces no longer permitted vendors, and those who dared to set up stalls faced severe penalties. Furthermore, the affluent were not foolish. Why would they spend exorbitant prices on fruits and vegetables in transit when they could procure them on the planet and bring them aboard? They possessed the means and the refrigerated space buttons, thus making it entirely feasible for them to carry their own provisions. Bai Qianchun and Du Lu exchanged glances, their expressions contemplative. That makes a lot of sense. If it were us, we wouldn't fall for such a trap either, they mused. Du Lu, feeling a sense of trepidation, inquired, so, what price can we realistically expect to sell it now? Gao Yang narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of confidence as he replied, if I were to handle it, I could secure a price over what-fold. However, if you choose to sell it yourselves, it would depend on luck. Some sell at the market price, while others manage to achieve a 10 to 30 markup. To date, no one has surpassed the price I've negotiated. Du Lu's countenance paled. As the dream of sudden wealth evaporated before his eyes, it was evident that reality was seldom as rosy as one might hope. Bai Qianchun mirrored his disappointment. Her previous elation had now transformed into disillusionment, realizing that even the price obtained by Feng Tangwei from Shenxixiang was more favorable. Noticing the prolonged silence from the two, Gao Yang could no longer contain his curiosity. So, have you made a decision? If you are unwilling to grant me a 1% commission, I have another proposal. Bai Qianchun gathered her emotions, lifting her gaze to regard him coldly. Pray tell, she said. Gao Yang chuckled. I have rented a room specifically to sell fruits and vegetables. The stall fee is 200 star coins per hour. Du Li's eyes widened, and he blurted out, that's exorbitant. Why not just resort to theft? Gao Yang, unperturbed, responded with a knowing smile. My dear brother, your assumption is misguided. I am not one to impose unreasonable charges. This dedicated space for fruits and vegetables has been extensively promoted with considerable effort and resources. It has garnered a solid reputation. Anyone who has traveled on the starship this year is aware of this place. Those affluent individuals who relish fresh produce flock here directly, far more efficiently than your door-to-door sales approach. Moreover, not long ago, a heinous murder occurred in the upper-class cabin. A hapless fellow was stabbed and narrowly escaped with his life. The atmosphere in the upper-class section of the starship is now tense, and even if you mustered the audacity to approach them, they would hardly dare to open their doors. The unfortunate Du Lu mused. So, the difficulty in conducting business is also his fault. How vexing. Chapter 18. Never judge a book by its cover ultimately. Bai Qianchun clenched her teeth and resolved to rent a stall, allowing Du Li's 2 small cabbage plants to serve as mere surplus, lending her display some vibrancy. Noticing his modest intentions devoid of malice, Bai Qianchun did not object. Having additional free laborers was hardly a disadvantage. Notably, Du Lu observed that Bai Qianchun neither purchased the bamboo baskets from Zhanlong Star nor those from Tianyu Star, but instead acquired a few seeds of the Jiaohua vine. Valued at 3 star coins, the most affordable option among the selection of seeds. Are you attempting to craft a basket on your own? Observing Bai Qianchun cradling a basin while simultaneously encouraging the growth of calamus vine seeds, the well-informed Gao Yang immediately discerned her intentions. The calamus vine, a climbing plant belonging to the palm family, possesses a robust texture with a consistent diameter from end to end. It is considered the most suitable material for weaving in the interstellar realm, with many exquisite handcrafted items fashioned from calamus vine. Naturally, it is also apt for basket weaving. However, wood typeability users typically refrain from employing such methods, for it is laborious and yields little reward, wasting their wood-based powers. To stimulate the growth of calamus vine only to weave a basket seems less advantageous than conserving one's abilities to cultivate more valuable crops and fruits, especially since most individuals lack the skill to weave baskets. Thus, Gao Yang regarded Bai Qianchun with an expression of peculiar intrigue. She, however, saw through his thoughts and replied calmly, I am not like others. My abilities are abundant. Weaving a few baskets is no challenge for me. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback, and his gaze towards her grew even more curious. Despite her masked visage obscuring her features, she appeared to be merely a young girl. How formidable could her wood-based powers truly be? How much could she possibly store? Doubt swirled in Gao Yang's mind. Yet his professional demeanor compelled him to maintain a courteous smile without voicing his skepticism, for such an action would offend his client. Meanwhile, Du Lu remained silent, refraining from interjecting, casting a glance at Gao Yang with a sense of pride, as if he were the only sober one amidst a sea of inebriation. Following the recent extraordinary healing technique and the sight of the room filled with large apples, he held no doubts regarding Bai Qianchun's assertions. Certainly, Bai Qianchun offered no explanation. As the vines threatened to touch the ground, she swiftly handed the flower pot to Gao Yang, who held it with care. Meanwhile, she deftly coiled the burgeoning Jiaohua vine in circles, skillfully weaving a basket as she walked. Gao Yang, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself that she was rather unceremonious, treating him like mere labor. However, his amusement was short-lived as he observed the 2 vines in the pot growing at an astonishing rate, advancing several meters in the blink of an eye. Even for the Jialua vine, known for its rapid growth, this was truly remarkable. Ah, this seems to have some merit indeed. Transitioning from skepticism to astonishment and then to a state of numbness, Gao Yang was once again taken aback when he beheld the towering pile of apples on the bed. "Did you both just cultivate all of these?" he inquired, swallowing hard and rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Dulu shook his head. "No." Gao Yang let out a sigh of relief. "I thought so. This is all the work of my younger sister." Yet, before he could fully relax, he turned to Dulu with a penetrating gaze and asked, filled with reluctance, "Were these grown specifically to be brought aboard the starship for sale?" "No," Dulu replied. "They were cultivated only after boarding the starship." Dulu's voice was filled with both envy and astonishment. While I could barely cultivate 2 small greens, she had managed to cultivate an entire heap. Upon witnessing this, I was as astounded as you, unable to believe my eyes. With Gao Yang present, Dulu had finally found a companion to share her excitement with, and she seized the opportunity to chatter away incessantly. Yet, Gao Yang found himself overwhelmed, as her words hinted at the tip of an iceberg. If what Dulu claimed were true, it would imply that this seemingly young and inexperienced girl possessed genuine talent to cultivate such a mountain of large, ripe apples in just a matter of minutes could only be the work of an A-grade or higher wood-based ability user. Among all the wood ability users he had encountered in the past year, none could match her prowess. Torn between elation and despair, Gao Yang resigned himself to being a mere tool, assisting Dulu in carefully packing the apples from the bed into baskets. Ultimately, however, his role as a laborer proved of little use, for the sheer volume of apples was overwhelming, making it impossible to transport them all at once. Even if the 3 of them each carried a basket on their backs and held 2 more in their hands, they still could not move everything, as there remained an apple tree and several pots that required handling. After some contemplation, Bai Qianchun reluctantly decided to spend 3 star coins to rent a transport robot to aid in their task. The wheels of the transport cart rolled noisily across the floor, weaving through the bustling crowd. The 9 baskets, brimming with large, red apples exuding a sweet fragrance, along with a physical apple tree on display, quickly attracted the attention of those nearby. Curious and covetous gazes turned towards them, drawn by the spectacle. "Ah, behold! Look at that apple, so plump and radiant. Its vibrant hue a testament to its delectable nature. Currently, fresh fruit is in short supply on the main planet, and it vanishes from the shelves mere moments after being displayed. It has been several months since I last indulged in fresh produce, and encountering such a temptation compels me to make a purchase. It appears to be freshly harvested. I have heard that many wood elementals aboard the starship cultivate and sell their fruits immediately after harvesting, ensuring that they are not only fresh, but also juicier and sweeter than those grown in the experimental fields of the main planet. Young lady, are you selling this apple?" Suddenly, a throng of eager, bright-eyed individuals surged behind the trailer, chattering excitedly, vying for their chance. Goodness, the crowd is quite sizable. How had I not noticed such potential customers before? Gao Yang, who had been pushed to the outskirts, now found himself regretting his earlier assumptions. How foolish it was to think that these 2 young individuals could not cultivate a substantial yield. Had he only employed his persuasive tongue to coax them into a profit-sharing agreement of 1%, he could now be savoring a bowl of meat soup rather than merely watching in envy. Gao Yang lamented, reflecting on the vast fortune that once lay before him, which he had failed to appreciate. In hindsight, he wished he could relive that moment and remind himself never to judge based solely on appearances. Chapter 19. The natural draw of attention. Gao Yang's rented space, a modest market dedicated to the sale of fruits and vegetables, was nestled in a secluded corner on the 2nd floor. It was a place seldom traversed by the average person, rendering it rather obscure. The room was rather spacious, yet devoid of furnishings, save for the floor, which was delineated with yellow lines into distinct areas, each marked with a number indicating the stall's identification. When Bai Qianchun arrived with her trailer, the majority of the stalls had already been occupied, particularly the prime spots at the periphery, which had been swiftly claimed by astute vendors. Her sudden appearance immediately captured the attention of the stall owners, who straightened up, puffed out their chests, and donned wide smiles, prepared to exert every ounce of their enthusiasm to attract customers. However, upon catching sight of the trailer brimming with large apples, their smiles abruptly vanished. Oh, it was not a customer, but a competitor. Consequently, their expression shifted to one of vigilance. Bai Qianchun paid no heed to their demeanor and turned her attention to the eager Gao Yang, who was struggling to squeeze his way in. "I'll transfer you 200 star coins. Just rent a spot for an hour," she stated. Gao Yang, suppressing his heartache, reassured himself that even a mosquito's leg is meat, and then flashed a sincere smile. "All right, let me show you around, and you can choose your preferred spot." Bai Qianchun shot him a glance and replied, "No need for that. I would rather start selling sooner than waste time. Just give me any location." Behind her, a crowd of eager customers clamored to purchase apples, enthusiastically chiming in, "Yes, yes, let us get started. We can hardly wait. The aroma of apples has made us quite hungry. Who the hell is pushing me? No way am I giving up my spot. I'm firmly planted by the trailer. The first to buy apples will surely be me." As I observed the lively crowd once again engaging in a spirited tussle, tears of envy welled up at the corners of Gao Yang's mouth. Indeed, they possessed an innate charm, effortlessly attracting attention wherever they went, making one wonder about the significance of prime locations. Gao Yang, feeling a tinge of bitterness, reflected on their allocation to stall number 10, tucked away in a corner. Although the position was somewhat secluded, it boasted a larger stall than the others. Bai Qianchun had no objections. After receiving the sign from Gao Yang, she promptly wheeled a cart laden with fruits over, beckoning Du Lu to hastily bring in the baskets in preparation for sales. A group of eager followers rolled up their sleeves, instinctively vying for prime spots, and soon enough, 3 rows of customers formed, stretching from the innermost stall right to the entrance. This transformed the previously lackluster atmosphere into a bustling market scene, teeming with life. Gao Yang, witnessing this surge, felt a wave of joy wash over him, his earlier despondency dissipating. It appeared there were even more patrons than before, indicating a significant influx. With this development, his humble market could bask in the glow of newfound popularity. "What splendid news! What is the price for these apples, young lady?" inquired a kindly-faced woman at the front of the leftmost line, her voice cheerful, despite her gentle demeanor. Those who had witnessed her remarkable strength, able to lift 2 burly men with ease and out 3 women of her age, were not inclined to underestimate her. Consequently, the 2 sturdy men at the forefront of the middle and right rows refrained from speaking up before her. "All right then, I'll take 3 baskets," the woman declared with enthusiasm, her swift decision making Bai Qianchun question whether she had set the price too low. However, this thought was but a fleeting moment. Once the decision was made, there was no turning back. Bai Qianchun's beautiful eyes curved with a hint of delight. "Du Lu, please assist in counting." Coming. The ever-excited Du Lu, flushed with enthusiasm, hurried over. "When we packed, 1 basket contained 50 apples, so 3 baskets amount to 150 apples." Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow at the elderly lady ahead, her cool voice tinged with the joy of profit. 150 apples for a total of 22. 500 star coins. If you are uncertain, feel free to count them again. Rest assured, I trust you." The elderly lady chuckled heartily, promptly transferring the payment to Bai Qianchun. Then, as if fearing someone might snatch them away, she swiftly hoisted 1 basket onto her back, while each hand carried another, hurrying out the door. Indeed, she was capable of lifting what a robust man could. The 3 baskets of apples were effortlessly carried away, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared through the entrance. Bai Qianchun pondered further, wondering if she had indeed sold them at a loss. "Boss, I would like 3 baskets as well." "I also want 3 baskets." After the elderly lady left, the 2 burly men at the front of the queue on the left and right immediately voiced their discontent. The lamentations of those further back in line erupted. "Hey, good sir, have mercy. The younger brother hasn't even had a chance to buy yet. If each of you takes 3 baskets, what will those of us at the back be able to purchase? Indeed, why not just buy 3 to sample? It makes more sense, good sir. I'm suggesting this for your benefit. Purchasing 3 will save you money." 2 robust men saw through their insidious intentions and bellowed proudly. "Am I lacking in money? No, I desire apples." This approach proved futile, as the others began another round of emotional persuasion. "Brother, don't be like that. We are all kin from various corners of the world. Why don't we discuss sharing equally? Get lost. I've earned this spot through my own merit. Why should I share it with you? I'm not a fool." In pursuit of apples, everyone cast aside their dignity, eagerly vying for a chance. This back and forth led to numerous amusing incidents, creating a lively atmosphere. The vendor of pears at stall number 9 watched enviously, his eyes turning green with jealousy as he muttered, "We all sell fruit. Why do apples receive such special attention?" Beside him, Gao Yang, who was also observing the commotion, glanced at him, and spoke candidly. Simply put, their apples are more visually appealing, while your pears are small and unripe. If it were me, I'd gladly purchase from them. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, stiffening his neck in defense. Well, just because they look good doesn't mean they taste better. My pears, though small, are authentic fragrant pears with exceptional flavor. They are merely overshadowed by their appearance. Gao Yang gave him a peculiar look, then patted his shoulder with a sigh. Little brother, we all know each other well enough. Such words may deceive others, but save them for someone else when it comes to me. As for whether the apples are delicious, one can discern their sweetness simply by inhaling their fragrant aroma. No one is foolish enough to be oblivious to this. If these individuals are incapable of distinguishing quality, do you truly believe that a mere display of a few baskets of apples could entice such an eager crowd? Dream on. Haven't you all attempted this before? Have you ever witnessed such resounding success? Reflecting on the past, when the stall owner at booth 9 cast flirtatious glances at the blind, yet caught not a single eye. How disheartening. Chapter 20. Continuous birth, continuous delight. Gao Yang and the stall owner of booth 9 squatted nearby, both vigilant and enviously observing Bai Qianchun's stall, hoping that those who missed out on her apples might equally partake in the offerings of other vendors. However, they were utterly unprepared for the astonishing turn of events. The sale of the 9 baskets of apples was not the conclusion, but merely the commencement. A miraculous display unfolded as fresh apples sprouted from the pot before their very eyes, unfurling leaves in a breathtaking manner, and soon, vibrant red apples hung from the lush greenery, all within the span of 3 minutes. Now, the customers were far less inclined to wander to other stalls. With such a remarkably talented, formidable supplier of exquisite fruit, why would they waste their gaze on inferior fare? The wait may have been slightly prolonged, but fear not. Aboard the starship, what they possessed in abundance was time. Even the affluent patrons who had been meandering about the room, contemplating their purchases, were suddenly captivated by Bai Qianchun's magnificent apples. The vendor, devastated by the loss of business, was on the verge of expelling blood in frustration. Initially, they had hoped that the presence of this young girl, who seemed to attract considerable attention, would benefit them as well. However, it turned out to be in vain, as she had successfully lured away all their original customers. Notably, since Bai Qianchun exhibited her remarkable ability to expedite growth, the customers no longer resorted to playing favorites or making a scene to persuade those ahead to purchase less. Instead, they arrived in droves. And the aristocrats who once attempted to exploit their status to cut in line became remarkably subdued, standing in line as quietly as chickens. When their turn came, they willingly approached to pick their own fruits, swiftly transferring payments, all while engaging in the process themselves. Bai Qianchun merely needed to sow the seeds and encourage growth, as they had become exceedingly obedient. This exemplifies the power of prowess. With her display of skill, Bai Qianchun unmistakably proved herself to be a formidable wood-element ability user. A powerful individual not to be trifled with. Du Lu had originally intended to be a mere busy tool for picking and accounting, but now he found himself unnecessary, as the customers eagerly took on the work themselves, clearly enjoying the experience. Consequently, he could only find a corner to slowly tend to his own seedlings, cradling a flower pot. Amidst the resentful gazes of the vendors, Bai Qianchun continued to cultivate with delight, relishing the sound of coins clinking into her account. Nonetheless, the intensity of their and Gao Yang's stares was overwhelming. Acknowledging their shared identity as fellow wood-element ability users and recognizing her position as the wood source star, she decided to extend a gesture of goodwill. "Dear friends," she announced, "I exclusively offer apples, cherries, and strawberries. Should you require vegetables or other fruits, I kindly suggest you explore other stalls." The guests laughed heartily, generously expressing their approval. As a result, the surrounding stalls gradually began to attract business. The astute vendors swiftly shifted their focus to cultivating vegetables, initiating a lively scene. The vendor at stall number 9 hastily abandoned his cherished yet unremarkable little pears, quickly retrieving a small pouch filled with seeds from his pocket. After all, who among those with wood-based abilities would venture out without an assortment of seeds? He was no exception. Thus, he unearthed the most popular cauliflower seeds and commenced their immediate cultivation. Positioned closest to Bai Qianchun, he seized a prime opportunity. Indeed, riding on this favorable wind, his business flourished. While he could not compare to the sales prowess of Bai Qianchun, he was undoubtedly the most dazzling presence in the market. With each cauliflower seed he nurtured, he experienced the exhilarating satisfaction that Bai Qianchun had always relished. Looking back at his beloved little pears, he clutched his chest in regret. Had he known, he would have forsaken those pears entirely. After all, was not cultivating cauliflowers far more enticing? It was settled. Cauliflowers would henceforth be his new passion. Just as the vendors and customers were enjoying a harmonious atmosphere of commerce, two disheveled youths suddenly burst through the door, leaning on each other for support. Their bodies smeared with patches of blood. They appeared frantic, their hurried footsteps echoing panic as they shouted, "Quick! Close the door! Close the door! They are coming after us!" The crowd inside turned their heads in unison, confusion etched on their faces. Who was pursuing them? At this critical moment, a group of 7 or 8 robust men, clad in black and wearing masks, hurriedly approached. Each brandished a dagger, sword, or other cold weapon, the chilling blade stained with thick, crimson blood that dripped onto the ground, leaving a trail of dark droplets. The instant these figures appeared, an overwhelming aura of malevolence and a pungent scent of blood enveloped the air. The individual closest to the entrance felt a sharp contraction in their pupils, their face paling in an instant. Space pirates? A moment of silence fell, quickly shattered by a wave of panic as everyone scrambled to flee into the rooms. The fearsome marauders, upon witnessing the throng of terrified people, remained unfazed, instead breaking into sinister grins. What a fortunate sight! So many timid lambs to ensure they would not lack for hostages. With blades in hand, they advanced steadily, undeterred by the multitude of terrified, watchful eyes, their footsteps echoing with authority as they closed in. They resembled savage beasts of slaughter, their exposed eyes gleaming with unrestrained, maniacal laughter as they surveyed their surroundings, seemingly in search of prey. Those of a timid disposition recoiled, nearly collapsing from fear. Was it not said that the Sheng family starship was the safest? From where had these space pirates emerged? There had been no alarms. Where were the guards of the Sheng family? Within the room, despair echoed, anguished cries filling the air. In stark contrast, the two youths who had initially rushed and displayed a semblance of calm. Though their faces were ashen and their bodies trembled, they gritted their teeth, resolutely stifling any cries of terror. One of the boys, Bai Qianchun, whom I recognized, was the light-based ability user who had previously aided Dulo. His delicate and handsome face was ashen, with reddened eyes, yet a flicker of determination suddenly shone through his gaze. In an instant, he dashed from the crowd, arms outstretched to shield against the cold glint of the blades. "Do not harm anyone else. Direct your wrath towards me." His voice trembled with suppressed emotion. His still youthful shoulders tensed. Despite the fear gripping him, he valiantly straightened his back, his clear, dark eyes fixed unwaveringly on the malevolent foes before him, brimming with resolute courage. Accompanying him was another youth of similar age, whose striking features bore an anxious expression. Upon witnessing the scene, he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, charging forth with determination. "Cousin, this is not your fight. It is my insatiable curiosity that has drawn you into this peril. If anyone is to be harmed, let it be me." Chapter 21. A fierce battle against the ruthless thugs. Gao Yang was jostled through the crowd until he found himself beside Bai Qianchun. His expression one of tragic despair as he muttered, "It's all over. It's all over. If we truly encounter interstellar pirates, we're doomed. My fledgling market venture has just begun to flourish. This cannot be. I must devise a plan. I refuse to meet an untimely end." From the palpable malevolence and bloodthirsty aura radiating from their assailants, it was evident that these thugs were no strangers to violence. Reminiscent of the ruthless marauders from the ancient martial arts world, she found herself uncertain about their true capabilities, questioning whether they could rival the adept practitioners of the ancient martial world. Although she had been in the interstellar realm for almost a year, she had yet to engage in combat, leaving her ill-equipped to gauge the strength of the abilities wielded by the inhabitants of this world. Furthermore, despite the promising foundation of her current physique, it had been hindered by years of malnutrition, resulting in a somewhat diminished potential. Over the past year, she had diligently nurtured her body, maintaining her training regimen, and had even resumed practicing the ancient martial arts she had once mastered. Yet she was still far from her former prowess. Presently, she had only regained 1/10 of her previous strength. In her past life, at the pinnacle of her power, she could dispatch a dozen assailants with a mere flick of her finger, and engaging a small squad of soldiers single-handedly was hardly a challenge. Now, however, she touched her still somewhat flabby arms, lamenting her current weakness. Yet, passivity was never her nature. She could not simply stand idly by, especially with the elderly and children drawn to her by the allure of her fruits. lowering her gaze to conceal the flicker of ferocity in her eyes. She lifted her head once more, narrowing her eyes as she surveyed the crowd to glean the situation. While most appeared to be in a state of panic, there were a few among them whose bodies were taut, their gazes sharp, poised to strike at an opportune moment. In this interstellar world, where over 90% of the populace possessed abilities, there was no shortage of brave souls ready to take action. With this in mind, Bai Qianchun let out a slight sigh of relief before continuing to observe the scene ahead. The sinister blade, stained with the crimson hue of blood, was poised to strike down upon the two frail youths, eliciting a cacophony of screams and gasps within the room, as onlookers recoiled at the thought of their imminent harm. In that moment, Bai Qianchun's figure surged forth like a wisp of green smoke, emerging from the throng to join several poised silhouettes ready to spring into action. The clash of metal rang out, a jarring sound that made one's teeth ache, as a dashing youth beside the boy of light summoned a dagger shimmering with faint golden flecks, intercepting the razor-sharp blade. The golden dagger flickered in and out of view. The boy's eyes resolute, yet his pallor betrayed the strain he was under, teetering on the brink of collapse. A glint of determination flashed in Bai Qianchun's obsidian eyes. With a swift motion, she extended her hand, and the verdant vines entwined around her wrist surged forth, growing wildly. In an instant, she lashed out with the green whip, propelled by a fierce gust, aimed at the hand of the villain gripping the knife. A resounding crack echoed as the whip struck the ground, leaving a notable dent in the seemingly indestructible surface. The few who surged forward were taken aback, while the accomplices of the rogue gaped at the ground, drawing in sharp breaths. What manner of whip possesses such destructive power? Given that starships traverse the cosmos, enduring immense pressure and peril, they are crafted from the most resilient metals. The materials capable of withstanding cosmic forces are certainly not ordinary. Thus, if this woman's whip could leave such marks on the ground, it either indicated a severe compromise in the craftsmanship of the Sheng family's starship or the extraordinary might of her weapon. Yet, it was evident that the Sheng family would not jeopardize their starships. The assailant's face turned a shade of ashen fury, his eyes filled with a malevolent intensity. Fixated on Bai Qianchun, his gaze was palpable, a chilling and viscous malice wrapping around her like a sinister shroud. Undeterred, Bai Qianchun's dark eyes remained devoid of fear. Cold and unyielding, her demeanor calm and unruffled. After exchanging a knowing glance with a few others who had rushed forward, they moved in perfect synchrony. With a swift shift of her stance, she appeared beside the villain as if conjured from thin air, her whip sprouting sharp, wicked thorns aimed directly at his head. The strike was executed with precision, lethal intent laid bare, leaving no room for mercy. Should the whip connect, it would surely result in a gruesome fate. Brain matter splattering in the aftermath. The assailant, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated such speed and ferocity from this seemingly delicate girl. Yet, a seasoned predator possesses an instinct akin to that of a wild beast. In an instant, he rolled away, narrowly evading the lash. Seizing the moment as Bai Qianchun closed in, he did not retreat but instead grinned menacingly, advancing with powerful strides. His massive fists glimmered with a metallic sheen, the force behind them akin to that of a ferocious tiger, laden with malicious intent as he lunged toward her. Green luminescence flickered to life at his hands, bursting forth with vibrant vitality. Almost immediately, she retaliated with a punch, colliding with the gleaming blade of his fist. As her dark tresses danced wildly in the turbulent air, wisps of hair were blown aside, revealing her smooth and full forehead. A pair of elegantly arched brows, as deep as ink, framed eyes that sparkled like radiant stars, calm, sharp, resplendent, and enigmatic as the vast ocean. This allure compelled onlookers to yearn to uncover the beauty concealed beneath her mask. Her tranquility rendered the crowd's gasps caught in their throats. They instinctively held their breath, captivated and hesitant to intrude, gazing in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The golden, razor-edged blade clashed with the gentle embrace of spring greenery. The gold was aggressive, while the green radiated a serene vitality. The image of wood-based abilities, perceived as meek and harmless, typically suggested a certain defeat against the decisive nature of metal-based powers. Even a C-rank metal wielder would surpass an S-rank wood wielder in offensive strength. Yet, at this moment, there was an unshakable belief that the masked girl wielding wood powers would not falter. Not for any particular reason, but for the unwavering calmness in her eyes and the tranquil aura she exuded. They harbored no doubt of her capacity to turn the tides. 3 seconds later, a faint cracking sound reverberated, and as they focused, they indeed witnessed the golden blade in the villain's grasp begin to fissure. The crack resembled a shattered mirror, swiftly expanding from a tiny opening into a web-like fracture. The momentum was faltering, an unstoppable decline. With a resounding snap, the blade shattered completely, golden sparks dissipating into oblivion. The villain's eyes, now a furious crimson, widened in terror, and his imposing figure staggered back 3 steps with an audible thud. Immediately, he spat a mouthful of blood, causing his tattered black mask to fall away, revealing his grotesque and sinister visage to all present. "You deceitful wretch." The villain's eyes glowed crimson, his teeth clenched, and the veins in his robust arms throbbed as he brandished a thorny vine, stained with mottled blood, from his mangled right arm. In war, one must not eschew cunning. We all rely on our own prowess. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone indifferent, devoid of any shame for her ambush. With unabashed boldness, she wielded her whip, which swiftly slipped from the villain's grasp like a serpentine creature. As she flicked the whip, the blood splattered upon the villain's face, transforming his already fearsome countenance into something even more terrifying. "I shall end you." The villain, now completely unhinged, roared with the fury of a wild beast. His eyes aflame with madness, nostrils flaring as he exhaled heated breaths, lunging toward Bai Qianchun with arms as thick as a maiden's thigh. In that moment, a spark of interest flickered in Bai Qianchun's dark eyes. Indeed, the villain continued to unleash his most prized golden abilities, a tempest of blades descending upon her like a torrential storm, shimmering brilliantly. Any ordinary person would likely be paralyzed with fear at such a spectacle. Du Lu, having squeezed through the crowd, swallowed hard, clutching his heart as excitement surged within him. He contemplated how he would rush to assist if his little sister faltered. Yet, to his astonishment, that petite figure deftly maneuvered around the hulking brute, effortlessly navigating the deluge of blades unleashed by an A-class ability user. Before him, a fleeting vision appeared as a slender, delicate figure glided through the torrential rain of blades like a wisp of smoke, swiftly confronting the nefarious assailant. With a resounding thud, her petite, ivory fist struck out, her ebony hair slicing through the air with an elegant arc, followed by a sickening crack that echoed alongside the victim's anguished cries. The villain's nose was shattered, yet this was merely the beginning. Seizing the advantage, Bai Qianchun unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon critical acupoints, the rib region, the lower abdomen, and the side of the neck, each strike capable of inflicting grave harm. The onlookers were left in stunned silence as they witnessed the cessation of the blade storm. The petite girl in the mask ferociously overpowering a man twice her size, battering him from one end of the room to the other, from the wall to the ground, and back again before their very eyes. It was as if she were not battling a fearsome thug, but rather a massive, lifeless carcass. The young men who had rushed to her aid were dwarfed by her prowess. A collective gasp escaped the crowd. They were in awe, realizing that this masked girl was no ordinary individual, but a formidable force concealed in humility. As the tempest of her fury subsided, the spectators within the room were utterly convinced, their astonished gazes silently exclaiming their admiration. Bai Qianchun cast a fleeting glance at them, exhaled softly, and then dragged the nearly defeated thug towards the crowd, tossing him before them. "Who has a rope? Find him." The once silent audience suddenly snapped back to reality, eagerly raising their hands in response, each proclaiming, I do. I am well versed in the art of abduction. Allow me to take charge." As the crowd eagerly participated, 7 or 8 miscreants were swiftly bound together like a string of glutinous rice dumplings. Except for the one that Bai Qianchun had dealt with, the others seemed either intimidated by her ferocious methods or otherwise, as their offensive capabilities and resistance were markedly inferior to that of their counterpart. They were soon subdued by the collective effort of the group. Hurry, some have chased into the adjacent room. Just as the crowd began to relax and smile, hurried footsteps and shouts echoed through the corridor. Instantly, everyone tensed, adopting a dog-like vigilance as they gazed toward the entrance. They exerted all their energy to scrutinize the surveillance footage, tracing the individual to room 204 on the second floor. Without hesitation, he dispatched a small team to apprehend the audacious perpetrator who dared to provoke their security detail. However, who would have anticipated that room 204 was a den of villains? Over 30 fierce and menacing figures emerged, and upon encountering them, the 12-member security team was met with ruthless bloodshed. By the time reinforcements arrived, not a single member of the security team remained alive. The only 2 survivors were 2 young men who had followed the security detail out of curiosity. But their situation was dire as they had been pursued by 7 or 8 assailants into the adjacent room, 205. This room served as a gathering place for wood-type ability users dealing in fruits and vegetables, where the young man, Gao Yang, had been a regular patron enjoying a 10% discount. Should the occupants of this room fall victim to violence, it would undoubtedly constitute a shocking act of terrorism, plunging the Sheng family starship into a grave predicament. What reforms, what endeavors to create the first starship, all must inevitably come to naught. And Feng's heart was laden with regret, had he known that the perpetrator was not only a lone criminal but surrounded by a den of accomplices. He would never have dispatched merely a dozen individuals. Yet this matter was shrouded in mystery, not only beyond his comprehension but also beyond the foresight of the entire Sheng family. When they initially boarded the starship, stringent security checks were enforced, and each passenger was meticulously screened, revealing no anomalies. So from whence did these 30-odd desperate fugitives emerge? Where had the lapse occurred? Chapter 23. The mastermind behind the scenes, and Feng's heart raced with trepidation as he led a contingent of guards down the corridor. His face marred by streaks of blood and a grim expression. His entire being was tense, braced for yet another brutal confrontation. However, to his astonishment, upon bursting into the room, he encountered not the anticipated carnage nor a scene of scattered corpses, but rather 8 villains bound tightly, resembling a string of dumplings, and ordinary passengers within the room eyeing them with heightened vigilance. The atmosphere during this unprecedented encounter fell into an eerie silence, and Feng and his guards stood in stunned disbelief. This was nothing like what they had envisioned. What on earth had transpired? Are you all unharmed? And Feng's throat tightened, his voice tinged with dryness and confusion. Upon recognizing the arrival of the starship security team, the occupants of the room visibly relaxed, only to subsequently roll their eyes in exasperation as they grappled with the incomprehensible events that had unfolded before them. Indeed, the emergence of ruthless marauders aboard the starship, who indiscriminately slay anyone in their path, is utterly inconceivable. It is unfathomable that the guards of the Sheng family could display such negligence. They profess to create the ultimate experience of safety and comfort aboard their starships, yet their claims ring hollow. I have truly been misled by the Sheng family's assurances of security. By the time they arrive to rescue us, the situation will be dire. The food will have long gone cold, and our bodies will be beyond salvation. The room erupted in curses, with frustration palpable in the air as they glared at the tardy guards. They had come expecting the absolute safety promised by the Sheng family's advertisements, only to discover that the villains had infiltrated the ship's very core. Astonishingly, the Sheng family's guards remained oblivious until blood had been shed. In their prior experiences aboard ordinary starships, such absurdity had never occurred. Coupled with the haunting memory of narrowly escaping death, they seized this opportunity to unleash their pent-up emotions. The guards, including Feng, bore the brunt of the verbal onslaught, their faces a mixture of embarrassment and shame, that they stood resolute, acknowledging their failure. Once the outburst subsided, Feng, with a stony expression, directed his subordinates to apprehend the 8 assailants. He then approached Bai Qianchun and those who had lent their assistance, clasping his hands in a gesture of gratitude. With sincere earnestness, he expressed, "Thank you for your timely aid. I shall report your actions truthfully, and rest assured that the Sheng family will provide a thorough account of today's events. There is no need for your explanations in the future. After all, the villains are right here. You should interrogate them on the spot. I am eager to discover who they truly are and what their intentions might be. I refuse to suffer unjustly, and it is imperative to ascertain whether they have accomplices." Yang Zitao, the young man who had initially fled alongside the gifted boy from the Guangxi clan, appeared pale and frail, yet the defiance etched upon his handsome face remained undiminished. Even in the wake of a harrowing escape, the fire of indignation in his eyes burned even more fiercely. He limped out from the crowd, feeling he had a legitimate voice as one who had been closest to death in that room. His assertion resonated with those present, who echoed their agreement, affirming that they too had a right to know the origins of these miscreants. Clarity was essential. Otherwise, the fear would confine them to this room. Bai Qianchun remained silent, yet her dark eyes shimmered with intrigue regarding the villains. Feng observed the crowd, his handsome visage betraying a hint of hesitation. While it was feasible to conduct the interrogation, he cautioned that the process could be quite grisly. However, several parents with children were resolute, waving their hands dismissively, stating that their children were quite bold. They believed it beneficial for the youngsters to witness the consequences of crime firsthand, as it would instill a sense of caution against future transgressions. nurturing them into upright and kind-hearted individuals. Their intentions were undeniably well-meaning. Let us momentarily set aside the innocent and bewildered gazes of children, pondering whether their tender hearts can bear the weight of parental affection. It is evident that the aspirations of the parents have not materialized, for these nefarious individuals are more ruthless than they. Without the need for coercive interrogation, they readily divulged all their secrets. These men are mercenaries hailing from the Star of Greed, dispatched on a mission to unleash havoc aboard the Xing family starship, undermining their reform initiatives. They are aware that their employers are members of the Li family, who also operate starships and fear that the Sheng family might monopolize the industry, thus hiring agents to instigate horrific tragedies on the Sheng starship to thwart their plans. They even alluded to a separate contract to assassinate Du Lu, and upon discovering him aboard the starship, they decided to eliminate him as well. Listening intently to the unfolding events, Du Lu felt a surge of indignation. What do you mean by along the way? This is nothing short of blatant mockery. The Li family that operates starships, aren't they the same Li family associated with the fifth prince and his mother? The very same family of Li Hiyu, currently ranked fourth among heartthrobs and one of the highest achievers in the border battles? The crowd buzzed with a mix of shock, astonishment, skepticism, and disbelief. What do you think? Du Lu, having stealthily approached Bai Qianchun, inquired with a furrowed brow, his head tilted in distress. Bai Qianchun cast a sidelong glance at him, keenly analyzing the situation. The Li family should not be so foolish as to reveal their own information. These nefarious individuals would inevitably be apprehended aboard the Sheng family starship. Given their propensity to divulge secrets with the same ease as loosening a belt, revealing their employer's information would be tantamount to handing over their vulnerabilities to the Sheng family. Unless the Li family had completely forsaken their dignity and recklessly sought to provoke the Sheng family. However, it was evident that the Li family was neither mad nor foolish. With Li Hiyu just beginning to make a name for himself, and with a fifth prince in the mix, they would not resort to such a means that would invite universal condemnation. Even if they were indeed behind it, they would surely choose to remain anonymous, just as the one who hired the assassin would. Du Lu wore a face of despair, pleading for the avoidance of any further discussions regarding his potential assassination. Each mention sent shivers down his spine, and Feng, standing nearby, nodded in agreement after hearing Bai Qianchun's analysis. Her reasoning was sound. Since these villains had implicated the Li family, regardless of whether they were the masterminds behind the scenes, the Li family had already become entangled in the matter. Both Li Hiyu and the fifth prince would inevitably find themselves shrouded in suspicion due to their rising notoriety. It appeared that the orchestrators of this scheme sought not only to target the Sheng family, but also to undermine the Li family, who had been enjoying an unprecedented surge in prominence lately. Chapter 24. Perhaps it's better to return to selling apples, however. Gao Yang presented a differing perspective, suggesting that the Li family might have intentionally leaked information to mislead us. Ironically, our victim mentality could inadvertently clear the Li family's name by exposing them. Analyzing from the perspective of profit and loss in business transactions, if one could strike at the Sheng family, they would pay a minor price in reputation while managing to absolve themselves. Such a deal would indeed be quite advantageous. If I were in that position, I would undoubtedly proceed. Du Lu scratched his head, pondering. However, do not those prominent families care about their reputation? This action would not bode well for the Li family, nor for the fifth prince, as the royal family is most concerned with their standing among the populace. Eavesdropping nearby, Yang Zitao nodded in a seemingly knowledgeable manner, his handsome visage adorned with a serious expression. You all present valid points. So is the Li family indeed the mastermind behind this? Thus, a new round of exploration and debate ensued among the group. Gao Yang and Feng, Du Lu, along with the interjecting Yang Zitao, became engrossed in their investigative discourse. Unable to extricate themselves, the surrounding crowd buzzed with animated discussions, articulating their thoughts with fervor. Yet, Bai Qianchun, after initially voicing her opinions, fell silent. Her eyes, somewhat vacant, began to cycle through her internal cultivation technique once more. Unable to resist, she turned her head slightly, her obsidian gaze sweeping over the boy with light-based abilities, who had furtively glanced at her 57 times. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, "Do you have something to say?" The boy's eyes brightened, his youthful and handsome face tinged with a hint of crimson as he stammered, I am Yu Wenyang, pleased to meet you. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a cool demeanor, responding merely with an acknowledgement, devoid of any intention to exchange names. Yu Wenyang, clearly disheartened by her response, lowered his gaze. His earlier courage suddenly deflated, muttering, "No, nothing at all. Ah, where are we headed? We have yet to uncover the mastermind behind it all." Dula struggled to free his hands, but resigned himself to his fate, his expression reflecting a certain despair. It was quite humiliating for a man of his stature to be dragged away like this. The impoverished Dula soon found himself awakening to the flames of ambition for wealth. Indeed, he almost forgot this significant matter. I had previously observed that they favored ingredients like scallions, ginger, and garlic over the less popular greens. I now intend to capitalize on this insight. He hastily followed in Bai Qianchun's footsteps, his mind racing with business strategies, dismissing any thoughts of analysis or investigation. Bai Qianchun regarded him with a glimmer of approval, noting his keen observations and predicting a prosperous future for him. Duli's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickened his pace, buoyed by newfound enthusiasm. As he beheld the cheerful figures of the trio, Yang Ziding wore a peculiar expression. He then draped an arm over Yu Wenyang's shoulder and followed his cousin's gaze towards the slender silhouette of the young woman. A playful smile crept across his face as he teased. "So, you've taken a liking to that formidable girl, have you? Would you like your cousin to impart the 36 strategies for courting a woman? They are foolproof, ensuring that within a month, you will have won her heart." Yu Wenyang's face flushed crimson, indignation rising within him as he retorted, "Cousin, what are you thinking? I merely wish to consult her on medical matters." Yang Zitao lowered his arm and instantly lost interest, muttering, "You are still as dull as ever. What is so amusing about medicine? You are constantly engrossed in it. In a few years, you will be of the age to pay the single tax. Your aunt has made it clear that she will not cover that for you." Yu Wenyang turned his face away, filled with resistance. "It's still early. I have 7 years left. I will certainly be able to pay my own taxes." "Oh, you truly have no intention of finding a girlfriend and plan to spend your life with those medical books?" Yang Zitao exclaimed. "That won't do, Yu Wenyang. Your aunt entrusted me with your lifelong matters, asking me to help you find someone." With a furrowed brow, Yang Zitao suddenly perked up. "What about that impressive girl we just met? She is remarkably skilled with acupuncture, and you two would surely have much to discuss. Besides, her wood element ability is quite formidable. She can hold her own in a fight. She might not be as young as she appears, but if you think she's suitable, your aunt would certainly have no objections. In fact, she would prefer you to find someone older who can take care of you." Yu Wenyang. He readily slipped into his introverted mode, ignoring his cousin's occasional matchmaking attempts. And Feng, standing nearby, overheard the conversation and thought these two young men, barely out of their teens, were quite ambitious. Worrying about relationships at such a young age, while he himself was merely a bachelor burdened with a hefty single tax each year. He immediately felt a sense of alienation from them. Bai Qianchun's fruit stall had reopened, and the crowd quickly shifted its attention. Whether or not the Li family was behind this was no longer important. What mattered was rolling up their sleeves and queuing up promptly. Especially the individuals who were at the end of the queue just moments ago. They thumped their thighs in realization, exclaiming what a splendid opportunity this was. They swiftly seized the chance amidst the reshuffling, darting forward with feet that seemed to glide like the wind. Others, unwilling to be outdone, rolled up their sleeves, eager to seize their share of the action. The initial panic quickly subsided. Even those who had initially planned to merely observe the spectacle and then depart reluctantly chose to stay, ready to vie for their positions. They felt they could not leave without acquiring a prestigious apple to quell their anxious hearts after skirting the edge of calamity. Ah, the large, vibrant strawberries from the esteemed vendor seemed to shimmer with an alluring filter, instantly distinguishing themselves from the ordinary fare outside. The cherries, deep red and almost purplish, appeared delectable as well, another purchase. Thus, following the initial panic, Bai Qianchun's fruit business not only survived but thrived. And Feng, carrying a few unnoticed ruffians, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This masked girl had indeed rendered them a significant service, for had the previous uproar continued, their security team would have faced considerable difficulties. "Captain, shall we depart?" Chapter 25, The eldest sister as a mother within the medical bay of the starship. Yao Wenshun's handsome and refined visage bore a troubled expression. His eyes, hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, suppressed a simmering fury as he forced a strained smile toward the three individuals on the other end of the communication. "So, you all intend to leave the affairs of the starship entirely in my hands." Sheng Baineng, with a face as vivid and striking as an ink painting, now wore a look of earnest appeal, her brows slightly furrowed as she gazed at him with hopeful eyes. "We find ourselves in a dire situation. My second brother has fallen, and now you are the only capable individual left aboard the starship. Please assist your elder sister. Yao Wenxian, surrounded by a room full of the Anfeng and the security team, felt a pang of indignation. What does that imply? Are you suggesting we are incapable? Well, it is true we have not performed admirably. Anfeng, slightly abashed, lowered his head. The recent mishap aboard the starship had been monumental. A group of mercenaries from the greedy Wolf Star had stealthily infiltrated, intent on unleashing a massacre and instigating terror. They had sacrificed 12 of their team members to apprehend these assailants. By the time they were discovered, some had already succumbed to severe unconsciousness, with toxins invading their vital organs. Had they delayed even a few more minutes, their lives would have been forfeit. This incident had dealt a heavy blow to their security team, revealing significant vulnerabilities within their ranks and indicating that dangerous elements still lurked within the starship. With the crisis far from resolved, Yao Wenxian, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his temples and remarked, "Elder sister, I am willing to assist. But the Sheng family starship is a property of the Sheng family, and it would be inappropriate for me to intervene in its management." Sheng Baining, her brows arching defiantly, slammed her hand on the table, shifting from her previous demeanor to one of resolute authority. "I say you can, so you shall. Who dares to contradict me? I care not for the interests of the Sheng or Feng families. As long as I am here, there will be no rift between our two families. You need only to take action. Moreover, given the bond we have shared since childhood, I find it hard to doubt you, fourth brother. Just tell me whether you agree or not." A flicker of hesitation crossed Yu Wenxian's face as he lifted his gaze to the corner, where Feng Youyu sat nonchalantly. This fellow reclined lazily against the back of the sofa, his devilishly handsome face adorned with enchanting peach blossom eyes that sparkled with amusement, clearly disinterested in intervening, choosing instead to remain a beautiful wallflower. Upon noticing Yao's glance, he radiated a dazzling smile, innocently shrugging his shoulders as if to express his inability to assist. That infuriating and scrupulous boss. Yao Wenxian ground his teeth. What else could he do but temporarily acquiesce? Alas, this leisurely business trip had been dashed. With a silent lament, he conceded, "All right. Sister, I shall first stabilize the situation aboard the starship. As for the management rights, you need not transfer them to me just yet. We shall address that once Brother Bane awakens." A glimmer of insight passed through Yao Wenxian's eyes, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. There was no need for his sister to worry, for aboard our starship, we have a young lady gifted with miraculous healing abilities. She may possess a remedy for the poison. And Feng's eyes brightened with anticipation. "Are you referring to that masked girl?" Yao Wenxian nodded with a smile, affirming her identity. And Feng immediately perked up, declaring, "I shall send someone to fetch her at once." Yao Wenxian did not object, but reminded him to be courteous in the invitation and subtly suggested the matter of generous compensation for her services. And Feng's eyes sparkled with understanding as he nodded solemnly, fully aware of the importance of the task. Sheng Baining's eyes sparkled brightly as she pressed her radiant face against the camera. "What are you talking about, wearing a mask? Lao Si, do you have someone special in your life?" Yao Wenxian's lips twitched as he gazed at her. "Sister, I've already mentioned that we invited her to save lives. If you're married, then enjoy your romance with Marshal Hua and stop worrying about our affairs." Sheng Baining widened her enchanting phoenix eyes, displeased. "They say an elder sister is like a mother. If I don't help you all, who will? Lao Si, heed your elder sister's advice. Once your birthday passes next month, you ought to start paying the single tax. The sooner you marry, the better. Aren't you the one who excels in business calculations? Just think about how much less you would need to pay if you married before the tax is due. Just like me and Lao Er. We don't have to worry about the single tax. That's what wise individuals do." In the corner, Feng Youyu, a married man exempt from the single tax, modestly nodded and smiled at Yao Wenxian. "Sister is right. Those like you are truly the visionaries." Yao Wenxian felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and silence this irritating figure. He sensed that after a year of military training, Feng Youyu had developed a thicker skin and had become quite slippery in conversation. While he mentally grumbled a few complaints, he calmly redirected the topic. "Sister, let us set my matters aside for now. We should first discuss Bane's injuries. The elusive poison badger is a rare sight, and it is unlikely for an ordinary person to encounter one. Even upon reaching Tianyu Star, one may find that the hospitals there are probably devoid of the antivenom necessary for such a creature. Thus, it is prudent to prepare for contingencies. If the lady I invited is capable of providing an antidote, that would be splendid. However, if she cannot, I must rely on your influence on the main planet to ensure the antidote is secured." The rejuvenation chamber can only guarantee that the toxin will not spread for 15 days. After that, Brother Bane will be in peril. Sheng Baining felt displeasure at his diversion of the topic, yet ultimately, her brother's life took precedence. A serious expression graced her beautiful face as she affirmed, "I understand. I shall make arrangements. Now, please tell me about the masked young lady. What has she done to earn your admiration?" Yao Wenxian gazed at Sheng Baining's earnest visage. Feeling somewhat helpless, it seemed impossible to evade her inquisitiveness, but what could he do? After all, she was a caring elder sister. Even though she was a year younger than he, emotionally abandoned in his youth, Yao Wenxian had relied on his elder sister and a few others, journeying from the trash star to the main planet, and he had grown fond of this feeling of being cherished and cared for. Chapter 26. The first real power marshal at this juncture. Not only was Sheng Baining regarding him with the eyes of a matchmaker, but even the two men behind her had also developed a curiosity about the nameless girl in the mask whom Yao Wenxian spoke of with such reverence. "Mr. Yao, Mr. Yao." An excited shout accompanied by the hurried and disordered sound of footsteps reached his ears, and Feng, accompanied by a group of guards, entered the room, joy radiating from their faces as they carried 3 individuals, bound hand and foot, resembling roasted pigs ready for sacrifice on a bonfire. Yao Wenxian exchanged a glance with Sheng Baining, who was on the opposite side of the communication device, and they tacitly ceased their idle chatter. Yao Wenxian turned his head, a cultured smile gracing his face. "So, did you achieve success?" "Indeed," and Feng replied, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Unable to contain his eagerness, he reported, "As you predicted, Mr. Yao, they indeed made their move while we were dispatching to invite that esteemed physician. With her assistance, we successfully apprehended these 3 assassins. Moreover, regarding Lin Wen, you had instructed us to keep a close watch on him." He revealed his intentions upon learning that the physician could save young Master Sheng Lu. "Our surveillance personnel witnessed him in contact with those 3 assassins. Now we have evidence. Mr. Yao, when shall we take action to capture this treacherous scoundrel?" A fierce glint flickered in Feng's eyes, his countenance brimming with eagerness. He despised traitors above all else. However, Yao Wenxian cast a glance at Sheng Baining, whose eyes were tightly shut within the recuperation chamber, his expression momentarily solemn. After a brief pause, he continued, "Let us refrain from capturing him for the time being. We must seal off the news of our apprehension of the assassins and observe his subsequent actions. We can follow the trail to discern if there are any other hidden figures aboard the starship. Moreover, keep a vigilant watch. He may very well attempt to contact his accomplices. As for how to deal with this individual, we shall wait until young Master Sheng Lu awakens. Lin Wen is his right-hand man, and I do not wish to overstep him in this matter." "Indeed, Mr. Yao." And Feng felt an immense admiration for Yao Wenxian, who, within mere minutes of taking charge, managed to find a lead and orchestrate everything with remarkable precision. He even anticipated the situation, identifying the suspects and arranging everything with a calm wisdom that was truly commendable. And Feng could not help but lament why Mr. Yao had not pursued a military career. He would undoubtedly have been a commander capable of strategizing and achieving victory from afar. Yao Wenxian was quite satisfied as well. Although the captain of the guard was not particularly astute, his execution skills were exceptional. "By the way, what of that young lady? Was she injured?" Upon mentioning this, and Feng, who had been somewhat despondent, instantly perked up. No. How could the esteemed Miss Shen Yi be injured? Just now, 2 of the assassins were of the gold element and 1 of the shadow element, all possessing A-level abilities. The one from the shadow element concealed himself behind us, and we were completely oblivious until Miss Shen Yi discerned his presence and swiftly drew him out with a whip. Otherwise, our guard team would have certainly suffered considerable losses even if we managed to apprehend him. Furthermore, the 2 gold element practitioners were subdued so quickly thanks to her assistance. Mr. Yao, you cannot imagine. She effortlessly administered 2 needles, and those men immediately collapsed. As he spoke, he kicked the ground near the 3 fierce yet now utterly weakened assassins, a proud smile gracing his face. Look, they remain feeble even now. Yao Wenxian and the 3 individuals across from him were intrigued by the 3 figures sprawled on the ground. They observed the exposed muscles of their hands and feet, noting that they were indeed in a state of utter relaxation. Was this truly an effect that could be achieved with just 2 swift stabs? The 4 of them gazed with glimmering eyes, filled with keen interest. When, then, would they regain their senses? "In half an hour, they will return to normal," Bai Qianchun remarked as she slowly entered the room, her tone unassuming. From the moment the assassins had appeared and the security team had grown vigilant, she had discerned the intentions of the individuals behind the starship, although she felt a twinge of displeasure at being used as bait. The prospect of the substantial reward offered by Feng compelled her to endure the situation. For the sake of monetary gain, she was occasionally willing to bend. Thus, she deliberately took her time, allowing Feng and the others to brief her. However, she was taken aback to discover that the person in charge was none other than Yao Wenxian, who was also projecting a public communication. Occupying a significant portion of the medical room's white wall was a large, deep blue projection, revealing a discreetly luxurious private room. A stunningly beautiful woman, whom she recognized as Sheng Baining from her dreams, was positioned close to the camera. Flanking Sheng Baining on either side were two men seated on opulent sofas. The man on the left bore a cold and striking countenance, his sharp features radiating an air of formidable authority. Clad in a simple yet understated black shirt, he nonetheless exuded an aura of nobility reminiscent of a sovereign of the night. The most striking feature is undoubtedly his pair of eyes, sharp and piercing like those of a hawk soaring through the heavens, capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul, instilling a sense of dread that compels ordinary individuals to avert their gaze. These eyes, however, soften to a warm hue only when they rest upon Sheng Baining, inadvertently revealing a flicker of tenderness. This man's identity is unmistakable. He is Bai Qianchun, Sheng Baining's husband, commanding the 31st Army. He is a civilian marshal who has risen to prominence through sheer strength and tenacity, currently holding the title of the Empire's most powerful marshal, consistently ranking first on the list of the Empire's most desirable men. In contrast, Feng Youyu, seated on the right side of the sofa, exudes a much gentler aura. His peach blossom eyes twinkle with a playful mirth, and his strikingly handsome face glimmers under the soft lighting. Dressed in a luxurious white casual outfit, he leans languidly against the back of the sofa, adopting a relaxed posture that speaks of nonchalance. Upon noticing Bai Qianchun's gaze, he raises an eyebrow and shifts into a more comfortable position, his smile growing even more radiant. Remarkably, even in such a languid pose, his inherent nobility cannot be concealed. He resembles a beloved aristocrat, basking in the adoration of many. Bai Qianchun hesitates momentarily as she enters, nostalgically recalling the disguised elixirs from her days in the ancient martial world. She is reluctant to reveal her identity just yet, not wanting to be recognized by this individual so soon. Her moment of indecision does not escape the keen perception of the three individuals on the other end of the communication, though they all mistakenly believe her emotional response is merely due to recognizing their identities. It is not merely self-absorption on their part. After all, whether it be the first civilian marshal, Bai Qianchun, the miraculous figure known as the goddess of miracles, Sheng Baining, or the affluent tycoon, Feng Youyu, who presides over the Feng Corporation, these three individuals are undoubtedly the most luminous figures at the pinnacle of the contemporary star network, subjects of fervent discussion. The common folk, upon encountering them, often lose their composure. With a smile gracing his face, Yao Wenxian turned his gaze towards Bai Qianchun, as if he had glimpsed the dawn. The esteemed physician has arrived. He pondered for quite some time, unable to devise a suitable appellation for this maiden who preferred to remain nameless, ultimately opting to join Feng in addressing her as the esteemed physician. Previously, while being lauded by Feng's guards, Bai Qianchun felt little discomfort. However, now, under the scrutiny of the male and female leads as well as Feng Youyu, and with Yao Wenxian vocally acknowledging her, she sensed an overwhelming awkwardness. The title felt rather humiliating. With an expression that conveyed her difficulty in articulating her thoughts, she glanced at Yao Wenxian, stating, "You may call me Gui." Gui served as her alias in her previous life and symbolized her accepted identity, rendering it an appropriate title, although it may not resemble a conventional name. Yao Wenxian felt a surge of happiness. After all, it was far preferable to being rebuffed when inquiring about her name. Yet, she wondered on whose behalf the esteemed physician was present. Sheng Baining, with her face practically glued to the screen, could no longer contain her excitement. Her bright eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she called out, eager to draw Bai Qianchun's attention. The inquisitive gaze that had originally settled upon Bai Qianchun from Feng Youyu abruptly shifted towards Sheng Baining. A fleeting glimmer passed through her eyes, and in an instant, her smile radiated with its usual brilliance. As if jesting, she remarked, "Sister, you are now an outsider to the Sheng family and can no longer represent them. Instead, let this favor be mine." Regardless of whether Miss Ancient Medicine seeks wealth, beauty, or other desires, with my financial resources, I can fulfill any of your wishes. Hua Quanqing's piercing gaze momentarily retreated, casting a subtle glance of gratitude towards Feng Youyu. Feng Youyu's eyes sparkled playfully, a teasing smile gracing her lips, revealing no signs of discontent. Yet, her enchanting eyes, resembling blooming peach blossoms, observed Bai Qianchun with a knowing, almost mocking expression, the curiosity within them undiminished. Yao Wenxian soon realized the magnitude of Sheng Baining's earlier promise. Understanding that Feng Youyu was subtly compensating for his sister while simultaneously diminishing the benefits intended for Miss Ancient Medicine by a significant margin. The Sheng family was undoubtedly one of the most prestigious and deeply rooted families in the empire, and the connections between them and Sheng Baining could be deemed invaluable. Should Miss Ancient Medicine truly obtain such support, her future endeavors in the military, business, or among the elite classes of the empire would be exceptionally prosperous. One must admit, Feng Youyu was a master strategist. A lesser individual might have been easily deceived by such a maneuver. However, as for Miss Ancient Medicine, Yao Wenxian had no doubt that she was astute enough to discern the intricacies of the situation. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned his gaze towards Bai Qianchun. Bai Qianchun, indeed, saw through Feng Youyu's clever diversion of favors and couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. No wonder that in her dreams, Bai Qianchun has always believed that Feng Youyu's true love is Sheng Baining. The way Feng Youyu protects Sheng Baining with such fervor, even quicker than her legitimate husband Hua Quanqing, indeed raises suspicions. Bai Qianchun lifted her gaze to meet Feng Youyu's smiling eyes and casually remarked, "Oh, may I request a man who resembles you?" Since Feng Youyu has no twin brothers, a man who looks like him would inevitably be Feng Youyu himself. Yao Wenxian chuckled, while Sheng Baining and Hua Quanqing exchanged silent glances, and the invisible guards felt a thrill. Feng Youyu's smile faltered for a brief moment before he regained his composure. Sitting upright and shaking off the dust from his white suit jacket, with a lazy, alluring voice, he replied, "This might disappoint Miss Gu Yi. I am already married, and my relationship with my wife is sweet and harmonious. I foresee no divorce or remarriage in nearly a century. Perhaps Miss Gu Yi could consider altering her request. For the Feng family is abundant in star coins." Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow. "Oh, if that is the case, then you need not keep staring at me, lest I suspect you have ulterior motives, and I might, in turn, be tempted to make such a request due to your captivating appearance." Feng Youyu's smile froze momentarily. I do not. I merely find Miss Gu Yi's eyes somewhat familiar, as if I have encountered them somewhere before." Beneath her cold exterior, Bai Qianchun's heart fluttered slightly. It seems he has yet to recognize her. With a stern expression, she asserted, "I refuse the advances of married men. In fact, my earlier comment was merely a jest. I'm a person of principles and would never undermine another's marriage." Feng Youyu's face darkened, his smile devoid of warmth as he gritted his teeth and gazed at her. "That's not what I meant. Before he could finish his thought, Bai Qianchun silenced him with a decisive gesture, stating succinctly, "No need for explanations. Your intentions are irrelevant. What matters now is the patient's condition. I charge a clear fee for my medical services. According to Chief Guardian and Feng, the individual in the recovery chamber is suffering from poisoning, which falls under the category of complex ailments. The consultation fee for such conditions is 100,000, with additional charges for any necessary medicinal materials. You are merely required to pay according to standard medical protocol, and there is no need to complicate matters with personal favors." Bai Qianchun's gaze briefly swept over Yao Wenxian, Feng Youyu, and Hua Quanqing, conveying a clear message. The three of you have overthought this. She had no intention of accepting any favors. Yao Wenxian appeared somewhat abashed. Having witnessed her avaricious nature, he had never anticipated she would decline such a significant gesture. Feng Youyu shot a displeased look at Yao Wenxian, unwilling to admit his overthinking was influenced by this fellow's earlier misguidance. Only Hua Quanqing remained composed, his expression unchanged, though the chill in his gaze towards Bai Qianchun had diminished. Chapter 28. The Healing of Sheng Bain cast a derisive smile at the three men, inwardly scoffing at their presumption that she could be easily swayed by the allure of familial favors from the Sheng family. Her initial words were not mere caprice. Rather, they stemmed from an immediate and profound sense of comfort upon first encountering the ancient medical practitioner. It was a matter of instinct, often referred to as chemistry. She held unwavering confidence in her intuition, which had guided her through numerous crises and opportunities in the past. Thus, she firmly believed that this ancient healer was indeed someone worth cultivating a connection with. Regrettably, the pettiness of these three men had marred her chances, thwarting her efforts to forge a friendship with the healer through this act of goodwill. However, given the circumstances, she resolved to set aside her aspirations for camaraderie. Redirecting her gaze towards Bai Qianchun, her tone now imbued with a sense of gravity. Let us proceed according to the healer's protocols. I shall cover the consultation fee, and I rely on you, my second brother. Bai Qianchun responded with a gentle smile and a slight nod, then turned her attention towards the therapeutic chamber. The warmth in her dark, glossy eyes faded, replaced by a demeanor of calm professionalism as she issued her instructions. Please extract the individual from within. Feng Youyu glanced at her, a flicker of understanding crossing his features as he tempered his emotions, moving past their earlier exchange. He then addressed the matter at hand with a serious tone. Second brother Sheng has been poisoned by the venom of the wolf badger. The toxin has infiltrated his organs. Only by immersing him within the therapeutic chamber can we contain the spread of the poison. Are you certain you possess the knowledge to counteract the wolf badger's venom? Otherwise, bringing someone out would merely hasten their demise. She was only partially informed about some common interstellar toxins, let alone the obscure venom of the toxin badger. Yao Wenxian lowered his head, stifling a laugh. Sheng Baining, however, was far bolder, boldly slapping the table and laughing so hard her head nearly fell back. Haha, Xiao'er, you're not cutting it. This is the first time I've seen you falter so many times in front of a girl. If one were to speak of Feng Youyu's sharp tongue, it was indeed formidable, having begun to challenge the heavens and the earth since his childhood on the garbage planet. He spared no words for those who admired his appearance. His eloquence could leave those who approached him blushing and hastily retreating, their faces covered in embarrassment. Nevertheless, while he had tempered his demeanor, his true nature remained unchanged. Though his words were no longer as blunt, they could still strike with precision, leaving others pale and forced to maintain a smile while agreeing with whatever Feng Xiao had said. In short, it had become exceedingly difficult to gain an advantage over him, to the point where even she, his elder sister, sometimes found him inscrutable. Sheng Baining felt both relief and heartache. To witness such transformation in just a year was a testament to the hardships and trials he had endured, which were surely beyond imagination. Now, seeing his true nature exposed and his frustration manifest, she couldn't help but smile knowingly. Xiao'er was still the same Xiao'er she had always known. Yet, he would not concede the prowess of this young medical girl. Rather, it was the presence of his elder sister and childhood companions that allowed him to subconsciously relax, inadvertently granting this young girl an opportunity to gain the upper hand. At any other time, he surely would not have faltered. As for the young lady at home, she is, after all, his wife, and she is indeed quite pitiable. A little concession would not hurt, especially since it does not involve any conflicts of interest. He would merely be sacrificing a bit of pride verbally, which is hardly a matter of great consequence. The standards one holds for those close to oneself and for outsiders are undoubtedly different. Having resolved these thoughts within himself, Feng Youyu regained his composure, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips as he remarked, "Since the esteemed Miss Gu has suggested it, I shall take her word to heart." He then instructed that they proceed as Miss Gu advised and bring out second brother Sheng. Under the threat-laden gaze filled with amusement directed at him, and Feng suppressed the flicker of excitement in his heart, lowering his head to mask a smile as he hurriedly affirmed before leading two guards to assist in lifting Sheng Baiyin from the recuperation chamber and placing him onto a nearby single bed. Sheng Baiyin was clad in a simple white shirt paired with coffee-colored casual trousers, his body glistening as though he had just emerged from a river. The shirt, now soaked, clung to him, rendering it nearly transparent. He lay there with his eyes firmly shut, his limbs long and athletic, his back straight and proud, with his fair, alluring collarbone exposed. The muscular contours of his upper body were subtly revealed by the wet fabric, adding an air of hazy, robust beauty. Bai Qianchun approached and gently brushed aside the dark hair that clung to his face, unveiling the strikingly handsome features of Sheng Baiyin, his furrowed brows and deep-set eyes echoing the vivid beauty of Sheng Baining, yet possessing a more rugged and masculine allure. While he may not rival Feng Youyu's enchanting visage, he certainly boasted an appearance of considerable merit. Feng Youyu gazed at her focused expression, her brows knitting together, feeling a peculiar discomfort that she could not quite place. Instinctively, she called out. Cover Brother Sheng with a quilt to prevent him from catching a chill. Oh, and Feng picked up a nearby quilt, ready to comply, but was halted by Bai Qianchun. Wait, there's no need to cover him just yet. It would hinder my ability to administer acupuncture. At that moment, everyone's attention was fixated on Bai Qianchun and Sheng Bane, oblivious to subtle shifts in his demeanor. Feng Youyu herself remained unaware of her emotional transition, as her curiosity had entirely followed Bai Qianchun. Bai Qianchun grasped Sheng Beidong's wrist, silently checking his pulse for several seconds before stating, "The poison can be countered," and retrieved her acupuncture kit. Without hesitation, she tore open Sheng Bane's shirt, popping a few buttons, and with deft movements of her wrist, she swiftly adorned his chest with a multitude of silver needles. Chapter 29. Devotion. Observing Bai Qianchun methodically packing her acupuncture kit, Yao Wenxian glanced at the dense array of silver needles on Sheng Bane's chest, his astonishment evident. Isn't this acupuncture supposed to involve fire? Bai Qianchun paused momentarily, lifting her gaze just enough to cast a sidelong glance at him as she casually explained, "It is not necessary." The fire was required during Du Li's treatment because he was on the brink of death, necessitating the activation of the yang energy within his body. However, the poison from the toxic badger inherently possesses a fire attribute. Adding more fire would only exacerbate the situation. Oh, I see. A group of professionals listened intently, their expressions revealing their inner confusion despite their earnestness. As Bai Qianchun cast a questioning glance their way, they could only muster an awkward yet polite smile. Indeed, they had not comprehended her words. Bai Qianchun paused in silence, acknowledging that these individuals were no longer her former teammates from her previous life, with whom she had collaborated for over a decade. It was only natural for them to be at a loss, and she would not impose any expectations upon them. Feng Youyu found herself unwittingly captivated by the delicate and exquisite hand before her. With a slight cough, she awkwardly glanced aside to mask her momentary lapse in composure. And Feng promptly responded, "Yes, yes, yes. How large a basin does the ancient medical lady require? A bowl of that size should suffice." Yao Wenxian raised an eyebrow, proclaiming, "I have a bowl here." He then produced a porcelain bowl from his spatial button, adorned with a golden-edged rose pattern, which appeared rather extravagant. Bai Qianchun cast a fleeting glance at it, her gaze momentarily pausing upon its beautiful design. Yao Wenxian, perceptive to the shift in her demeanor, inquired, "Is this unsuitable?" Bai Qianchun arched an eyebrow, replying, "It's acceptable, as long as you do not regret it." With that, she reached out to take the charming little bowl from his hands, while simultaneously drawing Sheng Bane's hand to rest on the edge of the bed. Then, a faint, translucent green arc of light flickered at her fingertips, which she swept across his prominent wrist. Instantly, a slender gash appeared, from which rivulets of dark crimson blood began to flow. Bai Qianchun positioned the small bowl beneath his wrist, the transition seamless and swift. Before long, this eerie mixture of black and red blood filled the bowl to a small extent. "Is this dark blood poisonous?" A peculiar glimmer of surprise danced in Sheng Bane's eyes. "Indeed," Bai Qianchun responded softly, raising an eyebrow at the now crimson blood that had lost its inky strands. She deftly pressed a silver needle into the Yanggu acupoint on his wrist. Miraculously, the once incessantly flowing blood from his wrist ceased, as if a faucet had been turned off. Sheng Bane watched in awe, his gaze toward Bai Qianchun growing increasingly fervent, while he cast a disdainful glance at the three men who had previously obstructed her HMPF, a bunch of blind fools who failed to recognize true worth. Feng Youyu and Bai Qianchun awkwardly averted their eyes, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the brief moment of distraction, Bai Qianchun had already extracted all the silver needles from Sheng Bane's body, including the one from his wrist. Remarkably, despite the absence of the needle, the wound on his wrist no longer bled. It merely appeared pale and slightly swollen, a testament to the blood loss. Bai Qianchun glanced down, casually placing the bowl filled with blood on the cabinet, and then took a roll of white bandage from above, expertly wrapping it around his wrist several times before tying it into a graceful bow. Yao Wenxian, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, inquired whether the vitality pill the ancient medicine maiden had sold him could be used. Bai Qianchun paused in her task of tidying the acupuncture kit, casting him a peculiar, disdainful look. Although it seemed a bit excessive, if he had the means to frivolously spend, it would not be out of the question to let him use the vitality pill. With just one, his body would be rejuvenated, and any injuries would vanish, enabling him to leap back to life with vigor. Yao Wenxian felt an overwhelming sense of mockery in her words. At that moment, he found himself reluctant to part with it. Although money was not an issue for him, he was in dire need of medication. Thus, he cast an apologetic glance at Sheng Baiyin, who still lay there, and inquired. The recuperation chamber also possesses restorative properties. How long would it take for young Master Sheng to recover if he were to lie within it? Bai Qianchun, who had no knowledge of the recuperation chamber, replied. Each individual's constitution is distinct, and physical recovery relies on one's inherent qualities. While lying in the recuperation chamber can indeed expedite healing, the duration varies. Just let him soak for a while, and he will find out. By the way, I have other matters to attend to. Now that the toxin has been fully neutralized, I shall take my leave. Please settle the treatment fee. Thank you. Sheng Baiyin contemplated asking for her contact information to transfer the payment. But Bai Qianchun was reluctant to reveal her identity. Concealing her name and appearance was manageable, yet each citizen of the empire possessed only one communication account, and exchanging accounts would inevitably disclose her identity. Bai Qianchun decisively opted to have Yao Wenxian cover the payment, facilitating an anonymous transaction face-to-face. Upon receiving the transfer, Bai Qianchun's eyes sparkled with delight, her dark pupils shimmering like stars. She promptly tucked the acupuncture kit into her pocket, leaving behind a remark that the patient would awaken in 5 minutes before departing with an air of cheer. Sheng Baiyin watched her carefree silhouette, devoid of any lingering attachment, and turned to Yao Wenxian with gleaming eyes, saying, Shao Si, have you truly not considered escaping the ranks of the single? Next month, won't you join us in evading the single tax? Yao Wenxian's smile faltered as he replied, Sister, I genuinely have no intention of marrying at this time. Oh, she said. Sheng Baiyin remained undeterred. She genuinely believed that this ancient medicine maiden would undoubtedly become a prominent figure within the empire's upper echelons. It would be prudent to secure her affection early on. With a flicker of thought in her eyes, she murmured to herself, reasoning that the petite ancient medicine maiden was indeed ill-suited for someone like you. Yet she and Little Heir would make a delightful couple, a pair of joyous adversaries. Albeit unfortunately, Little Heir was already wed. Perhaps it would be best to keep the bounty within the family. My second brother is quite admirable as well, and since the ancient medicine maiden owes him her life, it would be a splendid affair if he were to pledge himself to her. Little Heir, what are your thoughts on this? Chapter 30. The greedy wolf star Feng Youyu's smile dimmed slightly, finding the notion less than appealing. It was not that he held anyone in contempt, but rather that the sixth young master of the Sheng family, a sheltered flower, exhibited a remarkable lack of discernment. He remained blissfully oblivious to the treachery lurking beside him, foolishly treating that person as a close confidant. You wish to walk through life as brothers. Yet that individual harbors different intentions, nearly sending you to your demise with a lethal dose of poison. Is that not sheer folly? Although that ancient medicine maiden possessed a sharp tongue and had nearly driven him to madness, one undeniable truth remained. She was capable, formidable, and astutely intelligent. While the sixth young master's dull wits were wholly unworthy of her brilliance. However, upon witnessing her elder sister's eyes gleaming with a fervent desire for affirmation, the words that were on the tip of his tongue took a different turn. Raising an eyebrow, he expressed, I believe that the ancient physician possesses a sharp tongue and an acerbic disposition. Surely, such a spirited individual would be too much for the amiable second brother to handle. For his sake, it would be prudent to seek a gentler bride. As for the ancient physician, her temperament seems more suited to fourth brother. As Sheng Baiyin regarded him, her brows furrowed into a wrinkled formation reminiscent of a caterpillar. You do make a valid point, she conceded, yet upon reflection, there still seems to be something lacking in their recent encounter. Internally, she wrestled with her thoughts, akin to a cat entangled with a ball of yarn, becoming increasingly perplexed. And Feng, with a furrowed brow and an austere demeanor, turned to Sheng Baiyin with meticulous seriousness, reporting, a minute ago. The guards monitoring Lin Wen observed a drastic change in his countenance after he received a communication. He appeared to be both frustrated and reluctant, and within 3 seconds, he collapsed, his body going limp. By the time our personnel arrived to investigate, his lips had turned black, and his heart had ceased to beat, confirming his death. The therapeutic apparatus indicates that the lethal factor was the venom of the toxic badger, which was 3 to 4 times more potent than the toxin found in sixth young master, capable of causing death within 3 seconds. Sheng Baining's striking features were etched with gravity, as the implication of poisoning Lin Wen under the very gaze of the surveillance not only implicated Lin Wen himself, but also hinted at the involvement of another party. This signified that the incident targeting the Sheng family's starship was far from ordinary. Yao Wenxian narrowed his eyes, contemplating deeply before inquiring with pointed focus. Who was the individual he was conversing with during that communication? And Feng hesitated momentarily. The communication in question was conducted in the most sophisticated form of anonymity. The guards utilized the privileges granted by the Sheng family, only to uncover that the counterpart's domain was located on the planet of Tanlang. Once again, Tanlang. The expressions of those present grew solemn. Initially, this planet was merely a desolate world suitable for human habitation, yet due to the existence of the Beastman Empire, the number of Huayao citizens residing there was minimal, perhaps only a few kittens. It was not until several centuries ago that the Huayao Empire and the Beastman Empire erupted into a large-scale conflict. As the human empire's borders appeared on the verge of collapse, distant aid proved futile. With the border about to be breached, allowing the Beastman legions to surge in, a fleet of interstellar pirates led by Tanlang emerged. Tanlang proposed a condition. If he were granted ownership of this desolate planet along with its autonomy and independence, he would assist the Huayao Empire in staving off the Beastman invasion. With the crisis hanging by a thread and the urgency of rescuing the border paramount, trading a negligible barren planet for military advantage seemed trivial to the Huayao Empire at that time, and thus, Tanlang's demands were swiftly acquiesced to by several high-ranking officials. Little did they anticipate that Tanlang would indeed transform it into a thriving entity, establishing an influential conglomerate known as the Tanlang Consortium, which not only flourished but also contributed to taxes, elevating Tanlang to the status of a superior planet. However, this independence and autonomy granted to the greedy wolf by the empire has ushered in a plethora of troubles. As the region lies beyond the jurisdiction of the Huayao Empire and is entirely disconnected from the Orc Empire, rendering it a veritable no-man's land. Consequently, it has become a haven for the most nefarious individuals, a breeding ground for chaos and malevolence. Now, centuries later, following the demise of the greedy wolf, the influence of the greedy wolf consortium over the planet has waned, prompting other factions on Greedy Wolf Star to stir restlessly, eager to seize control of its sovereignty. The relentless struggle for power among these factions has led to a moral decay, with heinous acts committed in the pursuit of wealth and authority, resulting in an even greater state of disorder on Greedy Wolf Star in recent years, which has begun to reverberate within the Huayao Empire itself. Most abhorrent to Feng Youyu is the emergence of Greedy Wolf Star's shadow and border skirmishes, suspected to be in collusion with the Orc Empire. However, as confrontations with the Orc Empire reached a critical juncture, investigations into Greedy Wolf Star had to be postponed. It seems that to uncover the true source behind these machinations, a journey to Greedy Wolf Star is imperative, Feng Youyu mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Bai Qianchun, with brows as sharp as blades, furrowed in thought, his jawline firm, and his thin lips pursed, spoke in a low voice. I have several subordinates on Greedy Wolf Star. I will instruct them to investigate. Feng Youyu's smile was radiant and enchanting, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with competition. What a coincidence. I have also placed my own operatives on Greedy Wolf Star. I shall have them investigate as well, to see who can first unearth the hidden claws lurking behind the scenes. The two men exchanged glances, one exuding a fierce intensity, while the other bore a playful challenge, creating an atmosphere charged with electric tension. And Feng instinctively shrank his neck, compelled to concede that the rumors circulating within the circles of the main star, that the esteemed young Master Feng's most cherished individual was General Bai Ning, and that his marriage to a delicate wife was merely a fade, held some merit. Given the current tension between young Master Feng and Marshal Hua, one could hardly avoid suspicion. Sheng Bai Ning slammed his palm on the table, indignantly proclaiming, "You two speak as if there's no one from the Sheng family. I shall also take part. Let us three compare our abilities to uncover the truth. The two who fail shall treat the others to a meal." The imposing aura surrounding Feng Youyu relaxed instantaneously. He chuckled and shrugged, lazily reclining on the sofa, his tone casual and flippant. "All right, as the lady commands. But if I win, I expect the most extravagant gourmet feast." Hua Quan's previously sharp demeanor softened as he cast an affectionate glance at Sheng Bai Ning. "Very well. We shall follow your lead." And Feng, well, it seems any hint of romantic rivalry has dissipated entirely. Chapter 31. VIP guest card. Capturing several unidentified assassins necessitated extracting some clues from them, even if it meant peeling away their skin. The security issues aboard the starship could not be overlooked. He needed to summon all his focus, enhancing defenses and patrols. The forthcoming journey through the stars could not afford further complications, lest the illustrious reputation of the Sheng family starship be irreparably tarnished. Yao Wenxian watched them depart, his body relaxing as he pulled a chair close and sat down. Rubbing his temples, he inquired with a hint of levity, "Elder sister, do you think the Sheng family should offer some form of compensation to appease the passengers aboard the starship? Moreover, should we not acknowledge the valiant efforts of the esteemed Miss Gui and her companions who intervened to subdue those mercenaries, thus sparing the starship from a gruesome massacre? Surely, a gesture of goodwill is in order." Sheng Baining immediately nodded with a serious demeanor. Indeed, this trial voyage of the starship is not merely a routine passenger transport. It serves as a pilot project for my second brother's promotional reform of the starship. Should any negative reports surface, it would undoubtedly hinder the Sheng family's endeavors in the starship industry, potentially jeopardizing our foundational standing. It is imperative that we ensure the passengers aboard are adequately reassured. Furthermore, the compensation for the 12 guards who lost their lives must be substantial. We shall provide 5 times the originally stipulated amount to their families. I will personally deliver their compensation to their homes. A weak yet melodious male voice, tinged with sorrow, resonated within the medical room. Yao Wenxian and the 3 individuals on the communication line were momentarily taken aback, before they all turned their gaze towards the figure lying on the bed. Sheng Bain's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed with excitement, "Second brother, you're awake. Truly, you awoke just as predicted." "Indeed," Sheng Bain replied, his gaze fixated blankly on the ceiling, a faint, bitter smile gracing his pale lips. His hair, damp and stained with nutritional fluid, clung to his handsome face, exuding an aura reminiscent of a delicate, ailing beauty. He extended his hand to lift the delicate white blanket covering him, intending to sit up, but was promptly restrained by Yao Wenxian, who meticulously cautioned, "Bain, your health has not yet recovered. Do not rush to rise, or our elder sister will certainly worry." "No, I have urgent matters to attend to," Sheng Bain insisted, shaking his head as he attempted to free himself from Yao Wenxian's grip, his face etched with urgency. Biting his lip, with veins standing out on his forehead. "I know who poisoned me. It was Lin Wen. I trusted him so implicitly, yet he betrayed me. Those ruthless mercenaries appeared aboard the starship silently, because he utilized the authority I granted him to facilitate their entry. I need to confront him and understand why he chose to act in such a manner." Yao Wenxian's brow twitched as he delivered a sharp reprimand. "It is too late. Realizing Lin Wen's treachery now is far overdue. By the time you choose to expose him, our starship will already be doomed. However, there is no need for concern, for Lin Wen is now deceased, and I have made arrangements within the starship. What you must focus on now, Bain, is to safeguard your health and prevent our elder sister from worrying." Upon hearing this, Sheng Bain seemed to short-circuit, standing frozen in place. After a few moments, he finally lifted his gaze to meet Yao Wenxian's. Although Yao Wenxian wore a smile, his eyes reflected the tranquility of a still lake, devoid of emotion. Even appearing somewhat cold, Sheng Bain felt utterly devastated. On the other end of the communication screen, Feng Youyu cast a fleeting glance at Sheng Bain, her peach blossom eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. A smile curled at the corners of her lips as she remarked, "A flower nurtured in a greenhouse must occasionally face the storm to truly flourish. We wouldn't want it to become a burden to its elder sister. As for whether he can withstand the blows, a grown man should not be as fragile as a delicate girl. If he cannot endure, he must learn to." With a raised brow, she diverted her gaze, cheerfully resuming the previous topic. "Earlier, you mentioned rewarding that young lady of traditional medicine. I propose we present her with a VIP card for the Sheng family starship." Yao Wenxian turned, astonished, to regard her. "Are you suggesting?" Feng Youyu's enchanting smile widened, silently indicating that he had grasped the underlying implication. Yao Wenxian fell into contemplative silence. Even a reward came laced with traps, evidently. The esteemed miss of traditional medicine had truly vexed him. Ultimately, the reward was not merely a VIP card. Sheng Baining had also added 5 million star coins as a token of gratitude, while others who had lent their assistance contributed an additional 3 million star coins. Once their deliberations concluded, Yao Wenxian contentedly shut off the communication interface, leaving the medical room with only himself and Sheng Bain. Sheng Bain fixed his gaze upon him, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he questioned, "Do you think I am incompetent, needing my sister to help me clean up this mess?" The smile on Yao Wenxian's face faltered momentarily, His astute eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the figure resting on the bed. They held each other's gaze for several seconds before he raised an eyebrow and smiled. No, Bane, do not overthink it. I harbor no grievances against you. If not for our elder sister, we would have had far less interaction. However, if one were to speak of emotions, it might be akin to the frustration of seeing iron that fails to become steel. I aspire to be a source of support, to share burdens, rather than to be a burden myself. Whether it is my elder sister or Yuyu, I earnestly wish for their continued strength and happiness. Thus, when I see you, my satisfaction wanes. You hail from a distinguished lineage, born into privilege, and have never lacked resources throughout your life. With such advantageous circumstances at your disposal, it is disheartening to see you fail to harness these opportunities. Despite being the elder sister's brother, your abilities fall short, even compared to mine. To your sister, you may hold the title of brother, but if you remain stagnant, leaving her to clean up your mess, you will inevitably become a liability to her. So, do you believe I should hold you in esteem? Xing Bane understood, letting his hands fall helplessly, his face etched with regret and despair. I should not be this way. Indeed, I ought not to be. I am not a good brother. Chapter 32. The absence of societal hardships observing him ensnared in self-reproach and anguish. Yao Wenxian paused, helplessly rubbing his forehead, wondering how one could possess such fragile resilience. I hope my elder sister does not take this out on him. After a moment's contemplation, Yao Wenxian approached and gently patted Sheng Bing's shoulder through the blanket, offering a rather insincere consolation. You need not be overly hard on yourself. Experience teaches wisdom. What you lack is the rigorous lesson of society. As long as you possess the right intentions, you may not necessarily become a hindrance in the future. Sheng Bing looked at him with a pale, resentful face. Was this truly meant as a comforting remark? Sheng Bing finally felt a glimmer of solace. He blinked and, with a humble eagerness to learn, inquired step by step what he should do first. After a brief pause, Yao Wenxian offered a suggestion. The first step is to enhance your strength. If your ability were to rise by another level, the poison from the venomous wolf badger would not spread so swiftly to claim your life. Sheng Bing found wisdom in his words. In truth, during the moments following his poisoning, he had not completely succumbed to a profound stupor. If his powers had been stronger, he could have delayed just a few seconds longer to relay the information about Lin when being a traitor, thus avoiding the predicament of being a latecomer. Merely a post-event commentator and unjustly branded as a hindrance. He realized that he would not always be so fortunate to have Yao Wenxian, who shared a close bond with his sister, to come to his aid. After reflecting on this, Sheng Bing initially felt invigorated, but soon his expression darkened with despair. But I am a wood-type ability user. It is not that I lack the will to strive. It is simply that the wood source star has yet to reopen, making it generally arduous for wood-type users to upgrade. Even my sister's aide, your third sister Su Shu, has only attained a B level in her wood abilities thus far. Surely, one cannot claim she lacks effort. That must not be the case. Yao Wenxian interjected decisively. His countenance grew more solemn. Among those nurtured by the eldest sister, it was evident that he and his third sister Su Shu were the most fiercely competitive. He dedicated himself to studying diligently, as did his sister, who persevered through all adversities to train without respite. In order to keep pace with her elder sister in the military, the third sister exerted herself tremendously, increasing her training regimen several-fold. She sweated and endured injuries without uttering a word of complaint or fatigue. While one might argue that her innate talent was lacking, no one could dispute her relentless effort. Even a robust man would feel a sense of inadequacy in her presence. However, despite her unwavering dedication, her supernatural abilities could not match the rapid enhancement of her sister's powers. The latter was a practitioner of metal-based abilities and frequently visited the metal origin star due to the influence of Feng Youyu, which facilitated her swift ascent in power levels akin to a soaring rocket. Consequently, without sufficient wood-based elemental support, no matter how fiercely the third sister labored to elevate her abilities, the results were minimal. The two exchanged a resigned glance, both releasing a sigh of frustration. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Yao Wenxian's mind. Perhaps she could consult Miss Gu Yi for a shortcut to enhance her wood-based abilities. Though youthful in appearance, Miss Gu possessed formidable wood-based powers, which I estimate to be no less than A grade. Really? That would be splendid. I would kneel before her if necessary to seek her guidance, the third sister exclaimed, her face alight with surprise, unable to conceal her excitement. Eager to rush forth and inquire immediately, Yao Wenxian smiled, suggesting, if you do manage to get any insights, please share them with my sister too. The third sister readily agreed. Of course. My sister's aid is my aid as well. In room 205 of the starship, people came and went in a lively atmosphere, marking yet another day of thriving business. The vendors of vegetables and fruits were in high spirits after witnessing the influx of customers yesterday. Their demeanor had transformed completely. Rather than engaging in idle chatter or boasting in their rooms that evening, they cradled flower pots, reciting incantations with the diligence of seasoned farmers tending to their crops. This morning, room 205 buzzed with an atmosphere akin to a bountiful harvest. Not only were the varieties of vegetables and fruits more abundant than the previous day, but their vibrant colors also appeared more enticing. Customers were in exceptionally high spirits today, particularly those who had faced yesterday's perilous experience. Each of them was compelled by an unprecedented urge to purchase. What is a star coin? Merely a worthless trinket that one cannot take to the grave. Only when spent does it become one's own. Given the dangers of venturing outside, should misfortune befall them, the star coins in their accounts would be rendered utterly meaningless. Thus, it is wiser to indulge sooner rather than later, to avoid the regret of departing this world with unspent star coins occupying their last thoughts. Bai Qianchun, a purveyor of high-quality, premium fruits, was naturally the favorite among the customers. Within minutes of setting up her stall, the dozens of baskets she had painstakingly gathered the previous night were swept away by a throng of patrons with bulging pockets. Even the baskets themselves were sold. At that moment, Yao Wenxian and Sheng Bain arrived, coinciding perfectly with this bustling scene. Bai Qianchun, embodying the essence of greenery, turned her head leisurely, casting a glance at them. Is this VIP card your token of gratitude to me? Indeed, came the reply. Today, Sheng Bain appeared to regain a hint of vitality. Elegantly adorned as he stepped forward, with a courteous smile, he performed a noble gesture towards Bai Qianchun, then, with a confident and self-satisfied expression, introduced the benefits of possessing a VIP card. With this card, one could secure reservations for the starship's upper-class cabins a full 15 days in advance, eliminating any concern of being relegated to the lower-class cabins due to unavailability. Bai Qianchun smirked slightly, expressing her gratitude for his consideration. Yet she was not one to afford the luxury of an upper-class cabin. This particular advantage held no allure for her. Secondly, the VIP card granted complimentary access to the starship's buffet. Bai Qianchun's eyes sparkled with interest. This perk was indeed appealing. She had dined at the buffet the previous evening, and while the flavors did not quite rival the exquisite dishes prepared by her family's chef, it was still commendable, surpassing the standard of home-cooked meals. Thirdly, the card allowed for priority installation of a holographic chamber in one's quarters, enabling enjoyment of the StarNet games. Chapter 33. The Intent of Feng Youyu. Bai Qianchun paused, gazing at him with surprise as she inquired, Is that all? Sheng Bain, perplexed, nodded affirmatively. That is indeed all. Bai Qianchun remained silent for a considerable time, prompting him to blink in confusion. Is there a problem? These three benefits were specifically updated based on a public opinion survey. There shouldn't be any issues. Bai Qianchun fluttered her long eyelashes, regarding him with a meaningful look. Which demographic did your survey target? The nobility, the commoners, or both? Bai Qianchun rolled her eyes, realizing that only the affluent nobility would concern themselves with the nuances of whether or not to reserve a space in a first-class cabin. It is solely the aristocrats who ponder the convenience of bypassing queues to access the holographic chambers for the common folk. Their primary interest lies in the quality of the cabin and their expenditure, not in the trivialities of waiting to engage in games. They are far more preoccupied with minimizing costs and maximizing benefits. As a representative of the ordinary populace, Bai Qianchun passionately suggested, I believe it is essential for you to conduct a survey among the commoners as well. Perhaps incorporating enticing offers such as a 50% discount in the mall or a 20% reduction in expenditures aboard the starship. Sheng Bain hesitated momentarily, pondering whether discussing finances might seem too pedestrian and lacking in sophistication. Without hesitation, Bai Qianchun reached out and snatched the VIP card from his grasp, accompanied by a sardonic smile. I am but a commoner, unconcerned with matters of refinement. My only interest lies in the magnitude of the discounts. Sheng Bain was momentarily taken aback, yet with pressing matters at hand and a request to fulfill, he managed a resilient smile and assured her that he would indeed add her suggestions. The green glow of the card in Bai Qianchun's hand flickered briefly as she gazed deeply at him, recognizing that this handsome gentleman was rather naive. akin to a newly emerged lamb from the pen, compared to the astute and composed Yao Wenxian beside them. He appeared to possess a simplicity of thought that was almost endearing. She merely proposed those 2 points, yet he unwittingly acquiesced, oblivious to the fact that her suggestions were intrinsically linked to the profits of the Sheng family starship industry and would undoubtedly have a significant impact. Indeed, as Sheng Bain surmised, those who possess VIP cards are predominantly aristocrats and affluent individuals. They may find discussions of wealth rather mundane, yet when the stakes are sufficiently high, even nobles and the wealthy can be swayed. Why would one forego a 50% discount available to VIPs? It would be folly to do so. The discerning gaze directed towards the foolish was too profound for Sheng Bain to ignore, and he felt a rush of heat to his ears. Flustered, he stammered in an attempt to rectify his earlier remarks. I'm also conditional. If you can share with me the expedited methods to enhance my wood-based abilities, I will add those 2 benefits. Bai Qianchun paused momentarily, her gaze drifting towards Yao Wenxian, who was feigning nonchalance nearby. Yao Wenxian offered her a disarming smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, his demeanor exceedingly amiable and upright. Do you think that donning a facade of innocence conceals your involvement in this matter? Bai Qianchun shot him an irritable glance before turning her attention back to Sheng Bain, her demeanor icy as she declared, I possess no such expedited methods. It all hinges on innate talent. That is implausible. Given the current scarcity of wood-based abilities in the interstellar realm and the intense competition, even with exceptional talent, one cannot progress so swiftly without access to unique methods. How astute he has become. Yet Bai Qianchun remained resolute in her silence. I have stated there are none. Why not enlighten me on what special methods I supposedly employed? Sheng Bain faltered. I only inquired because I do not know. Bai Qianchun let out a disdainful huff. Oh, then I too am in the dark. Whether you wish to add those 2 VIP benefits is entirely up to you. I am not burdened by the lofty ideals of benefiting everyone. Sheng Bain opened his mouth, yet Bai Qianchun coldly interrupted him, advising against any further insistence, as it would yield no results. Unwilling to concede, Sheng Bain attempted to make an offer, but Yao Wenxian, having discerned Bai Qianchun's resolute demeanor, intervened to halt him. In a state of anxiety, Sheng Bain glanced over, only to see Yao Wenxian shaking his head with a smile, then turning to the increasingly impatient Bai Qianchun, stating that aside from the VIP card, the Sheng family was also offering 5 million as gratitude for the assistance of the skilled doctor. Sheng Bain was momentarily taken aback by this declaration, his heart racing, and even Yao Wenxian looked at her in surprise. What did she mean by that? However, it was evident that Bai Qianchun had no intention of providing them with an explanation. She merely raised the VIP card in her hand and casually inquired, Who proposed to gift this to me? It was Feng Youyu. A trace of disdain flickered in Bai Qianchun's eyes. His scheme was clever, intending for me to serve as a mere pawn in safeguarding the Sheng family starship, but alas, the benefits within do not entice me. Sheng Bain appeared bewildered, turning to Yao Wenxian with a perplexed expression, as if to ask, Have I made a blunder? Yao Wenxian, with a resigned smile, patted his shoulder, reassuring him that there was no need for excessive contemplation. The skilled doctor was simply too astute. She immediately deduced Feng Youyu's intentions upon learning who the proposer was. If these 2 were to converge in the future, it would certainly be a spectacle to behold. Both are exceedingly intelligent individuals. It remains uncertain who would ultimately prevail. Yao Wenxian eagerly anticipated the outcome. It is a young girl. I was wondering who possessed such remarkable abilities to cultivate so many large and exquisite apples. A loud voice emerged from the cacophony, revealing a pair of elder sisters, arm in arm, approaching this way with cheerful smiles. Both of them left a profound impression on Bai Qianchun. The one on the left, the first to discover Du Li's corpse yesterday and who vehemently proclaimed her innocence, was dressed elegantly today, though she no longer bore the airs of a nouveau riche. The one on the right was a formidable woman, capable of lifting 2 burly men with her bare hands, and could intimidate women of her age with just a stance. She had claimed the first position to purchase 3 baskets of apples. Bai Qianchun glanced at the bewildered Sheng Bain, mentally giving a thumbs up to the elder sister. Truly, you are impressive, daring to assert dominance over your superior and even revealing your identity without fear of repercussions for your son. Although Sheng Bain was somewhat inexperienced and a tad naive, he maintained his composure, choosing not to engage with the 2 elder sisters. He merely lamented that Bai Qianchun had been monopolized, missing the opportune moment to inquire. Chapter 34. Arrival at Mu Yuan Star in the following days, Sheng Bain, with his dark circles under his eyes and a face that seemed to deny familiarity, maintained an unwavering gaze, while Yao Wenxian assisted him from the side. Aside from a few minor disputes among friends regarding the distribution of fruit purchases, no significant incidents occurred aboard the starship. Meanwhile, the compensation funds issued by the Sheng family began to arrive, replenishing the exhausted savings of the passengers. With their pockets filled with star coins, they flocked to room 205, notorious for its tales of vanquishing rogues, each one energized as if they had been invigorated by a shot of adrenaline, eager to indulge in shopping. After several days of industriously setting up stalls in room 205, the wood-type abilities users have emerged as the greatest victors of this starship journey, their smiles never ceasing. Among them, Dulu is the most foolishly grinning, having serendipitously caught a ride on this fortunate wave. His sales of garlic, ginger, and other condiments have caught the fancy of a wealthy matron purchasing for her son, and he has become the designated supplier for the starship's kitchen. No longer does he fret over the marketability of his produce. As long as he continues to cultivate, he will always find buyers. Alas, his recent lamentation has been the sluggish pace of his cultivation. Undoubtedly, the most thriving business belongs to Bai Qianchun's fruit stall. She has become renowned as the most beautiful and daring fruit vendor, her masked visage recognized by passengers, propelling her to the pinnacle of trending topics on StarNet, nearly achieving fame beyond the confines of her setting. Had it not been for the ongoing broadcasts celebrating the heroes of the border conflict, her trending topic would certainly not have been relegated from the top spot within mere seconds. Bai Qianchun is quite content with this outcome. She has no desire to be known as the fruit vendor with the mask, a title lacking in prestige. On the afternoon of the 10th day of their voyage, Bai Qianchun, accompanied by Du Lu, who must follow her for his own safety, safely arrives at Mu Yuan Star. A gust of hot, dust-laden wind blows past, and as they stand upon the soil of Mu Yuan Star, laden with large baskets and flower pots, both Bai Qianchun and Du Lu are rendered speechless. Before them lies a scene of devastation, crumbling walls, sunken ground, and a dilapidated starport reduced to a solitary intact booth, all set against a backdrop of barren, sand-eroded yellow earth. Confusion and bewilderment etched on their faces, they ponder, is this truly Mu Yuan Star? Where is the promised one of the 7 fundamental source stars? Where is the esteemed star? Even Bai Qianchun, somewhat mentally prepared, could not suppress her existential doubts, questioning whether they had mistakenly alighted upon some desolate, forsaken planet. The nouveau riche matron today resembled nothing less than the mother of a nouveau riche family, adorned with a dazzling, eye-watering gold necklace that glimmered around her neck. Her ears and fingers were equally adorned with jewelry encrusted with gold and gemstones, exuding an air of trepidation as if fearing that thieves might take notice of her ostentation. While her garish attire might be dismissed as garish, resembling a conspicuous red envelope, one could not overlook the worth of that dress. Observe the iridescent fabric, the meticulous craftsmanship that reveals no seams, and the resplendent embroidered peonies that speak of opulence. A burly man, with a kind-hearted visage and a simple smile, stood beside a delicate young woman, his sturdy arm gently supporting her as he responded amiably to his mother's remarks. Moments later, the somewhat clumsy trio of mother and sons appeared before them. "Aunt Yi," Du Lu said, diverting his gaze from her heavy gold necklace, swallowing hard as he flashed a warm greeting. This matron was his most significant patron aboard the starship, and in his efforts to attract clientele, he had taken the initiative to befriend her. It was in this manner that he easily learned her rather fashionable name, Yelena. As Yelena chattered away, she suddenly lifted her head and caught sight of the two. A look of surprise, akin to encountering an old friend in a foreign land, blossomed on her face, adorned with expensive powder. Following that, she broke into a radiant smile and engaged in lively banter with Du Lu. "Well, if it isn't little Du, and the miraculous young lady, what brings you both to this desolate place?" Bai Qianchun's lips twitched, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as the Star Master. Du Lu, however, found himself in agreement with the matron's remark. Indeed, this place was rather forsaken. Yet, casting a discreet glance at Bai Qianchun standing nearby, he composed his expression, refraining from revealing his distaste. With an awkward yet ambiguous smile, he replied, "I'm merely accompanying my lifesaver. By the way, Auntie Yi, what brings you here? Are you visiting family?" Du Lu flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. "That is splendid. I've been on Mu Yuan Star lately. If you need anything, just let me know." Bai Qianchun watched, Her expression woodened, as the older and younger individuals seemed to hit it off increasingly well, her eyes wandering aimlessly. Somehow, her gaze met that of a petite girl behind her, whose curious eyes sparkled with interest. The girl's face lit up, displaying a blend of shyness and hesitation. But soon she broke into a wide smile. Sensing the girl's warmth, Bai Qianchun nodded slightly in greeting. The girl's smile grew even more radiant as she sidestepped the hefty figure beside her, her bright, dark eyes glimmering as she took small steps towards Bai Qianchun. With a cheerful curiosity, she exclaimed, "Hello, I'm Xing Xiao. Can you really bring the dead back to life with just a few long needles?" Chapter 35. I am the master of the wood source star. Ah, that is indeed quite impressive. I heard from my grandmother that you even helped tend to that unfortunate soul with a gaping wound in his chest. I am also a fire elemental ability user and a medical graduate. Do you think I might learn your miraculous acupuncture technique? Shen Xiaoxiao gazed at her with eager anticipation, her thoughts spilling forth uncontrollably. She cast a fleeting glance at her, shaking her head decisively as she uttered a simple word, "No." Not to mention that her acupuncture method relies on the combination of ancient martial arts and wood elemental abilities to achieve a swift and remarkable healing effect. Teaching her acupuncture would necessitate first imparting the fundamentals of ancient martial arts. It is indeed quite presumptuous for someone she has just met to request to learn her unique medical skills. Oh, Sheng Xiaoxiao's face immediately fell, her eyes wide with hope as she sought to plead her case further, only to be halted by Aunt Yi, who was ever observant and perceptive. Aunt Yi shot her a reproachful glance and said, "Daughter-in-law, do not put the young divine healer in a difficult position. That is her exclusive craft. It is not something one can simply learn at will." As she spoke, Aunt Yi turned her gaze towards Bai Qianchun, her smile ingratiating. "Well, dear little miracle worker, this matter stems from my daughter-in-law's lack of understanding. Please do not hold it against her. She has been quite obsessed with the idea of joining the military. Born into the Sheng family's collateral branch, she has harbored dreams akin to those of her kin, to serve on the battlefield of the 2nd Legion since childhood. However, her physical constitution proved inadequate, and her skills in operating mechas fell short, leading to her dismissal. Subsequently, unwilling to accept defeat, she sought to shift her ambitions toward medicine, aspiring to become a military doctor. Yet, Sheng Xiaoxiao's expression grew somewhat awkward, and in a fit of despair, she covered her face and lamented. "But I still failed the exam every time, earning the ridicule of friends who call me the perennial failure. Thus, I wish to learn your acupuncture technique as an alternative pathway." Bai Qianchun's expression shifted subtly as she raised an eyebrow, responding, "Oh, so you believe that mastering my acupuncture technique is a simple endeavor?" Sheng Xiaoxiao fixed her strikingly clear eyes upon her, wearing an expression that seemed to question, "Isn't it?" With a cold laugh, Bai Qianchun retorted, "You are quite naive. Even the most astute individuals require a decade to truly grasp the art of acupuncture, let alone you." Sheng Xiaoxiao felt as if a colossal, glaring word, "fool," had struck her forehead, leaving her face flushed with embarrassment. She yearned to defend herself. "But it's just a few long needles." Yet, under the piercing gaze of Bai Qianchun, laden with icy disdain, her words faltered and her resolve diminished, ultimately succumbing to a sense of powerlessness. Just then, a voice, aged yet spirited, erupted, shattering the awkward atmosphere. Who was lurking about? Bai Qianchun cast a fleeting glance at the pair of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, as well as the awkwardly hefty figure beside them, before turning her gaze toward the source of the sound. Emerging from behind the sentry post was a frail old man clad in a thin undershirt, wielding a wooden stick. Despite his emaciated appearance, he exuded a spirited demeanor, traversing the uneven ground with remarkable steadiness. His fierce gaze, brandishing the stick in their direction, advanced towards them. Aunt Yi's eyes suddenly lit up with enthusiasm as she waved her arms and called out, "Uncle Yi, it's me. I've brought my son and daughter-in-law to visit their great-aunt." The old man, upon hearing her voice, did not exhibit any signs of joy. His expression remained stern as he approached them. His sharp, discerning eyes swept over the group without a trace of muddiness, first glancing briefly at Aunt Yi, then fixating on Sheng Xiaoxiao and the imposing figure beside her, concluding, "These two must be your son and daughter-in-law." He scrutinized the couple from head to toe, causing them to feel a shiver run down their spines. With a furrowed brow, he disdainfully remarked, "They don't seem to make a suitable match." Just as Aunt Yi was about to retort, she noticed that Yu Qinqin had already lost interest, shifting his gaze to Bai Qianchun and Du Lu, warily inquiring, "Who are these two youngsters?" Du Lu promptly bowed and greeted, "Hello, sir. I am Dulu." Bai Qianchun, opting not to reveal her name, stood casually and succinctly stated her identity. "I am the master of the Wood Source Star." In an instant, the pupils of the five surrounding them widened in astonishment. The master of the Wood Source Star. Even though Du Lu had previously speculated during their journey, she never anticipated that she would encounter the esteemed leader of the Mu Yuan Star. Bai Qianchun regarded him with a gaze imbued with a sense of benevolence, questioning whether her medical prowess could indeed expedite his recovery time. Du Lu faltered momentarily, conceding that it certainly could. "Then is there any doubt remaining?" she inquired. "None," he replied. However, Yi Qin remained perplexed, scrutinizing them with his keen eyes, casting his gaze over Bai Qianchun twice. As a citizen of Mu Yuan Star, he showed no signs of elation at the arrival of their leader. Instead, his gaze was laden with scrutiny. He silently turned away, exuding an air of aloofness that suggested he was not to be trifled with. "You may follow me," he instructed. Du Lu observed his retreating figure, scratching her head in confusion. Why did this elderly gentleman seem so unwelcoming towards their leader? This was rather unexpected. Bai Qianchun, however, remained composed, lifting her suitcase and potted plant before striding forward. "Let us proceed. It is not my obligation to be universally adored. It is entirely natural for some to hold differing opinions about me." "Oh," Du Lu responded, hastily gathering her assortment of baskets and pots to follow suit. Internally, she grumbled, reflecting on how Bai Qianchun had been met with adoration and warmth throughout their journey, and now encountering this indifferent demeanor was rather jarring. After some internal conflict, she finally gritted her teeth and matched Bai Qianchun's pace. "Divine healer, it is not entirely Yi Qin's fault. The previous leader was quite lacking in humanity." Subsequently, Bai Qianchun and Du Lu listened as Aunt Yi recounted various pieces of internal information known only to the citizens of Mu Yuan Star. Chapter 36. The two former star lords. The existence of the Huayao Empire is intricately tied to the emergence of numerous habitable planets, all thanks to the presence of the 7 primordial stars: wood, fire, earth, metal, water, light, and darkness. These 7 celestial bodies hold profound significance for the Empire. To date, 4 of these primordial stars, Light Star, Metal Star, Water Star, and Earth Star, have forged eternal bonds with humanity through contracts, becoming heirloom planets passed down through generations. In contrast, the remaining 3 stars are autonomous entities that select their own leaders. Among these is the Wood Star, which has chosen Bai Qianchun as its new lord, marking it as one of the 3 free planets. This selection process has led to a disparity in the qualities and capabilities of each star lord. If the chosen leader is virtuous, capable, and benevolent, the citizens of Wood Star will thrive alongside them. However, if the leader is of poor character, selfish, and tyrannical, the populace will inevitably suffer. Unfortunately, the previous Wood Star Lord, Wang Zhe, was a figure of abysmal reputation. As the 37th Lord of Wood Star, he began as a diligent orphan who triumphed through sheer effort to enter a military academy, excelling both academically and morally. Yet, within a few short years, the allure of his title clouded his judgment. Surrounded by sycophants, his vision and abilities stagnated. He ceased to strive for growth, becoming complacent and indulgent, and once he tasted the fruits of wealth and power, he spiraled into uncontrollable excess. Inflated with arrogance and greed, he amassed wealth while remaining narrow-minded and indifferent. He could not tolerate the praises directed toward his predecessor, the 36-star master of Mu Yuan Star. Eventually, he descended into madness, obsessively targeting those who had once supported him, particularly those who had been favored by the former Star Master. Consequently, the citizens of Mu Yuan Star could no longer endure his oppression and exploitation, leading to mass relocations and emigration, resulting in a significant loss of population. Those who remained were either those without the means to leave or the elderly who had witnessed the glory of Mu Yuan Star and still held on to hope for its revival. Yi Qin was one such elder. He had been a trusted aide to the 36th Star Master and was among those who suffered the most under Wang Zhe's torment. Nevertheless, his unwavering faith in the 36th Star Master and his memories of the star's former splendor kept him anchored, as he clung to the hope that Mu Yuan Star would once again experience the brilliance of the era of the 36th Star Master. In this context, it is essential to contrast the 37th Star Master, Wang Zhe, with the 36th Star Master, Zhenxiu. Like Wang Zhe, Zhenxiu was born a common orphan and rose to prominence through diligent study, gaining admission to a military academy. However, Upon assuming leadership of Mu Yuan Star, he did not succumb to arrogance. Instead, he maintained a humble and inquisitive mindset, continually striving for knowledge. He even set aside the ceremonial titles of his position to learn from the capable citizens, personally rolling up his sleeves to work alongside them in the fields, studying tasks such as sowing and cultivation. He is known for his exceptional kindness and humility, always wearing a gentle smile that radiates warmth. Adorned with accolades yet never succumbing to arrogance, he embodies the essence of a true gentleman, gracious and noble. It is precisely due to his demeanor that the citizens of Mu Yuan Star hold him in deep admiration and affection. In stark contrast, Wang Zhe appears as a mere shadow of his worth. Perhaps it is this constant comparison that has led Wang Zhe to an imbalanced state of mind, growing increasingly obsessive and selfish, accumulating wealth at the expense of compassion. Having experienced the benevolence of a commendable Star Lord, Yi Qin's feelings towards the current, unworthy ruler of Mu Yuan Star are profoundly complex, resulting in his indifferent and reserved demeanor. So that is how it is. Amidst the jarring and tumultuous ride of the agricultural vehicle, Bai Qianchun, with her disheveled hair dancing wildly, occupies a corner, nodding earnestly as if to convey her understanding. Aunt Yi, meanwhile, attempts to tame her meticulously styled hair, now rendered chaotic by the bumpy journey, turning her face away in satisfaction. Alas, the greenery on Mu Yuan Star has truly deteriorated. The abundance of sand and the fierce winds have left her mouth filled with grit. With no hesitation, she swats at the robust figure beside her. Son, fetch me some water. My mouth is parched, and you can't even bring me a cup. Your lack of awareness is astounding. Grandma, I have prepared this for you. Please drink. Alas, it is indeed the daughter-in-law's attentiveness that stands out. The gentle voice of the mother-in-law and the dutifulness of the daughter-in-law drifted past her ears with the wind, but Bai Qianchun remained oblivious. Turning her gaze to the scenery flanking the main road, the entire city seemed shrouded in a somber hue, exuding an air of desolation and melancholy. One could imagine that this place had once basked in glory, yet that splendor now belonged to a bygone era. 30 years had elapsed. Yi Qin, with an unmistakable frown, sat there in silence, not entirely dismissive of others. His aged voice, tinged with irritation, recounted how over 30 years ago, that scoundrel Wang Zhe had driven people away. Those who moved left, and those who emigrated followed suit, gradually emptying the city. After that scoundrel's demise, the Wood Source Star remained without a new star master for 3 years, prompting yet another wave of emigration as people hurried to gather enough funds. The remaining old-timers, deprived of the wood element due to the Wood Source Star's dormancy, found themselves unable to enhance their abilities or extend their lifespans, leading to numerous fatalities among them. As for why this city had devolved into its current state, Bai Qianchun noticed the old man casting a fleeting glance in her direction before letting out an exasperated huff. A year prior, as soon as the new Star Master emerged, he was thrust into battle, extracting the Wood Source Star's energy to fend off the onslaught of the Beastmen. The Wood Source Star had already suffered considerable degradation due to Wang Zhe's misdeeds. This latest incident drained its energy further, resulting in turmoil across the entire Wood Source Star. Natural disasters such as earthquakes and mudslides erupted everywhere, leading to widespread destruction of homes and, ultimately, the city's transformation into its present lamentable condition. Chapter 37. The Most Powerful Old Man by Qianchun. It appears that the emotional weight still falls upon her, or rather, upon the burden originally borne by Bai Qianchun. Yi instinctively turned her head to glance at her. Bai Qianchun's obsidian eyes met hers, prompting Aunt Yu to force an awkward smile, stammering a few words of comfort. Well, Star Master, do not be too hard on yourself. What you did a year ago was for the sake of our empire. Bai Qianchun averted her gaze, responding with a faint acknowledgement, her expression devoid of any further elaboration. Yet, the pristine elegance of her features began to darken as she took in the dismal state of the streets on either side, a subtle crease manifesting on her brow. In her heart, she let out a quiet lament. This burden was indeed hers to bear. Although the original owner had extracted the energy from the Wood Source Star for the Empire, a part of this action was driven by personal gain. Moreover, the severe turmoil enveloping the Wood Source Star could likely be attributed to the original owner's mismanagement of her abilities, resulting in excessive depletion of its resources. In summary, the original owner had indeed sacrificed the welfare of the inhabitants of the Wood Source Star, leaving her with a profound sense of indebtedness. Consequently, this cause and effect relationship naturally extended to her, who had taken over the original owner's body. The feeling of carrying such a debt was decidedly unpleasant. Bai Qianchun's gaze drifted somberly over to the elderly man seated before her. His emaciated frame was surprisingly upright, his spine appearing as if it would never yield. Aunt Yu patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. The young girl's large, ebony eyes held a surprisingly oppressive force, nearly unsettling someone as seasoned as herself. She twisted her voluptuous waist twice, clutching the iron railing of the vehicle, eager to draw closer to Uncle Yiqin. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Uncle Yiqin, I recall your home was on that street we just passed. Why did we drive past it?" Yiqin squinted into the distance. His aged voice chillingly cold. "Renovations in the city have proven troublesome. It is simply uninhabitable. After a discussion among the remaining households, we decided to relocate to the small hill behind the city for settlement. The land there is ample for farming, and living arrangements are more convenient." Bai Qianchun adjusted her mask, a flicker of unease crossing her mind as she averted her gaze. "Everyone's settled. We shall arrive shortly." No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle exited the city, accelerating up a steep incline. In an instant, the passengers beheld an expansive view, revealing a neatly maintained country road and well-defined patches of farmland before them. The terrain resembled a basin of rolling hills, surrounded by mountains that were modest in height. Mere small hills. At the center lay a vast expanse of flat land, where approximately 20 stone houses were scattered at the foot of the eastern hills, while the remaining land had been meticulously cultivated into fields. The soil in this region appeared far superior to the sandy terrain of the outskirts, rich and fertile black earth. Flowing alongside the road were two narrow ditches, and upon closer inspection, Bai Qianchun noted that while the water was clear and pristine, it was rather diminutive. Moreover, the meticulously organized plots of land were not fully utilized, with only a third dedicated to cultivation. The hills are barren and desolate, with exposed rocks dotting the landscape. Yet, on the very hill where their vehicle approaches, a sparse scattering of trees has taken root, forming a modest growth. These trees, both tall and diminutive, all bear the telltale yellow at their tips, reminiscent of malnourished children shivering in the wind, eliciting a pang of sympathy from Bai Qianchun. Although this area presents a pastoral scene, the lack of greenery reveals the stark reality of a poverty-stricken rural landscape. There are people over there. Bai Qianchun shifted her gaze from a small sapling, narrowing her eyes as she keenly scanned the depths of the woods to her right. Where are the people? How did I miss them? Aunt Yi hurriedly leaned in for a closer look, yet saw not a single figure. With a hint of suspicion, Aunt Yi craned her neck and asked, "Uncle Yi, why are we stopping here?" Uncle Yi, calm and composed, crossed his arms and lazily lifted his eyelids, awaiting their arrival. If the Star Master is a kind-hearted young woman, her acupuncture skills might indeed restore the once great Mu Yuan Star, fulfilling Uncle Ye's long-held aspiration. Quickly, we must hurry to find Uncle Mi Zhu. Brother Yichang's injuries are severe." Two young boys dashed through the woods, urgently carrying a slender man between them, one supporting his arms, the other cradling his legs, racing to bring him to safety. "Grandfather!" The youth, who had been running with his legs raised and head down, suddenly lifted his head, revealing a lean face that, despite its lack of flesh, still bore a touch of sunlit handsomeness. His brown eyes, filled with urgency, sparkled with surprise as he exclaimed. His face flushed with indignation. He expressed, "Grandfather, we cannot allow this to continue. These vegetable thieves have grown increasingly audacious. They even dare to harm us now." Yiqin's countenance was equally grim. He understood the gravity of the situation all too well. However, he was not in a position to take action just yet. Over a month ago, he had detected signs of intrusion at the stargazing port, but the group that had stealthily infiltrated Mu Yuan Star had remained elusive and silent, compelling him to bide his time. After all, the remaining inhabitants, both the elderly and the young, were few in number, and aside from him, the elderly man, none possessed the strength to defend themselves effectively. Those who dared to sneak into Mu Yuan Star surely possessed considerable skills. Engaging them in combat could very well result in their own downfall. Yet, as circumstances would have it, the assistance he had summoned had yet to arrive, and the intruders could no longer contain their impatience. Due to the favorable sunlight, the fields behind the hills had repeatedly suffered from theft over the past fortnight, with numerous crops and vegetables being pilfered. Initially, the group engaged in petty theft, merely pilfering vegetables. However, as days went by, their audacity grew. They not only stole produce, but also ravaged the fields and the remnants of crops. Now, their sights were set on fruit trees, and they even resorted to violence, inflicting injuries. If this continues, it is feared they will become increasingly unrestrained, and it may soon be too late to prevent actions that could endanger the citizens of their star. Yi Qin's expression fluctuated, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he pondered the most suitable way to address this predicament. At that moment, a cold, feminine voice pierced through his thoughts. Has anyone been injured? I possess some medical knowledge. Let me take a look. Yi Qin turned in surprise, noticing the masked young lord standing behind him, having not detected her presence at all. With the young lord's intervention, there will undoubtedly be no issue. Aunt Yi, hearing the commotion from the vehicle, immediately called out, her voice rising in enthusiasm. Supported by her robust son, she hopped out of the car, her skirts lifted in a joyful sprint toward them. Her cherubic face beamed with delight as she eagerly exclaimed, Uncle Yi Qin, let me tell you, our young lord's medical skills are truly exceptional. You can trust her with this young man. Of course, how could it not be? Our young lord is unlike those fools who rely solely on medical equipment to save lives. She can revive a young man with a ruptured heart with just a few deft strokes of silver needles. You should have seen the expressions of those high-ranking officials aboard the starship. They were utterly astounded, their jaws practically touching the ground. Look, uncle. This young man was stabbed in the heart 10 days ago, lying on the ground like a lifeless fish, bleeding profusely. Just take a glance at him now. He hasn't even entered a recovery chamber, yet he is bouncing back to life under our Star Master's treatment. This clearly demonstrates the prowess of our Star Master's medical skills. As she spoke, her eyes crinkled with a smile as she playfully tugged at the silent Du Lu, who had come over. With a hearty slap on his shoulder, she sought to affirm his robust health and hearty appetite. Du Lu, having endured a few playful slaps, twitched his lips and forced a smile, quietly embodying the image of a successfully treated patient. The young Yiyang listened intently, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, exclaiming, I understand. The silver needle acupuncture technique is remarkably effective. If it can heal this brother's heart, it will surely remedy our brother Yi Chang's kidney issues. Wouldn't you agree, Erbing? Erbing, the stoic youth across from him, appeared lean but decidedly healthier than Yi Yang. His attire, though not extravagant, was far more presentable than Yi Yang's tattered, patched clothing. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Erbing's indifferent expression shifted slightly, his cold eyes narrowing in annoyance as he carefully cradled Yi Chang. In a calm yet firm tone, he declared, I am called Lang Xiao, not Erbing. Yi Yang, unfazed, retained his cheerful demeanor, responding, Oh come now, don't be so particular about such trivial matters. It has become second nature to refer to you that way. Our focus now is on brother Yi Chang's injuries. Matters of nomenclature, however, are not to be taken lightly. Very well. I shall remember that you are not called Erbing, but Lang Xiao. This should suffice, Erbing. Bai Qianchun's pitch-black eyes sparkled with starlight and warmth as they settled upon the two young men, the tenderness in her gaze nearly overwhelming. This lad, Yi Yang, still possessed his sharp tongue and unyielding optimism. Though he had become younger and more slender, his features remained largely unchanged. That pointed little tiger tooth was still his hallmark. Conversely, Lang Xiao, despite his altered appearance, his features more refined and attractive than during their time in the ancient martial realm, had not changed in temperament. He still wore that impassive, cold expression, appearing indifferent to others, save for Yi Yang, who had the peculiar ability to provoke him into uttering more than a few words. At this moment, Bai Qianchun was entirely certain that these two were her comrades from a lifetime spent together in battle, having arrived in this unfamiliar interstellar world with memories intact. Just as she had, she raised her hand to her heart, a smile involuntarily spreading across her lips. It was indeed unexpected, yet truly delightful. She was no longer alone in this vast expanse. In that instant, the chilling coolness that had long been embedded in her bones began to dissipate. The formidable walls she had erected around herself revealing cracks, allowing glimpses of genuine warmth to emerge. Star Master, little Star Master. Yi Yang's emaciated face leaned closer, his curious, hazel eyes sparkling with mirth as he waved his hand in front of her. This habit remained unchanged from the past. Bai Qianchun chuckled softly, instinctively grasping his wrist. Yi Yang froze, his eyes wide with astonishment as he turned to look at her. Bai Qianchun said little more, averting her gaze from his probing eyes. She then released his wrist with a light laugh and remarked, I heard you. You should place the injured person on the ground over there. Although the wound on his waist is not life-threatening, he has lost considerable blood and is now exhibiting mild fever. If we delay any longer, the wound may become infected. The aloof second male lead offered nothing but the indifferent back of his head, swiftly striding over to the agricultural machinery with the injured person in his arms. Yang, fuming, hopped around and muttered, "Humph, what's so impressive? It's just that your legs are longer than mine. Just wait, once I catch up on my nutrition, I will surely surpass you in height." Cold Xiao displayed a mocking smile on his stoic face, retorting, "You've been saying that for over a decade, shorty." Yu Yang was infuriated, exclaiming, "Who are you calling short? I'm not short at all. I will be a tall and handsome one at 1.8 meters. Dreams can be whimsical. What do you mean? Are you mocking me for daydreaming?" Chapter 39. He desperately wants to grow taller. This indeed is a perennial topic between the two. As in his previous life, Yu Yang stood at only 1.73 meters, just like her, both lamenting their lack of height. However, now that he is still young and his growth plates have not yet closed, there is still hope. Yu Yang immediately covered the back of his head, turning to her with a bewildered squirrel-like expression, his wide eyes gazing at her with a hint of grievance. "Why did you hit my head?" Bai Qianchun chuckled nonchalantly, a teasing tone in her voice. "I have medicine that can help you grow taller. Would you like some?" Yi Yang's brown eyes sparkled with a sudden brightness, his large head nodding eagerly in affirmation, as if to say, "Yes, yes, yes." The urgency in his tone was almost palpable. Oh, how he longed to grow taller. In his previous life, standing at a mere 1.73 meters, he felt like a mere average among the towering figures of the ancient martial world, where most men soared above 1.80 meters. Despite his usual insistence on being a talent of intellect, relying on his wits rather than engaging in height comparisons with those of simpler minds and robust physiques, an undercurrent of insecurity gnawed at him. Each time someone struck at his height, he would find himself alone at night, seething in his dog bed, biting his teeth in frustration and twisting a handkerchief, plotting elaborate schemes in his mind to take revenge on those audacious enough to mock him. Thus, he earned the moniker of petty-minded in the martial realm, where only his dear teammates could tread the precarious line of his ire without falling victim to his vindictive thoughts. Bai Qianchun observed the glistening, covetous gleam in his eyes, a smirk of triumph gracing her lips. With a practiced demeanor, she feigned distress, saying, "Unfortunately, I do not have any height-enhancing pills readily available, and the herbs still require cultivation. I can assist in planting," Yu Yang exclaimed, raising his hand with fervor. He thumped his chest in assurance, declaring, "The fruit trees on the hill are all my handiwork. I possess ample experience in cultivation. I am indeed a skilled farmer, so growing herbs will pose no challenge for me. I even know many medicinal plants." In truth, he had cultivated herbs in his past life, having grown a considerable variety. Due to the relentless fervor of the team's strategist and physician, the formidable sorcerer, who obsessively insisted that the unscrupulous herbal merchants outside were deceiving them with inferior products, he decided to endure the financial strain and cultivated a mountain in the back hills of Zhanlong City for his own herbal farming. Consequently, his teammates became mere pawns in the sorcerer's grand scheme, rising before dawn and retiring after dusk. Unless tasked otherwise, they were obliged to ascend the mountain to tend to the herbs, which included watering and pest control. Any dissent would result in rigorous training sessions enforced by another formidable figure in their midst, their elder sister, who would not cease until at least 3 bones were broken. After enduring severe injuries, they would find themselves transported to the medical chamber, serving as the sorcerer's practice models and guinea pigs for new medicines. The torment they faced there was no less than the agony of broken bones, and at times, even more harrowing. Thus, under the imposing shadows of the 2 sorcerers, the team members obediently retracted their claws and diligently ascended the mountain to cultivate herbs. Despite their initial ignorance of herbalism, years of toil transformed them into adept herbal cultivators, capable of identifying various medicinal plants. Bai Qianchun's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as she recalled her time in the ancient martial realm, where she wielded a green whip, herding a group of team members up the mountain under the moonlight, tending to the herbs. She mused that if only her elder sister and the others could join her in the stars, they would surely prefer the relative tranquility and advanced technology of the interstellar world over the chaos and devastation of the ancient martial realm, rife with intrigue and strife. Snapping back to reality, Bai Qianchun exchanged a knowing smile with Yi Yang under the vigilant gaze of Lung Xiao. "All right, from now on, you shall assist me in cultivating the herbs." Thus, she secured yet another free laborer for her cause. Cold and indifferent, he fixed his gaze upon her, his brow furrowing as he ceased to grant her or Yi Yang the opportunity for dialogue, commanding instead for assistance. "All right, I'm coming," Bai Qianchun replied with a gentle smile, causing Du Lu, who had been summoned emotionlessly for 10 days, to sense an anomaly. The youth exhibited an utter lack of respectful demeanor. Typically, even those of high status would not deign to acknowledge him, yet now, it was as if he were witnessing a specter. Or perhaps this was merely the treatment afforded to a subordinate citizen. Beyond this, Du Lu could conceive of no other rationale for her unexpectedly gentle disposition towards the young man. Bai Qianchun was adorned in high-waisted black athletic trousers, cinched at the waist with a beige drawstring tied into an elegant bow. Over this, she wore a black lace long-sleeved jacket, left open to reveal a white camisole adorned with a sheep motif. Her hair was intricately braided into a sleek fishtail that cascaded from her right ear to her chest, presenting a look that was understated yet undeniably youthful. A large black mask enveloped her delicate features, adding an air of mystery to her presence. In her current endeavor, she rolled up her sleeves, exposing a slender arm as pale as tofu, her expression serious as she regarded the injured person lying in the truck bed. Without hesitation, she disregarded the dirt, choosing to clear the mud from the wounded individual with her own hands. A flash of green light illuminated her movements as she deftly cut away the fabric that had become entangled with blood. Subsequently, she meticulously examined the wound once more before retrieving a burlap pouch from her large pocket. However, when the pouch was opened, it revealed not the silver needles that Aunt Yi and the others had previously encountered, but rather a collection of needles and thread. The injury on his waist does not yet require acupuncture. First, the wound must be sutured. Please assist me in threading the needle while I prepare to clean the wound, she instructed with practiced efficiency. "Oh, all right." The response echoed simultaneously from both Yi Yang and Du Lu, who had spent the past 10 days adapting to the role of a subordinate. They both reached for the cloth bundle at the same time, their hands inadvertently colliding. Yi Yang's swift fingers secured the bundle first, while Du Lu, though quick, was a fraction late and merely brushed against Yi Yang's hand. Du Lu, sensing a competition, turned alertly. Did this fellow intend to usurp his position as the assistant to the esteemed one? Having been accustomed to serving under the great physician, he reflexively followed the commands of this newly encountered star master, whose authoritative tone bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his previous mentor. Once he regained his composure, he graciously stepped back, offering a smile tinged with curiosity to Du Lu, who accompanied the star master. Chapter 40. The most vital aspect for a man is his kidneys. Du Lu was not particularly stocky. In fact, he possessed a delicate and refined appearance. However, as a man, he cautiously held a needle in his left hand while gripping the thread with his right. His eyes squinted in a comical yet earnest concentration as he attempted to pierce the tiny hole of the needle with the thread, his expression oscillating between tension and exasperation, as though he had lost a fortune. His posture, somewhat peculiar and awkward, evoked a sense of discomfort in the observer. With a deep breath, Du Lu extended the needle and thread towards Yi Yang, a forced smile plastered on his face as he remarked, "Let's see what you can do." Yi Yang observed the peculiar expression on his face, and with a hint of amusement, he accepted the needle and thread, demonstrating a remarkable 1-second threading technique right before him. The thread, which had previously misbehaved in Du Lu's hands, obediently aligned itself as if it were a single entity under Yi Yang's skillful control. With unwavering focus, he thrust it through the needle's eye in a mere blink of an eye. Raising an eyebrow, Yi Yang cast a triumphant glance at Du Lu, showcasing a skill he had honed under the meticulous guidance of the Dark Lord himself. When it came to the art of threading, none could rival him. In his past life, this very skill had elevated him to the position of the Dark Lord's most trusted subordinate within the medical team. Aside from the highly skilled Pure Sister, his voice was the loudest, commanding respect even from other formidable figures. The glory of that moment was beyond words. Stunned, Du Lu inquired, Have you practiced?" Yi Yang opened his mouth, but the glorious tales of his past felt inappropriate to share. Instead, he simply gestured to his patched clothing and boasted, "Do you see this garment? Each patch was sewn by me. Not only can I thread a needle, but I can also mend clothes. I even repaired the holes in my grandfather's garments." As he spoke, he approached the solemn-faced elder Yi Qin, beckoning Du Lu to point out a small patch on the elder's undershirt, thus validating his claims. Du Lu was left speechless, resorting to silently giving him a thumbs up. At this moment, Bai Qianchun curled her lips into a smile and turned her head, her round, peach blossom eyes sparkling like scattered stars. She playfully inquired, "Since you know how to sew clothes, Can you stitch wounds as well? Would you care to give it a try? Yi Yang's eyes brightened with enthusiasm as he eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, Yes, yes, yes. I can do it. Let me give it a shot. Yi Qin, with a furrowed brow, glared at his exuberant grandson, exclaiming disapprovingly, What nonsense. Yi Yang, taken aback by the glare, shrank his neck. Bai Qianchun, standing nearby with a smile, interjected reassuringly, Rest assured, old sir, with me watching by his side, there is no way he could go wrong in his stitching. Yi Yang leaned behind Bai Qianchun, bobbing his head like a chick pecking at grains, affirming, Yes, yes, Grandpa, you need not worry. I will sew it well. Yi Qin's aged face contorted in concern. He had never heard of anyone stitching wounds before. The thought of his grandson attempting it made him ponder whether the Star Master herself felt uncertain and sought a scapegoat. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, it was too late. His foolish grandson had already seized the needle and thread, eyes gleaming with determination, and was poised to commence work on Yi Chang's wound. Bai Qianchun, meanwhile, retrieved a silver needle for acupuncture to numb the area, simultaneously using her wood element abilities to invigorate the surrounding tissue cells. With her head lowered, she patiently guided him on the optimal points for needle insertion. In this new world, Yi Yang's technique was as deft as ever, his hands steady and eyes unwavering. He executed precise and swift stitches that complemented Bai Qianchun flawlessly. In no time, the wound was beautifully stitched, a neat and straight seam formed. All done, a job well accomplished, she declared. Yi Yang gazed at the sutured wound with an invigorated spirit, feeling a thrill akin to returning to a long-lost vocation. Bai Qianchun offered a gentle smile, retrieving 2 porcelain vials from her pocket. With the consumption of a chi-replenishing pill and a blood-replenishing pill, he would soon awaken. These elixirs were indeed remarkable treasures. Yi Yang's eyes widened in excitement as he jubilantly accepted the pills, unhesitatingly pouring one of each into his mouth and hastily offering them to Yi Chang. In stark contrast, Lung Xiao's icy gaze widened in shock as he turned to stare at Bai Qianchun. Unlike Yi Yang, who was a simpleton born and raised on Mu Yuan Star, Lung Xiao had only settled on the planet alongside his parents 4 years prior. Possessing the memories of his original self, he understood that in this interstellar realm, acupuncture and elixirs were non-existent. Only rejuvenation pods and medicinal agents were available. Initially, he had been somewhat skeptical when acupuncture first appeared, but with the emergence of these elixirs, he could not help but question the identity of the Star Lord before him. A surge of excitement flickered in his indifferent eyes. If he and Yi Yang could traverse time and space to inhabit the bodies of interstellar beings, could Sister Chun also possess such potential? Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke through his thoughts. Aunt Yi's exuberant exclamation signaled that awakening was imminent, interrupting the impulsive words that were about to escape Lung Zhao's lips. Now was not the opportune moment. As she spoke, her gaze burned intensely upon his wound, and the pained expression on the round face of the wealthy man furrowed with concern. In a tone laden with anxiety, he lamented, You must tell me. How could you be so unfortunate? That scoundrel who injured you is truly despicable, targeting your kidneys of all places. For a man, the kidneys are paramount. Otherwise, securing a wife in the future will prove quite difficult. Initially lost in a haze of confusion, pondering his identity and existence, Yi Chang suddenly focused his eyes. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against his waist, his pallid face flushed from blood loss, conveying a myriad of unspoken emotions. I. The color returned to his cheeks. Remarkable. Old Master Yi Qian had grown accustomed to his niece's blunt manner of speech. At this moment, his expression was remarkably composed, and he regarded the struggling Yi Chang with a sense of satisfaction, moving closer to firmly restrain him. Now, strong lad, do refrain from moving about recklessly. You might reopen the stitches that young Yang has so carefully sewn. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang also grasped his waist, peering over with an oddly strained expression to offer reassurance. Yes, Brother Chang, take it easy. Ultimately, it was Cold Xiao who maintained his composure, deftly steering the conversation towards Yi Chang's injury, thereby dissipating the peculiar and unspoken tension that enveloped the men present. Yi Chang let out a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at Lung Xiao. He then reclined against the side of the truck, scratching his head. I cannot ascertain who attacked me. Yesterday, it was my turn to water the plants. While I was patrolling the orchard, I noticed that the fruits on the trees seemed significantly diminished. Initially, I suspected that some birds or other thieves had pilfered them. so I resolved to keep watch at night to catch the culprit. However, I found nothing throughout the night. It was not until the early hours of this morning that I heard commotion deep within the woods. As I stealthily approached, I was suddenly attacked. A cold, blade-like object grazed my side, and before I could react to evade, someone struck me from behind, rendering me unconscious. Are you saying you did not even catch a glimpse of your assailant? Yi Chong shook his head in frustration. No, but I did hear voices, 3 rough male voices, cursing and swearing. I couldn't make out their exact words, but their tempers seemed quite foul. Yi Qin furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave and obscure. It was evident that this group of intruders was not to be trifled with. He glanced at the composed and inscrutable figure of the little star master beside him, unable to discern whether she was self-assured or oblivious to the situation. Noticing her reluctance to speak, he decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Yang, eager to pursue the culprits, voiced his discontent, asking, "What about those vegetable thieves?" Aunt Yi promptly grasped Yi Yang's arm, smiling as she attempted to smooth over the tension. "Indeed, the safety of our strong lad and ourselves is paramount. Uncle Yi Qin has given this matter considerable thought. Yang, you must not be obstinate. You ought to heed your grandfather's advice. His wisdom is profound, having consumed more salt than you have sipped water. And his reasoning is undoubtedly sound." Yi Yang raised his gaze, meeting the unyielding, solemn expression of the elder, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. At least for the moment. The agricultural vehicle rumbled forward, laden with passengers, making its way toward the village. As they approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant, with the clucking and quacking of chickens and ducks filling the air. In the fields on either side, the villagers bent over, tending to their crops, weeding and watering. Upon hearing the vehicle, they straightened up, joyfully greeting Uncle Yi Qin. "Look, old Qin has brought 5 new faces. Isn't that strong lad lying there? What happened to him? Why is he covered in so much blood?" The laborers immediately abandoned their tasks, rushing over in a flurry of concern. Nearby, 2 children playing at the village entrance called out in alarm, Uncle Quan, something's wrong. Brother Yi Chong is hurt. You must come quickly. Before long." The agricultural vehicle was encircled by a throng of villagers, both young and old. Bai Qianchun discreetly surveyed the scene, a sense of foreboding swelling within her regarding the future of Mu Yuan Star. The number of settlers gathered here is not substantial, merely around 20 individuals. Yet the majority comprises elderly men and women of similar age to Yi Qin. Only 5 are in the prime of their youth, 2 women and 3 men, one of whom is a limping man. Not a single young lad like Yi Yang or Leng Shao is in sight. The only exception is a pretty girl, about the same age as him, frowning by the side of the vehicle. Additionally, there are merely 2 children, a boy appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old, and a small girl, roughly 7 or 8. Beyond this, there are no others. If all the settlers from the village are indeed here, Bai Qianchun could only mourn for herself. With such a meager assembly, the task of revitalizing the entire Mu Yuan Star seems insurmountable. As the settlers anxiously expressed their concerns for Yi Chong, Bai Qianchun nudged Yi Yang with her elbow and quietly inquired whether all the settlers from Mu Yuan Star were present. Yi Yang, flashing a grin that revealed his small canines, replied in the negative. Bai Qianchun responded with a sigh. After he had ushered Aunt Yi and her family out of the vehicle, Yi Yang continued to drive forward with Bai Qianchun and Du Lu, transforming the bus into their private carriage. Du Lu, initially taken aback by the awkward expressions of the settlers, exchanged glances with Bai Qianchun for a moment before he could not resist asking, "Old man, where are you taking us?" "To the Star Master's mansion," came the reply. The voice of the venerable Mr. Yi floated with the wind, and despite Du Li's attempts to engage him in conversation, he remained engrossed in his driving, exuding an air of unwavering focus. A gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, revealing fields that had been cultivated, now adorned with small saplings. Although the lush green was not as vibrant, life still thrived within the muted hues. Bai Qianchun chose to disregard Du Li's bewildered expression, sighing softly as she resumed her contemplation of the scenic landscape. After traversing a small hill, a vast and dilapidated estate, cloaked in a grayish tone, came into view. They had arrived at the Star Lord's residence. The vehicle screeched to a halt at the entrance of the estate. Bai Qianchun obediently alighted, while Dula hurriedly gathered his belongings to follow suit. Observing their compliance, Mr. Ye's stern visage softened somewhat. He lifted his drooping eyelids and cast a fleeting glance at them from the driver's seat, explaining with a serious demeanor, "Our village has no vacant houses, so you shall reside directly in the Star Lord's manor. Only the Star Lord possesses the authority to enter here. The previous Star Lord fortified this place to the highest level of security, surpassing that of our village. He paused briefly before adding, "It is not far from our village. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out." Chapter 42. Shoddy construction. Du Lu stood in a daze, watching the vehicle depart, feeling an inexplicable tension that lingered uncomfortably within him. He turned his head in frustration to look at Bai Qianchun. "Boss, I feel that the old gentleman doesn't seem to have a fondness for us. No, rather, he doesn't seem to have a fondness for you." Bai Qianchun picked up the basket, seemingly unfazed, and instead cast him a light, teasing glance. "Is that so? However, I believe he is already making a considerable effort to restrain himself, to suppress his disdain for the former Star Master and not direct it at me." Du Lu was taken aback. What? The old man had overlooked the two of them in front of the citizens, refraining from immediately introducing my identity to protect me. Bai Qianchun raised her eyebrows in good spirits, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth. "He is quite an endearing old man, indeed. Moreover, he is also Yi Yang's grandfather." And in her affection for him, Bai Qianchun found herself rather fond of Yi Qin as well. Du Lu thought to himself, how could he possibly view that thin, fierce-looking old man with a stern expression as charming? It only made him increasingly perplexed by the boss's thoughts. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the two of them simultaneously lifted their gazes to observe the Star Master's residence, the foreboding manor they had seen from a distance. They stood before the grand iron gate, adorned with a rose motif, which seemed to have never undergone rust-proof treatment. The railings were mottled with rust, and a few tiny, dark insects, no larger than fingernails, clung to it, seemingly gnawing at the rust with their pincers. The beginning was already so dilapidated. One could only imagine the dire and tragic state within. After Bai Qianchun activated the Star Master identification granted by the Empire, she effortlessly passed the verification and entered the estate. The heavy iron gate creaked ominously, swinging open on its own under the remnants of energy, revealing the dilapidated scene within. The marble-paved ground was cracked, the eastern wall of the courtyard had collapsed halfway, and several breaches marred the western side, with bricks and tiles strewn haphazardly across the front yard. The trees on either side stood desolate, some uprooted, others snapped in half. The fountain at the center of the courtyard had not escaped unscathed either, its waters long dried up, and the entire basin had cracked, with the cobblestones embedded within scattered about the ground, covered in a layer of dust, exuding a dull and lifeless aura. With a composed expression, Bai Qianchun navigated around the fissures in the stones and ventured deeper. The rockeries had collapsed, the streams had run dry, and the bridges lay in ruins. Pavilions, stone steps, and corridors were all equally forsaken, with remnants of walls and debris scattered throughout, leaving no corner untouched by decay. In summary, this estate, a peculiar amalgamation of a Sioux-style garden and a European castle, appeared utterly incongruous, and the extent of its devastation surpassed that of the city she had previously witnessed, resembling a site profoundly scarred by centuries of disaster. Observing the eaves adorned with red tiles, which seemed to have faded under the sun to a dull gray, Bai Qianchun harbored serious doubts that the former Star Master had been deceived, as she had never encountered red tiles that could lose their hue. Upon entering the main building and witnessing the cracked, discolored walls alongside the decaying, insect-ridden furniture, her conviction only deepened. This manor is nothing more than a superficial faade, akin to a shoddy construction project. The contracting construction team is undoubtedly a band of unscrupulous merchants, substituting inferior quality for what was promised. As Bai Qianchun circled the premises, her expression darkened progressively, an icy aura enveloping her. The folly of the previous Star Master, who had naively placed his trust in this construction team, was his own affair. However, this despicable shoddy work now belonged to her, and it was imperative that she sought reparation from this unscrupulous team. Du Lu, trembling with trepidation, cautiously followed closely behind her, his eyes darting nervously around. From the moment they entered this dilapidated, ghostly abode, a chilling wind had swept past him, raising goosebumps in waves across his skin. A sudden sharp sound echoed through the eerily silent room, startling him. Instantly, he resembled a frightened cat, his fur bristling as he dashed to Bai Qianchun's side, his face ashen and trembling as he stammered, "Miss, perhaps we should leave? This house appears so unstable. It looks as though it might collapse at any moment." Bai Qianchun fixed her gaze on the rusted vault door ahead, pursed her lips, and glanced at him. Her tone calm as she inquired, "Are you afraid?" Du Lu's eyes flickered uncertainly as he forced a smile. "Who, me? I'm not afraid. How could a man like me fear ghosts?" "Oh, then let us proceed." With that, Bai Qianchun lifted her foot and kicked the vault door with a resounding crash, causing it to collapse. The entire house seemed to tremble in response. Du Lu let out a yelp and darted into a corner, shaking uncontrollably. Bai Qianchun cast a look at him, her gaze akin to that of a bewildered fool. She then waved away the swirling dust around her, squinting as she peered into the vault. However, the vast chamber was barren, devoid of any treasures, only littered with dust. Her expression darkened, and with a scowl, she turned to descend into the basement. With a violent kick, she forced the door open, revealing yet another empty space, entirely void of contents. Du Lu cautiously poked his head in, his face reflecting a sense of inevitability. He furtively glanced back at Bai Qianchun and whispered, "I've heard that the former ruler of Mu Yuan Star, Wang Zhe, was a miser, carrying all his valuables within spatial pockets. After his demise at the hands of interstellar pirates, the Empire even dispatched troops to search for him." Bai Qianchun's eyes, as dark as frozen obsidian, fixed on him. "So, have you found anything?" Du Lu shook his head rapidly. "No, that band of interstellar pirates vanished without a trace, and Wang Zhe's remains are nowhere to be found. The vast wealth he carried has also disappeared." Bai Qianchun's expression grew even grimmer. No wonder this place was stripped bare, lacking any valuable item from top to bottom. Not even a single robot remained. They had all been taken by that scoundrel, Zhou Ba Pai. Du Lu tentatively extended a small foot, gazing at her with anticipation. "So, can we leave now?" Bai Qianchun shot him a glare. "Leave? Wonderful." Du Lu beamed, rising cheerfully and swiftly darting towards the exit. However, it has been proven that a true master is indeed a master. She had just sluggishly stepped out the door when, with a resounding crash, the house collapsed behind her. Chapter 43. The celestial jade needle. As the immense wave of dust from the building's collapse settled, the entire structure tilted to the left. The stone columns of the windows were all askew, and the shattered bricks and glass lay scattered on the ground in a scene of devastation that came into view for the two of them. A stark reminder of poverty struck Bai Qianchun like a hammer, leaving her with a somber expression, her eyes swirling with dark turmoil. In her previous life, apart from being driven to a desolate garbage planet just before her untimely demise, she had lived a life of extravagant luxury, spending lavishly. And now, looking at her current predicament, never mind. In her past life, amidst the chaos of warfare and the skeletal remains littering the ancient martial world, she had certainly endured her share of haunted abodes. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qianchun turned her sullen face towards the back of the house. She intended to head towards the two most humble and rudimentary storage rooms, declaring that they would spend the night there. "Oh," Du Lu's expression fell. "We are truly going to reside in this mansion that resembles a grand haunted house." Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow at the leaden tone of Du Lu's words. "Then where do you wish to stay?" Du Lu stammered. We could find lodging in the village." Having arrived at her destination, Bai Qianchun did not hastily enter. Instead, she raised her hand to lightly tap on the wall, a faint smile gracing her lips. She then turned her gaze to the reluctant Du Lu, who stood behind her, exuding an aura of discontent. With a cold chuckle, she reassured him, "Rest assured. This place is quite solid. There will be no risk of the roof collapsing in the middle of the night." Du Lu, however, found himself in a state of disbelief. Realizing that he had been so preoccupied with his own thoughts that he had completely overlooked this possibility, his fear now heightened. With a creaking sound, the door to the storage room swung open, releasing a cloud of choking dust. Bai Qianchun squinted and waved her hand to disperse the particles before surveying her surroundings. This appeared to be the quarters for the estate's workers, cluttered with various farming tools. In one corner stood a small bed, a worn wooden cabinet, and a folding wooden table. Despite being constructed of wood, these furnishings were far more sturdy and practical than the ostentatious pieces found within the main building. Although coated in dust, they remained free from pest damage and decay, indicating the unscrupulous nature of the vendor responsible for the main house's furnishings. Another storage room mirrored this layout, with similar furnishings, but featured an additional mirror. Consequently, the room with the mirror was designated for Bai Qianchun, while the other was left for Du Lu. Seeing no sign that Bai Qianchun intended to change her mind, Du Lu reluctantly settled in. Despite his previous physical prowess, having once been capable of climbing a mountain after military training, he now resembled a frail patient, panting heavily after merely carrying a bucket of water. In the end, Bai Qianchun could no longer bear to watch and took over his burden of fetching water. The two busily attended to various tasks, cleaning the house and scouring other buildings for usable blankets, bowls, and utensils. It was only by 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening that they managed to tidy the room to a semblance of livability. Outside the storeroom, the two sat on wooden stumps, having endured a grueling battle against the clutter, resting and replenishing their energy under the faint glow of a few celestial stars. Hearing the sound of snoring from inside, Bai Qianchun's lips twitched, and she pulled down her mask to retrieve a bottle of bitter melon-flavored nutrient solution from her pocket. Drinking it without a change in expression, the once vast estate had grown silent following Du Li's departure, its surroundings filled with dilapidated and decaying structures. An ominous wind, seemingly conjured from nowhere, made the wooden planks creak, accompanied by faint shrieks, casting an ever-deepening shadow of eeriness over the place. Had Du Li not been exhausted to the point of falling into a deep slumber, he might have found himself trembling under the covers. Bai Qianchun thought idly, her lips curling slightly in boredom, and then she simply settled on the stump, closed her eyes, and began her daily practice of cultivating her wood-type abilities. This method, derived from ancient martial arts principles, was her own exploration into enhancing her wood-based powers. She was uncertain how it compared to the cultivation methods employed by abilities users in the galaxy, but she felt assured that this was the right path for her. Although the original body was the sovereign of the Wood Source Star, endowed with exceptional talent in wood abilities, Bai Qianchun believed that her rise from C grade to S grade in just a year was a testament to the efficacy of her cultivation technique. Regarding the previous refusal to acknowledge the existence of a special shortcut for enhancement in front of Sheng Bane, it was, of course, due to the necessity of secrecy. This particular technique, while aimed at enhancing wood-type abilities, complements the Xiantian Jade Maiden Needle cultivated within her, rendering both indispensable to her unique method of cultivation. The average individual lacks the insight to discern the intricate relationship between ancient martial arts and wood-type abilities, which are simultaneously interdependent yet distinct. Attempting to cultivate without comprehending this complexity would undoubtedly lead to complications. Indeed, it is certain to result in problems. After all, both ancient martial arts and wood-type abilities exist as independent systems within the same body. If one fails to manage the primary and secondary relationships between them, it could lead to conflicts and collisions, commonly referred to as losing one's way in the arts. A smile danced upon her lips as she closed her eyes, unleashing the immense wood-type energy within her, allowing it to spread outward inch by inch, beginning to capture the wood elements lingering in the air. The Wood Source Star truly lives up to its reputation as the primordial cradle of wood elements, with residual wood elements far more abundant than those found on the main star. As time passed, she suddenly sensed a cacophony of wails emanating from the western hills of the estate, where the wood elements were densest. It was the vegetable thieves that Yi Yang had mentioned. Bai Qianchun's eyes flew open, a glimmer of cold light passing through her starry gaze. Now, as the sovereign of the Wood Source Star, this territory belonged to her, and these intruders dared to cross into her domain, thus challenging her authority. Initially, she had planned to wait until tonight to rest and deal with these individuals the following day, but since they had revealed themselves now, there would be no need to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 44. The dark history of being in the stillness of the night. A chill permeated the air, dispelling the scorching heat of the day. Bai Qianchun moved with a light and graceful step, akin to a nimble cat, navigating through the cluttered storage room filled with crumbling stones until she reached the entrance of the manor. The ancient, creaking iron gate, imbued with the scent of age and decay, slowly swung open. As she stepped forward, she was met with two pairs of astonished eyes, starkly contrasting in black and white. Yi Yang, who was at the threshold scratching his head in confusion about how to enter, suddenly brightened, exclaiming, "Sister Qianchun, is that you?" As the clouds that had obscured the sky parted, 5 source stars cast a gentle luminescence, illuminating Bai Qianchun's delicate face, unmasked and revealed before their eager gazes. Her complexion was fair and exquisite, soft and lovely. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to the Bai Qianchun of her past life, particularly her almond-shaped eyes that, with their upward tilt, exuded a cold allure. The piercing gaze, imbued with a chill, bolstered Yi Yang's confidence to an exhilarating height of 99.99. And he could not suppress the urge to call out. Ling Xiao, who lagged a step behind, momentarily taken aback, soon turned his expectant eyes toward her as well. Under the soft glow of the night, Bai Qianchun's already gentle features appeared even more tender. The corners of her cherry-pink lips lifted slightly as she surveyed their faces before graciously offering them a warm smile. "Ah, little son, Bing. It has been a long time." Ah, was it not a foolish past when she had sold herself for merely 2 pieces of cake? This embarrassing chapter of her history could not simply be forgotten, could it? Bai Qianchun bestowed upon him a benevolent smile. Ah, this is indeed the familiar Airbing. Yi Yang, unable to contain his excitement, bounded over with his tail wagging, his small tiger teeth peeking out as his bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. Chunjie, Chunjie, did you recognize us the moment we arrived? Bai Qianchun playfully ruffled his fluffy head, appreciating the advantages of her newfound height, which made such gestures far more convenient. A smile of genuine delight unconsciously graced her lips as she casually replied, "Indeed, I nearly recognized you the moment I saw you. After all, you called out Airbing's name and knew of my acupuncture with golden needles, which I have never showcased in the interstellar realm. Those 2 facts combined leave little room for coincidence." Yi Yang, feeling dejected, chirped in dismay, echoing the analysis that Airbing had provided after pulling him from his cozy nest. Was he truly the only one oblivious to this? The grin on his face faltered. Yet he remembered his talent for flattery and raised his hands to wave his fists, exclaiming, "Chunjie is magnificent. Chunjie is clever. Chunjie stands at 1 meter 80. Suddenly, he stumbled over his words, abruptly realizing something, turning his head with wide eyes, his pupils dilating in shock. Chunjie, have you grown taller?" Bai Qianchun's exquisitely arched brows lifted, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. "Yes, I am now 1 meter 67, having grown 7 centimeters. Tears of envy streamed from the corners of his mouth. Yi Yang wore a somewhat sour expression, but immediately approached with eager eyes. Resembling a puppy seeking attention, he gently nudged her shoulder and asked, "Is it true that Sister Chun mentioned there's a medicine that can help me grow taller?" Bai Qianchun cast him a faint smile and replied, "As long as you heed my advice, there's a 99% chance, unless you are genetically predisposed to dwarfism." Yi Yang's face lit up with joy, a radiant smile blooming upon his features. "That is wonderful. My parents and grandfather are all tall and slender. Our family certainly doesn't have a history of dwarfism. Finally, I won't have to endure Airbing calling me short anymore." He then composed himself slightly and leaned in again, asking, "Sister Chun, how tall do you think I can grow? Can I surpass Airbing and reach 1 meter 90? Bai Qianchun's lips twitched involuntarily as she replied, "That aspiration is rather lofty. Based on your current height, my preliminary estimate suggests that even with the bone growth pill, you would reach a maximum of 1 meter 80. Yi Yang felt a fleeting moment of disappointment but quickly regained his spirits. 1 meter 80 is still much better than my current 1 meter 73. Standing alongside Airbing, we could be called the 2 pillars. I'll no longer have to worry about my height overshadowing my looks. Airbing, you should be happy for me." Lung Xiao shot him a disdainful glance and stepped forward to Bai Qianchun, asking in a serious tone, "Sister Chun, are you out this late to find us?" "Not quite," she replied. Bai Qianchun's smile faded slightly, her gaze drifting, avoiding the lingering, yearning look from him. She coughed lightly, sensing some commotion behind the western hills. "Likely the vegetable thieves you mentioned during the day, and wished to investigate." "Vegetable thieves?" Yi Yang exclaimed, suddenly leaping 3 feet into the air, momentarily forgetting his concerns about height. His sun-kissed, slender face displayed an expression of righteous indignation, his eyes scanning the surroundings like searchlights, while he shouted, "Where are they? Where are they? Sister Chun, please lead us there. The vegetables and fruits that Airbing and I toiled over have been ravaged by those scoundrels. Stealing food is akin to stealing lives. I must strike them down and see if they dare to steal again." Lung Xiao, wearing a cold demeanor, immediately grew serious as well, his indifferent eyes gleaming with a fierce determination to annihilate the intruders. He harbored no doubt about Bai Qianchun's keen perception and promptly resolved to confront the offenders. Bai Qianchun had no intention of allowing those miscreants to linger overnight. She promptly led the 2 of them towards the rear mountain, and along the way, she expressed her concern, "By the way, have you both resumed practicing your ancient martial arts? How much progress have you made?" "Oh, well." The 2 young men halted in unison, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Yi Yang scratched his head, expressing his frustration. "Sister Chun, when I possessed this body, it was already an elemental wood user. My ancient martial arts cannot coexist with it. I can only practice some basic martial skills now. My techniques cannot circulate at all, and any attempt leaves me coughing up blood." Lung Xiao wore a solemn expression, nodding with evident frustration, clearly having encountered the same predicament. "Sister Chun, how did you manage to integrate the ancient martial arts with wood-based abilities in your cultivation?" As one of Bai Qianchun's closest allies in his former life, Leng Xiao was aware of her uniqueness, and she had not deliberately concealed it. They all recognized that their strategist possessed not only ancient martial arts, but also a formidable ability derived from nature that could stimulate the growth of plants. It was only after traversing to the interstellar realm that he understood this power was referred to as an ability. Chapter 45. The Dragon Town. Bai Qianchun paused momentarily, her brow furrowing slightly. Both wood-based abilities and the Xiantian Jade Maiden Needle I cultivate belong to the gentle attributes. And since the Jade Maiden Needle is a form of healing art with compatibility, there isn't significant conflict in their cultivation. However, the two of you are different. One practices the opening sun scripture, while the other follows the thunder technique, both of which are quite formidable. What should I do? Perhaps I should follow Sister Chun's lead and switch to cultivating the Xiantian Jade Maiden Needle as well? Yiyang gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, deciding to abandon his pride. To be honest, he genuinely believed that his ancient martial arts were far superior to his current ability. What could he achieve with this D-grade wood-based ability? It could only stimulate the growth of a few small vegetables, and its endurance was severely lacking. After a single burst of output, he felt utterly depleted, collapsing into a state of uselessness. In his previous life, although he was primarily a behind-the-scenes operator, he occasionally took to the front lines as a main force, wreaking havoc. Now, this feeble and lackluster ability was utterly incongruous with his ambition to be a formidable weapon. Leng Xiao is an adept of fire abilities, his condition marginally better than others, possessing a formidable offensive power. Thanks to the presence of the fire source star, he has ascended from D to B in just a year, an astonishingly rapid advancement for a level-up enthusiast like him. However, Leng Xiao remains dissatisfied. While abilities tend to emphasize ranged attacks, his physical constitution is lacking. He has grown accustomed to refining his body with the thunder technique, yet he finds his current physique unsatisfactory. Despite his relentless efforts to strengthen himself through external training, he cannot match the efficacy of the ancient martial arts thunder technique. At this moment, upon hearing Yi Yang's reckless idea, he cast a disdainful glance at him. Yet, as his gaze shifted to Bai Qianchun, there was a flicker of yearning beneath his icy demeanor. If only he could practice that technique as well. The Xiantian Jade Maiden Needle, despite its somewhat effeminate name, has proven to forge an incredibly strong body in Sister Chun. Observing the two naive youths contemplating a drastic change for the sake of power and technique, Bai Qianchun helplessly rubbed her forehead, urging, "Please, do not rush. Let me think of a solution." Oh! Instantly, Yiyang and Leng Xiao fell silent, obediently awaiting her guidance. They have never doubted Bai Qianchun's keen perceptiveness or her medical expertise. When she says she will find a solution, it is almost certain she will succeed. As the trio conversed while traversing the terrain, they unwittingly crested a small hill, gradually approaching the location Bai Qianchun had previously surveyed. Do not come closer. Please, do not approach. Alas, a lecherous fiend has seized my behind. Gongzi, my leader, for heaven's sake, utter a sound. Do not abandon me to my fate. Woe is me. Silence, you fool. Must you bellow like a banshee, as if you were not already hastening towards your demise? By all that is sacred, I too have become a target. I implore you to save me. A cacophony of wails and shrieks pierced the air, startling the three companions, Bai Qianchun and her comrades, into a state of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, and with an unspoken understanding, adjusted their breaths, maintaining a vigilant demeanor as they hastened forward. It was only upon descending the slope that they paused. Before them lay a hollowed valley shrouded in a peculiar white mist, illuminated by the radiant light of 5 celestial stars, rendering it strikingly visible to the naked eye. The haunting cries emanated from within that very mist. However, Bai Qianchun narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the surroundings. She discerned no figures among the shouting souls, as the dense fog artfully encapsulated the essence of hearing the voice without seeing the person. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she beheld a grand and imposing structure materializing within the mist, reminiscent of a vast city. Astonishment surged within her. Was it a mirage or a tangible reality? As a gentle breeze swept through, it seemed to disperse some of the enveloping white mist, revealing a glimpse of the majestic and solemn gate. Bai Qianchun focused intently, and her attention was ensnared by the powerful and ancient characters inscribed above. Zhanlong City. Zhanlong City, a place designated for ancient warriors by the high-ranking officials of the Wen nation in a previous life, was once believed by her and all ancient practitioners to be a realm that had received tacit approval for their existence. They thought that such a vast territory had been allocated for them. However, the detonation of a nuclear bomb shattered her illusions and hopes. It became evident that the existence of Zhanlong City was part of a premeditated plan by the high-ranking officials of the Wu nation to eradicate them completely. Those avaricious leaders could not tolerate the presence of ancient warriors, whose formidable powers could alter the course of events. Even though the warriors of Zhanlong City had chosen to side with the Wu nation, assisting them in countless battles and helping to establish a new nation, the officials remained ever wary of the ancient practitioners and their domain. The very name Zhanlong reflects the intentions of those in power. They were merely players in a game, unable to see the broader picture. At that moment, Bai Qianchun felt a glimmer of relief, for when the nuclear bomb fell, her elder sister and a few others had fortuitously embarked on a mission to assist the elderly, sick, and disabled, leaving only her, being, and Xiao Taiyang to guard the city. Her sister and the others should have remained unscathed by the blast. They were likely still alive. She observed Yang, who was gripping Lang Zhao's arm, his eyes wide with astonishment as he pointed towards the misty direction, exclaiming in excitement, "Zhanlong City, it truly is Zhanlong City. Did you see it, being?" Lang Zhao, with a serious expression, gazed intently at the city gate, furrowing his brow, and solemnly nodded, affirming that he had indeed seen it. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow and redirected her gaze towards the imposing city shrouded in mist. With a slight press of her lips, she regained her composure and remarked, "Let us proceed inside and take a look." "Ah, go inside." Yi Yang stared in astonishment at Bai Qianchun's retreating figure as she stepped forward. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Are we truly entering, Sister Qian? Please, this late at night, and emerging from the misty town of Dragon, there must be something amiss. Perhaps we are merely seeing phantoms. This could very well be a ghost town, and we are undoubtedly being blinded by spirits." Bai Qianchun turned her head, exasperation evident as she glanced at the superstitious individual trailing behind. One must trust in science. Lang Xiao extricated his arm from Yi Yang's tight grip and cast a disdainful glare in his direction. "There is no such thing as ghosts in this world. Stop frightening yourself." Unconvinced, Yi Yang clung to Lang Xiao like an octopus, insisting fervently, "Given the bizarre circumstances we have encountered, how can one dismiss the existence of ghosts? Those vegetable thieves were undoubtedly genuine interstellar beings, and they too spoke of ghosts." Chapter 46. The Duck King as they spoke. The trio had already arrived at the entrance of the town of Dragon, with Bai Qianchun leading the way. As if sensing the presence of old friends, the heavy, ancient gates emitted a deep, resonant sound as they slowly creaked open, silently welcoming them. Yi Yang instantly fell silent, his face taut and expression grave. Yet the hand that clung to Lang Zhao's arm remained unyielding, the pale, tense fingers betraying his anxious state of mind. At this moment, Bai Qianchun and Lang Xiao donned solemn expressions, as the scent of blood and the earthy aroma emanating from the city walls, along with the resounding echo of the city gates swinging open, served as undeniable evidence that the town of Zhanlong was neither an illusion nor a mirage, but rather the very Zhanlong they were familiar with. The three stood back to back, instinctively adopting their most familiar combat stance as they made their way towards the city gates. The sudden and inexplicable appearance of Zhanlong, a place deeply intertwined with their past lives, compelled them to investigate, if only to find peace of mind. Even Yi Yang, who muttered about the ghost city, though filled with trepidation, harbored an insatiable curiosity, coupled with a flicker of hope and fantasy. Could there be hidden secrets within Zhanlong? Might there exist a passageway between worlds, as depicted in novels? The young man, having been influenced by literature in his previous life, could not suppress his burgeoning aspirations. Perhaps, just perhaps, such wonders were indeed real. The current interstellar existence, tranquil and devoid of war, represented the dream home that every member of their team yearned for. And he wished not to relish it alone, but to bring his elder sister and the others along. As they ventured deeper into the city, familiar streets unfolded before them. Once bustling with traffic and vibrant with the chatter of countless voices, the main thoroughfare typically thrived even in the twilight hours with numerous stalls selling weapons, martial arts manuals, and provisions for livestock, all contributing to a cacophony of life. Yet now, an eerie silence blanketed the scene, an unsettling stillness enveloped everything. Even the wailing of vegetable thieves had vanished without a trace upon their entry through the city gates. The entire city appeared to be shrouded in a layer of gray mist, with the streets devoid of any human presence, leaving only the remnants of stalls. "Sister Chun, look at the disarray of this street. Many stalls have been overturned, and the items that were once displayed are now haphazardly scattered on the ground. It seems that something has occurred here that has left everyone in a state of panic, hastily fleeing in chaos, Yu Yang remarked with solemnity. Her gaze fell upon a nearby stall selling livestock, where the chickens and ducks confined within bamboo cages had vanished without a trace, leaving only feathers behind. The vegetables were also missing. She recalled that this spot had been claimed by Aunt Kai after she had single-handedly defeated several vegetable vendors at the training ground. She typically set up her stall here after her morning exercises, yet now her basket remained empty. Lung Xiao approached the other side of the stall and bent down to inspect what lay beneath. Frowning, he observed, "Wait, there are still vegetable roots and stems left behind." "What?" Yi Yang hurriedly circled around the stall to join him, only to discover that behind the tall wooden stall draped in burlap, there was indeed a hidden trove. Beneath the stall lay a mound of vegetable roots and stems, piled high, accompanied by fresh soil, as if Aunt Kai had just shaken them off. What on earth is going on? Upon hearing this, Bai Qianchun followed her familiarity with the various vegetable stalls and ventured over. She too discovered the remnants of roots and stems, along with some fruit pits and decaying vegetable leaves riddled with wormholes. In summary, what remained were the spoiled, the inedible, and the unappetizing. A faint suspicion began to stir within her, yet she refrained from voicing it, merely pressing her lips together and quickening her pace as she continued forward. Ahead lay Uncle Lee's delicatessen, renowned for its roasted chickens and ducks, a culinary gem celebrated throughout Longqing. The roasted duck, in particular, was hailed as an extraordinary delicacy, earning Uncle Lee the rather coarse and jovial moniker of King of Roasted Duck. This title brought him great delight, for with his newfound fame, many young women had set their sights on his son, the heir to his culinary legacy, leaving Uncle Lee and his wife beaming with joy as they considered potential daughters-in-law. Nearly overwhelmed by the options, Chunjia, what have you discovered?" Yi Yang and Lung Xiao, who had been trailing behind, noticed her halted stance at the entrance and felt a surge of caution. The two cautiously leaned forward, stretching their necks to peer inside. However, instead of encountering any imminent danger, their attention was immediately captured by the array of roasted chickens and ducks hanging within the shop, their vibrant red and glistening skins drawing all focus. Each bird, expertly roasted to a crisp by Uncle Lee over fruitwood charcoal, shimmered with a golden hue, seemingly exuding a tantalizing aroma that beckoned them closer. It is essential to clarify that it was not a lack of ambition on the part of Lung Xiao and Yi Yang, but rather the harshness of life that weighed heavily upon them. Even ancient warriors are not immune to the burdens of existence. In their previous life, merely 2 months before their untimely demise in the ancient martial world, their team had depleted nearly 90% of their savings to assist a group of the war-torn elderly, infirm, and vulnerable, who had managed to escape the ravages of conflict. For the past 2 months, they have endured a meager existence, subsisting on the most basic of sustenance. Despite the extraordinary culinary skills of Lung Xiao, the lack of ingredients severely limited his potential, resulting in unremarkable meals. Although his circumstances were somewhat better than Yi Yang's, thanks to his father's exceptional prowess as a chef, the same predicament persisted, in absence of ingredients. While they could cultivate vegetables on Mu Yuan Star, meat was a different story. The village possessed only a handful of chickens and ducks, and even with ample wealth, there were no means to procure more. Moreover, these fowl were communal, raised collectively by the villagers, leaving his family reluctant to purchase them. As for wild game, it was a distant dream. Ever since the source was extracted from Mu Yuan Star a year ago, the local fauna seemed to have vanished. He and Yi Yang scoured the surrounding mountains, but encountered not even a single rabbit. Chapter 47. 8 children at home to speak frankly. A diet of greens and radishes is intolerable, even for an aspiring cultivator, especially for someone like him, a staunch carnivore. Ah, wait a moment. Those roasted chickens and ducks are still steaming. Yi Yang, captivated by the aroma of these delectable creatures, found himself drooling. He crossed the threshold, his eyes glistening with desire, and made his way into the shop, ultimately drawn to the hearth, where he could not help but extend his hands in longing. Sister Chun, observing this scene, felt a surge of excitement beneath her calm demeanor and turned to glance at Bai Qianchun. Bai Qianchun responded softly, moistening her parched lips, her gaze shifting slightly. It seemed my conjecture was correct. Time in this city has been suspended since the day of the nuclear explosion. What about those vegetables? It seems that someone or something had infiltrated the town of Zhanlong before us, transforming it into this state. It prefers a vegetarian diet. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang and Lung Xiao immediately ceased their fixation on the meat, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance. What could have entered? Could it be those vegetable thieves? No. They had been making a ruckus for most of the night without discovering this city, and after our arrival, their voices had vanished, indicating that Zhanlong City and Mu Yuan Star exist in separate realms. What could serve as a catalyst for entering Zhanlong City? Could it be that they, like us, were bombarded within Zhanlong City and then traversed here? It might also be some small creature. The offerings outside were solely lettuce. With so little evidence at hand, their lengthy discussions yielded no clarity regarding who or what had arrived before them. Bai Qianchun reassured them, suggesting they need not overthink the matter. It was likely not a malevolent entity, especially since it consumed only plants. As she spoke, she approached the fireplace and deftly retrieved a roasted duck from a hook, cautiously inspecting it in her hands. After prodding it with a clean silver needle and utilizing her wood-based abilities for further examination, she finally handed the roasted duck to Lung Xiao. This is safe. It is non-toxic and harmless. I have verified it. The texture and warmth are indistinguishable from freshly roasted duck, so you can eat it with confidence. A flicker of surprise danced across Lung Xiao's cold eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by a resolute expression of refusal. No, the safety hazards in this city have yet to be addressed. We cannot afford to linger here. It would be wiser to investigate thoroughly before indulging in a meal. It was evident how much willpower he exerted to resist such an overwhelming temptation. However, his companion, Yi Yang, lacked such fortitude. His years spent among the stars had been far more arduous than that of Lung Xiao. His so-called mother possessed no remarkable talents aside from her ability to bear children. The household now boasted 8 offspring, with him being the 6th. The elder 5 siblings had ventured to the mining planet, leaving only him, along with the youngest 2, to remain in the home, dutifully seeking their mother's favor. As the eldest child at home, he was burdened with the responsibility of sharing resources with the older siblings while also conserving for the younger ones. His experience of traversing worlds had been excessively stifling. Even securing a full meal was a challenge. Typically, he managed to scrounge a few bites only by accompanying Lung Xiao, barely achieving a state of moderate fullness. Had Bai Qianchun not arrived, he had resolved to join his siblings next year as a laborer, eager to broaden his horizons. After enduring a year of hardship, could one truly believe he could still suppress his yearning for food? The answer was, of course, a resounding no. As soon as Bai Qianchun mentioned that roast duck was not an issue, Yi Yang almost instinctively reached out, swiftly seizing a roasted chicken from the adjacent rack. With a decisive tug, he liberated a chicken leg. The golden, crispy skin was torn apart, revealing tender, chestnut-hued chicken leg meat within, while a rich and savory aroma of chicken eagerly wafted into the nostrils of the 3 companions. Their appetites surged uncontrollably, flooding their senses. Even though Bai Qianchun had previously enjoyed a VIP card aboard the starship, indulging in an array of sumptuous dishes, the allure of this nostalgic delicacy proved irresistible. As Yi Yang ravenously devoured the chicken leg, his mouth glistening with grease, he transitioned to gnawing on the entire roasted chicken, and after 2 minutes, he appeared none the worse for wear. Bai Qianchun and Lung Xiao exchanged a glance. "Shall we eat while we investigate?" she suggested, swallowing hard. "I have used my wood-based abilities to scout the area, and it is undoubtedly a desolate city. I have detected no immediate dangers in the 3 surrounding streets." Lung Xiao furrowed his brow, but his resolve crumbled under Bai Qianchun's gaze and the furtive look from Yi Yang. He stiffly nodded in agreement. The 2 then picked up a roasted duck each, continuing their culinary exploration while patrolling the streets. They were markedly more relaxed than when they first entered the city, their strides exuding confidence. Observing this, Yi Yang hastily discarded the chicken bone and grabbed another roasted duck from the hook, calling out, "Wait for me! Wait for me!" Bai Qianchun, with a chicken wing in her mouth, maintained her composure, casting a sidelong glance at the roasted duck in Yi Yang's hands. "Aren't you worried about upsetting your stomach? After years of a vegetarian diet, diving into such greasy fare all at once, 3 trips to the restroom at least in a single day, I would wager. She certainly does not disdain anyone for eating too much. This is merely a common act of benevolent warning." Yi Yang remained unperturbed, grasping the duck leg and elegantly taking a bite, chuckling with his mouth full. "Sister Chun, don't you have some digestive pills? If I take one, I won't be afraid." "But I didn't prepare any," she replied. In the vastness of the stars, she often found herself unsatisfied. What use would such a thing be? Even the blood and energy replenishing pills she had given to Yi Chang were hastily concocted after boarding the spaceship, just in case. Yi Yang continued to smile, Undaunted, "Hey, if we don't have them, we can always procure some. With Zhanlong City following us, your pharmacy must have come along as well." Chapter 48. The compassionate Su Lianhua. Bai Qianchun's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Exactly. She beamed, her lips glistening with delight. A beautiful and charming smile adorning her lovely face as she pivoted, heading down another street. In her previous life, Zhanlong City was a realm unto itself amidst the chaos. Often referred to by outsiders as the ancient martial world. Its inhabitants were predominantly ancient martial artists, whether it was Aunt Kai selling vegetables or Uncle Lee, a master of roast duck. They were all skilled practitioners, concealing their prowess. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of rivalry, particularly when everyone is formidable and no one wishes to bow to another, leading to an increase in conflicts. Consequently, there were numerous internal disputes within their ancient martial world, giving rise to various factions, both large and small. However, the most renowned among them were Wudong Tower, Bai Martial Hall, and the Lin Family Martial Hall. Bai Qianchun and her team are affiliated with Wudong Tower, which was originally a notorious assassin guild. The guild was established by its master, Wei Hong, who played a pivotal role in its inception. According to a certain individual who prefers to remain anonymous, Master Wei Hong is a widow. She was forsaken by a faithless lover, and the tragic loss of her daughter drove her to transform from a gentle and beautiful maiden in a white dress into a ruthless femme fatale clad in red. Her initial motivation for founding the Assassin Guild was to seek vengeance against that unfaithful man. To this end, she took in numerous orphans with exceptional potential, training them to become adept assassins within the guild. Among them, the eldest sister of their team is one of the most accomplished assassins, holding the prestigious title of No. 1 among the elite killers. Her name is Su Lianhua, codenamed Blood Lotus. She is known for her striking fierceness in the act of killing, while exhibiting a rather naive demeanor in other aspects of her life. Since Master Wei Hong successfully avenged herself by eliminating her treacherous lover and rebranding the Assassin Guild as Wudong Tower, Su Lianhua seems to have grown weary of her life as an assassin, adopting a more laid-back, almost zen-like attitude. However, the rebranded Wudong Tower did not abandon its lethal pursuits. It continued to engage in assassination, albeit with a less stringent control from the master, who now encouraged internal competition among the assassins. Consequently, they divided into 7 teams named after the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. With their team, the Purple Wudong, ranking at the bottom. Certainly, this transformation is not due to their lack of prowess or inadequate skills, but rather stems from their elder sister's shift in mindset, from a ruthless assassin to a compassionate figure akin to a benevolent deity. They still accept missions, but upon taking on anonymous tasks, they endeavor to ascertain whether the issuer is a person of virtue and if the target is deserving of their fate. If the issuer is virtuous and the target a villain, then all is well. They can execute the task flawlessly. However, if the opposite is true, the likelihood of failure becomes absolute, resulting in penalties for breach of contract. Thus, the unfortunate designation of Purple Wudong was born. Moreover, influenced by their elder sister's newfound compassion, the other members of the team have also expanded their horizons. Whenever they venture out for tasks or explorations, they generously assist the elderly, the weak, or the sick, embodying a refreshing stream within the Assassin's Guild, a pure white lotus emerging from the mire, untainted by the filth surrounding it. With just a little more effort, Purple Wudong could easily be hailed as a charitable organization. Consequently, this unique cadre of assassins has consistently ranked at the bottom of the Wudong Tower, residing in the most remote and modest quarters designated as Purple Wudong. Bai Qianchun was raised in a laboratory, possessing little innate kindness or conscience. However, her elder sister's benevolence and the goodwill of her team members, whom she regards as family, have imbued her with a sense of humanity. This also explains Bai Qianchun's frugality and penchant for saving. She fears not the abundance of wealth, but rather the scarcity when the time comes to utilize it. With a resounding burp, Yang tossed the last duck bone he had nibbled on into the trash bin in the corner, rubbing his belly as he gazed longingly at Bai Qianchun. "Sister Chun, I've overeaten. Shall we first visit your pharmacy?" Bai Qianchun cast him a sidelong glance tinged with amusement, causing Yang's face to flush with a hint of embarrassment before she slowly diverted her gaze. "Very well. I too have missed my pharmacy." Most importantly, in the days leading up to the nuclear explosion, she had engaged in transactions with an old client, stockpiling a variety of useful pills, such as the commonly used chi replenishing pills, blood-replenishing pills, and digestive pills, each in quantities of 10 bottles or so. Additionally, for the safety of her companions, she always kept 3 or 4 bottles of vitality pills on hand. Her older sister had taken 2 bottles for their mission, leaving 2 remaining in the pharmacy. Each porcelain bottle contained 10 vitality pills, valued at 50 million star coins each, amounting to a staggering 2 billion star coins. A surge of warmth coursed through Bai Qianchun as she quickened her pace towards the pharmacy on the 2nd floor. Yi Yang, grinning, shouted, "I'm here for the digestive pills." However, upon opening the pharmacy door, instead of the familiar aroma of medicinal herbs, an unsettling silence met them, accompanied by the scattered remnants of fallen cabinets. The entire wall of cabinets, which had stored her herbal materials, had been stripped bare. The drawers that once held dried herbs were now desolate, as if someone had ransacked her home. Bai Qianchun's smile froze instantly, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. Yi Yang and Leng Xiao, who had followed closely behind, stood dumbfounded. What would happen here? Have we been robbed? Yi Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, his fingers trembling as he pointed towards the cabinet of medicinal herbs. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Who would dare to be so audacious as to rob our Ziwutong's apothecary? Do they wish for their own demise?" His words were far from exaggerated. Within the realm of ancient martial arts, the reputation of their pure and esteemed ancient physician was indeed formidable and carried significant weight. Many experts in the martial world were inclined to show her respect. After all, one should never provoke a doctor. As practitioners of martial arts, illness and injury are inevitable, thus amplifying the necessity for physicians. Consequently, even though Ziwutong consistently suffered financial losses and had a dismal record of task completion, they remained unharmed under the owner's roof, largely due to the presence of the ancient physician. It was well known that her greatest vulnerability lay within her apothecary. Anyone who dared to covet her pharmacy would have to consider whether they could withstand the relentless pursuit of all the formidable experts within the martial realm. No matter how far one fled, evading the death warrant issued by the ancient physician was an impossibility. Hence, Yi Yang remarked that the thief must truly be courting death. Chapter 49. The starry essence of wood by Qianchun furrowed her brow, her enchanting dark eyes narrowing slightly, radiating a fierce and blazing intensity. The sharp corners of her eyes elongated, infused with an ominous aura that hinted at an impending storm, imbued with a palpable sense of murderous intent and hostility. Who would dare to pilfer from her apothecary? At the entrance, Yi Yang cradled the trembling cold Xia, feeling a sense of dread wash over him. The formidable demon lord was enraged. The last time she unleashed her fury, she single-handedly decimated an entire band of over 300 ruffians without a moment's pause. Those who were rescued spoke of the spectacle with fervent admiration, describing it as a breathtaking display of violence, akin to beautiful yet sorrowful rain cascading down. The burly bandits, with arms thicker than a young girl's thighs, crumbled before her like mere tofu, defenseless against her onslaught. Often, they barely had time to react before they were dispatched with a swift slice to the throat or a thrust to the heart. The leaders of the bandits suffered even more, enduring a protracted torment before succumbing to their fate. This battle elevated her to legendary status, dispelling the rumors of her being merely a delicate physician incapable of self-defense. From that moment on, within the realm of ancient martial arts, she was no longer the fragile little doctor, but rather a fierce force of nature, a valiant flower capable of destruction and salvation alike. The respect she commanded among the martial elites soared to unprecedented heights. Yi Yang glanced around, realizing that only he and Air Bing remained breathing. Surely, they wouldn't target them, would they? No, please. Just as Yi Yang's overactive imagination nearly terrified him to death, Bai Qianchun dashed forward, heading straight for the hidden compartment of the medicine cabinet. This was her precautionary measure, a safeguard in case she encountered someone reckless. For she had concealed the life-reviving elixir and some of her most precious pills within that secret space. With a determined push, she shoved aside the cabinet blocking the entrance and tapped the hidden compartment twice before pulling it open. In response, 2 poisoned arrows shot forth towards her. Bai Qianchun's brows remained utterly unperturbed as she deftly dodged the 2 concealed arrows. Not only did she maintain her composure, but her heart also steadied. This was a trap set by Yi Yang, designed to catch the pill thief off guard. As long as this mechanism remained intact, the precious elixirs within should be utterly secure. Bai Qianchun's thoughts raced, and the tension in her lips eased slightly as she swiftly unveiled the second layer of the hidden compartment. However, The sight of the scattered porcelain vials inside ignited a surge of fury within her. How could this be possible? They were all empty. The vials designated for the vitality pills were devoid of content, as were those for the black jade purple gold pills, the bone enhancement pills, and the dragon tiger pills. Every single vial was bare, leaving not even a single pellet behind. Veins bulged on Bai Qianchun's forehead, and her countenance darkened to a severe degree. Who, pray tell, could have absconded with the elixirs without disturbing the mechanism? Most alarmingly, this individual had taken only the pills and left the vials behind, as if they had consumed the elixirs directly. Consumed them directly. Suddenly, Bai Qianchun's eyes sharpened, and her mind raced with a startling realization. She swiftly turned her gaze towards a small, vibrant green ant energetically climbing the apothecary cabinet. According to their earlier investigation, no living beings should exist within this space. So from whence had this little ant emerged? Sister Chun, what are you observing? Yiyang cautiously led the trembling cold Xiao into the room. Noticing that her hostility seemed to have diminished somewhat, he felt a slight sense of relief. He swallowed hard and carefully approached her, following her gaze to the herbal cabinet. To his surprise, he spotted a tiny green ant, which appeared to be standing upright and waving at them in greeting. Yiyang rubbed his eyes and, with mouth agape, pointed in astonishment toward the cabinet. The little ant, evidently irate, began to jump up and down, hurling a minuscule stick in his direction. However, what it grasped in its tiny appendage appeared to them merely as a light, airy white fiber. As they leaned closer, they could hear its faint mutterings. These foolish bipeds dare to call me an ant. I shall smash your skull and bury it in the ground as fertilizer for flowers. What a ferocious little creature. Yiyang clutched his chest, inhaling sharply. Yet his expression was one of excitement, akin to that of a great discovery. He turned to his companions, eager to share this amusing encounter. Did you hear that? This little green ant claims it is a celestial spirit. What on earth is a celestial spirit? Bai Qianchun squinted, retrieving a flashlight from the pharmacy and shining it upon the green ant. Instantly, under the bright light, the ant revealed its true form. It was not merely an ant, but rather an exceedingly small figure, no larger than an ant itself, complete with a nose and eyes. Adorned in a vibrantly colored sack skirt, resembling a super miniature figurine that required a magnifying glass for proper viewing. What captures one's attention most vividly is its oversized head, resembling a verdant vegetable, which, in the dim light, indeed resembles a diminutive green ant. Bai Qianchun extended her fingers, delicately controlling her grip to pluck it from the slanted apothecary's shelf. The little creature immediately began to flail its tiny arms in an animated struggle, screeching fiercely, "Foolish biped! What are you attempting? Release this celestial spirit at once. Should you dare to harm me, the wood source star shall never acknowledge you as its master. This celestial spirit will not recognize an outsider as its sovereign." After setting it down casually on the table, Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow and inquired in a hushed tone, "Have you consumed all the herbs and pills in my pharmacy?" As soon as it landed, the celestial spirit, still brandishing its oversized cabbage-like head and muttering curses, promptly fell silent, shifting awkwardly as a hint of guilt washed over it. Bai Qianchun prodded it, causing it to stagger slightly, and demanded, "Speak. Is it true?" The celestial spirit had never encountered such a dreadful biped before and was momentarily taken aback. The cabbage-like head turned, its wide, dark eyes fixed in astonishment upon her, as it exclaimed, "You dare treat this celestial spirit so rudely." Then it became enraged, its small mouth chattering excitedly. "Did you think this celestial spirit wished for such a fate? It is all due to you, the original biped. Out of pity for her, I chose her as the Star Master due to her decent talent, yet she repaid my kindness by siphoning my source of power, nearly reducing me to mere essence. Now, I am unable to conjure even a beautiful garment, forced to don a tattered sack, and I can no longer grow in size. My plight is indeed dire. Hence my need for some medicinal nourishment." Bai Qianchun twitched her lips, realizing the gravity of its misfortune. The seemingly colorful little sack it wore was not a fashion statement, but a mere patchwork. Indeed, it did evoke a modicum of sympathy. However, that does not justify your unwarranted appropriation of my belongings, consuming all my treasured pills. How do you intend to compensate me? Chapter 50. Contract establishment. The celestial spirit was reluctant to provide any recompense. It yearned to resist. With a small yet resolute demeanor, it declared, "This city rests upon my wood source star, thus it belongs to me, and I concealed it, lest the star's citizens discover it. Your pharmacy would fare no better. It would be wiser to replenish my own needs." The spirit turned to glance at him, immediately shielding its eyes, feigning distress from his appearance, which it deemed painfully unattractive. Foolish biped, keep your distance. Yang, with eyes brimming with tears of grievance, protested, I am not ugly. I merely suffer from the same malnourishment as you. The spirit retorted, that struck a chord, my friend. It gazed at him with its dark little eyes, questioning, are you also from a different dimension? Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow and glanced at the small creature. Can you discern that my soul is foreign? How can you not perceive this? The star spirit immediately placed its hands on its hips, indignantly declaring, he hasn't entered into a contract with me, so how could I possibly know? I only respond to the chosen star masters. Each selected star master is bound to the star spirit by a dual contract of body and soul. If she is dead or alive, I would certainly be aware. Upon seeing you, I sensed it immediately. The body belongs to the star master I originally chose, but the soul contract has dissipated. Additionally, your body still bears the remnants of temporal power, undoubtedly indicating an external soul. A glimmer of realization flashed in Bai Qianchun's eyes. Oh, so does that mean I am not truly considered a star master in this half-contracted state? As she mused aloud, she stole a glance at the small creature on the table, humorously contemplating whether to fetch a magnifying glass to examine its current expression. Before she could finish her thought, the star spirit, in a fit of urgency, sprouted wings and leaped into the air, passionately exclaiming, no, no, you are the star master I have chosen. You cannot escape. I have just thought of the herbs to compensate you. Let us forge our contract anew. Barely had it finished its frantic proclamation when it swiftly transformed into a streak of green light, catching Bai Qianchun off guard as it zipped toward her forehead. Yang! Lung Zhao's pupils constricted in alarm as he shouted, Sister Chun. But at that moment, Bai Qianchun was oblivious to the external clamor, feeling only a cool stream of energy emanating from her forehead, flowing down her neck, heart, arms, and legs, intertwining all her meridians, ultimately converging within her eyes. The inky black pupils were illuminated, as emerald orbs ignited within her gaze. With a sudden flash, she opened her eyes wide, and an aura of gentle green erupted around her, forming concentric circles of verdant light that visibly radiated outward, sweeping away the darkness. The lushness spread beyond the confines of Dragon Town, revealing its true significance. As the green light brushed across the parched and barren land, life was instantaneously infused into the soil, and tender shoots bravely broke through the earth. The emergence of this sprout, heralding the arrival of spring and the revival of life, signified the awakening of the long-dormant wood-source star. Almost immediately, more charming green sprouts began to sprout around it, yearning for vitality and eager to grow. Seizing this rare opportunity, they exerted all the strength they had accumulated over the years, stretching forth to flourish and unfurl their large leaves. This vibrant wave of greenery lingered for but a moment before swiftly expanding in all directions across wood-source star, conveying the message of rejuvenation to the entire land. The burly men trapped in the white mist outside Dragon Town, along with Yi Qin, who had sensed something amiss and stood on the hillside, were captivated by this breathtaking spectacle. A pillar of intense green light soared into the heavens, accompanied by the celestial melodies of myriad plants. As if the essence of divinity had graced the world, the green radiance from the light beam expanded outward in ripples, once again bestowing the profound symbolism of nature's revival upon wood-source star. Yi Qin's aged eyes sparkled with astonishment as he beheld the scene before him, his hands and feet trembling with excitement. The brilliance, more dazzling than any previous moment when a star master claimed their domain, emanated with an astonishing intensity. The richness of the wood essence contained within was utterly remarkable, surpassing even that of the esteemed Zhenshou star master. Standing close, he could feel the wood elements within him surging with vitality, as if the once fallen realm of his abilities began to stir, rejuvenated with a youthful exuberance, a sensation reminiscent of spring's return. Ignoring the intruders still shrouded in the white mist, Yi Qin immediately settled into a meditative position, embracing the blessings bestowed by the wood-source star. Each time a star master forges a pact with the wood-source star, an explosive surge of wood elements occurs, presenting an unparalleled opportunity for those attuned to wood abilities. Yet, had not the star master formed a contract with the wood-source star a year prior? Why then was this phenomenon manifesting once more? Was this perhaps another opportunity following the rejuvenation of the wood-source star? Such doubts flickered through Yi Qin's mind. But soon he was drawn into the fervent awakening of the wood elements within him, reaching a critical threshold. He quickly gathered his thoughts, focusing his spirit to break through his abilities. Beyond him, every inhabitant of the village possessing wood abilities was stirred awake by this potent surge of wood essence. One by one, they emerged from their homes, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of the radiant column of light. The verdant vitality of the beams of light has already swept through the fields cultivated by the star dwellers. At this moment, the seeds they had sown just during the day began to grow wildly, expanding larger and larger. Quick, quick, look! Goodness, they seemed to be defying the heavens. The star dwellers stared wide-eyed, astonished at the bizarrely twisting and swelling crops in their fields. Chapter 51. The revival of wood source star Yi Yang's youngest sister, Yi Shi, tugged at her brother Yi Qi's sleeve. With her fair, delicate face and innocent, dark eyes, she gazed at their field, pointing in that direction with her small hand, exclaiming, "Brother Qi, the little tomatoes have turned into gigantic lanterns." The other star dwellers followed the direction indicated by the little girl and exclaimed in awe. Indeed, what was once a potted-sized tomato plant had, in the blink of an eye, sprouted into a towering giant tree. Even more absurdly, the little green tomatoes hanging from its branches had seemingly been injected with hormones, transforming into large, red lanterns, their size inflated by dozens of times. Now there were 1, 2, 3. Goodness, it was impossible to count them all. Heavily laden with fruit, the branches drooped under the weight, teetering precariously. This was not merely a case of explosive growth in size. The quantity had also surged by several folds. The villagers were overwhelmed with astonishment, their hearts fervently exclaiming in delight. Simultaneously, the cultivated land began to expand autonomously, as plant after plant surged forth from the earth, waving their leaves and growing with fervor. Tiny pumpkins transformed into colossal ones, modest greens blossomed into gigantic vegetables, and even the cauliflower grew to the size of their homes. In the blink of an eye, a verdant expanse unfurled before their village, with countless crops spreading outward, transforming the once barren land into a boundless sea of vegetation. Peas, cucumbers, eggplants, spinach, and peppers. The seeds they had sown that afternoon had almost instantaneously completed their life cycle from germination to maturity. Without bees or insects to aid in pollination, the gentle breeze sufficed. And even in the absence of sunlight and rain, life flourished autonomously. The marvels of nature unfolded before their eyes within mere minutes, particularly as these crops grew to extraordinary proportions. Their humble garden had morphed into a giant-esque garden, presenting them with a strikingly surreal yet familiar spectacle, delivering an immense visual and psychological impact. The villagers beamed with joy, lost in a euphoric haze, celebrating as if it were a grand festival. As I observed, Old Sheen was escorting 2 young individuals up the hillside, one of whom turned out to be the Star Master. That young girl must be the Star Master, given the bountiful harvest she has bestowed upon our wood source star tonight. I have decided to forgive her for her reckless extraction of the wood source's energy from a year ago. What we ought to focus on now is the remarkable attributes accompanying this celestial sovereign. Henceforth, sowing a single seed will yield results equivalent to planting dozens in the past. Indeed, we must pay heed to this, for this sovereign is vastly superior to the previous one. Moreover, the surge in wood elemental gifts brought forth by this sovereign has resulted in an exceptionally high concentration of wood elements. Have you all felt it? I once believed that the wood elements communicated during the contract with Sovereign Jinxiu were already remarkably dense, but it appears to be even more potent now. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We must seize this fortuitous moment to cultivate. Lao Feng, Sister Zhan, your abilities have stagnated at their original realms for too long. Take this opportunity to strive for advancement. Each level gained could extend your lifespan by a century. Yes, indeed. Let us cultivate with haste. The wood elemental practitioners were all jubilant, their faces aglow with excitement, and without hesitation, they found a level patch of ground to sit upon. It is uncertain how long this wave of gifts will last, so it is prudent to make the most of the time available. Those who are not wood elemental practitioners also experienced a sense of exhilaration under this wave of wood elemental cleansing. Yet they were unable to cultivate and could only stand by to admire the magnificent revival of the wood source star. After all, such a spectacle is a rare occurrence, and they wished to behold it as long as possible. Aunt Yi and Sheng Xiaoxiao, in particular, eagerly took out their light brains to capture this splendid scene on film. Surely, posting this video on the Star Network will garner them several million new followers. Unfortunately, the signal base station on Mu Yuan Star has encountered some malfunctions, resulting in poor information reception. Coupled with the dense interference from the wood element, the star network is temporarily inaccessible, and videos cannot be sent. Consequently, one can only exchange text messages with friends and family outside to express their current excitement. The news regarding the revival of Mu Yuan Star has begun to spread within the limited social circles of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. One of Sheng Xiaoxiao's acquaintances, a rather skeptical friend, was so intrigued that she could not sleep in the middle of the night. She pulled open the curtains, widened her eyes, and gazed at the sky. To her astonishment, she noticed a tiny green shimmer, no larger than a grain of rice, flickering among the 5 source star connections. Oh my! Sheng Xiaoxiao truly stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune. Her friend, with her bare face devoid of makeup, was instantly filled with excitement as she began to send group messages to all her other friends. What are you sleeping for? Wake up and join the fun. If you miss out on this wave today, don't blame me for not reminding you. Mu Yuan Star has revived. Thus, her barrage of messages stirred countless men and women, each of whom pulled back their curtains to gaze at the sky, instantly shaking off their drowsiness and joining in the excitement. Among Sheng Xiaoxiao's list of friends was Sheng Baining, one of the most prominent third-generation heirs of the Sheng family and the master of the fire source star, a figure whom all members of the Sheng family sought to curry favor with. Naturally, as a side branch of the Sheng family, Sheng Xiaoxiao was eager to befriend this young lady. After chatting with her family and friends, she pondered for a moment and, with a determined heart, decided to intrude upon the delightful evening of Sheng Baining and Marshal Hua, sending her a message. After all, Sheng Baining is the sovereign of the fire source star, while Marshal Hua is the sovereign of the dark source star. The revival of the wood source star holds exceptional significance for the other 6 sovereigns of the source stars. Chapter 52. A gathering at the Feng residence within a spacious hall of a villa belonging to the Feng family, imbued with the fragrant aroma of tea. 4 individuals are seated, 3 men and 1 woman. On the left side, perched upon an elegant European-style armchair, is a man exuding an air of cold aloofness, his frosty elegance rendered even more exquisite by the understated luxury of his shirt. This is none other than the imperial prince, Lu Yuchen, who had previously exchanged words with Bai Qianchun via communication. On the right, Feng Youyu lounges in a somewhat careless manner, his long legs casually draped over a nearby stool. With his peach blossom eyes half closed, he stifles a yawn, the elongated corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of rosy hue, revealing his evident fatigue. In the center, occupying the large sofa, sit a man and a woman, Bai Qianchun and Sheng Baining. The man possesses a strikingly cold demeanor, handsome beyond compare, while the woman radiates brilliance and warmth, embodying unparalleled charm. They are undoubtedly a perfectly matched couple. This gathering is yet another intimate affair. With Feng Youyu as the connecting thread, it is entirely understandable that the imperial prince, Lu Yuchen, could sit alongside the empire's foremost marshal and members of the esteemed Sheng family to discuss matters. Thus, even though their meeting is openly held at the Feng residence, the outside world would not hastily speculate that the imperial prince, the Sheng family, and the first marshal have secretly conspired together. Consequently, Lu Yuchen does not hesitate to participate in this small gathering. He simply arrives. At this moment, Bai Qianchun gazed tenderly at Sheng Baining, who was absorbed in checking her messages, while Lu Yuchen's once cold phoenix eyes now sparkled with intrigue as he discreetly observed the couple and his cousin, Feng Youyu. Recently, with some leisure time on his hands, he had grown curious about the rumors circulating in the aristocratic circle regarding these 4 individuals. Oh, not to forget, Bai Qianchun, who also played a role in this quadrangle of relationships. It was said that his cousin, Feng Youyu, and the Sheng family's young lady, Sheng Baining, had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. However, their love was abruptly interrupted when Marshal Hua intervened and claimed Sheng Baining for himself. Subsequently, Feng Youyu, though heartbroken, offered his blessings and hastily married another woman to facilitate their union, despite his cousin's incessant praise of his beloved wife at the banquet. Expressing how sweet and affectionate their relationship was, none among the aristocracy believed him. They suspected he was merely putting on a brave face as his wife, who had yet to make an appearance, seemed nothing more than a mere decoration. Otherwise, she would not have been absent from several recent gatherings, prompting a swarm of admirers to vie for his affections, hoping to mend his wounded heart and take her place as his true love. After all, Feng Youyu was the sole heir of the duke's estate, the master of the golden source star, and the wealthiest individual controlling the Feng group. Investing in him was far more lucrative than in Lu Yuchen, who had several brothers. Thus, The recent banquets had become a veritable matchmaking ground for Feng Youyu. Explaining his evident fatigue today, having encountered no fewer than 3 women that Lu Yuqing had observed, his cousin's sarcastic and venomous remarks surprisingly failed to drive everyone away. Reflecting on the tenacity of those women is quite remarkable. If they could channel such determination onto the battlefield, perhaps they could achieve the same distinction as Shang Bainuing, an outstanding female officer. However, what truly defines the relationship between his cousin and Bai Qianchun? A glimmer of insight flickered in Lu Yuqing's eyes. According to his investigations, despite being married, the couple spent little time together. Is it genuinely, as his cousin claims, a case of love at first sight? Or is it, as the rumors suggest, that Bai Qianchun is merely a decorative figure? He leans towards the latter, for during his conversation with Bai Qianchun, he sensed no affection for his cousin. In fact, she seemed to be concealing her own secrets from him. On the other hand, while his cousin spoke sweetly and painted a picture of a blissful life with his beloved wife, he was aware that Bai Qianchun had long departed from the main star to Mu Yuan Star. Now, it was merely a one-man show, with all claims of a sweet life being mere fabrications, misleading the masses. Cousin, why are you looking at me? Feng Youyu yawned lazily, her tear-brimmed peach blossom eyes glancing over with indifference. Immediately, Feng Youyu felt a tingle of unease, lowered her legs, and forced a cheerful laugh. Well, you see, the seasons have changed, and I haven't been well lately. I've caught a slight illness. It's not suitable for me to go out at the moment. And I can't visit Auntie for now. Please tell her I'm sorry, and once my wife recovers, I will take her to see Auntie. He wiped the sweat from his brow, maintaining an air of composure in front of others, feigning a loving and harmonious relationship. Yet, in the presence of his cousin, he felt a twinge of guilt and anxiety, for his cousin was indeed his true nemesis. Lu Yuqing raised an eyebrow, inquiring, so when will she recover? Feng Youyu's gaze wandered slightly as he chuckled. Her minor ailments seem to linger longer than the affection between us. I cannot ascertain precisely when she will be well. However, Lu Yuqing did not grant him the luxury of evasion. In a few days, there will be an opportunity at the sacred pool on Mu Yuan Star. You may take your sister-in-law there for a rejuvenating soak. It will fortify her health. Oh, that is unnecessary. She dislikes going out, he replied earnestly. It is precisely her aversion to outdoor activities that has led to these persistent ailments. Once I have a moment to spare, I shall take her for a stroll and encourage some exercise. Her health will undoubtedly improve swiftly. There is no need to squander the sacred pool's quota. Let that be reserved for the wounded soldiers in our regiment, who have been waiting in line. Moreover, my wife holds the utmost admiration for soldiers. She would surely be unwilling to take their place. Feng Youyu spoke with righteous conviction, his voice rising in intensity. The couple on the sofa turned their attention to him. Intrigued, Shang Baining looked over with concern, realizing that his sister-in-law had fallen ill. No wonder you haven't brought her out to the recent gatherings. Where do you plan to take her for a walk in a few days? Perhaps you could come visit us at the 31st Army after the recent awards ceremony. We are organizing a collective military celebration for everyone to enjoy. The smile of Feng Youyu, the enchanting figure, appeared somewhat stiff, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. Regret filled his heart. How could he have allowed that woman to escape? Not only had he encountered numerous distractions, but he also found himself weaving one lie after another. The past few days had been unbearably stifling for him. Deceiving those women was manageable, as he could fabricate tales without so much as a blink. However, deceiving his own family, those who genuinely cared for him, was a burden too heavy for his ironclad heart to bear. More critically, the inevitable exposure of his falsehoods would lead to dire consequences, especially at the hands of his cousin. Chapter 53. The 7-star protection. At that moment, the 3 powerful men present in the Empire were momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuqing's cold, piercing gaze flickered with a glint of light, and a smile of delight could not be contained upon his handsome face. Even though a contract bound him, he could no longer approach the fire source star. This celestial body would remain dormant for 30 years, only to awaken with a new master after the current one's demise. Lu Yuqing had previously worried about Bai Qianchun suffering similar consequences to that of the fire source star's master due to excessive extraction of elemental energy. However, it now seemed that his concerns were unfounded. The revival of the wood source star stood as the finest testament to that. Calculating the time, it must be her very first night upon arriving at the wood source star, a swift journey indeed. A faint smile danced in Lu Yuqing's eyes as he gazed at his cousin, Feng Youyu, who was springing up from the sofa as if wound with a spring. His lithe form sprang to life, and with a joyful smile gracing his devilishly handsome face, he strode eagerly towards the floor-to-ceiling window. With a swift motion, he drew aside the heavy and opulent curtains, revealing the shimmering black canvas of the night adorned with twinkling stars before the four onlookers. Unobscured by clouds, the five source stars, Golden Star, Water Star, Fire Star, Earth Star, and Light Star, radiated a splendid, gentle glow from their lofty heights, while the dark source stars subtly materialized. The six source stars aligned in a perfect line, and in the space that had been vacant for 4 years between the Golden Star and the Water Star. A glimmer of green finally emerged this evening. Though no larger than a grain of rice, its brilliance was undeniable, drawing the attention of all. Indeed, it was the awakening of the wood source star. The three individuals in the living room strode purposefully to the window, gazing up at the celestial expanse with eyes alight, solemnly witnessing the magnificent resurgence of the wood source star. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness, marking a significant date to be inscribed in the annals of the glorious empire's interstellar history. Meanwhile, on the wood source star, a vibrant green aura pulsated with vitality, reaching even the most remote and shadowy poles. Tender sprouts broke through the soil, branches stretched forth, and a red blossom trembled, poised to bloom. As the final petal unfolded completely, it seemed that everyone could also hear the sound of the flower's emergence. The red flower ignited the flame of revival, and as life flickered to life in its final bastion, the full awakening of the wood source star commenced. Dormant seeds, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Seeds that had slumbered for millennia were successively liberated from their shadows, ushering in their new existence. Countless flowers and grasses heeded the call, breaking through their hardened shells, peeking out and radiating their distinct brilliance. An explosion of diverse flora followed, marking a remarkable resurgence. On the planet of Mu Yuan, a vibrant tapestry of flora flourished, with plants thriving exuberantly, filling every conceivable gap. As one gazed across the landscape, towering green shadows loomed, a lush panorama enveloped in verdant splendor, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of blossoms and the delightful scent of fruits. Mu Yuan had transformed into a sprawling primitive botanical garden, with even the city of Valkyria adorned in a dense mantle of greenery. This breathtaking spectacle was a feast for the eyes of its inhabitants. Meanwhile, the interstellar populace observed Mu Yuan gradually expanding, culminating in a dazzling burst of green light that radiated magnificently, as if the rich verdancy had pierced through the planet's luminous veil, cascading upon the surrounding stars. In tandem, the 6 neighboring source stars seemed to resonate with this transformation, each erupting in a formidable brilliance. The convergence of these 7 source stars created a harmonious interplay of 7 hues, while a protective aura arose along the borders of the Huayao Empire, rendering all within its reach utterly visible. This phenomenon represented the greatest assurance for their human empire and was a source of envy and desire for the neighboring beastmen. For the denizens of the Huayao Empire, the alignment of the 7 stars signified a settled peace, alleviating their fears. As long as these 7 source stars remained united, the beastmen cavalry would think twice before launching an assault. Before the expansive window, Feng Youyu gazed at Mu Yuan, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with iridescence, a soft smile gracing her lips, hinting at a potential reallocation of their military forces along the border. Bai Qianchun exchanged a knowing glance with her, a flicker of understanding passing through his stern features, accompanied by a sympathetic gaze directed towards Liu Yuchen. Subsequently, his deep, resonant voice broke the silence, offering, "If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to speak." On the serene visage of Liu Yuchen, a gentle smile blossomed. "Thank you. I shall not hesitate to ask for assistance when the time comes." Feng Youyu cast a sidelong glance to his left and then to his right, making a sound of bemusement. He then turned back to gaze at the direction of Mu Yuan, his enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing playfully as he remarked, "Why do I get the impression that this Mu Yuan appears somewhat plump, even more so than my own Jin Yuan? Yet, its roundness is rather endearing." Shang Baining turned her head, casting him a look that spoke volumes, pondering how one could assess the cuteness of a star. Nevertheless, she offered an explanation. "It is likely due to the awakening attributes of the current star master, resulting in an expansion. The size of Mu Yuan has likely increased correspondingly." Chapter 54. From S rank to SSS rank. Liu Yuchen pressed his thin lips together, remaining silent, yet smiling, contemplating that the perceived cuteness might indeed stem from the sweet little wife residing within his companion's heart. "Oh," Feng Youyu responded thoughtfully. stifling a yawn as he regarded the still vibrant trio, a hint of discontent flickering across his face. I must say, now that the matters have been discussed and Mu Yuan has been observed, shouldn't you be taking your leave? It is one thing for my cousin, a single man burdened with the high tax of bachelorhood, to be oblivious to the joys of nightlife, but you two do not seem the least bit eager. Bai Qianchun and Shang Baining exchanged a moment of surprise, their eyes meeting, filled with unspoken affection. Then, Bai Qianchun's large hand subtly reached out to envelop that soft, slender little hand. A rosy hue blossomed on Shang Baining's radiant face, and her previously spirited demeanor softened considerably. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with an abundance of emotions. The mature single man, Lu Yuqing, still wore a relaxed smile, exuding an air of invulnerability, seemingly enjoying the spectacle of others' affections, even taking a keen interest in Feng Youyu's expressions. However, Feng Youyu lacked Lu Yuqing's composure. He rolled his eyes and muttered a sulky complaint. The young couple, attuned to his feelings, graciously took their leave. Lu Yuqing, aware of the underlying truth, wished to remain and engage further with his cousin, yet Feng Youyu, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes, forcefully ushered him out under the pretext of an imaginary delicate wife. After bidding farewell to their guests, Feng Youyu hastily sent a message to Bai Qianchun. I've thought it over. It's too perilous for you, a young woman, to be out alone. How about you provide me with an address so I can come to fetch you? As for your quest for memories, I shall assist you in investigating. 1 second passed. Then 2. A minute went by. He endured for a moment, then could no longer restrain himself, and sent another message. Have you fallen asleep? Please respond. Meanwhile, on Mu Yuan Star, as the planet underwent a complete revival with the convergence of 7 source stars, the towering green beam of light vanished, and the intense surge of wood elements ceased. This explosion of wood elements lasted a full half hour, yielding immense rewards for the wood-based superpowered individuals on Mu Yuan Star, particularly for Yi Qin and Yi Yang, who were closest to the beam. Yi Qin was originally an SS-level wood elemental ability user, one of the most trusted subordinates of the previous Star Master, Zhanlong. However, due to subsequent injuries, insufficient wood elemental energy, and the malevolent actions of the former Star Master, Wang Zhe, his realm fell to a level, and he remained trapped in this state without progress. The wrinkles on his face diminished significantly, as if he was rejuvenating, appearing a decade younger. His body regained the robust strength of his youth, and his condition was unprecedentedly excellent. Rising from the entangled giant vines, he stood with a pair of bright, complex eyes gazing into the mist ahead. Would this new Star Master be akin to Zhanlong, or resemble that wretched Wang Zhe? At that moment, the other principal beneficiary, Yi Yang, opened his eyes. Awakening from his meditation, unable to contain himself, he leaped 3 meters high like a firecracker, laughing exuberantly like a pig. Sister Chun, my wood elemental ability has upgraded, and it has advanced 3 levels to A level, even surpassing Air Bing by 1 rank. Ha ha ha, mother, I have succeeded. Lung Xiao leaned against the herbal cabinet, arms crossed, watching his display with an impassive expression. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of envy in his cold gaze. Yet, it was understandable, having toiled diligently for a year in the interstellar realm, while Yi Yang, in stark contrast, lounged about, lazily enjoying life. After meals, he would chew on a blade of grass, reclining with a laid-back demeanor, and yet, by sheer fortune, he stumbled upon this remarkable opportunity, soaring ahead and eclipsing Lang Xiao. Who could remain composed in such a situation, were it not for the companionship forged in a previous life? Lung Xiao would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to demonstrate what it truly means to challenge the odds. Engaging in a direct confrontation, one might find that despite a higher level, the brutal reality is that one cannot prevail. Humph, an unseasoned biped, exposed to the wood element at such proximity, would inevitably surge 2 or 3 levels. This is hardly a testament to your own prowess. My spirit does not acknowledge your strength. The spirit, crossing its petite arms, cast a sidelong glance with its beady eyes, exuding an air of disdain. Yi Yang, unperturbed, leaned over the table with a cheerful smile, saying, "Have you ever heard that good fortune can also be a form of strength?" The spirit promptly averted its gaze, pouting, claiming ignorance. The biped simply had a penchant for quibbling. Bai Qianchun stood nearby, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. The verdant glimmer in her enchanting eyes faded, returning to the deep, lustrous hue of black pearls. She observed the amusing antics of the duo, both large and small. This recent bond had proven quite fruitful for her. Through the power of the contract, She and the spirit complemented one another. The vast wood element surged within her, elevating her newly acquired S-level ability to SS level. Later, as the wood source star awakened, a multitude of plants flourished, their purest essence of wood element cascading back to her, allowing her to ascend yet another level. It is widely acknowledged that ascension for those above S level is arduous, requiring an immense accumulation of elements. A decade or more is often necessary for further advancement. Yet, in a mere evening, no, within half an hour, Bai Qianchun ascended twice, from S level to SSS level, surpassing her previous life S rank. A stroke of extraordinary fortune indeed. Uncertain if the sovereigns of other source stars possess such remarkable advantages, Bai Qianchun's thoughts raced through her mind. She then lowered her gaze, smiling as she poked the star spirit on the table, which had grown from the size of an ant to that of a palm. How did you become so large? Yi Yang's eyes brightened, and with a chuckle, he echoed, Yes, yes. I was just about to ask that. Why did you suddenly grow? You resemble a figurine now. Though that green, bulbous shape atop your head is rather unappealing. My awakened attribute is gigantic, so I have grown larger. What is so extraordinary about that? The star spirit clutched its wobbling, oversized head and glared fiercely at the two bipedal creatures, exclaiming, Do not disturb my appearance. I happen to adore the vibrant green color. What is it to you two, who lack an appreciation for fashion? Chapter 55, Attribute, Gigantic. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow, disregarding the star spirit's peculiarly flawed aesthetic, and curiously inquired, What do you mean by my awakened accompanying attribute? Can superhumans awaken accompanying attributes as well? Yi Yang and Leng Xiao exchanged a glance, both displaying expressions of bewilderment. They had never heard of such accompanying attributes. The oversized star spirit immediately grew smug, placing its hands on its hips. Its beady eyes filled with disdain as it cackled. This attribute is not possessed by superhumans. It is an accompanying attribute that can only be activated after a sovereign forms a contract with a source star, and it exclusively affects the source star. Much like the star master who signed a contract with me previously, the creature known as Zhenxiu possesses the attribute of extraordinary flowers. On the wood source star, countless flowers, long thought extinct, can now be cultivated, with their survival rate increasing by 50%. In stark contrast, the previous master Wang Zhe, a foolish bipedal creature, possessed the attribute of diminutiveness, producing items of remarkably small stature. While I, the spirit of this star, did not disdain him. He had the audacity to flaunt his superiority on my wood source star. Had he lingered for just another year, I would have expelled him from the wood source star with the fury of a small flame. Now a question arises. Who is this little flame? Yi Yang, curious, raised his hands in inquiry. The star spirit was taken aback by the sudden shift in topic, momentarily stunned, before quickly regaining composure, lifting its chin with an air of arrogance. Naturally, it was a star spirit. How could a typically foolish bipedal creature ever hope to befriend me? Bai Qianchun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, likely referring to the star spirit from the fire source star. She suddenly became immensely curious about the source stars, pondering aloud. Do all planets host star spirits, or are they exclusive to the 7 source stars? I have never heard of their existence in the outside world. Is your presence a matter of confidentiality? Upon hearing this, Yi Yang nodded fervently, as if pecking at rice, affirming, Indeed. I have also never encountered any mention of star spirits among the citizens of the wood source star. The star spirit emitted a couple of soft sounds, affirming with a hint of pride that we, the star spirits, are not mere trifles. As long as I choose not to be seen, no one can perceive my presence, not even the star master, who may only behold me at my discretion. Upon meeting, I shall ensure that he maintains the utmost confidentiality regarding our encounter. Considering my invaluable nature, what if those nefarious bipeds outside were to covet my beauty? Yi Yang could hardly contain his amusement, his fist striking the table as he nearly collapsed in laughter. Ha ha ha. Coveting your beauty, this. As the large-headed star spirit hovered close to his nose, Yi Yang's eyes widened, crossing in surprise. He quickly shifted his tone, aligning himself with her sentiment, exclaiming, You are absolutely right. With your exquisite appearance, delicate and charming like a figurine, those wicked humans would undoubtedly desire your beauty. Rest assured, I shall never disclose your affairs. Yi Yang rubbed his nose, inwardly muttering to himself. This little star spirit was quite fierce, had he not altered his remarks in time. He might have missed the side of the sky beyond Zhanlong City. Lang Xiao cast him a sidelong glance, a flicker of schadenfreude evident in his cool gaze. Bai Qianchun, amused, observed them while tidying the clutter on the table, then turned to the star spirit with keen interest, inquiring, "How does a being like you differentiate between male and female?" She gazed upon the diminutive star spirit, a charming little creature resembling a turnip. Its face strikingly humanoid with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, all adorably petite. Clad in a small burlap skirt, one could discern the vibrant patches of red and green adorning it. Albeit patched, it was undeniably a skirt, reminiscent of a little girl. Yet, its voice was sharp and crisp, combined with an arrogant demeanor and a rather unpleasant temperament, lending it an air reminiscent of a mischievous boy. From her years of experience in medicine, she found it difficult to ascertain the true gender of this star spirit. The star spirit waved its tiny wooden spear at her, emitting an irritable chirp, crude and vulgar, exclaiming that no star spirit could be classified in such a trivial manner as male or female. Bai Qianchun mused, so it is hermaphroditic. The star spirit paused, contemplating, and conceded that there was some truth in that statement. It huffed and puffed, feeling as though conversing with this celestial master was akin to speaking into cotton, leaving the star spirit in a state of vexation. You have yet to mention whether star spirits exist solely on the 7 source stars. Can other planets also nurture star spirits? Yu Yang felt a surge of curiosity, eager to explore this notion. However, the turnip-like star spirit doused his enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality, stating that the conditions for nurturing star spirits were exceedingly stringent. In tens of thousands of years, only 7 had succeeded. There were no signs of star spirits emerging from surrounding planets, and it was unlikely that an 8th would appear within the next century. As he opened his mouth, seemingly about to inquire further, the celestial spirit swiftly rolled over on the table, exclaiming, "The dawn is approaching. The dawn is approaching. I, the celestial spirit, am weary. You may kneel in peace." It lay languorously across the tabletop, one leg crossed over the other, one hand cradling its head while the other waved dismissively at them, embodying a haughty demeanor reminiscent of a favored concubine. Bai Qianchun observed it with amusement, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Very well, rest then. However, I must remind you that I have yet to acquiesce to your compensation regarding the medicinal herbs and pills. Ponder how you shall repay me. I trust to hear a satisfactory resolution by tomorrow night." Instantly, the celestial spirit's fatigue vanished. It scurried up from the tabletop, eyes wide as it glared at the shameless star master. "How could one be dissatisfied with the honor of forming a contract with me? You greedy biped." Bai Qianchun remained unfazed, her laughter ringing with conviction. "To partake of my life essence pills is indeed a privilege. Each one is worth 50 million star coins. Can your contract yield me such wealth?" "No, it cannot," the celestial spirit admitted, for it possessed everything but star coins. "However, by forming a contract with me, the entirety of the wood source star becomes yours. You may cultivate any herbs you desire, and their attributes are immense, promising yields exponentially greater. Yet, the extraordinary properties derived from my essence, and they still require refinement. My life essence pills and medicinal pellets offer benefits that are far more immediate." In this chapter titled The Little Labor Agreement, the final outcome for the great turnip spirit was that it was unable to outmatch the former team manager, Bai Qianchun, who skillfully juggled both saving lives and earning profits. Frustrated, the spirit reluctantly signed a 1-year agreement to assist Bai Qianchun as a laborer, thus fulfilling its obligation. The spirit's face, nearly as green as its head, reflected its discontent. Yet, Yi Yang and Long Xiao believed the turnip spirit had come out ahead. Had it dared to provoke the formidable sorcerer's pharmacy in the past, it would undoubtedly have faced a grim fate, either as fertilizer or a lifelong servant. A year for the turnip spirit was but a fleeting moment. Bai Qianchun gazed with satisfaction at the spirit sprawled over the table, limbs splayed in a large letter Z. Observing its disheartened demeanor, as if it had lost its luster, she found it somewhat endearing and could not resist poking it gently. "What are you doing? Please do not disturb this spirit's slumber," the spirit replied languidly, rolling over as it followed the pressure of her finger, causing its vegetable-shaped head to droop even further. Bai Qianchun chuckled. "I did not intend to disrupt your rest, esteemed spirit. I merely wish to remind you that we are about to depart, and your contract, which obscures the existence of external spirits, remains unsigned. I can guarantee my own silence, but I cannot vouch for others." Yi Yang thought to himself that although Sister Qian did not mention his name, it was clear she was alluding to him. "Hey, do I seem like someone who cannot keep a secret?" The spirit's body stiffened momentarily before it quickly shifted, making a few sounds, and then sat upright with a huff. With a wave of its small left hand, 3 clusters of green light shot directly toward the foreheads of the 3 companions. Upon witnessing the 3 individuals instinctively restraining their reflexive actions and remaining stationary, allowing the emerald light to penetrate their foreheads, the little star spirit's expression gradually brightened. It cast a glance at Bai Qianchun, adopting a serious demeanor as it declared, "This is a binding contract. As long as you contemplate the existence of the star spirit, it will trigger an alarm in your minds, restraining you from articulating or divulging any related information. Should the alarm sound 3 times, it will erase your pertinent memories, though it will not inflict any physical harm." "That is indeed reassuring," Yang replied with a grin. "I certainly do not wish to harm such an adorable little star spirit. Will you come out to play with us in the future?" The star spirit, taken aback by a sudden display of kindness, opened its small mouth in surprise, then stammered awkwardly, "I have already signed a contract to be a little errand runner, so I must fly out." Fooling Kangxi, it added hastily, placing its hands on its hips and adopting a fierce expression as it urged them, "You must hurry and leave. Once dawn breaks, this city will close its gates. If you wish to exit, you will have to wait until tomorrow night." "Oh, so it seems that entry and exit within Zhanlong City is only permitted at night," Yang remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Can others still come in?" The star spirit rolled her eyes. "I have set the condition that ordinary people cannot perceive this city. However, with the guidance of your 3 original dimensional souls, they may enter. But bear in mind, time will stand still for you 3 within the city, while the bodies of others will experience an accelerated flow. If you wish to acquire a few more wrinkles, feel free to come and try. As for the underlying principles, explaining them would be futile. It would be a waste of my breath." "Oh, then no need to elaborate. I am rather incompetent in this area as well. However, I do have one crucial question," Yang said, furrowing his brow with utmost seriousness. The star spirit, with curious doe-like eyes, peered over. "What is it?" Yang inquired. "If we take the roasted duck from within the city, will it spoil?" The star spirit glanced disdainfully at the gluttonous bipedal creature, grinding her delicate teeth. "It will not spoil immediately, but the time stasis surrounding it will dissipate, and its flow will synchronize with the outside world. Then," Yang attempted to press the star spirit for more information, but the exasperation of the star spirit, resembling a wilting vegetable, erupted in anger. She conjured 3 large orbs of light that enveloped the 3 of them and unceremoniously hurled them out of the town of Longcheng. "Ouch!" Yang stepped back, cradling his nose and howling in lament. "I thought we were still friends. I never expected you would seek to mar my handsome nose." Lung Xiao cast a disdainful glance at this drama queen before turning away, narrowing his eyes towards the dawn breaking through the clouds, the light refracting and gradually dissipating the white mist. His body tensed slightly, ready for battle at any moment. He could still recall that they had come to apprehend a vegetable thief before entering Zhanlong City. Yet, the cacophony of wails from the outside world had faded into silence, and the once barren expanse had vanished, replaced by a wild tangle of robust green vines that soared skyward. The 3 of them stood there, resembling insignificant insects lost in a colossal jungle. Lung Zhao's cold visage momentarily faltered, astonishment etched across his face as he beheld the scene before him. What had transpired during this brief interval? An invasion of flora, perhaps? Bai Qianchun also quickly grasped the unfolding spectacle. Recalling the earlier mention of formidable subordinate attributes by the stellar spirit, she swiftly pieced together the sequence of events in her mind. This must be the consequence of the green beam of light that had awakened the entire Mu Yuan Star. To her surprise, the results were immediate and striking. Just as she was about to approach the scene with a smile on her lips, the chime of her holographic device drew her attention entirely. Upon unlocking it, she noticed 3 names flashing: First Friend, Feng Tangwei, Financial Backer, and Imperial Prince, Lu Yuchen. With a smile still gracing her face, she opened the message sent by Feng Tangwei. The first message had been dispatched over an hour ago, likely shortly after she and the big radish stellar spirit had signed their contract and the awakening of Mu Yuan Star had commenced. First Friend, Feng Tangwei. Wow, wow, wow. Sister-in-law, did you see? Mu Yuan Star has awakened. It's so beautiful and magnificent. The second message arrived 5 minutes later, followed by a flurry of subsequent messages. First Friend, Feng Tangwei W. Did you encounter some danger, sister-in-law? Wait for me. I shall find someone to assist you. Chapter 57. The Repeated Tug-of-War of Divorce. Bai Qianchun quickly wiped away her sweat and sent a message. Wei Wei, I'm fine. Please do not worry. The signal was just a bit poor. I only just received your message. Bai Qianchun chuckled helplessly, realizing that this girl was indeed as prone to overthinking as Yi Yang. No one can force me. Her first friend, Feng Tangwei, replied. Then why was the signal poor? Our empire's light brain reception sources are quite good. Generally, as long as there is a signal tower or base station on a planet, messages should be received. Did you perhaps venture to some particularly remote and signal-deficient desolate star? Bai Qianchun glanced at the wild vines ahead, resembling an ancient serpent, and blinked. It does seem somewhat desolate, but things are improving. This planet has begun to rejuvenate, and soon we shall focus on infrastructure. It will undoubtedly get better, and I will invite you for a vacation then. Feng Tangwei responded. Oh, that's wonderful. I will definitely come for a vacation when the opportunity arises. Sister-in-law, if you encounter any danger, you must let me know. No, tell my cousin. That big oaf is still hiding the news of you leaving the main star from you. Just as Bai Qianchun was perusing the messages from Feng Youyu, feeling somewhat puzzled, she glanced back at Feng Tangwei's last message. What was there to misunderstand? However, she had no desire to engage in a hair-pulling contest with troublesome women over a man. Surely, the endeavor of developing infrastructure on Mu Yuan Star was far more appealing. As he awaited news, teetering on the brink of slumber, Feng Youyu found himself consumed with worry for Bai Qianchun's safety. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his enchanting peach blossom gaze flickered with a hint of urgency. How outrageous it was. Days had passed without a word, and this woman's audacity had seemingly doubled, daring to mention divorce. The dark circles under his eyes deepened, and the weariness that had previously clouded his mesmerizing eyes vanished, replaced by a blazing fire of indignation. He promptly initiated a call, his voice laced with fury as he demanded, Feng Tangwei, have you been speaking ill of me in front of your sister-in-law? Feng Tangwei, who had been indulging in Bai Qianchun's charm, immediately contorted her face in disdain, glaring at her disheveled cousin on the other end of the line, whose hair stood on end and whose chin bore a pallid hue. Feng Youyu felt a pang of frustration. It was this little cousin who had betrayed him. Humph. Did she think she was offering kind words? No, she was merely acting as a snitch in front of that woman. Yet, he could not voice this sentiment. For in the context of their supposed marriage, his cousin was indeed speaking in his favor. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to begrudgingly accept the blame, exchanging a few haphazard remarks with his incessantly chattering cousin before abruptly hanging up the call. How had he not realized before that this girl possessed such a silver tongue, capable of delivering barbs with such finesse? Ruffling his tousled hair in exasperation, he sat cross-legged on the opulent bed, his handsome face marked by a blend of fatigue and a languid charm, as he contemplated the hypothetical notion of divorce. But after the divorce, where could he possibly find a collaborator who did not covet his allure? At the recent banquets, the women were like wolves, their predatory gazes fixated upon him as if he were a sumptuous feast, leaving him both startled and repulsed. He harbored no doubts about his ability to enchant all women, save for that peculiar Bai Qianchun, who, after marrying him, not only refrained from desiring his beauty but had her temper escalate, frequently clashing with him. Yet, upon reflection, the very reason he had chosen her at first glance, opting to enter into a contractual sham marriage, was precisely because her eyes lacked that insatiable longing, devoid of the fervor and adoration the other women displayed towards him. As for finding a genuine wife, that notion had never crossed Feng Youyu's mind. Apart from his relatives, his elder sister, her aide, and his cousin, who often berated him as a clumsy fool, he had no desire to draw near to any other women. Even the female companions who had journeyed with him from the desolate planet were not exempt from this sentiment. Their gazes were equally disconcerting, though he afforded them a modicum of respect for his sister's sake, placing them slightly above the others in his estimation. However, if he were to remain married, would not Bai Qianchun's temper only worsen with indulgence? Did she truly believe that Feng Xiao was without temper, that he was utterly dependent on her? Yet, the message from his aide left him momentarily taken aback. Feng Youyu furrowed his brow, casting an irritable glance at the person on the other end of the communication. What did it mean that his wife had entered the starport and was now untraceable? What about the surveillance? In such a vast starport, could there truly be no monitoring in place? If all else failed, they could at least investigate the passenger records of the starship. Chapter 58. The lady's departure. Zhuang Shu remained silent, pondering the predicament. How could one wish to discreetly search for the lady while simultaneously seeking assistance from other faction starships? Such endeavors are seldom straightforward. Those vessels do not belong to the Feng family, and the pursuit would necessitate delving into the internal affairs of rival powers. He feared that any movement on their part would give rise to a multitude of conspiracy theories, making it difficult to conceal their true intentions. Yet, with the commander's wife missing, he felt compelled to show understanding, recognizing how much the commander valued his reputation. Just days ago, he had been flaunting his affection at social gatherings as if his wife were still by his side, unfazed. As a dutiful subordinate, aware of the commander's considerable distress, he knew he must not exacerbate the situation. Thus, he delicately suggested, "It appears there was a minor issue with the surveillance at the starport on the day the lady left. Currently, the maintenance rights for the starport are held by the First Legion, under His Highness the Crown Prince. Would you like me to approach His Highness to investigate the backup footage? Rest assured, I will not disclose the discord between you and the lady. I shall frame it as an inquiry into a fugitive's whereabouts." Feng Youyu was struck by a sudden pang of disbelief. A conflict leading to her departure? If it weren't for Yao Wenshen's absence from the main star, would he truly need to rely on Zhuang Shu, this aid? How had the situation been so thoroughly misconstrued? Humph. Feng Youyu waved his hand dismissively, a hollow smile gracing his lips as he said, "Never mind, there is no need to continue the investigation. I have received word from my wife that she is safe now. We communicate every 3 hours, and having surpassed that interval, I was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Which is why I requested your assistance. Furthermore, we have not quarreled. Our relationship is quite harmonious. My wife simply wishes to fulfill a personal aspiration of hers before our marriage, embarking on a solitary interstellar journey. As her devoted husband, it is only natural for me to support her in this endeavor." "Oh, I understand, Commander." Zhuang Shu nodded solemnly, casting him a sympathetic glance. "I comprehend. You wish to maintain face. Rest assured, I shall keep the matter of any discord between you and the madam strictly to myself." Feng Youyu retorted, "Damn it. You seem utterly oblivious to the situation. It's quite frustrating." He suppressed his anger, forcing a smile as he sent the message, deliberately avoiding any mention of divorce. Subsequently, he discarded his light brain and buried himself in his bed, seeking solace in sleep. The rice ball inquired, "Thank you for your assistance." As for what help had been rendered, both were fully aware. Imperial Crown Prince Lu Yuchen, the surveillance at the Star Harbor is merely a trifling matter for me. However, the information regarding the starship you are aboard is something I cannot meddle in too deeply. You must remain prepared for the possibility of being discovered at any moment. Bai Qianchun chuckled nonchalantly. Given his pride, as long as the surveillance at Star Harbor failed to uncover anything, there would be no further investigation unless some extraordinary reason arose. Besides, the person she intentionally avoided was not him. It was merely a matter of knowing. Though it might complicate things later on. Luo Yuchen raised an eyebrow, finally grasping the intricate dynamics of this couple's relationship. Nonetheless, it was rather intriguing. Apart from Sheng Baineng, there seemed to be no one else capable of so deftly managing his cousin. Oh, but that was not entirely accurate. Sheng Baineng's advantage stemmed from having grown up alongside him. Otherwise, his cousin, who was excessively narcissistic about his own charm and harbored a peculiar wariness and aversion towards women, would not extend such trust to any woman. Luo Yuchen smiled lightly. "Ah, that is splendid. The awakening of Mu Yuan is upon us, and I have heard it possesses extraordinary attributes. I wonder if I might have the honor of savoring the delights of Mu Yuan firsthand?" A glimmer of excitement flashed across Bai Qianchun's round, enchanting eyes. Indeed, the most significant patron was right here. As long as she ensured the imperial prince's safety, allowing him to live beyond the premature demise of his dreams, he would be an excellent partner for collaboration. A delightful smile graced her features. "Of course, that is no trouble at all. Your Highness, please send me the address. And in a few days, I shall present you with some specialties from Mu Yuan. Imperial Prince Luo Yuchen. Very well, I shall await your specialties." At this moment, Luo Yuchen remained blissfully unaware of the grand gift Bai Qianchun was preparing for him, believing she would merely send him fruits and vegetables from Mu Yuan. Yet, despite this, a smile lingered at the corners of his lips, and his spirits were rather buoyant. In contrast to Feng Youyu, who had spent a sleepless night, he too had not closed his eyes, yet he remained invigorated, his indifferent phoenix eyes brimming with keen insight as he resumed his perusal of the documents on the table. As the imperial prince, he was far less conspicuous than his fellow princes, including the likes of Feng Youyu, the favored children of destiny. However, this was merely a strategic choice to adopt low profile as a guise for protection. In private, his influence was no less than anyone else's. Furthermore, at the behest of his father, he had begun to engage with the affairs that the emperor intended to address. and soon he would find himself quite occupied, leaving little time to concern himself with the amusing charade of his cousin's faux marriage. Chunjia, who are you messaging? After concluding his theatrical performance, Yi Yang approached with an inquisitive expression, rubbing his nose and extending his neck for a better view. Bai Qianchun paused momentarily, concealing her luminous holographic device, and cast him a knowing glance, her future major benefactor. Oh, Yi Yang immediately donned a knowing look. A major benefactor, akin to a lucrative prize. In her previous life, those who had been referred to as major benefactors by Chunjia were invariably those who, eager to shower her with copious amounts of currency in exchange for the delicacies she crafted, found themselves ensnared and grateful, returning for more. Truly, Bai Qianchun was remarkable. Even in the interstellar realm, she could swiftly identify such a lucrative opportunity. Let us proceed forward. It appears that Air Bing has stumbled upon something. Oh, coming. Yi Yang, rubbing his belly, puffed and lost his previous agility, stumbling over some massive, deeply entrenched vines, hastening to keep pace with Bai Qianchun. This area bears a striking resemblance to the primordial jungles they once traversed, with towering trees that stretch towards the heavens, their roots intertwined in a chaotic embrace, and trunks adorned with vines that appear to have flourished for centuries. However, this place lacks the perilous biological chain characteristic of untamed jungles and is devoid of the decaying leaves and twigs accumulated over the years. Instead, it is imbued with a refreshing, nascent vitality. Chapter 59, The Vegetable Thief in the Cocoon. Beneath the majestic peaks of the clouds, several enormous cocoons, entwined with vines, dangle from the colossal trees. Their orientations vary. Some hang upside down, others stand upright or lie horizontally, each displaying a unique posture. From the vantage point below, one can distinctly observe the heads of individuals protruding from these verdant cocoons. These unfortunate souls are in a dire predicament, their bodies ensnared by the green vines, leaving only their heads exposed for air, yet their mouths are cruelly constricted by a vine that digs deep into their cheeks, leaving bluish-purple marks on their faces. The pressure has rendered their eyes lifeless and glassy. Nonetheless, their will to survive remains robust. Though unable to articulate their distress, they manage to emit desperate cries, saliva trailing down their chins. Bai Qianchun approached, her curious gaze sparkling with vibrant hues as she observed Leng Xiao, who stood beneath the great tree. She raised her eyes to him and inquired, who could have done this? It was evident that Leng Xiao, a fire elemental adept, could not have commanded the colossal vines to ensnare these individuals in such a manner. Oh, his eyes darted around, flickering left and right as he scrutinized the verdant cocoons, seemingly contemplating which one to seize first. Should it be the unusually large-headed one, or perhaps the one resembling a diminutive father? Perhaps it was the intensity of his gaze that rendered those within the cocoons silent, too intimidated to utter a sound. Yi Yang clicked his tongue in mild frustration, contemplating randomly selecting one as a warning, when suddenly, he heard a chorus of boisterous voices emanating from the distant jungle. Judging by the rustling sounds, it seemed there were quite a few people, chatting animatedly as they walked, filling the air with lively conversation. The three on site instinctively hushed, straining their ears to catch snippets of their dialogue. Where were those vegetable thieves? Old Sheen, do lead the way quickly. These green vines are exceedingly thick and appear identical, rendering me utterly lost. Oh dear, you ventured forth to pluck tomatoes in the dark. How do they taste? Incredible, I must say. They surpass the small tomatoes we usually cultivate. Not only are they larger, but they are also exceptionally juicy. One bite, and the juice splattered all over my face. I couldn't even lift my head while devouring them raw. If my stomach could accommodate more, I could finish an entire one in one sitting. Oh come now. With a tomato that size, even if you had it for every meal, you wouldn't finish it. With summer approaching, if you leave it out for 2 days, it will likely spoil. Ah, the sweet burden of worry. Once, I fretted about not having enough to eat. Now, I am concerned about having too much and it going to waste. A group of elderly individuals, suddenly rejuvenated overnight, began to express their astonishment, each one reflecting on the unexpected vigor of this new celestial master. The awakening attributes associated with this Star Lord were astonishingly profound. Mi Zhen, that young fellow, had just utilized the planetary observatory to assess the situation. Indeed, the wave of revitalization initiated by this Star Master could be accurately described as a global resurgence. Even the seeds that had slumbered for millennia at the poles had been roused, and now the most remote regions of the planet were basking in a season of harvest. I observed that this individual's potential surpassed even that of the erstwhile Zhanlong Star Master. The revival triggered by Zhanlong had not extended its influence to those farthest reaches, nor had it awakened seeds that had lain dormant for thousands of years. Who could argue otherwise? Should this Star Master prove benevolent, it would be advantageous for our Source Star. However, if he were akin to that wretched Wang Zhe, the destruction he could unleash would be far more catastrophic. Beneath the great tree, Lung Xiao and Yiyang cautiously glanced at their pure sister. Bai Qianchun, with her perceptive eyes, swiftly directed her gaze towards the two, offering them a faint smile. Yiyang, caught off guard, awkwardly rubbed his nose and forced a dry smile. Relieved that his sister wasn't angry, Bai Qianchun shot him an exasperated look and remarked, "Do I truly possess such a volatile temperament? They are merely offering an objective analysis of expectations. As for my true nature, they shall discover it in due course." "Oh," Yiyang replied with an awkward smile, nodding aimlessly while his mind buzzed with unspoken thoughts. Sister Chun possesses a remarkable sense of humor. Who else could rival her temper? I recall a time when he merely whispered the title of Great Demon King in jest, only to be caught and subsequently deprived of meat for 3 consecutive days. He was forced to subsist solely on wild vegetables, leaving his complexion tinged with green and his figure noticeably leaner. To his surprise, Sister Chun, upon witnessing his plight, chuckled and remarked, "The weight loss effect is quite impressive. What absurdity! He possesses a physique that is already commendable. Where is the need for any reduction?" Nevertheless, it must be said that Sister Chun was relatively lenient with him. Her only transgression was depriving him of meat. In stark contrast, the treatment meted out to that scoundrel, Bai Qianchun, was truly diabolical. Not only was he forbidden meat, but he was also made to watch as they indulged in sumptuous feasts. Every meal a reminder of his deprivation. Haha. Just the thought of that boy's distorted handsome face brings joy to Yuyang. Especially since he and Bai Qianchun have always been at odds. Although their conversation was subdued, keen observers could still discern the exchange, such as the guide, Yi Qin. At that moment, Yi Qin wore a frown, regretting his earlier decision to bind the individual without marking the area. Now, he found himself amidst towering trees and sprawling vines, their leaves forming a dense canopy overhead, rendering him, an SS-class wood element ability user, utterly disoriented. Yet, due to his long-maintained image, he refrained from voicing his confusion, instead tapping the ground with a wooden stick as he groped for direction. Upon hearing the sounds, his ears perked up immediately, and a glint of excitement flickered in his bright eyes. He then led the group, following the sound's direction, with the others trailing behind him. A group wielding sickles and hoes resembled oblivious elderly tourists, meandering leisurely in his wake, their chatter incessant. While it is indeed a blessing that the crops in our fields thrive abundantly, one must not overlook that wild fruits and vegetables elsewhere are also flourishing. Currently, on the planet Mu Yuan, there is an overwhelming proliferation of plants. If we fail to harvest in time, those fruits and vegetables will rot away in the fields. The mere thought of this pains my heart, for these are precious goods that could yield a significant profit in star coins. Chapter 60. In the name of the sovereign of Mu Yuan, indeed, our population is limited, and we cannot possibly harvest all the bountiful produce across Mu Yuan. Perhaps we should postpone addressing the issue of those vegetable thieves and allow them to assist us in collecting the crops first? Yes, these detestable thieves should not be allowed to benefit easily. They ought to serve as laborers. However, this matter is beyond our jurisdiction. We can only apprehend the intruders. The subsequent handling must be referred to the neighboring planet's judicial system for proper trial, where it will be determined whether they face forced labor or capital punishment. Who will approach the sovereign? Will the sovereign acquiesce to our proposal? A group of elderly individuals, having endured both benevolent and tyrannical rulers, felt a deep sense of uncertainty, their faces etched with concern. At that moment, Yi Qin, walking ahead, reached out to part the large leaves obstructing their path, revealing a small clearing surrounded by colossal trees and vines. Under the vast expanse of the ancient tree, Bai Qianchun, Yiyang, and Lung Xiao stood in a clearing, their heads turned in unison towards the onlookers. The dappled light, filtered through the tree's shade, cascaded upon Bai Qianchun's fair and flawless visage, her long black eyelashes fluttering delicately like butterflies poised for flight. As she lifted her gaze, her eyes, reminiscent of tranquil autumn waters, sparkled with wisdom and serenity, captivating the elderly spectators before her. Such a beautiful young lady. The exclamation reverberated in Bai Qianchun's ears, eliciting a smile that danced in her eyes. Amusement flickered across her face as she regarded the elderly folk, their expressions tinged with an awkwardness as they averted their gaze. With a playful smile lingering on her lips, she declared, "Very well, I accept your suggestions." After all, she had already contemplated this course of action. Why squander the opportunity of acquiring willing helpers? In the name of the Star Master of Mu Yuan Star, I vow that as long as I remain, Mu Yuan Star shall not follow the unfortunate path of the previous Star Master, Wang Zhe. As citizens of Mu Yuan Star, you will no longer endure unjust treatment. We shall establish a comprehensive judicial system and social order, ensuring that the tyranny of the Star Master becomes a relic of the past. Though Bai Qianchun's voice was clear and resonant, tinged with a subtle coolness, her words struck with undeniable force, reaching deep into the hearts of her audience. The remaining old citizens sought not boundless wealth or fame, but rather a desire for stability and fairness. This sentiment resonated particularly with Leng Zhao's father, Leng Jun, who had been compelled to seek refuge on Mu Yuan Star after inciting trouble elsewhere. After all, he had heard from other citizens of the star that the previous Star Lord, Wang Zhe, had initially presented himself as quite humble and amiable upon his arrival. However, he ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth and power, leading to his gradual descent into madness. The older generation, having experienced even more than he, harbored similar sentiments, and perhaps even more profound thoughts than Long Jun could imagine. Yet, Bai Qianchun's words did have an impact, and coupled with her undeniable beauty, the dual assault compelled the elderly individuals to soften their expressions. At the very least, they could no longer overtly display their disdain or indifference. Some even managed to muster a somewhat stiff smile of cordiality. The Star Lord had extended his assurances, and if they were to continue their obstinacy, it would seem rather ungrateful, considering they still resided on Mu Yuan Star and were its citizens. As for their true thoughts, Bai Qianchun merely curled her lips in a slight smile, indifferent to their inner musings, for time would ultimately reveal all. Thus, a preliminary intention for amicable cooperation was established between Bai Qianchun and the inhabitants of the star. Meanwhile, the green cocoons atop the giant tree struggled even more vigorously in the presence of the elderly. Bai Qianchun's smile faded, her dark eyes lifting coolly to survey the scene above. Then, her slender, alabaster fingers extended, and a sphere of green light materialized at her fingertips, swiftly transforming into a vibrant green thread that shot forth towards the colossal tree. As the emerald light streaked past, the once motionless green vines adorning the giant tree began to stir, as if animated, slithering with the agility of a great green serpent. Suspended overhead were 15 colossal cocoons, which, with a series of sharp cracks, plummeted abruptly, descending to approximately 5 meters above the ground. The insidious green vines entwined around them swiftly withdrew. At that moment, the 15 vegetable thieves, ensnared within the massive vines, found their freedom. However, in the next instant, bereft of support, they fell to the ground in rapid succession, akin to dumplings dropping into boiling water. A cacophony of anguished cries arose from the ground, which was now a tangled mass of exposed roots and green tendrils. The elderly, led by Yi Qin, turned their astonished gazes towards Bai Qianchun. She could command the very vines that old Qin had bound. Her ability must surely be on par with old Qin's. Consequently, their eyes ignited with fervor, laced with curiosity. It was bewildering that such a young maiden, barely having come of age, could rival Yi Qin, who was currently an SS level with type ability wielder, the most formidable elder on their home planet, Mu Yuan. Regarding Bai Qianchun's age, they dismissed any notion that she was merely an old cucumber painted green in an attempt to appear youthful. After all, the preferences of the chosen ones on Mu Yuan had remained unchanged since the dawn of their first Star Master, consistently selecting fresh, youthful candidates. This instance would undoubtedly be no exception. Ultimately, they could only attribute her extraordinary talent to the fact that this current Star Master was indeed a prodigious genius. Exceptional beyond compare. Bai Qianchun smiled at them, offering no explanations. Instead, she deftly moved her fingers, and a green vine shot forth from her wrist with a swift whoosh, slicing through the air as it seized the ankle of a sneaky thief attempting to escape. Chapter 61. The Dark Cult of the Greedy Wolf, Star. The thieving gardener, seized by the ankle, was yanked into the air by an irresistible force. His eyes widened in panic as he flailed his arms and legs in desperation, soaring above his wailing companions before crashing violently to the ground before Bai Qianchun. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the thief fell prostrate, gasping and spewing forth a copious amount of crimson blood, which splattered vividly upon the verdant vines. A collective gasp arose from the elderly onlookers hidden behind the bushes. who turned their faces away, unable to bear the sight. It seemed the thief's plight was rather dire. Bai Qianchun, with her delicate and serene demeanor, slightly furrowed her brows and discreetly stepped back, ensuring she was out of the range of the warm blood that splattered around. Cough, cough, cough. The thief's physical resilience was remarkable. Despite plummeting from the tree and then being struck by Bai Qianchun's vine, he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. He was still able to cough and, instinctively, brace himself against the ground, raising his head to gaze at the figure standing before him. To his surprise, he found himself staring into a pair of dark, piercing eyes that seemed to gaze upon him as though he were already a corpse. It is indeed an amusing tale. Just moments ago, as one fell from the sky, wailing on the ground, Bai Qianchun and her companions had a clear view of the appearances of this group of vegetable thieves. Some possessed unusually large foreheads, while others had remarkably small ones, reminiscent of a certain cartoon character. There was even one with a small forehead and plump cheeks, akin to a jovial deity. In summary, this band of miscreants was characterized by their distinctive and rather peculiar looks, often described as unattractively memorable. One wonders if their recruitment criteria were based on such unique traits. With an air of utmost sincerity, he admitted his faults. I was wrong. We should not have stealthily infiltrated Mu Yuan Star without permission. Nor should we have pilfered vegetables without the consent of the citizens, and we certainly should not have harmed any of them. We implore the Star Master to spare us. We are willing to do anything, as long as we are not killed. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by how much this individual had overheard. A subtle smile played on her lips as she narrowed her brilliant black eyes and inquired, Are you truly willing to do anything? He swore an oath. Yes, anything. And what is your name? With excitement, he lifted his chin, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he exclaimed, My name is Nongui. I was originally surnamed Yi. Speaking of which, I do have some ties to Mu Yuan Star, as my ancestors were once citizens there. Due to unforeseen circumstances, we ended up on the garbage planet. So I suppose this is a return to my roots. His appeal for camaraderie was delivered with remarkable sincerity and ease. Before Bai Qianchun could respond, Yi Qin approached, brandishing a long wooden stick and wearing a stern expression. His countenance was grave, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes upon the individual on the ground. His tone menacing. Do not speak of trivialities. Since you have departed from Mu Yuan Star for several generations, you are no longer a citizen of Mu Yuan Star. Do not think to deceive this young girl here. His words immediately garnered fervent agreement from the elderly onlookers. After all, the Star Master was infinitely preferable to these clandestine intruders who had stealthily infiltrated Mu Yuan Star with unknown intentions. In this instance, they unequivocally sided with the Star Master. Old Qin was right. As a mere thief, one should not presume that just because our Star Master is a young girl, one could attempt to ingratiate oneself and forge connections. With us around, you shall find no favor. The elderly, wielding sickles and hoes, began to converge towards this side, creating an imposing presence. The ruckus caused by the other thieves lying on the ground had been effectively silenced by fear. The young girl, Bai Qianchun, offered an apologetic smile. She was not so easily swayed by mere words, yet the feeling of being protected was certainly comforting. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Nongui hastily swore that he meant no harm, declaring himself merely a loquacious white lotus, innocent and devoid of malice, having inadvertently spoken out of turn. This metaphor nearly repulsed the elderly folk. Bai Qianchun realized that he was a shameless, cunning individual, albeit one who was somewhat aware of his surroundings. A conflicted expression surfaced on Nongui's face, betraying his previously jovial demeanor. He struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his broken ribs. And after catching his breath and sitting cross-legged, he grimaced and continued, In our sect, there is a rule that even in death, we must not disclose any information related to our missions. Bai Qianchun's mind stirred, keenly grasping the crux of the matter. Sect? What sect? Are you mercenaries? Nongui's eyes gleamed, immediately revealing a salesman's demeanor. Indeed, we are mercenaries, affiliated with the Black God sect of Greedy Wolf Star. Should the Star Master have matters that are inconvenient to handle personally, they can entrust us with relevant assignments. Our Black God sect is undoubtedly the most reasonably priced and reliable organization among the forces on Greedy Wolf Star. Entrust your tasks to us, and the Star Master can rest assured. Bai Qianchun's face flashed with surprise. Another mention of Greedy Wolf Star. Lung Zhao's sharp gaze turned toward her. Sister Chun, do you know about Greedy Wolf Star? Yes, I encountered them aboard the starship I was traveling on. They intended to massacre the passengers, regardless of age. What? They are that ruthless? Yi Yang stared wide-eyed, his expression toward Nong Gui shifting dramatically. The elderly passengers, upon hearing this, were filled with wariness and disdain. Nong Gui felt wronged. He merely intended to promote his business and had no desire for any wrongdoing. How did he inadvertently cross paths with those murderous compatriots? With a sorrowful expression, he extended his hand, pleading, "No, please hear my defense. No, listen to my explanation. This has nothing to do with our Black God sect. Though we may engage in some unspeakable acts, indiscriminate slaughter, especially of the weak and infirm, is absolutely out of the question. Our Black God sect is an organization with principles, unlike those others who shamelessly pursue profit at any cost. The individuals encountered by the Star Master could not possibly be mercenaries of our sect." Chapter 62. Poisonous pills. Despite his earnestness and conviction, the crowd remained skeptical. Who would fully trust the words of a smooth-talking thief, no matter how sincere his demeanor? Yi Yang, with a glint in his eye, seized the opportunity to press him further. "Then do enlighten us about the true nature of your mission on Mu Yuan Star." "I truly cannot divulge a single word regarding that mission," Nong Gui stammered, gritting his teeth as each word escaped him with great difficulty. His face twisted into a grimace, as if every part of him was steeped in bitterness. He could articulate every detail about other matters, even the color of his undergarments today, without a hint of hesitation. Yet when it came to the task at hand, his lips were sealed tighter than a clam, impervious to any prying. This finally convinced Bai Qianchun and the others that the Black God sect indeed harbored a remarkably steadfast resolve. Bai Qianchun furrowed her brows, pondering. "Mu Yuan Star is in such dire straits. There is nothing here that could pique your interest. Could it be that some secret lies hidden within, perhaps related to the former Star Master, Wang Zhe?" Bai Qianchun gazed contemplatively at him, her obsidian eyes narrowing. "You are here to seek something, and it lies upon this mountain?" Nong Gui's eyes brightened momentarily, nodding before shaking his head. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow, her understanding dawning. "You imply that the original address provided by the task issuer is indeed here, but since the calamity on Mu Yuan Star a year ago, geological shifts have rendered the original location inaccurate?" Nong Gui's eyes, neither particularly large nor small, sparkled with an intensity akin to two incandescent bulbs, affirming her insight. How astute this Star Master is, he mused inwardly, feeling a sense of pride in his own decision. Confronted with such a clever Star Master, he knew that if they were akin to stones in a foul pit, his group would undoubtedly fare poorly in her grasp. Thus, adaptability was key. While he must not divulge any task-related information verbally, it did not preclude him from offering subtle hints. What began as a mere D-grade task had escalated to an SS-grade challenge, far beyond what their humble mercenary band under the Black God sect could undertake. Therefore, he could not be deemed unscrupulous. After all, survival was paramount. Moreover, he had adhered to the tenets of the Black God sect, keeping his lips sealed as tightly as a vault, revealing not a single word of the task's content. Bai Qianchun was indeed quite pleased with such an adaptable and astute individual, her eyes reflecting admiration. "Well, I am already aware of your tasks. As long as you remain obedient and do not flee, I assure you that your lives will be secure. As for the citizens you have harmed, I shall not interfere. You may resolve that matter privately." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Yu Qin and the others standing nearby, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Yi Qin's weathered face remained stern as he glanced at Yi Quan, who approached with an imposing demeanor, brandishing a sickle, seemingly intent on avenging his son. "You speak," he demanded. Yi Quan, a middle-aged man with a limp, faced the group. Although he appeared honest and straightforward, his eyes glared at Nong Gui with a ferocity that suggested a desire for vengeance. "Why did you harm my son? And why did you steal our vegetables?" Nong Gui's lips, stained with glaring blood, twitched slightly, and he felt a pang of distress. "Do you truly believe we did this intentionally? The initial incident was purely accidental. In the orchard, it was pitch dark when a commotion erupted, and we thought it was a wild beast. It was only later that Gongzi discovered it was a person, which is why he struck him unconscious." As for the reason behind the theft of vegetables, Nong Gui's expression grew conflicted, and he spoke somberly. "We lacked sufficient nutrient solution, and with the change in mission location, we were unable to locate our supplies, leaving us stranded here. To avoid starvation, we had no choice but to pilfer vegetables." Yi Quan was unwilling to let him off easily, his gaze piercing as he continued coldly. "That is somewhat plausible, but why did you also destroy the vegetable fields?" Thus, the misunderstanding was born. Yi Quan was taken aback, never anticipating such a revelation. He scratched his head in frustration and remarked, "But what animals could possibly exist on Mu Yuan Star? Could it be field mice? The elderly residents, who had long inhabited Mu Yuan Star, nodded in agreement. Perhaps it is indeed those little creatures. They love to burrow in the fields and occasionally pop up to pilfer some grain. If it is them, as long as our vegetable fields remain intact, they could certainly continue to survive. Upon reflection, they found themselves inclined to believe Nong Gui's words. Nong Gui cast a glance at them that was difficult to articulate. The elderly, the weak, the ill. A frail old man could easily wave his hand and obliterate their small team of 15. Could such a description be justified? Strangely enough, the intelligent and perceptive Star Master genuinely believed him. She offered a nod of agreement and, stroking her chin in contemplation, said, "You make a valid point. We cannot merely issue verbal warnings. Here is the plan. I happen to possess a type of poison pill that can control individuals. Consuming it poses no harm to the body, but they must take the antidote I provide every 10 days. Chapter 63. The ruthless young girl. Yi Quan's eyes brightened with curiosity as he inquired, what happens if they don't take it? If they neglect to consume the antidote after 10 days, they will endure excruciating pain and convulsions for an entire day until the first light of dawn the following morning, at which point the very essence of life within them will be extinguished. In simpler terms, it means they would be dead." Nong Gui felt a chill surge from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably. He was on the verge of tears, cursing the cruel task issuer in his heart, utterly astonished that this delicate, soft-spoken ruler of Mu Yuan Star could be so ferocious. How could such a venom exist in the vastness of the cosmos? Yet, Nong Gui could not dismiss her words. Firstly, Bai Qianchun's account was too painfully vivid, and secondly, the multitude of planets in the galaxy harbored countless wonders and horrors, making the existence of such poison hardly surprising. After a series of dramatic exclamations and gestures, he was uncertain whether the astute and fierce Star Lord had accepted the truth, but the mercenaries nearby were convinced. Though they appeared to be wailing in agony, the mercenaries, ears perked and alert, suddenly sat up with wide eyes, their expressions a curious amalgamation of disbelief and intrigue as they beheld Nong Gui, whose demeanor was one of sycophantic submission. They could hardly fathom that their wise and cunning leader could be so obsequious. Meanwhile, the elderly onlookers were equally lost in contemplation. Moments ago, they had feared that this young Star Lord might be easily deceived, yet now they questioned whether such a fierce girl could truly be bullied by a mercenary. Observing the bewildered mercenaries, who were as stiff and confused as wooden sticks, and then glancing at Nong Gui, whose demeanor resembled that of a fawning lapdog, they felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. The situation was overwhelmingly jarring. They pondered whether it was a blessing or a curse that such a formidable young lady held the position of Star Lord. Thus, the group of elderly folks, along with the two young men trailing behind them, wore expressions of dazed bewilderment, even forgetting to inquire why Yi Yang and Lung Xiao were present alongside the Star Lord. Let us not dwell on other matters, but rather on those thorny vines, sprawling and menacing, that seemed to delight in snagging the garments of passers-by. These brambles, almost obedient in their behavior, slither away into the underbrush at the approach of travelers, leading the uninformed to mistakenly believe they possess a semblance of intelligence, yielding to human presence. Yet, the astute among us recognize the impossibility of such a notion. For the root of this phenomenon lies with the delicate, yet formidable figure of the leading star, the petite and seemingly fragile master of the realm. Even Yi Qin, who proudly claims the title of the most formidable elder of Wood Origin Star, could not help but cast several lingering glances at that slender silhouette, which concealed a hidden strength. He mused internally that perhaps he would soon have to relinquish his title. Beneath the towering ancient trees, thick, dark green vines surged upward, forming a vast, square cage. Adorning the edges of this imposing verdant prison were clusters of delicate purple flowers, swaying gently in the breeze, borne upon the slender vines. If one were to overlook the unfortunate souls confined within, this square enclosure could be regarded as a work of art, a testament to the primal, unadulterated craftsmanship of nature. Regrettably, the burly men trapped inside were unable to appreciate such beauty. They were currently encircling Nong Gui, each man scratching his head in confusion. "Gui Gu, are you truly not planning to escape? Indeed, now that they have departed, it is the perfect opportunity for our flight." Nong Gui, clutching his broken rib, wore a bitter expression. "Do you think I do not wish to flee? But do you believe we can actually get away?" Before encountering the Lord of Wood Origin Star, I had a 6/10 chance of escaping, but after meeting her, I now possess scarcely half a tenth of assurance. The brothers collectively inhaled sharply. Their faces a portrait of astonishment. Could she truly be so formidable? Moreover, observe this four-cornered prison that confines us. She constructed it in a mere 3 seconds. A speed never witnessed before. The intervals between the upright vines are nearly identical. I dare say we could measure them with a ruler and find the same value. Which underscores her extraordinary control. Thus, I assert that this wood source star master is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, she possesses a keen intellect. Her ability to so effortlessly isolate us here attests to her unwavering confidence in our inability to escape. Noticing that his comrades remained skeptical, Nong Gui remained unperturbed. For the delicate and enchanting star master, resembling a true celestial being, was indeed quite beguiling. With a wry smile, he suggested that Qianchun should give it a try. Having benefited from the recent revival of the wood source star, he had presumably ascended to an S-level wood-type ability user, and thus should be better equipped to perceive the immovable nature of the situation I described. Upon hearing this, Qianchun, also known as Little Head Daddy, stepped forward without hesitation. In good spirits, he chuckled and said, "Indeed, I have reaped the rewards and advanced to S-level, so allow me to give it a go." Within the team, there were only 2 wood-type ability users. His aptitude surpassed that of Nong Gui, who also wielded wood abilities, leading their companions to jest that he was the essence of excellence, as his notably smaller head allowed his abilities to soar beyond Nong Gui's. The brothers gazed at him with envy as he approached the wooden prison, placing his hand upon one of the dark green vines. A radiant green light flickering in his palm. Seconds passed, 1, 2, 3, and beads of sweat adorned Qianchun's brow, his lips beginning to pale. Yet, the vine he touched remained utterly motionless, unyielding to his efforts. It was then they truly believed that the delicate young girl, the wood element star master, possessed extraordinary prowess. Chapter 64. The tax amount is 500 million. Despite the disbelief of the metal element practitioners, who were unwilling to concede, they resolved to test their metal abilities against the vines. After laboring tirelessly for half the day, their strikes merely produced a resonant clink, akin to striking iron bark, sparking without yielding any significant damage, ultimately exhausting their powers. Next, the fire element practitioners took their turn, but their attempts were equally futile. The flames extinguished before they could even envelop the vine, as if the vine had transformed into a miraculous extinguishing agent rather than serving as kindling. It was indeed a perplexing phenomenon. As for weaponry, their team was impoverished and could not afford energy weapons. Initially, they had assumed this task to be a mere D-class assignment, bringing only 2 finely crafted knives, which paled in comparison to the might of the metal element abilities. Gao Jianjian plopped down, panting heavily, grimacing as he exclaimed, "This is utterly formidable. What kind of vine is this? My metal blades are ineffective, and the fire couldn't even singe it. Wasn't it said that fire conquers wood? Who knows, perhaps it is of an extraordinary material." The fire elemental adept settled down beside him, both of them panting as if they had been thoroughly exhausted. Nong Gui spread his hands, conveying the message that they understood now. There was no escape, and it was time to resign to their fate. Indeed, they acknowledged, it is wise of Brother Gui to see through the outcome with such clarity. However, Brother Gui, why did you disclose the details of the mission? Isn't it a tenet of our Black God sect to remain tight-lipped? Gao Jianjian, a newcomer in the squad, furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the situation, which still gnawed at him. Nong Gui, unfazed, decided to impart a lesson on survival to his comrades, emphasizing the principles of their sect. What is the creed of the Black God sect? To keep our lips sealed and never divulge secrets. However, if others deduce our circumstances, we are left with no recourse. Thus, I have not contravened the rules of our sect in any way. He continued, moreover, one must not be so rigid in their thinking. Flexibility is essential, just as you all heard earlier. The citizens of Mu Yuan Star have hinted at a delay in our execution, intending for us to serve as laborers. This indicates that our lives may yet be spared. In such a scenario, we must adapt rather than confront our fate head-on. Otherwise, consider this. According to the regulations, should we attempt to smuggle ourselves onto Mu Yuan Star, the Star Lord possesses the authority to execute us on the spot. Had I chosen to remain silent earlier, her wrath could have led to our demise. As for labor, do they truly require our meager numbers? As long as one is willing to spend star coins, an abundance of individuals can be recruited as labor, far superior to us, the ones with past transgressions. Thus, this situation renders us inconsequential in her eyes, yet her decision bears grave significance for our lives. Consequently, Does this not imply that we must yield? Would you not agree with my reasoning? The brothers nodded in unison, akin to chicks pecking at rice, affirming, indeed. Brother Gue speaks with such clarity. His insights are truly profound, which is precisely why he stands as our leader. Nong Gue's lips curled into a triumphant smile, his spirit soaring, as he continued to enlighten his followers with fervent discourse, emphasizing the necessity of acquiescence, striving to elevate their mindset to match the gravity of the situation, ensuring they would not hinder his progress. Yet, at that moment, her mood was far from pleasant, for she had just received a notification from the Interstellar Taxation Bureau regarding an outstanding tax obligation. The message read, "Dear Sovereign of Mu Yuan Star, it has come to our attention that Mu Yuan Star has reopened, with vitality fully restored. You have now inherited all rights to Mu Yuan Star. However, we must remind you that all associated tax liabilities will also be inherited by you. The amount due at present is 500 million. Bai Qianchun's vision darkened, her smile swiftly transforming into a grimace as she clenched her teeth and delved into the rights and responsibilities of planetary sovereignty. The sovereign of a planet, possessing complete ownership, also enjoys total autonomy over that celestial body. This includes the right to establish a self-defense force and the authority to enact regulations, provided they do not contradict the interstellar laws of the Empire. Consequently, while the sovereign wields absolute independence, they must also fulfill certain obligations, such as remitting taxes to the Central Interstellar Tax Bureau. The Bureau stipulates that a superior planet must pay an annual tax of 100 million star coins, a medium planet, 50 million, and an inferior planet, 20 million. Notably, Mu Yuan Star holds a unique status as a source planet, which guarantees it will never be downgraded. Thus, even if it were rendered utterly desolate, it would still be classified as a superior planet, incurring an annual tax of 100 million star coins. This regulation, while seemingly burdensome, ultimately benefits the sovereign, as 100 million star coins is a figure that a small family might manage to gather. However, for Bai Qianchun, who is destitute and devoid of kin, this sum appears insurmountable. Silently cursing her misfortune, she opened her account to assess her finances. She had managed to accumulate 150 million star coins from selling life essence pills, along with 5 million provided by the Sheng family, and an additional 1 million earned from selling fruit aboard the starship. In total, her funds amounted to a mere 156 million, leaving her far from the 500 million required. She had always emphasized the importance of saving. Upon entering the interstellar realm, she began to set aside her earnings. Yet, she never anticipated that her savings would fall short of her expenditures. Yet, vulnerability lasted but a fleeting moment. Fortunately, the Interstellar Tax Bureau did not drive her to the brink of despair, offering her a payment plan, 100 million per installment, to be settled over 5 months. Should she fail to repay, the Empire would possess the authority to intervene in the governance of Mu Yuan Star. This was certainly not the outcome Bai Qianchun desired. Her planet left no room for external interference. With a grim expression, she first paid the initial installment of 100 million, reserving the remaining 56 million as startup capital. Indeed, it is often said that a single coin can thwart even the most heroic of endeavors. Free labor could save her a considerable sum. Chapter 65. Surrounded by durian over the course of a single night, the once dreary and ominous Star Lord's residence transformed under a verdant canopy, flourishing into a lush paradise. At first glance, it resembled an ancient edifice nestled within a forest, a harmonious blend of culture and nature that elevated its stature. Leaping through the iron gate ensnared by vines, Bai Qianchun entered the expansive courtyard, where ivy climbed the remnants of crumbled walls. The severed trunk of an ancient tree bore new life, while the flower beds burst forth with vibrant Persian daisies and roses, their blossoms now resembling large basins, their robust branches flourishing in exuberance. The once delicate blooms had metamorphosed into a bizarrely striking spectacle. At a glance, they appeared almost frightening, akin to a diminutive figure entering the castle of a giant. Bai Qianchun paid little heed to the surroundings, her brow furrowed in contemplation on how to amass wealth swiftly as she ventured further inside. Yet, shortly after leaving the courtyard, the cacophony of ghostly wails emanating from within reached her ears. With her eyelids fluttering in surprise, she cast aside her musings and quickened her pace toward the source of the commotion. Pushing through the lush, verdant grass, she finally arrived at the vicinity of the 2 storage rooms she had painstakingly organized the previous night. However, upon casting a glance, her lips involuntarily twitched. The once orderly courtyard outside the storage rooms was now overrun by towering stalks of corn, each reaching an astonishing height, comparable to a dozen of Bai Qianchun. These robust stalks bore heavy ears of corn, with one mutated plant producing over 10 cobs. Each cob was remarkably large, nearly the size of Bai Qianchun herself, yet far more robust. Bai Qianchun quickly comprehended the reason behind this transformation. She had indeed noticed a few shriveled corn kernels scattered on the ground during her tidying efforts the night before. To her surprise, those kernels had seized the opportunity to come back to life, taking root and sprouting anew. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue became evident when she emerged from the cornfield and beheld the utter devastation of the two rooms she and Du Lu had diligently arranged. Two massive durian trees had inexplicably sprouted, bursting forth from the storage rooms and thriving in their newfound environment. The two colossal trees were so entwined that they nearly formed a single trunk. Tragically, Du Lu, the unfortunate soul, found himself ensnared between the formidable thorns of the gigantic durians, unable to descend or escape. He was forced to hold his head high and maintain his composure, enduring the overwhelming aroma of the durians at close range. If not for his fondness for durian, he might have already succumbed to the suffocating scent. Bai Qianchun tilted her head back, her lips twitching in bemusement, pondering how he managed to get himself wedged in such a predicament. Let us keep this brief. Du Li's melancholic expression shifted as he spoke in a gloomy tone. You see, last night I was sleeping like a log, completely oblivious to the world. Suddenly, in the midst of my slumber, I felt as though I was soaring through the air. In my hazy state, I could make out two colossal trees springing from the ground, and to my delight, they were durian trees, the very ones I had always yearned for. I thought to myself, what a splendid dream this is. So, I embraced one of the durians and began to grow alongside it. However, to my astonishment, this was no mere dream. It was a surreal reality. The sharp spines of the durian pricked me awake, but by then, I found myself unable to escape. With a durian in each hand, I was attempting to embrace them both, yet the durian tree continued to rise higher, and the small durians transformed into enormous ones. Had it not been for my slender build and impeccable positioning, I might have faced dire consequences last night. Goodness. It turns out I was the one who invited this calamity upon myself. After listening to Du Li's tale, Bai Qianchun felt no sympathy whatsoever. With a blank expression, she rolled her eyes and retorted, "Oh, you truly have a knack for surviving." Despite her internal exasperation, she knew she had to help, for he was one of the free laborers she had her sights set on. Bai Qianchun approached the majestic durian tree, her hand, glowing with a green aura, pressed against its trunk. Du Lu exerted all his strength, channeling with elemental energy, yet the durian tree remained still. Suddenly, it shifted its branches slightly, causing one of the massive durians to wobble, granting Du Lu his freedom from the tight spot. However, there was a slight issue. He was now suspended in midair. Without the support of the durians, he promptly lost his footing and plummeted to the ground. Alas, it seems that fate is conspiring against me. Yet, it is not the grim specter of death that I fear, but rather the unwavering belief that as long as a powerful figure stands by, my demise is unimaginable. Du Lu, suspended upside down, flailed his arms, his blood rushing in reverse, his face swelling to the hue of a ripe tomato. With exuberance, he tilted his head back, his eyes rolling towards the ground, and exclaimed loudly, "Mighty One, please set me down. I feel faint." Bai Qianchun pursed her lips and cast a calm glance in his direction before commanding the vines to lower him gently. Once he lay sprawled on the ground, arms and legs outstretched in a star shape, Bai Qianchun approached his head, looking down upon him with an air of authority. "Your complexion appears quite vibrant, and it seems even your heart troubles have been resolved. Cease this charade of pretending to be dead and rise at once." With that, Du Lu sprang up from the ground with remarkable agility, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Mighty One, you've discerned my condition so swiftly. Last night's green pillar of light on Mu Yuan Star has been immensely beneficial to me. As a D-grade wood ability user, I've ascended to B-grade overnight. Truly, aligning myself with you on Mu Yuan Star has been the wisest decision of my life. I feel invigorated, and I have a hunch that I could carry 10 loads of water without breaking a sweat. Furthermore, even the one who once stabbed me in the heart now stands before me, and I can't help but find him rather handsome." Bai Qianchun could not deny his exaggerated expressions. With a mere glance, she coolly reminded him, "You still owe me 50 million star coins. Now that your heart issue has been resolved with your wood-based abilities, Acupuncture is no longer necessary. However, you still need to repay the 1,000 star coins for each session, which totals 50 million plus an additional 11,000 star coins. Do you still find that person to be handsome? The weight of his debts, exceeding 50 million star coins, overshadowed his recent ascension to a B-level ability user. Thus, the villain who had assaulted him appeared all the more grotesque and repugnant. Chapter 66. The position of the first henchman Bai Qianchun pushed the man aside and strode towards the dilapidated storeroom, which was in a state of utter disrepair. Her dark, tranquil eyes scanned the ground as she casually responded, "As you can see, I'm going to restart the wood source star." Oh, Du Lu finally realized that the formidable figure before him was indeed the master of the wood source star, and the commotion from the previous night was all due to her. He wanted to inquire further about the process of restarting the wood source star, but upon seeing her cold demeanor, he refrained from pressing the matter. Instead, he cleverly shifted the topic. "Boss, I noticed that the seeds we brought from the tree have all sprouted and grown, especially your pot of white jade ginseng." The small flower pot could no longer contain it and exploded. Its roots are now deeply embedded in the ground. Bai Qianchun's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest as her beautiful face turned towards him. "Where is it?" Beneath the shadow of the towering durian tree, dappled sunlight danced across her cheeks. Even Du Lu, typically unremarkable, found himself nearly drooling at the sight before him. She was undeniably exquisite. Her skin was fair and dewy, seemingly so fresh that one might imagine it could yield water. Her delicate nose and rosy lips contributed to her soft, enchanting appearance. Especially her eyes, glimmering pools of brilliance that were breathtakingly beautiful, albeit with an unsettling gaze. Aside from the solitary white jade ginseng, other medicinal herbs and fruits had grown rather densely, likely due to the seeds being packed closely together in a single bag. Observing her silhouette, Du Lu awkwardly rubbed his nose, pondering that the esteemed figure must wear a mask to avoid attracting trouble due to her striking beauty. This notion held truth. Despite her formidable prowess, a lovely maiden venturing out could indeed face certain dangers. While the external threat posed by the Beastmen Empire had momentarily abated, numerous perils loomed within the empire itself. Various factions were rising, the nobility was flourishing, and the Star Lords wielded significant power, even establishing private legions, seriously undermining the empire's unity and harmony. Although the interstellar laws of the Huayao Empire were not mere formalities, there were always those who relished exploiting loopholes and wielding their influence. A prime example was Bai Qianchun, who had expelled him from the military academy. Hence, Du Lu was not inclined to underestimate the malicious intentions of the nobility. As he concocted justifications for Bai Qianchun in his mind, he hastened to keep pace with her steps. The durian tree is inherently a grand fruit-bearing tree, and with its immense attributes, it has transformed into a towering giant, its apex nearly piercing the heavens, akin to the colossal tree on the hillside where several mercenaries once hung. This tree is so vast that 50 individuals could scarcely encircle its trunk. At this moment, two durian trees stand side by side, devoid of any gaps between them, compelling Bai Qianchun to navigate around them to proceed. Beneath the dense shade cast by the durian trees, Bai Qianchun was the first to behold the white jade ginseng swaying in the breeze by the bank of a pond, its body partially embedded in the soil, revealing a small segment above ground. Its translucent, jade-like form unmistakably indicated its variety. She then noticed the expansive lotus leaves blooming in the pond, alongside resplendent giant lotus flowers and verdant seed pots. The delicate arch of Bai Qianchun's brow lifted slightly. It appeared that the wood source star was experiencing a complete revival, not only of its flora but also of its water sources. She pondered whether other species on the wood source star would emerge in tandem. With this query in mind, Bai Qianchun approached her beloved white jade ginseng, gently caressing it before leaning beside it to observe the patch of land behind it. This area likely marked the original location of two storerooms, with scattered broken stones and rubble strewn across the ground. Wooden cabinets, tables, blankets, and the wicker baskets, flower pots, and other items Bai Qianchun had brought were all rendered as obstacles, punctured by the vigorous branches. Remarkably, her clothing trunk remained unscathed, nestled among a closely packed array of medicinal herbs. In response to this, Bai Qianchun could not help but feel a twinge of relief, for she had wisely removed that bag of seeds from her suitcase and placed it in the wooden cabinet. Otherwise, she would have witnessed her suitcase meeting the same unfortunate fate as the cabinet, or worse, the seeds being stifled and unable to seize the opportunity to grow due to the suitcase's confinement. Bai Qianchun leaped onto what had once been a fist-sized object, now transformed into a robust entity reminiscent of a wild boar, a large sweet potato that could not even be concealed by the earth. It was apparent that this must belong to the batch of seeds from Du Lu. At this moment, this area had become a dominion of sweet potatoes. With a dozen wild boars roaming about, she jumped several times, finally reaching the highest one, and then lifted her gaze to survey her medicinal herb plot. Yet, even from this elevated vantage point, she still could not see Qing, who had similarly grown exponentially. Furrowing her brow, she extended a vine that coiled around a high branch of the durian tree, and with a firm grip on the vine. Her slender figure appeared delicate yet agile as she leaped gracefully into the air, her movements as nimble as a swallow, landing atop the durian tree's branches. Du Lu, standing below, gazed up at her figure atop the durian tree like a tiny ant staring at a colossal beast, filled with admiration. The elegance of her posture was simply stunning, making his earlier appearance as a dangling corpse seem utterly embarrassing in comparison. Consequently, the fleeting affection he had just felt for Bai Qianchun's beautiful face and delicate demeanor dissipated in an instant. Forget it, it is unattainable. Although the esteemed figure possesses a delicate and enchanting appearance, radiating beauty, at their core, they are an exceedingly formidable individual. How could a mere impoverished youth ever aspire to such heights? It is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Thus, Du Lu slapped himself back to reality, resigning himself to the role of the esteemed figure's foremost subordinate. While he harbored no illusions of becoming a boyfriend, he was determined to secure his position as the primate. Chapter 67. As if ready to soar, Bai Qianchun ascended the durian tree, taking in the surrounding vista. The location of the durian tree was at the forefront of the Star Master's estate, facing the courtyard adorned with lush greenery, flowers, and evergreens of various kinds. The area they occupied was most remarkable, dominated by two towering durian trees. The front half, separated by the durian trees, was overrun with weeds and remnants of plants like corn, scattered by seeds that had fallen, including a few soybean plants, several strawberry vines, and a handful of small vegetables. In contrast, the back half, behind the durian trees, was teeming with a wider variety of species, albeit in a somewhat chaotic manner. This included the inexpensive interstellar herbs such as nodo ginseng, rhubarb, samasifuga, and licorice found in Bai Qianchun seed packets, as well as the superior fruit seeds she had collected for sale, including apples, strawberries, and cherries. Originally, these fruit trees were modified to be dwarf varieties. Yet after being subjected to immense attributes, they transcended their genetic limitations, burgeoning upward with untamed vigor. On the other side lies the collection of seeds from the Du Lu seed packet, predominantly featuring ginger, garlic, celery, and leeks among other vegetables, all jumbled together with various greens and cauliflower, creating a rather chaotic assortment. Further ahead, separated by a river pond, one arrives at the planting area of the Star Master's estate. From a distance, it resembles a vast orchard, boasting an array of fruit trees, pears, peaches, and numerous other fruits, forming an enormous grove where the fruits are larger than human heads, prompting anyone fond of fruit to exclaim that this is indeed a paradise. On the opposite side, various flowers are cultivated, including peonies, roses, blue enchantresses, goat's milk flowers, night-blooming cereus, and more, representing some of the most expensive floral varieties in the galaxy. The previous Star Master, Wang Zhe, had a clear motive for planting these flowers: profit. This ambition mirrored that of Bai Qianchun, who, with her eyes glimmering with the allure of wealth, resolved to sell these flowers. Wang Zhe, with his petite stature, managed to earn a substantial income from selling flowers and fruits. It was only logical that she, with her grand attributes, would secure even greater profits. Contemplating this, Bai Qianchun felt a slight alleviation of her anxiety regarding the remaining 400 million in tax debts. As for the planting area further afield, visibility was obstructed, likely due to the presence of durian trees, those colossal fruit bearers. Boss, what would you like to pick? Beneath the trees, Du Lu, aspiring to be a diligent subordinate, craned his neck and shouted enthusiastically, "How about you direct from above while I gather below?" Bai Qianchun cast a fleeting glance at him below, then spread her arms and leapt gracefully, causing Du Lu's heart to race as he instinctively reached out to catch her. However, he watched in awe as she effortlessly adjusted her position in midair, avoiding his grasp and landing gracefully on the ground, as if she possessed the ability to fly. Her descent was remarkably light, contrasting with the heavy thud of others as they landed, though her feet struck the earth with a force that cracked the ground beneath. Du Lu found himself enamored by Bai Qianchun's ethereal elegance, which bestowed upon her an air of authority. Bai Qianchun glanced back at him, her lips curving into a subtle smile, radiant and inviting. No need. I shall gather them myself. I have memorized their locations. With that, she deftly maneuvered through the dense cluster of herbs. The herbs grew densely intertwined, and should she encounter two similar-looking varieties, he doubted his ability to distinguish between them. Indeed, it was far more prudent for the formidable expert herself to undertake the gathering. Du Lu stood rooted in place, observing Bai Qianchun, now nearly engulfed by the towering piles of herbs. He absently rubbed his growling stomach. After howling through the night while wedged between durians, he had exhausted considerable energy. Although his recent enhancement had imbued him with newfound strength, it did little to fill the emptiness within. His gaze wandered to a nearby colossal durian tree, the tantalizing aroma having tantalized his senses for much of the evening, leaving him utterly craving its delightful fruit. However, he did not dare to directly reach out and pluck. Although the resurgence of life on Mu Yuan Star had led to a rampant growth of vegetation, everything belonged to the Star Master, and without permission. He felt it was unwise to take anything. He rubbed his stomach, ultimately allowing reason to triumph over the burning pangs of hunger, steadfastly waiting in place, eagerly anticipating Bai Qianchun's return. Bai Qianchun was exceedingly familiar with medicinal herbs, and having memorized the location just moments prior, she swiftly gathered all the herbs she needed. While also rescuing the suitcase entangled within, she cast a glance at Du Lu, who stood there in a daze, his eyes filled with longing, and gently inquired, "What are you staring at?" "And nothing," Du Lu stammered, suddenly snapping to attention, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He rubbed his hands together and cautiously approached. Esteemed one, may I pluck a durian to taste? Its fragrance has been tantalizing me for the better part of the evening, and I simply cannot resist." Bai Qianchun observed his earnest expression and nodded decisively. "Certainly. You may take the smallest one and carry it to the village, where we can enjoy it together." Du Lu's expression turned peculiar as he muttered softly, "Will we be shunned if we go to the village? I heard the Star citizens do not welcome her as their Star Master." Bai Qianchun swiftly quelled his concerns with a straightforward answer. "Oh, we have just reached an agreement, so it is no longer an issue. We can go there and share a communal meal. Just as the storage room here has fallen into disrepair, we shall seek a dwelling within the village to reside in, for convenience's sake. If you have any luggage, it would be prudent to bring it along now, as the constant back and forth is quite cumbersome. The rampant growth of the plants obscures our view. Without my guidance, it would be challenging for you to find your way." "Oh." Du Lu appeared dazed, astonished that everything had been resolved in a single night. This was in stark contrast to his envisioned arduous toil, the relentless endeavor to establish with Source Star and earn the trust of its inhabitants through a long-term development strategy. Nonetheless, this turn of events is fortuitous. With the vegetation's rampant growth resembling a primitive jungle, it feels unsettling for just the two of them to remain isolated. Had it not been for the overpowering aroma of durian last night, he would have been terrified, trapped among the trees. It is far more reassuring to dwell among a group. Du Lu hastily dove into the pile of vegetables, rescuing 2 filthy garments. And with a green vine bundled upon his shoulder, he completed his packing. As for the durian, he did not need to lift a finger. Bai Qianchun, in her quest for efficiency, directly plucked the smallest one from the lowest branch. Chapter 68, compressed into little cookies. Du Lu danced around the durian, gesticulating animatedly, his eyes wide with incredulity as he gulped. "Is this truly the smallest one, my esteemed companion? Can you possibly find a smaller one?" Bai Qianchun, unperturbed, stood her ground, one hand grasping a suitcase and the other carrying a bundle of herbs wrapped in a bedsheet, observing him with calm amusement. With determination, Du Lu gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce. "Very well, I shall bear it. Alas, the sins one has committed must be endured through tears." Bai Qianchun stood nearby, her smile indifferent, offering no assistance. In her eyes, the Du Lu of yesterday and the Du Lu of today were worlds apart. As a physician, she tended to him when he was still a patient. She would take over the burden of fetching water if he struggled, for exertion might jeopardize his health. Yet today, Du Lu had fully regained his strength, transformed into a robust young man, now viewed by Bai Qianchun as a resource to be utilized. After all, as a fully grown adult male, he needed to be conditioned. One should push him to his limits as long as he remains unbroken. Nevertheless, Bai Qianchun harbored some compassion, offering a modest suggestion for him to retrieve the tattered quilt from the vegetable pile to cushion himself against the spines of the durian. Du Lu gestured towards the massive fruit, then indicated the tattered remnants of a quilt. Its stuffing seemingly vanished. Well, any protection is better than none. He wrapped strips of cloth around his hands until they resembled the wrappings of a mummy, and then he positioned himself beside the durian. With a firm stance, he sought out 2 relatively flat spots on the durian's shell, and with a mighty exertion, he heaved. The enormous durian swayed slightly. Veins bulged on his forehead as he grit his teeth and summoned all his strength, letting out a strained roar. And at last, he lifted the durian with both hands. His crimson eyes burned with intensity, and his pale face flushed a deep shade of red as he gritted his teeth and whispered hoarsely to Bai Qianchun, "Let us go. Let us go." The words emerged as mere gasps, for he feared that a louder utterance would release the pent-up breath trapped in his throat, potentially crushing him under the immense pressure looming over him. Bai Qianchun cast an admiring glance at him, noting his commendable strength, before saying nothing further. She took the lead, hauling her suitcase and bag ahead of him. To facilitate Du Lu's movement, she deliberately walked forward, using vines to sweep away the debris scattered across the ground. The twisted roots that sprawled along the earth seemed to retreat in her presence, creating a narrow path barely wide enough for a single person to traverse. Yet for Du Lu, this was more than sufficient. He held his breath and refrained from speaking, expressing his gratitude through his eyes to the capable figure forging a path ahead. As they approached the village, Du Lu gazed at the stone huts, overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy threatening to spill. At last, he had glimpsed the dawn of hope. "Wow, Six brother, look. There's a little yellow mountain that can walk." A delicate, melodious voice floated over from the direction of the stone houses. Having just finished moving a hefty ear of corn, Yang stood on tiptoe, his eyes lighting up in delight as he exclaimed, "Oh, it's Sister Chun coming." He eagerly tugged at the arm of the passing Lung Xiao and joyfully dashed toward them, his movements agile and lively like a monkey, waving his arms in exuberance. Yi Yang's thin face radiated warmth and sunshine, especially his charming little canine tooth, as he called out, Sister Chun, I found the big pot you wanted." Although Lung Xiao wore a stern expression and appeared indifferent, he eventually spoke up as the cooking stove was set up. He added, "I built it myself." Bai Qianchun looked at the 2 young men approaching, and her face radiated warmth as she smiled gently and said, "All right, please help me wash the medicinal herbs later." The 2 boys, one exuberant and the other reserved, nodded in unison. To Du Lu, who observed this scene from behind, it felt like a bolt from the blue, striking him squarely on the forehead. His position as the top subordinate to the boss was in jeopardy. Distracted by this revelation, his body swayed, causing the massive durian above him to react violently, teetering precariously. Realizing the imminent danger, Du Lu attempted to salvage the situation, but his hands felt as limp as noodles, rendering him incapable of saving himself. As he braced for impact, he instinctively closed his eyes and thought only of one thing. Would the boss dismiss him from his position due to his ineptitude? However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the anticipated pain did not arrive. Du Lu understood he had once again been rescued by his boss. Oh, does this mean the boss truly cares for his little brother? Yet, the scene before him seemed to contradict his thoughts. "Hey, are you all right?" A chilling young voice echoed beside him, prompting Du Lu to tremble and slowly open his eyes. Beneath the shadow of an enormous durian, a youthful face with sharp features, yet still bearing a hint of innocence, loomed close, merely a couple of fists away. His gaze instinctively drifted upwards, revealing the cold boy, referred to as being, effortlessly propping up the durian with one hand. His expression betrayed no sign of distress, as if the weight above him were inconsequential. He even frowned slightly in displeasure, questioning, "Cat got your tongue?" Du Lu silently swallowed back his frustration, forcing a smile as he replied, No, thank you, young brother, for your timely rescue." Being cast a brief, indifferent glance in his direction, dismissing the gratitude with a curt, "No need to thank me." He then added casually, "Your physique is lacking. Much like Yang, you should train more when you have the time." His voice was cool and detached, yet to Du Lu's ears, it rang with palpable mockery. How could a boy, seemingly thinner than himself, dare to criticize his physicality? The realization that he was outmatched even by someone several years younger struck him hard. Noticing Du Lu's evident dismay, Yang approached with a grin, patting his shoulder. "Big brother, don't mind Being's misleading words. He's just exceptionally strong. We ordinary folks shouldn't compare ourselves to such a workout fanatic." Du Lu, who was decidedly reluctant to be labeled as ordinary, found himself even more disheartened. Chapter 69. A unique wedding. Although the surroundings of the village were not as devastated as the Star Lord's estate, where homes had been pierced by the emergent flora. They still bore the brunt of some repercussions. Fortunately, during the time when the seeds sprouted and took root, the inhabitants of the star were present and promptly discovered the situation, allowing them to remove the seeds before they could firmly establish themselves in the soil, casting them onto a vacant plot outside the village. However, they did not manage to till the earth thoroughly, resulting in a few stragglers that thrived in the courtyard. The weeds were uprooted and fed to the chickens, while they hesitated to pull out the corn stalks and soybeans, instead opting to harvest the larger soybeans, peas, and robust corn before commencing their removal. Despite the efforts of over 20 individuals, they labored tirelessly for an extended period without completely clearing the village, highlighting the overwhelming bounty of this harvest. The weight of their labor bore heavily upon the hearts of the star dwellers, who, immersed in the joy of the harvest, felt a profound sense of burden. Rubbing their sore arms, they sighed inwardly, acknowledging this as a truly sweet burden. The community mobilized entirely, from the esteemed and venerable Yi Qin, who was responsible solely for guarding and patrolling, down to the 8-year-old girl Yi Shi from the Yi family, all contributing to the labor force. Initially, Aunt Yi and Sheng Xiao felt elated, having the rare fortune to witness the magnificent resurgence of Mu Yuan Star. However, after more than an hour of arduous harvesting, both women began to doubt whether their hands belonged to them anymore. "Oh dear, I can't go on any longer. Daughter-in-law, come here, let us take a break. Look at your delicate skin. You usually don't engage in heavy labor. This time, it's truly unfair to you." Aunt Yu leaned against a giant sweet potato, exhausted and gasping for breath. She furrowed her brows and gasped for breath, looking at Aunt Yu with concern. "Grandmother, how are you? Would you like to rest in the room for a while?" Most notably, her expensive peony red dress, which she had flaunted just yesterday, had to be reluctantly exchanged today for a coarse linen garment to work in. This turn of events was far from her expectations. She had envisioned a triumphant return home, basking in the adoration of the townsfolk, ultimately agreeing to venture out with everyone to seek fortune together, not to portray the arduous life of laborers clad in rough cloth, ultimately exhausting herself to the point of being unable to stand straight. "Oh, that's good. That's good," Aunt Yi replied awkwardly. Seeing her expression, Shen Xiaoxiao thought she was skeptical and quickly added, "Grandmother, I truly love it here. Please rest assured, even working brings me joy. It would be even better if Japan and I could marry here." My friends on social media were envious after seeing the video I posted this morning. They too wished to visit Mu Yuan to witness the harvest season and the gigantic vegetables and fruits, to experience the joy of picking them themselves. I believe if Japan and I were to hold our wedding on Mu Yuan, they would certainly be eager to attend. Ah well. Aunt Yi initially wanted to refute, thinking that a wedding here would be too simple and lacking, but upon further reflection, she considered that it might indeed be feasible. Her daughter-in-law was absolutely right. Where else in this vast cosmos could one find such a bountiful harvest as that on Mu Yuan Star? The colossal corn, gigantic sweet potatoes, and enormous tomatoes are truly unparalleled, with no equal to be found. If their family were indeed to hold a wedding here, it would be a momentous occasion, unprecedented in history. Moreover, although her daughter-in-law's friends may not be the daughters of the highest nobility, their families are certainly affluent or distinguished. Particularly, the esteemed Major Sheng Baining from the Sheng family, whom she knows of, if he were to visit due to the reputation of Mu Yuan Star, it would undoubtedly elevate the standing of the Shui family. Aunt Yu pondered and concluded that no place could rival the splendor and uniqueness of a wedding held on Mu Yuan Star. Perhaps the Shui family could even gain considerable prestige in the imperial high society because of this wedding venue. With a determined thump of her thigh, she resolutely declared, "Do not worry, my daughter-in-law. I shall take charge of this matter. I will ensure that the Star Lord agrees to allow us to hold the wedding here." With that, she straightened up, invigorated by her resolve. Emerging from the shadow of the gigantic sweet potato, her spirit renewed. "Oh look, is that not the Star Lord? My goodness, the Star Lord is approaching. I must go and extend my greetings." Aunt Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed toward the village entrance, her enthusiasm resembling that of a cat entranced by fish, nearly overflowing with eagerness. She anxiously clutched Sheng Xiaoxiao, offering her a series of reminders. "My dear daughter-in-law, if you find yourself weary, do lend a hand at Japan's place. He prepares communal meals, which are not overly taxing. You could wash some vegetables or dishes. As for the wedding, there's no need to rush in notifying anyone. Let me first gauge the situation with the Star Master. Once things are confirmed, you may inform others. By the way, You might consider subtly hinting to Japan. Sheng Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had merely indulged in a fleeting daydream, never expecting to hold her wedding on Mu Yuan Star. Yet, upon reflecting on her mother-in-law's words, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Every woman yearns for a unique wedding, and if it were truly possible to celebrate on Mu Yuan Star, it would undoubtedly be far more glorious than hosting it in the grandest hall of the main star, where countless weddings had taken place. Chapter 70. A day of sightseeing and harvesting my star master. Oh dear. As Bai Qianchun stepped through the village's fence gate, she was greeted by Aunt Yi, whose face was alight with joy, despite the grayish hue that enveloped the surroundings today. The warmth of her demeanor and the sparkle in her eyes, reminiscent of discovering a treasure, prompted Bai Qianchun to feel a sense of caution. She discreetly evaded Aunt Ye's outstretched hand, which sought to entwine with her arm, lowering her gaze to bypass the blackened dirt clinging to Aunt Ye's nails. But please, my star master, do not misunderstand. I am quite particular about cleanliness. Washing my hands no less than 10 times a day, Aunt Ye fervently assured her, adopting a posture that suggested she would immediately demonstrate her commitment to hygiene if questioned. How suspicious. Oh, Bai Qianchun answered absent-mindedly, her gaze drifting from her hands to the rather exaggeratedly smiling face before her. With a subtle arch of her brow, she inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Aunt Ye?" Aunt Ye's eyes suddenly sparkled, her mouth stretching into a wide grin as she praised. "The Star Master is not only beautiful, but also possesses a keen intellect. Your enchanting eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, are indeed perceptive, capable of discerning even the smallest details. I happen to have a matter on which I would like to seek your esteemed opinion." However, the flattery did not stir a ripple in Bai Qianchun's heart. She merely cast a calm glance in Aunt Ye's direction. "There's no need for formalities. You may treat me as a junior." "How can that be? After all, the Star Master is a Star Lord, unlike our foolish son." Aunt Ye felt somewhat defeated by Bai Qianchun's indifferent demeanor. Yet she instinctively rejected the notion without a second thought. "Humph, the Star Master is merely testing her, a familiar game to me. In the past, those in charge above would often tell us to treat them as juniors, but if one truly did so, the consequences could be dire. If the matter is trivial, they might scheme against you behind your back. If serious, they could disregard all sentiments and expose your mistakes, leading to dismissal." Thus, Aunt Ye, well versed in this artifice, resolutely avoided the trap and decisively shifted the topic. "So, esteemed Star Master, would you permit a large number of strangers to apply for entry to Mu Yuan Star for the harvesting event?" Bai Qianchun paused her steps, lifting her gaze to meet Aunt Ye's. "A large number of strangers? What kind of strangers are we discussing? The relatives and friends in question are certainly not here to cause trouble." With a significant shortage of labor and a lack of sales channels, Bai Qianchun's dark, glimmering eyes sparkled as she conceived a plan superior to merely transporting goods for sale. She spoke in a steady tone, noting that the abundance of vegetables and fruits on Mu Yuan Star means that if those individuals are inclined to pick and purchase, I would gladly admit them. "Aunt Ye, if you have any intentions, please speak candidly." Aunt Ye, striking her thigh, responded with enthusiasm, "It is indeed your straightforward nature, Star Lord, that I appreciate. I intend to hold my son's wedding here on Mu Yuan Star, and I will invite some relatives and friends to attend. Furthermore, my daughter-in-law hails from a branch of the Sheng family, and her connections are rather extensive, including some who are either wealthy or noble. They are particularly eager to visit Mu Yuan Star to experience the joy of personal fruit picking." In Aunt Ye's view, this was a tremendous opportunity, especially considering her daughter-in-law's connections, which could potentially link them to the upper echelons of the empire's nobility. Securing even one of these connections could spare them centuries of struggle. However, Yi Qin, who had hurried over upon hearing the conversation, held a different perspective. With a furrowed brow, he voiced his disapproval, stating vehemently, "No. The upper-class nobility are not to be trusted. They only bring corruption." The former Star Lord, Wang Zhe, is a living testament to this. Having been led astray by those so-called upper-class friends, Aunt Yi was taken aback by his gaze, perceiving him as an obstacle hindering her son's marriage. She immediately retorted with displeasure, "Uncle Qin, your words are rather unjust. One cannot condemn all for the actions of a few. Surely, there exist both virtuous and nefarious individuals among them. How can you presume that all the nobles invited by my daughter-in-law are malicious?" At this moment, Bai Qianchun stood by Aunt Ye's side, softly reassuring the conflicted elder who appeared indecisive. "Grandfather Qin, there is no need for concern. I am steadfast in my principles and fear not the influence of others. Yi Qin wished to further persuade, yet Bai Qianchun gestured for silence. I understand your concerns. You fear that I might, like the previous Star Master, stray from my path midway. But do you truly believe I am as easily swayed and misled as he was? Yi Qin, gazing into her deep, dark, yet vibrant eyes, found himself momentarily speechless, unable to conjure a rebuttal. Ultimately, this confrontation concluded with Yi Qin's reluctant concession. His stern visage bore a hint of helplessness as he regarded the young and vigorous Star Master before him. What were her intentions? Bai Qianchun's delicate and enchanting face broke into a radiant smile. I intend to open the Source Star for a 20-day sightseeing and fruit-picking tour. Currently, our population is insufficient, leading to a severe shortage of labor and no means to transport the fruits and vegetables from our planet. It would be a lamentable waste for these harvests to rot in the fields. Thus, inviting others to partake in the picking themselves is the most prudent solution. Thus, not only does this save the expense of hiring labor, but it also reduces transportation costs while allowing us to earn star coins in the most effortless manner. Is it not a triple benefit? Aunt Yi nodded repeatedly at the side, exclaiming how clever the Star Master's idea was, truly befitting of someone in such a position. For their mind worked swiftly. However, Yi Qin's brows grew increasingly furrowed. Yet, Mu Yuan Star is a primordial star. Once it revives, it will undoubtedly attract covetous eyes. If those with ulterior motives take this opportunity to infiltrate Mu Yuan Star to gather intelligence or pursue other schemes, we, with our limited numbers, would be unable to defend against them. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow, lightly chuckling. We are currently impoverished on Mu Yuan Star. Apart from these colossal fruits and vegetables, what else could entice them? Yi Qin was momentarily taken aback, but insisted, however, the potential of Mu Yuan Star is limitless. Chapter 71. The Wedding Flow. Bai Qianchun chuckled softly. You mentioned the future, not the present. On the contrary, I believe that opening the portal to Mu Yuan Star now is the best choice, for we are just beginning. We possess no secrets, nothing that could pique their interest. The only thing they might covet is me, as the Star Master. Her deep, dark eyes shimmered with a cold light, and with a calm smile, she continued. This makes matters even simpler, for I have never allowed anyone to succeed in their schemes against me. Therefore, Grandpa Qin need not worry at all. Moreover, this time, the more open and above-board the approach, the better, with so many watchful eyes present. Even the most cunning of schemers lurking in the shadows would find it difficult to maneuver in plain sight. Thus, I believe that Grandfather Qin should now contemplate how to invite more individuals of higher standing to our Mu Yuan Star for the upcoming 20-day sightseeing and fruit-picking event. I must say, after such a well-reasoned analysis, Yi Qin found himself quite convinced and began to subconsciously ponder how to attract visitors. Should he post a travel advertisement online? Or perhaps reach out to old acquaintances? Aunt Ye's ears perked up at the thought. Recruiting people was undeniably her forte. She promptly patted her chest and assured them, Rest assured, Star Master, Uncle Qin, I have ample experience in attracting guests. My years spent away have not been in vain. I have established numerous connections. Once I spread the word, I guarantee many will come to visit us on Mu Yuan Star for the sightseeing and fruit picking. Bai Qianchun offered her an appreciative smile, to which Aunt Yi responded with a beaming expression, joyfully declaring, Oh, it's truly a simple task. Then she rubbed her hands and gazed at Bai Qianchun, inquiring about the wedding arrangements at Mu Yuan Star. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Bai Qianchun's eyes, and a sweet, innocent smile graced her exquisite face. Certainly, but it must occur within the next 20 days, and we must also consider the venue fees. After all, Aunt Yi, you are no longer a citizen of Mu Yuan Star, so hosting a wedding here would mean utilizing local resources. Aunt Yi's mind was consumed with thoughts of glory and fame. She envisioned the wedding as a grand affair that she could boast about for years to come. Venue fees were of no concern to her, and with a decisive wave of her hand, she cheerfully declared, No problem at all. Paying a little for the venue is only fair. As long as we can celebrate my son's wedding at Mu Yuan Star, I am more than willing to pay any amount of star coins. Bai Qianchun extended her foot, preparing to make a bold request. Well, she had let Aunt Yi say all the good and bad things herself. However, Bai Qianchun did not expect to extract a significant sum from her pockets. Moreover, the essence of this wedding was to attract attention, not merely to cover venue costs. Dinner is served, dinner is served. The lid of the pot clanged with a resounding echo, and a deep voice called out, reaching the ears of everyone in the village. Aunt Yi, who wished to discuss the specifics of the venue fees, abruptly fell silent. She rubbed her growling stomach and cast a glance at Bai Qianchun, smiling warmly as she suggested, "Star Master, Uncle Qin, why don't we have dinner first? After we finish eating, my son, daughter-in-law, and I can discuss the fee details further." "How does that sound?" Bai Qianchun inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us dine first." Aunt Ye's face lit up with joy, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, as she hurried towards the large pot of food, her countenance beaming with delight. From a distance, she called out, "Daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law." Sheng Xiao, who had been anxiously awaiting news, found herself captivated by the enticing scent of the feast. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed to support Aunt Ye. "Slow down, dear mother-in-law. I am here, no need to rush." "Oh, I am simply overjoyed that matters have been resolved," Aunt Ye exclaimed, grasping her daughter-in-law's hands with fervor. She could hardly contain herself as she shared the news. "The Star Lord has granted permission for you to hold your wedding on Mu Yuan Star. Furthermore, the Star Lord is planning a 20-day sightseeing and fruit-picking tour on Mu Yuan Star. If your friends are eager to come, you may encourage them to prepare for their journey." Sheng Xiao, overwhelmed with happiness, momentarily forgot to reach for a handkerchief to wipe her mother-in-law's hands. She gazed at Aunt Ye with excitement. "Really? The Star Lord truly agreed?" "Indeed. It is no fabrication. The Star Lord herself stated that she warmly welcomes visitors to Mu Yuan Star for the fruit-picking activities." Aunt Ye, with her quick wit, leaned in close to Sheng Xiao and whispered a reminder, "You should encourage your friends to bring along several spacious spatial links. With such an abundant harvest of fruits and vegetables on Mu Yuan Star, the Star Lord has decreed that everything must be sold. They should seize this opportunity to purchase more. Once this chance passes, it will be difficult to acquire the giant produce from Mu Yuan Star in the future." "I understand. I understand," Sheng Xiao replied, her eyes sparkling with realization as she nodded enthusiastically. Her mother-in-law was suggesting that since Mu Yuan Star was just beginning its journey and transportation routes had yet to be established, they should take advantage of this moment to buy more. Once the transport routes opened, they would have to compete with the entire galaxy for those goods. The allure of the giant produce would undoubtedly attract buyers from across the stars, making it a challenge to procure even if one had the desire. With this reminder, not only would her friends owe her a favor, but it would also benefit the Star Lord in expediting sales. The two women exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to shift the topic as they resumed their discussion about wedding supplies. However, the location had changed, and they would need to cancel their previous arrangements and transport the wedding items to Mu Yuan Star. A myriad of trifles demands attention. Although 20 days may seem ample, the timeline is rather tight. The journey from the main star to the Jupiter source star consumes a full 10 days. Thus, a significant portion of their time is squandered on travel. They must transport everything in one go. Otherwise, any oversight could lead to complications. Chapter 72. Sister Chun will not seduce us. Today's communal meal consists of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried cauliflower, and a pot of steamed rice. Though there are only 2 dishes and the eggs in the tomato scramble are scant, revealing merely a few egg fragments, the portions are generous, 2 large pots brimming with food, ample for the 30 or so individuals present. Bai Qianchun and Yi Qin approach, followed closely by 3 others. As the 5 of them enter the courtyard, they are promptly directed to the large wooden table beside the 3 cauldrons to receive their servings. The table is adorned with several plates of pre-served dishes, all arranged on a large platter. At the bottom lies a layer of white rice, topped with a vibrant, steaming scramble of tomatoes and eggs, garnished with scallions. The other half of the platter showcases cauliflower, cut into small florets, glistening with oil and moisture. The striking contrast of red and white, accented by verdant green, releases an enticing aroma that tantalizes the senses, particularly for those who are quite famished at this hour. Despite the absence of meat, everyone's eyes gleam with desire. A young girl, around 15 or 16, with striking features and a composed demeanor, skillfully distributes the plates among the star citizens. Bai Qianchun joins the line behind Yu Qin. Meanwhile, the camaraderie between Yi Yang and Du Lu, the 2 close friends who entered with arms draped over each other, begins to fracture as they compete for the space just behind Bai Qianchun, neither willing to concede. Du Lu regarded the sunny youth, who had conversed with him at length during their journey, with a vigilant gaze. The boy feigned a pitiful demeanor, pleading, "I have been famished all night. Could you possibly relinquish this spot to me?" Yi Yang, ever alert, clutched at Du Lu, resolutely stating, "Is my concern truly for mere sustenance? What I value is my position behind Sister Chan. How about this? Allow me to take the front in line, and I shall share my portion of food with you later." Without a moment's hesitation, Dulu replied, "No way." The two exchanged intense stares. As sparks of tension crackled between them, both confirming their desire to vie for the coveted position of the first subordinate to the formidable Sister Chan. Cold Xiao cast a disdainful glance at the two still posturing in place, then, with his remarkable height and swift reflexes, deftly maneuvered past them to secure his place right behind Bai Qianchun. Instantly, Yi Yang sprang to his feet, pointing at Cold Xiao's retreating figure, exclaiming, "You despicable rogue! You dare to seize the advantage while we are at odds." Dulu regarded him with a look of contempt. He had initially assumed that this seemingly icy youth was a man of integrity, only to discover that he too was a thief coveting the title of Sister Chun's first lieutenant. Thus, this trio's farcical contest culminated with Yi Yang swiftly clambering onto Cold Xiao's back, claiming the foremost position, while the outmatched Dulu begrudgingly took his place at the rear of the line. This spectacle provided a momentary diversion for the surrounding star citizens, who were either squatting or standing with bowls in hand, enjoying their meals. However, whispers circulated. How had these two young men become so familiar with the Star Sovereign? Could it be that they were enamored with her beauty, aspiring to become her gallant protectors? Two elderly men were huddled together, sharing laughter, and their words, though lighthearted, fell distinctly upon the ears of the young maiden, Milan, who was distributing the meal. Bai Qianchun grasped one end of the plate, exerting a slight effort. Yet she found herself unable to secure the plate smoothly. With a hint of suspicion, she raised her gaze to the other end of the plate, where Milan stood. To her surprise, she beheld the young girl's bright eyes, now tinged with a fierce crimson, glaring at her with a palpable intensity, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta that was directed squarely at her. Bai Qianchun's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she opened her mouth to speak. But Milan preempted her, vehemently admonishing, "Do not presume to seduce Yang Gu and Xiao Gu simply because of your looks." The room fell into a profound silence at this revelation. What an absurd jest. Yi Yang and Lung Xiao, positioned further back, were equally taken aback, bewildered by the notion that their pure and virtuous sister could ever be accused of such a thing. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. The idea of their sister attempting to seduce them was utterly unfathomable. Even if she were to entice them, it would surely be to enlist them as test subjects. However, what could have possessed this solitary girl, usually so cold and aloof, to speak in such a manner? A middle-aged woman, Yi Yang's stepmother, Yi Shangyun, paused momentarily in her task of serving food. Her expression darkened as realization dawned upon her, and she quickly reached for Milan's shoulder, pulling her back with a stumble. "What are you saying? How could a lovely girl like the Star Master ever think of seducing my son and Lung Xiao?" "Milan, you must not speak so recklessly." After reprimanding the young girl, she turned to Bai Qianchun with a face full of remorse, repeatedly offering fawning apologies. "I am truly sorry, Star Master. This little girl, Milan, has been somewhat disturbed recently, which is why she has been speaking nonsense. Please forgive her, Star Master, as you are magnanimous and should not hold it against her." Bai Qianchun tightened her grip on the plate in her hands. The dishes had been jostled by Milan's earlier actions, causing some of the cauliflower to become disarranged. Had she not acted swiftly to secure it, the entire plate would likely have spilled. She pressed her lips together, her raven-black eyelashes fluttering as she lifted her gaze to glance at the middle-aged woman across from her. Although her words were laced with reprimand, the woman's demeanor was one of protective embrace towards the girl Milan. And while she spoke words of apology, Bai Qianchun could still perceive the profound wariness and reverence lurking deep within the woman's eyes. Behind her, Lung Xiao furrowed his brows, casting a discontented glance at Milan. His tone icy as he remarked, "Sister Qian won't entice us." Yi Yang, peering from behind, nodded with a grin. "Exactly. Sister Qian would never seduce anyone." "Milan, how could you think such a thing?" Yi Shangyun shot a displeased glare at her son. "This is none of your concern. You should mind your own business and hurry up to eat." Yi Yang, somewhat dissatisfied with his mother's attitude, could only sulkily take a plate from the table and follow Lung Xiao out. Truly remarkable. It seems the so-called harmony mentioned by the elder was not entirely achieved, as there remained a young girl who had slipped through the cracks. However, what deep-seated enmity could this young girl possibly harbor against the formidable figure? Chapter 73. One who nurtures, one who does not. Dula felt a profound sense of bewilderment. Finding a secluded corner, she sat down on a massive vine. While Bai Qianchun, equally perplexed, pondered the situation. She could not recall any past grievances with the girl named Milan. Could it be the sins of her previous incarnation? Yet, within the realm of dreams, she found no clues related to Milan. At that moment, the perceptive Aunt Yi approached with her daughter-in-law, plopping down beside Bai Qianchun on the thick vine with a plate in hand. Surely, the Star Lord is curious about why Milan harbors such animosity towards you. She whispered conspiratorially. Bai Qianchun swallowed her tomato, turned her head to glance at her, raising an eyebrow and inquiring in a vague tone, "You know, Aunt Yi?" With her plump face, nodded modestly, admitting to having some knowledge. The incident involving Milan's parents had stirred quite a commotion on Mu Yuan Star back in the day. Although I have not returned for 30 years, I have heard whispers of it. Thus, under the suggestive gaze of her daughter-in-law and the explicit attention from Bai Qianchun, Aunt Yi, neglecting the steaming, fragrant dish in her hands, animatedly recounted a tale of two men and a woman, rife with entangled emotions and conflicts. It is said that Milan's biological mother, Lin Xianer, was once one of the most stunning beauties on Mu Yuan Star. In her youth, her parents arranged for her to marry Mi Hong, the strongest subordinate of the then Star Lord of Zhenxiu. The relationship between these two individuals has always been harmonious. Even after more than a decade, Lin Xianer has been unable to bear a son or daughter for Mi Hong. Yet Mi Hong continues to cherish her as if she were a precious gem. However, a turning point occurred when Wang Zhe ascended to the position of Star Master. For nearly 3 decades, Wang Zhe governed the Wood Source Star, but after the first 10 years, he gradually became selfish, tyrannical, and morally corrupt, ruthlessly targeting the former subordinates of the previous Star Master, Zhenxiu. Mi Hong, being the foremost among Zhenxiu's former followers and a leader among the star inhabitants, became Wang Zhe's primary target, with all the troubles falling squarely upon him. Despite Wang Zhe's malicious intent, Mi Hong's strength and the unwavering support of the surrounding star citizens rendered Wang Zhe's attempts largely ineffective, merely scratching the surface of Mi Hong's resilience. Unable to bear the prospect of defeat, Wang Zhe resorted to a devious scheme upon encountering Mi Hong's wife, Lin Xianer. A nefarious idea took root in his mind, to seduce her and incite her to betray Mi Hong. No man can endure the betrayal of his wife. Should Wang Zhe succeed in ensnaring Lin Xianer, it would effectively shatter Mi Hong. Ultimately, Lin Xianer abandoned her young daughter and left with Wang Zhe, an act that fulfilled Wang Zhe's sinister desires, leading to Mi Hong's downfall. The once mighty warrior was cast down from his pedestal, leaving the star inhabitants bereft of a powerful leader. Consequently, Wang Zhe's oppression of the star citizens became increasingly unchallenged. Milan was nurtured in such an environment, harboring a profound resentment towards her mother who abandoned her and her father, and an equally intense loathing for Wang Zhe, the man who seduced her mother and shattered their once happy family. She also despised the inequity of the world. A man of such moral depravity as Wang Zhe had fortuitously risen to become the lord of Mu Yuan Star, rendering any thoughts of vengeance futile for her and her father. The most devastating blow came 5 years ago when, at her mother's behest, her father, succumbing to a moment of weakness, became Wang Zhe's bodyguard, escorting him on a journey. Tragically, they were ambushed by interstellar pirates, and after the Lord Wang Zhe was killed, her father too perished in that calamity, vanishing without a trace, likely reduced to mere bones. Thus, I surmised that when Uncle Fong and the others mentioned that those 2 young men had become your gallant protectors, Milan's vehement reaction stemmed from the belief that you were enticing them, especially since her feelings towards your title as Lord of the Star are intricately tied to her past grievances. After Aunt Yi recounted the tale with astute analysis, Bai Qianchun found it quite convincing. If that were the case, Milan's reaction could indeed be understood, though she was not particularly fond of being unjustly blamed. A flicker of intrigue crossed Bai Qianchun's eyes as she turned her gaze toward the dining table, curiously inquiring, "And who is that lady beside Milan?" Aunt Yi took a bite of her meal and followed her gaze. "Oh, her name is Yishangyun. I have encountered her before. She is quite single-minded, determined to leave Mu Yuan Star at all costs. In the beginning, her mother was not one of us from the Mu Yuan Star. After giving birth to her among our people, she absconded, leaving her isolated with her father. However, it wasn't long before her father also passed away. Thus she became resolutely determined to seek her mother on the main planet. Yet, lacking any significant abilities and married to Yi Ming, who was equally unremarkable, her only means to fulfill her dream of relocating to the main planet was through childbirth. Our empire, having been entrenched in warfare for many years, fervently encourages procreation and has instituted various policies to promote childbirth. The more children one has, the greater the benefits. For instance, if one bears 5 children, they are granted a formal employment position. If one has 10, they are permitted to migrate to a superior planet. Our Mu Yuan Star is already classified as a high-ranking planet, with the only advancement leading to the glorious Empire's main star. Therefore, by giving birth to 10 children, she could finally achieve her aspiration of immigrating to the main planet to reunite with her mother. At present, Yu Shangyun has already borne 8 children, with Yang, who followed closely behind you, being her 6th. Aunt Yi, while expressing her disdain, offered her own assessment. However, I hold a low opinion of her. Although this woman is capable of bearing children, she neglects their upbringing. Her first 5 children fend for themselves, working to support their own livelihoods, while the remaining 3 at home seem to be cared for primarily by Yang, taking on the responsibility of looking after his siblings, with the assistance of their grandfather, Uncle Qin. As for the parents, they merely ensure their children are fed and do not starve, showing little concern for anything beyond that. Even her eldest son has reached the age of 32, having been single and paying the single tax for several years now. She remains oblivious to the need for arranging a daughter-in-law, instead fervently focusing on bearing children. TSK, as someone who cherishes children deeply, I find her actions rather disapproving. Chapter 74. The debts of the father are repaid by the son. Bai Qianchun's exquisitely shaped brows knitted tightly together, her beautiful eyes revealing a profound and unfading shade of darkness. The members of their small team had been orphans in their past lives, and after coming together to reside in Ziwatong, they had formed a close-knit family. She had long regarded Yi Yang, Lang Xia, and the other team members as her kin. Now that they had the chance to experience parental love, she fervently wished for them to encounter good parents. She did not yearn for their parents to possess great abilities, immense wealth, or significant influence. Her sole desire was for them to genuinely love their children. She hoped that the familial affection Yi Yang had been deprived of in his previous life could be fulfilled in this one. Yet, to her dismay, Yi Yang's current mother turned out to be so woefully inadequate. Her gaze darkened, and an uncontrollable surge of resentment stirred within her as she looked upon Yi Shangyun, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. She had stated before that she was never a good person. However, due to her compassionate elder sister and the team members who were like family, she was willing to don the facade of humanity, traversing the world in the guise of a normal individual. If Yi Shangyun dared to harm Yi Yang in the name of her mother, she could scarcely fathom the extent of her potential loss of control. Sister Chun, Sister Chun. Yi Yang's exuberant and cheerful voice broke through her increasingly dark thoughts. Beside her, Aunt Yi, perplexed and unaware of the turmoil, instinctively exhaled, chewing her food with a lingering sense that something significant had just transpired, rendering her meal less appetizing. What's wrong? She finally inquired after placing the last bite into her mouth and setting down her chopsticks. Have you all finished eating? Yes, we ate quickly. Yi Yang replied with a radiant smile, nodding vigorously before leaning in to say, Sister Chun, Dulu mentioned that your Star Master Mansion has become a hazardous structure, and you're considering staying in our village. Is that true? Bai Qianchun nodded. Yes, that is indeed the plan. Here's the thing. Our village has no available stone houses left, but we can construct a new one. In fact, Brother Yi Chong has volunteered to build a stone house for you, Sister Chun. Yi Yang tugged at the side of a lean young man, Yi Chong. Yi Chong bore a striking resemblance to the limping Uncle Yi Quan whom she had encountered that morning, making their familial connection immediately apparent. He was momentarily caught off balance by Yi Yang's sudden movement, and after regaining his footing, he sheepishly scratched his head and smiled bashfully, embodying the simplicity characteristic of rural farmers. He spoke in a dry tone. Well, esteemed Star Master, I possess nothing of great value to offer in return. I have merely learned some skills related to construction from my father. If it pleases you, I would be willing to build a house for you. Yi Yang encouraged him from the side. Yes. Uncle Quan is quite adept at construction. The stone houses in our village were all built by Uncle Quan together with Brother Yi Chong. They are not only sturdy but also aesthetically pleasing, and despite their modest size, they are well equipped. Uncle Quan even worked alongside the construction team for the Star Master's residence. Yi Chong's expression changed abruptly as he cast a glance at Bai Qianchun and quickly waved his hands, awkwardly explaining, No. My father merely participated in the initial stages of the Star Master's residence project, but he was soon dismissed by Star Master Wang Zhe. Bai Qianchun scrutinized his flustered demeanor, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. Did your father uncover something amiss with the construction team for the Star Master's residence? Yi Chang, intrigued, glanced at Bai Qianchun, his face struggling to regain composure as he chuckled nervously. You are correct, Star Master. My father indeed noticed something was off with that construction team. They were substituting inferior materials while deceiving Wang Zhe under the guise of using new materials. My father reported them, but Wang Zhe did not believe him. Instead, he accused my father of fabricating falsehoods to slander the construction team. Furthermore, the members of that team fanned the flames of discord, leading to my father being violently assaulted by the enraged Wang Zhe, resulting in a broken leg. Bai Qianchun lowered her gaze and coldly inquired, "Oh, it seems that construction team is indeed rather unscrupulous. Does your father recall where this construction team originated?" Yi Chang looked at her in astonishment. Of course I remember. It belongs to the Qin family of the empire. Initially, Wang Zhe had a close relationship with a noble named Qin Jizai from the Qin family. This construction team operates under his name, and my father has mentioned this matter to me numerous times. What does the Star Master intend to do? Bai Qianchun glanced at him, her pitch-black eyes shimmering with a cool, ethereal light. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to seek compensation from them. Oh. Yi Chang's simple face brightened momentarily, but soon dimmed again. However, the noble named Qin Jizai should be deceased. He perished during the calamity involving the interstellar pirates when Wang Zhe encountered that disaster. He was aboard that starship. Bai Qianchun narrowed her eyes, revealing a hint of displeasure. If he is dead, then that truly is a stroke of fortune for him. Yi Chang nodded in agreement. He had held a deep impression of that person because he longed to avenge his father, but now that the individual was deceased, revenge was no longer feasible. The silver lining was that with their passing, his father's grievances might also dissipate. Did he leave behind any children? Yi Chang suddenly turned to the petite Star Master. Swallowing hard. What do you intend to do? Bai Qianchun offered him a look of obvious rationale, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Of course. It is the principle of repaying debts. The imperial interstellar law has established relevant provisions that support this principle of debt succession." Yi Chang, it was quite sudden when Bai Qianchun realized that their Star Master was not as delicate as he appeared. The charming filter of the kind angel who had rescued him yesterday was shattered. HM? With a slight furrow of her brow, Bai Qianchun gazed at him. Is that not the case? Or are you unaware? Without restraint, Yi Chang blurted out the latter part of his thoughts, shocking himself as he instinctively entertained such an idea. In contrast, Bai Qianchun regarded him with newfound respect. It seemed this individual was not merely a rigid and simple rural lad, but rather someone who could be refined. Chapter 75. The Glory of Aunt Yi. Subsequently, while Yi Chang remained in a daze, entangled in his thoughts, Bai Qianchun expressed her desire to view the house. Yi Yang cheerfully led her directly to Yi Chang's residence. Indeed, as he had stated, although small, the house was well equipped. Yi Chang lived with his father, Yi Quan, and their stone dwelling lacked nothing. It consisted of 3 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. 2 of the bedrooms served as the quarters for the father and son, while another had been transformed into a study. The beautifully crafted, hollowed-out bookshelves adorned the walls, appearing modest yet unexpectedly elegant. Additionally, the balcony had been expanded with marble, and a small platform had been laid against the wall, featuring a tea table where one could sit by the window to sip tea and read. This display revealed that the father and son possessed not only architectural skills, but also a keen sense of interior design. Bai Qianchun felt a stir in her heart. She had changed her mind. Rather than constructing a new home in the village, it would be a waste of the talents of these 2 men. How about this? You shall assist me in restoring the Star Master's residence, and in return, I will provide the reward of healing your father's leg. Bai Qianchun emerged from the house, offering him a gentle smile. What I mean is that he could have his legs aligned, thus becoming a normal person. Yi Chang, filled with delight, yet tinged with hesitation, inquired, is that truly possible? When I previously accompanied my father to the hospital on the main planet, the doctor stated that if he wished to avoid being a lopsided cripple, he would have to amputate the other leg and settle for being short. Bai Qianchun was at a loss for words, clearly indicating that you were reluctant to see your father reduced to a diminutive figure. Yi Chang scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, affirming, indeed, my father insists on standing tall and breathing the air above. Can it really be accomplished? If it does not meet your satisfaction, what would be considered compensation? Yi Chang's eyes roamed over her exquisitely beautiful face, observing a serene composure that significantly elevated his trust to 90%. He slapped his thigh and declared, I believe. I shall undertake this task. However, I would need my father's consent. Could the Star Lord grant us some time to discuss this? Bai Qianchun gestured invitingly, smiling softly. Certainly. Yi Chong was as elated as if a propeller had been affixed to his backside, swiftly rushing out to find someone. Du Lu, observing from the side, was taken aback. Could the esteemed healer truly enhance bone structure? Yi Yang and Long Xiao stood nearby, their expressions reminiscent of knowing spectators, fully aware of Bai Qianchun's extraordinary medical prowess. Upon regaining his composure, Du Lu immediately noticed the expressions on their faces, particularly Yi Yang's beaming, sunny countenance that bore an endearing innocence. A sudden jolt coursed through him, as he harbored an unsettling suspicion that these two youths shared an intimate connection with the esteemed figure he could not comprehend. Star Master, are you here? Outside the fence of Yi Chong's residence, Aunt Yi, accompanied by her son and daughter-in-law, approached with a beaming visage, eagerly waving at Bai Qianchun. Bai Qianchun inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement before making her way towards her. From across the fence, Aunt Yi could hardly contain her eagerness as she conveyed her purpose. Star Master, my son, daughter-in-law, and I, along with my husband, have conferred over the matter. We wish to utilize the resources of Mu Yuan Star to host a wedding for our family, and we are willing to offer 5 million star coins as a venue fee. What do you think? Bai Qianchun regarded her with mild astonishment. This figure was beyond her expectations. 5 million star coins equated to the gratitude fee bestowed upon her by Shang Baining aboard the Shang family starship. Was Aunt Yi truly this generous? Aunt Yi's chubby face flushed at her gaze, and she stammered, "It's not solely the venue fee. Although I no longer reside on Mu Yuan Star, I was born there, and it pains me to see my homeland in distress. Contributing to its revival is the least I can do. Moreover, once Mu Yuan Star flourishes, I, Yi Lina, will be remembered as one of its pioneering benefactors, leaving a legacy that will echo through the ages. I confess, I am fond of such vanity. When the history of Mu Yuan Star is penned, Star Master, please ensure my name is included, along with the wedding of my son and daughter-in-law. This will be the inaugural wedding following your revitalization of Mu Yuan Star, and it surely deserves to be celebrated prominently." Aunt Yi spoke with increasing confidence, her spirits elevated as if she had already envisioned herself as a historical figure in the making. A smile graced Bai Qianchun's eyes, reflecting the dichotomy of human nature. Some individuals are eloquent yet idle, while others, though sharp-tongued and seemingly miserly, harbor genuine concern and take action behind the scenes. Aunt Yi was indeed an intriguing character. Hence, even if she never published a book, her generous assistance would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of the history of Mu Yuan Star. Aunt Yi's eyes sparkled with joy as she laughed heartily. "All right then, we have settled the matter of the venue fees. I must speak to my husband about transporting our wedding belongings. Star Master, if you find anything lacking on Mu Yuan Star, we would be happy to assist in bringing it over when we have the chance. Indeed, there are indeed some items missing on Mu Yuan Star. I shall have Du Lu compile a list and send it to you, and I appreciate your help with this matter." "Not at all, it's a trivial task," Aunt Yi replied, her chest puffed with pride, which caused Sheng Xiaoxiao to stifle a chuckle. Despite her mother-in-law's ostentatious display of wealth, adorned in gold and silver as if inviting envy, Sheng Xiaoxiao found herself quite fond of her, for her heart was kind. "Then it is settled. I shall take my leave to get to work now, as their aunt is utterly useless. Even carrying a sack of corn makes her fear for her back. It's necessary for me to lend a hand." Aunt Yi observed the villagers resuming their labor after their meal, hastily bidding farewell to Bai Qianchun, her lips murmuring words of disdain as she hurriedly led her son and daughter-in-law away. In Chapter 76, titled First, Acquire a Few Second-Hand Flying Cars, Du Lu stood by, watching the proceedings with growing delight, eager to approach as the gathering concluded. However, just as Aunt Yi departed, Yi Qin approached with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave and purposeful as he strode towards them. As a patrol guardian of Mu Yuan Star, Yi Qin was responsible for the security matters of the realm. With the Star Lord's intention to open the gates wide, despite the lack of valuable treasures to entice outsiders, safety remained paramount. Thus, after finishing his meal, he promptly sought out the Star Lord to discuss the security measures on Mu Yuan Star and how to arrange for the needs of incoming visitors, including their accommodations and provisions. If they intended to embark on a tourism venture to swiftly generate income, it was essential to establish a framework beforehand. Otherwise, they would find themselves scrambling for arrangements once guests arrived, leaving them with insufficient time. Furthermore, They were currently in the harvest season, with a 20-day countdown commencing today, necessitating prompt organization of all preparations. Bai Qianchun recognized that upon making this decision, subsequent arrangements could not be delayed. The time spent dining had already served as a brief interlude. Now, she needed to implement the plans with urgency. She fell into a brief contemplation. Acknowledging that Grandpa Qin was indeed correct, safety concerns could not be overlooked. We must procure several defensive systems and partition Mu Yuan Star into distinct harvesting zones for easier management. Additionally, there is the matter of transportation. Mu Yuan Star is neither vast nor small. Yet it is evidently impossible to traverse the entire globe on foot and harvest all the bountiful fruits and vegetables within 20 days. We must acquire means of transport. Grandpa Qin, do we still have flying vehicles on Mu Yuan Star? Yi Qinmu inquired, her expression solemn as she shook her head in despair. No. We only have the agricultural machinery you previously used. Initially, Wang Zhe implemented a flight restriction to prevent the residents from straying too far, fearing he would lose control over them. Over time, the flying vehicles became neglected in their homes. After Wang Zhe's demise, Mu Yuan Star fell into silence, and families struggled to make ends meet, selling whatever they could. The flying vehicles barely fetched a few star coins, so they were among the first to be sold. Bai Qianchun silently cursed Wang Zhe, lamenting his relentless selfishness. Furrowing her brow, she rubbed her temple, her eyes suddenly sparkling with curiosity. Who did you sell the flying vehicles to? To a second-hand dealer on a neighboring planet who specializes in collecting flying vehicles. Can Grandpa Qin reach out to them? My funds are limited, and I intend to purchase a few second-hand flying vehicles for emergencies. Yi Qin swiftly nodded with a serious expression. Of course. How many does the Star Master plan to buy? Approximately 20 flying vehicles should suffice. The nobility arriving from Aunt Ye's daughter-in-law will undoubtedly bring their own flying cars. Our provisions may not meet their standards. Thus, these 20 vehicles serve merely as a precaution. Once this wave of sightseeing concludes, we can retain them for our own use. Yi Qin nodded in agreement, assuring that he would promptly contact someone to have the vehicles delivered. With this, the transportation issue was resolved. However, what about accommodation? This is of utmost importance. Bai Qianchun, unperturbed, articulated her plans, stating her intention to construct several elegant bamboo houses along the riverbank. Should they choose to stay overnight, they could reside there, though she would require Uncle Quan's assistance to install a water system within the bamboo dwellings. Yet, constructing bamboo houses would demand considerable effort. Would it be feasible to complete them before the guest's arrival? Yi Qin furrowed his brow, expressing concern. Bai Qianchun, however, smiled with ease, assuring him that there was ample time, as bamboo houses were quite manageable to build. Without delay, she energetically led Yi Qin towards the riverbank outside the village. Since the revival of Mu Yuan Star, the once modest stream had expanded into a flowing river. She had observed this beauty while traversing from the Star Lord's residence, where the gentle current shimmered, reflecting the light in a captivating dance. Yi Yang nodded eagerly, fully aware of the river's charm. He then turned to Du Lu, who lagged behind, lamenting his fate, and cheerfully suggested, I can manage the washing alone. Brother Du Lu and heir Bing should assist the citizens in their harvest. Lung Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him before striding out, seemingly acquiescing to the arrangement. As Du Lu stretched out his hand in a futile attempt to stop him, he ultimately succumbed to the cheerful gaze of Yi Yang and trudged along in a huff. Having achieved victory in the first round, Yi Yang gleefully flashed a victory gesture before skipping merrily towards the village entrance. Meanwhile, Bai Qianchun had already led Yi Qin to the riverbank. On the planet Mu Yuan, where vegetation flourished with wild abandon, this area was no exception. Even the riverbed, which had been eroded, was adorned with an abundance of aquatic plants and vast expanses of lotus leaves. Were it not for the brilliant blossoms of the lotus above, with their large, unfurling petals, one might easily overlook the fact that this verdant expanse concealed a riverbed beneath. Bai Qianchun glanced at the river, now indistinguishable from the ground and surrounded by a considerable accumulation of silt. Furrowing her brow, it was evident that this riverbed required some restoration. Yi Qin nodded in agreement, thoughtfully analyzing from a safe perspective, noting that the proximity to the village posed a risk for villagers who might inadvertently fall into the river. He asserted that the riverbanks on either side must be raised. With that, he bent down to pluck a small sprout, still in its nascent stage of growth, from a nearby verdant vine. He solemnly inserted it along the delineation of wet and dry at the riverbank. Almost immediately, a green luminescence enveloped his hand, and the small sprout rapidly burgeoned, transforming into a robust vine that mirrored its parent. Under Yiqin's guidance, it grew straight along the riverbank, swiftly extending towards the right bank while effortlessly clearing away numerous obstructing plants in its path. In the blink of an eye, numerous plants rustled softly as the verdant giant vine coiled endlessly, its end obscured to the naked eye. It dominated the riverbank's boundary, thoroughly separating the wet from the dry land, with half of the massive vine buried deep in the earth, irrevocably isolating the river from the shore. This display was a testament to Yiqin's prowess, showcasing the extraordinary abilities characteristic of an SS-grade wood element user. Perhaps due to his previous decline in rank, he found himself wielding even greater control over the wood element. Even the usually solemn Yiqin could not suppress a hint of emotion in his eyes upon witnessing the success of his endeavor. Chapter 77. This is a calculated move. Bai Qianchun clapped her hands in admiration, declaring, Grandpa Qin is the most formidable wood element user I have encountered over the years. However, relying solely on this single giant vine for a secure coastline is ample but lacks aesthetic appeal. With that, she turned her gaze around and, inspired, approached a colossal tree where she discovered an unexpected rose vine. Without hesitation, she uprooted it and brought it to the riverbank, channeling a green aura into the rose vine. Its exposed roots immediately burrowed deep into the soil, and soon the thorny tendrils surged forth. Although the vine expanded, it still appeared slender in comparison to the robust green giant. Bai Qianchun guided it to entwine gracefully around the green giant vine, and in an instant, countless thorny branches wrapped around the thick, dark green vine like a sturdy wall, while large clusters of pale pink roses began to bloom quietly, one after another, releasing their fragrance to the breeze. The breathtaking scene before Yu Yang, who had come searching for water while carrying medicinal herbs, rendered his eyes wide with astonishment. The fragrance of flowers that wafted to his nostrils stirred the beating heart within his chest into a fervent restlessness. In that moment, his previous disdain for his wood-based abilities underwent a transformative shift. He realized that such powers were not without merit. If nurtured and mastered, they could indeed be wielded with the same elegance as Sister Chun exhibited. Behold the riverbank before him. The gentle breeze caressed the landscape, casting shimmering reflections upon the water's surface, where emerald leaves floated gracefully alongside blooming lotus flowers. The banks were adorned with sprawling green vines and an array of blooming roses, their fragrances mingling in the air, presenting a serene yet vibrant tableau of nature's splendor. As Yi Yang approached the riverbank and beheld this beauty, tranquility enveloped his heart. Such a picturesque scene, had it graced his previous life, would surely have commanded a ticket price of 500 to 600, drawing eager crowds for its therapeutic and aesthetic allure. Standing still, Bai Qianchun also took a moment to admire the riverbank's charm. After a thoughtful pause, she squinted her eyes and concluded that constructing a bamboo house here would be ill-advised. A tree house would be far more fitting. Upon regaining his focus, a smile involuntarily crept across Yi Yang's wrinkled visage. The Star Master was indeed correct. They should pivot towards building a treehouse. Under Bai Qianchun's deft guidance, slender yet stout trees sprang forth from the ground, their trunks curiously hollowed at the center, creating perfect independent chambers. All that remained was to furnish these spaces with beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs, for those endowed with wood-based abilities. The tasks at hand were remarkably simple. Even Yu Yang could manipulate the wood-based powers to cultivate special softwood to craft grand beds, capable of producing several at once. Yi Yang mused, I never imagined that constructing a house could be such a straightforward endeavor. In the distance, the riverbank appeared dotted with diminutive trees resembling clusters of verdant mushrooms. To enhance their charm, the mushroom tops were adorned with delicate flowers of various kinds, roses, forsythias, and morning glories, allowing them to discern the types of mushrooms by their blossoms. Yi Yang's eyes sparkled with nostalgia as he recalled his familiarity with these mushroom houses. During their previous missions, Bai Qianchun had demonstrated the extraordinary capabilities of wood-based powers in the wild. After 3 to 4 hours of labor, the banks of the river flourished with blooming roses, showcasing the fruits of their labor, as over 50 mushroom houses stood in neat rows along the river's edge. Bai Qianchun and Grandpa Yiqin's collaborative efforts had fostered a positive rapport between them. Yiqin's demeanor towards her shifted from distant wariness to a burgeoning affection for the younger generation, tempered with admiration and respect for her as a superior. Of course, this transformation was closely linked to Bai Qianchun's deliberate efforts to assert herself. She aspired to swiftly gain control over the Mu Yuan Star and integrate into its populace. Yiqin represented an exceptional opportunity for her, being the visible leader among the star citizens, possessing considerable prestige, and most importantly, harboring hopes for the woodsource star, which in turn fostered his expectations for her as the star's sovereign. As long as she demonstrates her capabilities and makes the right decisions regarding Mu Yuan, Yi Qin will undoubtedly support her. This is a clever plan. At the village entrance, as Yang enthusiastically harvested soybeans with both hands, his eyes lit up. He swiftly placed the freshly picked soybeans into the basket on the ground and, filled with excitement, called out, "Sister Chun, I've prepared the herbs. Are we ready to start cooking?" Bai Qianchun, rubbing her temples which were throbbing slightly, amusedly tapped his forehead and corrected him. "We call it starting the furnace." Yi Yang, covering his forehead and pouting, replied, "We don't have a medicine furnace, only a pot, so of course, it's called cooking." Bai Qianchun chose not to dwell on his words and turned to Yi Qin, saying, "Grandpa Qin, I have other matters to attend to. Could you please inform everyone about the upcoming arrangements for Mu Yuan?" Yi Qin nodded solemnly. "All right, you go ahead. Leave the notifications to me." With a smile, Bai Qianchun then pulled along the chattering Yi Yang as they made their way into the village. "We borrowed the courtyard of Grandpa Mijou. His house is on the edge of the village, sheltered from the wind, making it difficult for the medicinal scent to waft into the village. To avoid any issues with the aroma of the herbs, we set up the stove there." Yi Yang's cheerful voice echoed as the two conversed, one leading the way while the other leisurely followed behind, appearing quite close. Yi Qin observed their figures retreating, his thick brows furrowing slightly. When did Yang become so familiar with the Star Master? Yi Shangyun was busy, beads of sweat dotting her forehead and her face flushed with anxiety. At that moment, she approached Yi Qin with a basket on her back, her heart heavy with worry, instinctively following his gaze. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm surged within her. "What are you saying?" Yi Qin barked sternly, his eyes narrowed in a fierce glare that interrupted her words. With a grim expression, he chastised her. "They're merely two children playing together. What sordid thoughts are occupying your mind? Is this how a mother should behave?" However, Yi Qin commanded great authority at home, and she dared not retort. Lowering her head, her gaze flickering, she submissively admitted her fault. Chapter 78. The Eccentric Old Man. Grandpa Mijou. The courtyard of the Mijou family was expansive, with numerous medicinal herbs flourishing at the base of the walls. Due to the immense properties of the woodsource star, these herbs had grown several times larger, encircling most of the courtyard, while the stone house at the center appeared to be a hapless lamb lost in this verdant sea. Bai Qianchun followed Yi Yang to the courtyard gate and spotted a short, plump old man in a white lab coat, his silver hair bouncing as he energetically leaped around, harvesting herbs in a rather ungraceful manner. "Grandpa Mijou." As soon as Yi Yang pushed open the gate, he sweetly called out, causing the old man to lose his grip and inadvertently pluck only half a white flower from its stem. "Oh, my lilac," the old man lamented, his voice filled with anguish, his stout body freezing in distress. 2 seconds later, he furiously turned his head, hopping in anger as he unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Yi Yang. "You scoundrel, you owe me for my precious lilac flower. It was the finest of blooms, and my medicinal concoction is lacking only that one ingredient." His fury was palpable, eyes wide and round, his chubby face, devoid of wrinkles, glowed with a rosy hue. Beads of sweat glistening as if he had just been doused in water, resembling a freshly soaked longevity peach. According to Yi Yang, the entire village knew that old Mijou grew the least vegetables, and his family was on the brink of starvation. Yet, his radiant complexion and youthful appearance belied his poverty, giving him the look of a greedy cat. Bai Qianchun even began to suspect if he had been secretly indulging in meat at home. Yi Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and offered a sheepish smile. "Ah, I apologize, Grandpa Mijou. I shall be more careful next time. Besides, wasting a single flower is not such a calamity, is it? Look, there are still plenty of lilacs blooming on the branches, enough for you to brew several bottles of your medicinal tonic." Yi Yang was quite accustomed to this fickle temperament and indifferent demeanor, and he quietly explained to Bai Qianchun, who had followed behind, "Grandpa Mijou is usually like this. Utterly captivated by his potions, a taciturn old man with a peculiar temperament who tends to ignore people. It is only when it comes to his potions that he loses his temper. However, his anger is fleeting. As long as we provide him with satisfactory compensation or an adequate explanation, he won't make things too difficult for us." This time, to borrow his courtyard, Cold Xiao and I agreed to offer him 2 herbs. "Oh," Bai Qianchun nodded, indicating her understanding. She lifted her gaze and surveyed the courtyard. Aside from the suddenly flourishing medicinal herbs, the courtyard was meticulously organized. A path of bluestone tiles ran through the center, while a patch of river stones adorned the entrance of the stone house beneath the eaves. The open areas of the courtyard bore no traces of weeds, indicating her diligent maintenance of the space. The earthen stove that Long Xiao had built for her occupied a central position in the courtyard. On the right side of the bluestone path, situated on a patch of dry, bare earth, a large iron pot, still dripping with water, rested atop the stove, accompanied by a bundle of dry firewood. Bai Qianchun did not pause for rest. She approached the stove and rolled up her sleeves, preparing to make medicinal pills. Yiyang, ignite the fire first. I will attend to the herbs you washed. All right, Yiyang replied, promptly setting about to stoke the flames. At that moment, he had laid the cleaned herbs on a round bamboo tray to dry. Bai Qianchun picked up a leaf of perilla and skillfully infused it with wood elements, a method she had devised in her previous life for the most effective treatment of herbs. The herbs did not require processing. She directly activated their potent properties with wood elements, timing the addition of different herbs into the boiling water strategically. When the water began to reduce, she would then knead the mixture into pill form, saving time and effort while ensuring the medicinal efficacy was perfectly preserved. This was her unique technique, one that required a sensitivity to the properties of herbs that most could not possess. Certainly, if others wish to replicate the pills she has already perfected, it is not beyond reach. They merely need to adhere to the meticulous sequence she has laid out, executing each step with unwavering precision akin to a mere tool. And they too can produce some ordinary pills. However, while this method may replicate her formulations, it lacks the capacity for innovation. The more precious category of pills, such as the vitality pill, cannot be reproduced through such rigid procedures. This is precisely the reason why the vitality pill holds such rarity. It cannot be crafted without her direct involvement, thereby elevating its value significantly. Yet, this pertains to her past life, in a time when others lacked wood-based abilities. The creation of the vitality pill necessitates her unique wood affinity. Now, with the emergence of wood ability users in this lifetime, she is uncertain whether anyone could successfully replicate the vitality pill. As Bai Qianchun pondered these thoughts, her hands moved with unwavering precision, methodically adding herbs into the pot, and began stirring as she awaited the reduction. Are you concocting poison? A voice filled with curiosity and a hint of certainty resonated beside her. Bai Qianchun was not taken aback. As she commenced her work, the owner of the courtyard, Mi Zhu, had already approached her side, silently observing the pot with rapt attention. Indeed, I am preparing poison, Bai Qianchun affirmed with a nod. I knew it. Mi Zhu's chubby face lit up with excitement, resembling a child who has just received a sweet treat. He quickly composed himself, his eyes fixated intently on the now-formed pill. Leaning closer, he inhaled its aroma before delivering a solemn analysis. Your grasp of pharmacology is remarkable. You have nearly maximized the potential of all the medicinal properties and harmonized them exquisitely. The potency encapsulated in this small, dark pill is astonishing, surpassing that of conventional potions. How did you achieve this? His tone, purely professional, led Bai Qianchun to perceive no ulterior motives, and thus she felt no aversion, casually sharing some techniques for enhancing medicinal efficacy. In the courtyard, Bai Qianchun and Yiyang exchanged glances as the heavy door slammed shut with a thud. After a moment, Bai Qianchun couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, you truly are a pharmacological enthusiast. If only you had possessed the same fervor and dedication as Grandpa Mi Zhu in the past. Perhaps you would have grasped the essence of it by now, and wouldn't he still be struggling to concoct even the simplest of pills?" Chapter 79. Promoting the pill. Yiyang huffed indignantly. I was simply too busy to start from the basics. If the foundation is poorly laid, the superstructure cannot be built upon it. Besides, my forte lies in mechanism arts. With you, Sister Chun, being the expert in pill making, I only need to know which pill to use for which ailment. Bai Qianchun shot him a sidelong glance, playfully scolding him. That's just nonsense. However, this world no longer has a place for mechanism arts. Your expertise is no longer viable. Have you considered learning some other skills? Yiyang ran his fingers through his hair, his brows twisting together like caterpillars. Perhaps I should delve into the art of creating flying vehicles or developing mecha starships. He mused, which bears a semblance to my skills in machinery, yet diverges in many aspects. It seems quite intriguing. Bai Qianchun reflected on the considerable sum she was about to invest in a second-hand flying vehicle and nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us pursue that path. I have asked your grandfather to procure the second-hand flying vehicle for me. You can dismantle one later to explore its principles. If you wish to study systemic engineering, you might consider enrolling in a military academy. Given your age, you could have registered last year. Yiyang chuckled foolishly. I am aware of that. Bing's mother is a student in the mecha manufacturing department, and she plans to send him to the military academy as well. However, Bing is still quite young, and she is hesitant, intending to wait a couple of years until he turns 18. Bai Qianchun nodded, sensing that Bing's family was decent in this world. Yet, her expression darkened, and she cast her gaze upon Yiyang, inquiring, and what of you? Have your parents ever mentioned sending you to military school? A flicker of melancholy crossed Yiyang's eyes. They indeed have no such intentions. With many children in the family, they lack the means to send us to the main star for examinations. Among my 5 older siblings, only my eldest brother attempted the test, but he was unsuccessful and squandered a significant amount of star coins. Consequently, they have refrained from sending the younger ones in recent years. Bai Qianchun furrowed her brows, her gaze deepening. The way Yiyang addressed his mother suggested a certain familiarity. Perhaps he held a sense of belonging and affection for this family. She tentatively inquired, Aren't you discontented? Yiyang's face once again bloomed with a radiant smile. He waved his hand cheerfully and replied, Our family faces difficulties, which I can understand. Although my parents may not be perfect, they are not entirely lacking either. Moreover, my siblings are wonderful, my elder brother and 2 elder sisters, as well as my 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers, all assert that I am the brightest among us. They plan to save some travel expenses to send me to the main star to take the military academy entrance examination. And then their grandfather. While he appears impartial among the children, he has privately confided in me that if I wish to go, I should accompany Bing. He intends to lend me his hidden savings, which I can repay once I achieve success in the future. Indeed, Bai Qianchun nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. A hint of ease and joy appeared in her eyes. Yiyang's year had not been as dire as she had imagined. Hey, Sister Chun, are the poison pills nearly ready? Should we prepare the antidote? Yiyang suddenly craned his neck to glance into the pot. His joyous voice ringing out as usual, Bai Qian felt a little more at ease. Yes, let's take this opportunity to make more. Additionally, I plan to concoct some other pills in the next few days. Could you lend me this space for a few more days? What kind of pills are you planning to make, Sister Chun? Although the citizens of Xingmin may be impoverished, their health is far superior to that of the ordinary individuals we encountered in our previous lives. They rarely fall ill. Given that Sister Chun is busy with preparations for the upcoming sightseeing tour of Mu Yuan Star, she could easily postpone the pill making until she has more time. No, that is not the reason. Then what is? Yiyang asked, puzzled. Bai Qianchun's hands remained in motion as she took a deep breath. Her face etched with pain as she spoke. I still owe the Interstellar Tax Bureau 400 million in taxes. Yiyang gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment at such a staggering amount. Indeed, our Sister Qian is remarkable. Even in debt, she commands such a grand scale. Bai Qianchun shot him a bemused glance. This is all the tax debt incurred by Mu Yuan and the previous Star Master, that scoundrel. Left behind a year's worth of unpaid taxes. I inherited this mess upon taking over. If he were still alive, I would certainly make him my lifelong test subject for poison. Feeling the weight of her murderous intent, Yiyang shivered, deciding it prudent to steer the conversation away from such grim topics. So, Sister Qian, are you planning to concoct pills for sale? Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow, her expression knowing as she continued along his train of thought. Indeed, while the fruits and vegetables from Mu Yuan can generate some star coins to address this pressing issue, the subsequent development of Mu Yuan will require substantial funding. Therefore, I plan to seize the opportunity during this grand opening of Mu Yuan to invite people for sightseeing and harvesting, all while promoting my pills. However, she added, I have yet to determine which pills to sell. My understanding of interstellar pharmaceuticals is merely superficial. I lack in-depth knowledge regarding which effects are rarest, most marketable, least costly to produce, and quickest to yield profit. Clearly, the paramount concern remains the last point, making money. Yiyang smacked his thigh, exclaiming that it was not a difficult matter at all. Pure sister, you could consult Grandpa Michu. Although he is an eccentric devoted to medicine, oblivious to the world outside, he is undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about the popular potions in the current interstellar market. We can simply select the most sought-after ones and choose pills with superior efficacy to sell. Bai Qianchun pondered for a moment, agreeing that there was merit in his suggestion. I believe I could also delve into researching these interstellar potions. In Yiyang's heart, He felt that Bai Qianchun's pills and acupuncture techniques were far more extraordinary. Compared to her, interstellar potions seemed insignificant. Yet, in the spirit of humility, he considered that perhaps there were admirable aspects to the potions as well. Thus, he inquired, "Is Pure Sister planning to attend the medical department of the military academy?" She casually shifted the conversation, replying, "However, I am more inclined to study in the command department. The family of this body has left behind a legion, and if I wish to take command, I must possess the requisite abilities. Only then, with this legion's protection, can we truly find peace on Mu Yuan Star." Yi Yang, unable to contain his curiosity, gazed intently at Bai Qianchun, a hopeful smile gracing his face. "Then, Pure Sister, what exactly is the background of this body you inhabit?" Chapter 80. The decline of the potion industry. As he spoke, Yi Yang could not help but mutter to himself, wondering how the disparities between individuals could be so vast. While he and Airbing were merely ordinary impoverished citizens of Mu Yuan Star, she possessed a legion. His envy was palpable, nearly causing him to drool. Bai Qianchun let out a cold, derisive laugh, recalling her childhood. The original Bai Qianchun was confined within the confines of the Bai family, restricted from venturing outside. Her existence was one of deprivation, where her sustenance, attire, and even her living conditions were inferior to those of the household servants. A flicker of dark emotion surged within her eyes. However, she chose not to share this matter with Yi Yang at present. Though he was carefree and optimistic, the revelation of such personal tribulations would likely infuriate him beyond measure. Bai Qianchun cast her gaze downward, her long lashes concealing the tumult beneath. She let out a soft, mocking laugh, reflecting on the incomparable nature of their lives. After all, she was the sovereign of the Mu Yuan Star, while he, despite residing there, had yet to be chosen. Yi Yang protested, claiming, "We weren't even present during the selection of the Star Lord." "What do you mean by not present?" At that moment, the previously sealed door of the stone chamber swung open, revealing the short, rotund figure of Mi Zhu. His face radiated with a rosy glow, a broad smile illuminating his features, and his plump form appeared remarkably buoyant. A stark contrast to his usual taciturn demeanor. He seemed to be in exceptionally high spirits. Yi Yang, caught off guard, resembled a duck whose neck had been grasped, hurriedly shutting his mouth and forcing a dry smile. I was just." His eyes darted about, desperately seeking a plausible explanation. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow, maintaining her composure as a subtle smile graced her lips. With a nonchalant tone, she inquired, "Has Grandpa Mi Zhu's sun-enhancing potion been successfully formulated?" This question struck a chord deep within the jovial old man. He immediately cast aside his earlier casual inquiry, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "It's all thanks to the little trick you mentioned about observing the potency of the potion. I managed to concoct it successfully in one go. Young lady, would you be interested in learning alchemy? With your talent, you could potentially become the chief alchemist of the empire one day." Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow with curiosity and asked, "Are there different levels for alchemists?" At that moment, Mi Zhu approached, holding a vial of potion with an exuberant expression. "Of course, alchemists are categorized into junior, intermediate, and advanced levels. Beyond that, there are first-class alchemists and the chief alchemist of the empire. There can be many first-class alchemists, but there is always only one chief alchemist, who symbolizes the alchemical profession within the empire. Currently, the chief alchemist is the former president of the Alchemist Association, renowned for innovating numerous beneficial potions recognized by the empire. For instance, the healing potions created by the former president are invaluable. On the battlefield, most light elementalists focus on offense and are less effective. The healing pods require considerable time. Thus, the warriors rely on these potions for even the slightest injuries. The former president truly embodies the ideal for all of us alchemists." Seeing the admiration in his tone, Bai Qianchun, recalling her earlier conversation with Yi Yang, inquired with curiosity, "Are the most popular potions in the empire all developed by the former president? Why is it that I rarely see anyone using potions in everyday life?" It is not that Bai Qianchun lacks experience. Rather, she genuinely perceives the stagnation within the empire's pharmaceutical industry. After navigating the Imperial Star Network for a year, she has scarcely encountered discussions about potions among the imperial populace. Aside from a few specialized medical forums, mentions of pharmaceuticals are exceedingly rare. The once enthusiastic Mi Zhu's expression fell dramatically, as if struck at a tender spot. With a hint of grievance in his small, sorrowful eyes, he turned to Bai Qianchun, half complaining that due to the rise in the awakening rate of supernatural abilities, Nearly 90% of the empire's inhabitants are now endowed with such powers. Minor injuries and ailments often do not necessitate medical attention. A mere activation of their abilities followed by a few days of rest suffices. Only the aristocrats, who cannot endure discomfort, seek treatment, and they invariably opt for the holy pool on Lightsource Star. Indeed, the holy pool surpasses potions in efficacy, offering direct healing for external injuries and contributing to overall bodily restoration. However, for more severe traumas, such as amputated limbs or significant blood loss, potions provide only limited relief. Those afflicted often disregard such modest benefits, choosing instead to visit hospitals or resort to recuperation pods. In summary, the current state of interstellar pharmaceuticals is relegated to treating minor ailments, proving ineffective for more significant injuries, and thus, the citizens of the Empire hold little regard for them. For instance, should one sustain a cut on their finger, an ordinary individual must disinfect and apply medication to prevent tetanus. Conversely, for those robust in health and protected by their supernatural abilities, a mere invocation of their powers suffices. Not to mention, both wood and light attribute wielders possess inherent healing capabilities along with self-protective mechanisms. If you were to consume the potion more slowly, your wounds would almost be healed by now. Then, what use would the potion serve? Bai Qianchun listened to the old man lamenting with a heavy heart and arched an eyebrow, concluding that the current downturn in the potion industry is entirely due to the insufficient potency of the potions. Mishu, feeling disgruntled, glanced at Bai Qianchun and, in the end, begrudgingly nodded, albeit with a reluctant hum. Well, but I am currently pursuing a different path. The old man's eyes suddenly sparkled, his spirits lifting once more. I have discerned the shortcomings of potions available in the imperial market. Previously, our focus as potion makers was solely on treating external wounds. However, we must not overlook internal injuries. Although practitioners of supernatural abilities may not fear minor injuries, many encounter aftereffects from excessive use of their powers, such as meridian damage, blockages, and the frailty of their channels, which affects their ability to channel their abilities effectively. Along with issues like core damage and inefficient output, practitioners can face numerous challenges. Hence, I intend to shift my focus towards treating the internal injuries of these individuals. This bottle of invigorating potion, a product of over a year of diligent research, represents a small step towards that goal. Its primary ingredient is the flame blossom, which possesses a potent source of fire energy, capable of assisting fire-type practitioners in revitalizing their cores when issues arise. Drinking the elixir poses no issues and indeed offers benefits, as it can fundamentally enhance the abilities of fire elemental practitioners, increasing the capacity of their ability cores in encounters with peers of the same elemental affinity. Should their energy reserves be greater, one could engage in a sustained war of attrition to outlast them. Bai Qianchun glanced at the exuberantly animated, rotund elder, his mouth frothing with enthusiasm, and with a glimmer of admiration in her captivating eyes, she remarked, "I find your research direction quite astonishing. The future holds great promise. Your innovative spirit, venturing into uncharted territories, is truly commendable. However, has the efficacy of the potion been confirmed? Has it undergone clinical trials?" The elder's demeanor deflated as if punctured, his gaze evasive. "Not yet. I have just completed the formulation." Chapter 81. The Dire Fate of 15-0. Bai Qianchun replied while placing the pills into the porcelain vial. She anticipated this outcome, and to express her gratitude for the information he provided regarding the current state of interstellar pharmaceuticals, she extended an earnest invitation. "Today, we apprehended several smugglers who, according to regulations, are liable for capital punishment. I am about to administer poison to them. Would you like to seize this opportunity to have them test your potion?" The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly inquiring, "Is that permissible? Are there several fire elemental practitioners among them?" "I have only successfully prepared one vial of the vitality-enhancing elixir, but one vial alone is insufficient. I require at least 10 to 20 experimental subjects to consume it for it to meet the expected parameters and deem my elixir a success." The situation left Bai Qianchun somewhat perplexed. There were merely 15 thieves, not all of whom possessed fire-related abilities. The exact number had eluded her earlier observation. "Shall I inquire further?" she suggested. The plump old man, his face adorned with furrowed brows resembling caterpillars, expressed his disappointment. "Only 15? How could such a perilous endeavor as smuggling across high-tier stars attract so few? A greater number would surely provide strength and unity. The youth today exhibits such a lack of awareness regarding safety." Bai Qianchun nodded in agreement. recognizing that such a meager workforce was insufficient. With only 15 individuals, what could possibly be accomplished? The elderly gentleman and the young lady shared a mutual dissatisfaction with the figure of 15. Meanwhile, Yi Yang, a naive young man, trembled nearby, lamenting the frightening nature of those engaged in herbal research. He could only huddle within himself, silently wishing the 15 thieves well, hoping they would fare safely. Ultimately, old Master Mi decided to accompany Bai Qianchun, eager to witness the effects of his painstakingly crafted yang-enhancing potion, despite it being merely a single vial. Any response would be worth the wait. Yi Yang did not follow, for midway, he was seized by Du Lu and Leng Xiao, who restrained his arms and whisked him away. The village paths were overrun with an abundance of corn, leading to a severe shortage of labor. How could a sprightly lad like Yi Yang be allowed to frolic alone when he ought to be toiling alongside others? Thus, Bai Qianchun ventured forth with the elder, traversing 2 hills to arrive at the location where the 15 captives had been confined. Alas, cease, dear brother. Oh, do not allow this ancestral entity to grow any further. We are on the verge of being crushed. Ah, do not jab me in the rear. A chorus of mournful wails arose, echoing through the vast square cage constructed of colossal vines. Remarkably, within this enclosure, a jujube tree had taken root. However, due to the presence of a canopy above, it did not grow vertically but instead spread horizontally within the confines of the cage. From the perspective of Bai Qianchun, only the thick, round roots of the jujube tree were visible, nearly occupying the entire floor of the square prison. The branches of the tree hung down, densely covered with leaves, interspersed with fist-sized, ruby-red jujubes, completely obscuring the trunk and limbs of the tree, allowing only a vague impression of its form. This single jujube tree filled the entire square cage, while the 15 individuals originally confined within employed various means to survive amidst the cramped conditions. Some clung to the edges of the square cage like tailless monkeys, baring their teeth, their faces contorted as they were pressed against the branches. Others, with faces marred by scratches and countless tiny wounds, struggled to navigate through the dense foliage. One individual was even wedged at the very top, shoulder to shoulder with the massive vine, their faces nearly touching. Only with his diminutive intellect could he manage to squeeze himself out of the hole. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to achieve such a feat of having a head emerge from confinement, thus gaining a modicum of freedom. In contrast, those who lay sprawled on the ground like lifeless corpses, nestled against the roots of a tree in that meager, narrow space, appeared to be in the most favorable situation. This was due to their bodies being unscathed by the myriad of tiny wounds inflicted by the thorns of the jujube tree. Each of these peculiar individuals, already eccentric in appearance, became even more unsightly with their painted feline-like features, truly a sight that was hard to bear. Bai Qianchun's lips twitched as she began to question their intelligence. The rotund elder Mi Zhu, observing from the side, also had his eyes and mouth twitching in response. And soon his plump face contorted in concern. Were their minds still intact? Would it not affect the efficacy of my medicine? Perhaps it should be fine. The individual perched atop the branch, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Oh, my rear end is being pierced to shreds." Meanwhile, the one lying on the ground, the safest among them, was the cautious Nong Gui, who turned his face towards them with great care, managing a feeble smile that revealed a set of large white teeth. He inhaled deeply and pleaded, "Oh, Star Master, this was all an accident. Could you possibly release us first? Though our wounds are minor, their multitude and the incessant pain certainly impede our ability to work." This plea struck a chord with Bai Qianchun. Although she desired to witness more of the unfolding drama, what she desperately needed at that moment was this free labor force. Injuries were acceptable as long as they were borne by the individuals themselves, but they must not hinder the work at hand. With a flick of her fingers, a surge of green light darted towards the colossal vine. The fire element could not burn it, and the wood element could not budge it. The immense, imprisoning vine cage, which securely contained 15 individuals, collapsed like a feeble green serpent. Those who had sought refuge from the onslaught of jujube thorns suddenly found their support vanished, and they tumbled to the ground. The ones who managed to grasp onto the sides fared somewhat better, landing with a thud that merely left them sore, yet the unfortunate individual at the top, known as Little Head, was not so lucky. He plummeted directly into the bramble of thorns, yelping in pain. As he descended, the branches offered no resistance, and Farmer Gui, who lay injured at the bottom and unable to move, braced himself for the impending disaster. Just then, a vine appeared out of nowhere. seizing the back of Little Head's collar and suspending him precariously among the thorns, leaves, and jujubes, with only a small patch of unblemished skin on his face. It quickly became marred with countless cuts, and when a particularly vicious thorn was extracted, it sent a small jet of blood spurting forth. Realizing the gravity of his plight, Little Head instinctively covered his face and erupted into a heart-wrenching wail, lamenting, "Oh no, I've been disfigured. My already unattractive face is ruined, and I shall remain forever single, doomed to pay the lifelong tax of solitude." Chapter 82. 10 Days of Pain. Bai Qianchun couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth, thinking, well, this Little Head does possess a rather keen self-awareness. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, Nongguei opened his eyes to see the small figure above swaying amidst the trees, weeping in a tempestuous manner. A look of exasperation crossed his face, but it swiftly transformed into relief. He carefully maneuvered himself away from the roots of the tree, clutching his ribs, and only sighed in tranquility after completely distancing himself from the area where the small figure had fallen. The head, ensnared by vines, was gently lowered to the ground. Observing the pitiable state of this free laborer, on the verge of tears, he refrained from delivering a second blow. A satisfied smile crept across Nongguei's face as he mused that this little girl, the celestial master, still possessed a shred of compassion. Yet, in the very next moment, this seemingly benevolent celestial master delivered a crushing proclamation. "I have prepared the poison. You shall consume it." This declaration bore far more weight than the tale of the medicine consumed by the elder brother. Nongguei's expression froze. Disbelief etched across his features as he gazed at the exquisite young girl before him, her form illuminated by the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. "Now, must we consume it now?" he stammered. Bai Qianchun, her gaze as frosty as her demeanor, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if not now, when? Save it for the new year? Hurry. Once you consume it, you may depart. The village is in need of assistance." The portly elder, Mishu, tugged at her sleeve, suggesting, "Leave a fire-type ability user for me to test the potion." "Oh," Bai Qianchun replied, turning her attention back to Nongguei. "How many fire-type ability users are there in your team?" Recently, Grandpa Miju concocted a novel potion beneficial to fire-type supernatural beings. One of you should volunteer to test it. This individual may refrain from consuming my poisonous pill today and wait until the effects of the potion wane tomorrow. The 5 fire-type supernatural beings suddenly raised their heads, their eyes shimmering with anticipation, momentarily forgetting their pain. The prospect of not having to ingest poison was indeed a stroke of fortune. However, Nongguei, the astute leader, sensed that the matter was not as simple as it seemed. Worried that his comrades might unwittingly fall into a trap, he hastily inquired, "Has this potion been tested by anyone else? Are you aiming to use us as mere guinea pigs for your experiments?" Bai Qianchun responded with a knowing smile, casting him a meaningful glance. "Let us not be so harsh with our words. While it is true that no one has tested it yet, we can assure you that it is absolutely safe. Right, Grandpa Miju?" Miju nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, according to my calculations, this potion is designed to repair the core of fire-type abilities. If the core is intact, it can enhance the capacity for storing fire energy, thereby strengthening your innate powers. I anticipate no side effects. However, clinical data still needs to be gathered." The plump elder may not have been entirely forthright, embellishing the benefits while being vague about the risks. Nevertheless, the 5 fire-type supernatural beings remained hesitant. As long as the potion had not been officially released, any potential side effects could arise, and they were reluctant to endure the uncertainties for such a modest advantage. However, those whose lives can be so easily condemned to death possess little authority to speak. They must try the potion, regardless of their apprehensions. Ultimately, 5 fire elemental abilities users sat in a circle, and through a game of rock, paper, scissors, the unfortunate loser, Mu Yuan, was selected. He was a simple man, with notably long earlobes and a countenance that exuded kindness and sincerity. With a face marred by bloodstains, he stepped forward, managing a wry smile, and said, "I shall try the old gentleman's potion." Miju gazed at him with a benevolent expression and then produced his prized invigorating elixir, handing it over. "Do not fear. It will not bring about your demise. Just down it in one go, as if it were ordinary water. There are no other precautions to heed." Mu Yuan received the potion with solemnity, casting a final glance towards Nongguei. "My final words remain unchanged. Gue go. Should anything happen to me, please see to it as per my will." Having conveyed his wishes, he did not linger. closing his eyes and tilting his head back to boldly consume the potion in one swift motion. Do you feel anything? Mu Yuan, unperturbed by his parting words, eagerly scrutinized Mu Yu's face, as if seeking to witness a miraculous transformation. Mu Yuan smacked his lips, paused for a moment, and finally remarked, "It feels somewhat warm." Warm? Ah, yes, warmth is expected. I have added flame blossoms. That is the effect of the potion, Mu Yuan replied, nodding eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he pressed on. Are there any other sensations you perceive? Mu Yuan wiped the beads of sweat that had emerged densely on his forehead, fanning himself with his hand. Furrowing his brow, he hesitantly remarked that aside from the heat, he felt nothing else. Perhaps the effects of the medicine had yet to take hold. Mu Yuan sighed in disappointment, suggesting they wait a bit longer. Nongui, with a face full of frustration, thought to himself that this was indeed poison. Their hesitation was entirely justified. However, under the fierce and icy gaze of Bai Qianchun, he dared not voice his thoughts, instead rallying his suffering comrades to face the grim realities of life once more. Resolute, Nongui closed his eyes and, with a sense of fatalistic bravery, led the way in swallowing a dark, round poison pill. In his ears, Bai Qianchun's words rang out, devoid of emotion yet laced with mockery. I have yet to name this medicine, but in commemoration of its arrival, I have decided to call it 10-day pain. Once ingested, it will cause suffering every 10 days. So remember to come to me the day before to collect the antidote, or the agony will be yours alone. However, there is a slight advantage to taking it. For instance, your minor wounds will heal much faster due to an accelerated metabolism. Nongui, drenched in sweat, trembled as he raised his hand, asking, will it hurt when I first take it? Bai Qianchun paused before replying, no? Yet, Nongui protested. But I already feel intense pain, a torment seeping from my very core, growing from a slight ache to an overwhelming agony. With a cry of despair, Nongui clutched himself, his face ashen with suffering, before collapsing to the ground. He fell as if a dam had burst, and instantly, the 13 individuals surrounding him erupted in agony, each one crying out in pain, one after another. A glance around revealed their faces ashen, their features contorted in distress, writhing on the ground in torment. Within mere seconds, they were drenched in sweat, resembling individuals who had just emerged from a watery abyss. Utterly disheveled like a pack of drowned rats, Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow in surprise, observing them. While one person could be deemed an exceptional actor, it was implausible that all 14 were masters of performance. Chapter 83, A Devil. Bai Qianchun furrowed her brow and knelt to grasp the pained farmer, Nongui, who had rolled to her feet, checking his pulse. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. The potency of the medication had intensified, leading to an immediate reaction upon ingestion. A smile tugged at her lips, her frown easing as a curious glimmer sparked in her eyes. This was indeed promising news. Had the medicinal plants cultivated on Mu Yuan Star enhanced in efficacy? Was it the case for all the medicines, or merely a select few? With a sense of exploration, as Mu Yuan anxiously prepared to rush in to assist, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her bosom, grasped Nongui's cheeks, and poured an antidote into his mouth. The antidote soon took effect. Within 3 seconds, Nongui, who had curled up in pain, began to regain his composure, the cold sweat receding, and his pale complexion gradually returning to normal. Bai Qianchun narrowed her eyes, casting her gaze downward upon him, as the descending shadow enveloped much of his figure in darkness. With a tone imbued with intrigue, she remarked that the potency of the antidote had indeed been enhanced, suggesting that all medicinal herbs cultivated on the wood origin star had likewise intensified in efficacy. Judging solely by this fact, it was evident that her contract with that little star spirit had proven to be quite advantageous. A hint of an inscrutable smile curved at the corners of her lips, causing Nongui, who had just managed to recover from his agony and was gasping for breath, to shudder internally. The devil, this master of wood origin star, was not merely a slightly fierce young girl. She was a veritable fiend. Are you ready? If so, stand up. Your brothers are still suffering, she instructed, presenting him with a porcelain vial. Seemingly losing interest, she ceased to regard him and rose to her feet. It was only then that Nongui truly realized the excruciating pain that had displaced his internal organs had genuinely subsided, leaving him feeling somewhat lighter. Even the previous agony from the 3 fractured ribs had diminished, now reduced to a mere dull ache that was no longer unbearable. 2 minutes later, the 14 men, resembling drowned rats, collapsed onto the ground like fish stranded on the shore, their chests heaving violently, embodying the dazed appearance of those who had narrowly escaped death. Particularly the last individual to receive the antidote lay on the ground, vacant-eyed and mumbling incoherently, as if he had just been through a harrowing ordeal. It was evident that their physical suffering had dissipated, yet the psychological scars remained deeply etched within them. Mu Wu observed as he subtly diminished his presence, feeling somewhat relieved that he had consumed the elixir rather than poison, for otherwise, he too would be enduring such torment. Upon acquiring the poison pills tomorrow, he would surely implore the Little Star Master to first hand over the antidote, allowing him to ingest it immediately after the poison, thus sparing himself the agony of its effects. Beside him, the rotund elder Mijou, restless, prodded his arm once more, inquiring if the potion had yet taken effect. Witnessing the rapid efficacy of Bai Qianchun's pills, Mijou felt an insatiable itch of impatience, eager to witness results without delay. "How much has it increased?" Mijou asked, his hands fidgeting in excitement. Mu Wu extended 2 fingers, his thumb and index finger indicating a mere millimeter, a gap nearly imperceptible to the naked eye indeed, just a smidgen. Observing the almost negligible semblance, one would hardly notice it without close scrutiny. Mijou's countenance fell, his chubby head drooping as he despondently raked his fingers through his hair. This shouldn't be. The effect is far too disappointing. Where could the issue lie? When Bai Qianchun approached, she found him mumbling to himself, lost in a frenzied reverie. Mu Wu, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and sat beside him, wishing to offer comfort yet unable to do so. Ultimately resorting to a sheepish smile directed at Bai Qianchun, for he had truly exerted his utmost effort. Bai Qianchun arched a brow and offered a subtle smile as she cast a fleeting glance at him, her gaze subsequently settling on the squat, rotund figure of Mijou. She pointedly remarked that the potential effects might stem from the medicinal ingredients themselves. With the activation of Mu Yuan Star, the potency of the herbs had increased. However, in the concoction prepared by Mijou's grandfather, only the clove flower was derived from the newly activated Mu Yuan Star, while the remaining components remained unchanged. Consequently, this discrepancy in potency, one strong and the other weak, had disrupted the equilibrium, thereby undermining the intended efficacy. Despite his diminutive and stout stature, Mijou moved with remarkable swiftness. No sooner had he spoken than he hurriedly scurried away along the path he had come. Mu Wu felt a chill run down his spine as Bai Qianchun's cold gaze fell upon him, as if he were being scrutinized by an immense, unyielding beast. A cold sweat broke out on his back, and he hastily nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, Star Master, I shall not flee. My brothers are all here. It would be impossible for me to escape alone." Bai Qianchun cast him a sidelong glance, a slight approval evident in her expression. Her eyes then returned to him as she spoke in a calm tone. "You all still possess your communicators, correct? Have you been in contact with the Black God sect?" Mu Wu, along with Nong Gui and the others who overheard, felt a sudden tension rise. Mu Wu's scalp prickled as he bore the burning stares of his comrades. Yet he managed to nod once more. "When we were ensnared in the colossal cocoon, we did send a message to the Black God sect, informing them of the change in our mission and the adjustment to the danger level. However, we have not communicated since then. Although we are mercenaries for the Black God sect, they would not dispatch aid unless we personally issued a request for assistance." "Oh," Bai Qianchun averted her gaze from him, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. "I had hoped to pull a carrot and bring out a whole bunch." Mu Wu and Nong Gui exchanged knowing glances. Was she truly desiring someone to approach? A flicker of understanding crossed Nong Gui's face, while others might exploit the situation for personal gain. This devil sought to harness labor without recompense. Indeed, the mind of a devil operates distinctly from that of an ordinary person. Could anyone else remain unafraid and eagerly desire more mercenaries to clandestinely infiltrate their planet? Chapter 84. The Meatball robot Yi Qin possessed commendable skills as a foreman. Upon the arrival of Nong Gui and his 15 companions, they were assigned tasks with remarkable clarity. 2 wood-type ability users accompanied him to the riverbank to construct treehouses. The metal-type ability users ventured into the surrounding villages to harvest crops. The earth-type ability users collaborated with the villagers to clear pathways, striving to restore the village to a semblance of order rather than allow it to be overrun by the plant army. When the tourists from the Empire arrived, this village would represent their wood source star, and it was imperative that it did not appear too shabby. As for the fire-type ability users, they were of little immediate use and were allocated to carry burdens, laboring as common workers. With the arrival of these 15 robust and easily directed young individuals, who could be pushed to their limits as long as they did not perish, the villagers felt an immense relief. Each of them praised their earlier suggestions, Indeed, it was wise to keep these vegetable thieves alive as free laborers. The efforts of these 15 could match the combined labor of all the villagers. To this end, a group of elderly individuals beamed with delight, generously serving them extra portions during meals. Although Nongguei perceived the glances from these seniors as akin to those given to pigs fattened for slaughter, they could not resist the allure of the fragrant dishes. As lowly mercenaries, they were accustomed to subsisting on nutrient solutions or hastily prepared meals, seldom indulging in such exquisite fare. Even without meat, the vegetables transformed into culinary delights under the masterful hands of cold CS father, with flavors reminiscent of meat. In recent days, Bai Qianchun found herself quite fulfilled, as her work responsibilities had been entrusted to the diligent and responsible elder, Yi Qin. By day, she foraged for medicinal herbs and crafted pills, engaging in discussions with the eager-to-learn fat old me about the efficacy of herbs and the intricacies of pharmacology. Although most of the teaching came from Bai Qianchun imparting her insights, she also gleaned valuable knowledge from Mu, particularly the advantages of utilizing robots for compounding medicine. In her previous life, she had contemplated the use of machines to replace manual labor, aiming to produce more pills to benefit the suffering populace. However, due to the frequent turmoil and underdeveloped technology of that era, machines were merely rudimentary industrial tools, utterly incapable of executing the delicate process of pill making. A stark contrast to the advanced robots of this interstellar realm. After Fat Old Me extolled the merits of robotic assistance in medication preparation, Bai Qianchun felt a surge of exhilaration. Could this not be the perfect tool to flawlessly replicate the pill-making process? Who could match the precision and unwavering commitment of a robot, meticulously completing each step with punctuality and exactitude? Who can possess a robot that is unwaveringly loyal, unperturbed by the monotony of work, and diligently executes every command issued by its master? Who can assure that those who have witnessed the miraculous nature of the medicinal pills harbor no ulterior motives or selfish thoughts? Thus, the emergence of robots is undeniably the perfect catalyst for her aspirations to expand the pill-making industry, enabling her ambition to disseminate these pills to every household to finally materialize. Such specialized robots for potion preparation are non-existent in the market. Only our Apothecaries Association possesses a few, which were procured at a considerable expense by our esteemed former president, thanks to the patronage of the empire from master mecha manufacturers. If you desire a robot specifically designed for crafting your unique medicinal pills, it would differ from our potion configuring robots, necessitating a custom-made design and programming, which would entail further financial investment. Bai Qianchun managed a strained smile and inquired, how much would it cost to commission a bespoke pill-rolling robot? Mu gestured with his chubby fingers, stating 150 million star coins. The sound of her internal dismay was akin to a gasp of blood. She was already burdened with 400 million in taxes, and now faced the prospect of needing 150 million for a single robot. Alas, while funds were scarce, her life was not. Fortunately, Mu's subsequent words provided a modicum of relief from her anxiety. This was merely the cost of the first pill-rolling robot. Once this prototype was established, subsequent robots crafted based on this model would not be as exorbitantly priced, with each unit estimated to range between 1 million and 2 million star coins. Therefore, the paramount concern lies in the cost of engaging a master mecha craftsman to design a bespoke robot? Bai Qianchun inquired, taking a deep breath. Mu nodded in affirmation. Bai Qianchun's eyes narrowed as her thoughts underwent a complete volte-face. She recalled her previous conversations with Yi Yang, who had expressed his intention to study mecha construction. She mused that if he were to master the craft, he could potentially design a custom robot. An in-house creation would obviate the need for external expenditure. She harbored no doubts regarding Yi Yang's aptitude in this domain. He had surpassed his mentor, a renowned master with decades of experience in the art of mechanical contraptions in a mere 3 years. There was no reason to believe that his progress in mecha construction would be any slower. Indeed, mecha construction courses must be arranged for him without delay. Yi Yang, who was contentedly indulging in food and drink beside Lang Xiao, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, nearly causing him to drop the kebab in his hand. Who is plotting against my roasted cauliflower? He muttered, glancing around warily. Lang Xiao cast a cold glance at him, remarking, don't just focus on your own consumption, deliver some to Sister Chun. Lang Xiao paused, wordlessly concentrating on meticulously arranging the yam balls in the center and applying a layer of sauce. In his previous life, aside from his combat prowess, he had a penchant for gastronomy and had invested considerable effort in learning from renowned chefs. honing his culinary skills to the point of rivaling professional cooks. Coincidentally, his nominal father in this life, Long Jun, was also a master chef with unparalleled expertise. Having recently acquired the necessary components, the father and son devoted themselves to concocting several sauces, united by their shared passion. The barbecue sauce he employs at present, for instance, imparts a flavor to grilled vegetables that rivals the savor of succulent meat with a single brush. Chapter 85. Hijacked acting as a courier. Yiyang trotted over to Miju's courtyard with 2 plates of fragrant, sauce-laden skewers. However, he discovered his grandfather present, wearing a grave expression. Bai Qianchun's delicate face was etched with a slight frown, her dark eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Yiyang instinctively recoiled, his exuberant strides transforming into cautious, measured steps as he gingerly entered the courtyard. He cast a furtive glance at Miju's grandfather, who remained blissfully absorbed in his gleeful harvesting, seemingly unaffected by the somber atmosphere. At that moment, he felt a pang of envy for such unperturbed individuals. Meeting the intense gaze of the 2 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, Yiyang felt a shiver run down his spine. Forcing a strained smile, he stammered, I merely came to deliver some refreshments to Sister Chun. What seems to be the matter? Why such solemn expressions? Bai Qianchun cast a sidelong glance at him, her displeasure waning. Though her face remained devoid of mirth, the oppressive aura surrounding her dissipated. She then stated in a tranquil voice, The pre-owned flyer we ordered has been intercepted. What? Yiyang exclaimed, immediately adopting a serious demeanor. He was well aware of the flyer's crucial role in their harvest on planet Mu Yuan. Without a pre-owned flyer, their reach would be significantly limited. While it is indeed possible to purchase elsewhere, we lack the channels to acquire a second-hand flying car, and the distance poses a significant challenge. The shipping duration is prolonged, and there are few cargo starships that traverse our Mu Yuan Star, making the transportation cost exorbitant. Hence, it is more prudent to directly procure a new model of flying car, which would also include home delivery. What if we enlist Aunt Ye's family to assist in purchasing one from the main star and bring it over? She did mention having numerous connections. After all, although this may result in a slight delay, we could still expect to see the vehicle in 10 days, suggested Yiyang thoughtfully. However, Bai Qianchun immediately shook her head. Her family had already departed from the main star with their belongings on the very day I decided to permit the celebration of weddings on Mu Yuan Star, and they are currently en route. Moreover, the intricacies of human relationships are notoriously difficult to navigate. As she weighed the pros and cons, she contemplated the optimal solution. After much deliberation, she concluded that it would be best for her to make the trip personally. The second-hand car dealer was indeed a shrewd individual. He had conveyed that we could attend a charitable event on Yaoguang Star, where we might even acquire several flying cars free of charge. Bai Qianchun had to concede that the allure of such a free offer was quite enticing, which ultimately motivated her decision to embark on a journey to Yaoguang Star. Life on Mu Yuan Star is exceedingly barren. We lack an abundance of necessities. We are in want of everything, from building materials and synthetic metals for flooring to agricultural tools and machinery, not to mention basic essentials like salt, towels, and cooking pots, items that cannot be produced locally. She herself requires customized porcelain vials and medicinal seeds, as her ambitious venture to amass wealth through pill-making is currently hindered by a lack of ingredients. With the assistance of the radish spirit these days, she has thoroughly familiarized herself with all the medicinal plants on the Source Star. Although the planet boasts a considerable variety of herbs, many types are still lacking. One essential ingredient for the transformation pill is notably absent. As for the seeds she previously collected within the Dragon Town, they have nearly all been consumed by the spirit, who incessantly murmurs about needing nourishment, leaving behind only the seeds it dislikes, which have been preserved as embers. These remnants are now being cultivated by Bai Qianchun on the Source Star, awaiting their revival. These seeds have become Bai Qianchun's primary focus of observation in recent days, and it remains uncertain whether the seeds she brought from her previous world will survive in this new environment or undergo any peculiar mutations, a situation that even the radish spirit cannot predict. Considering this, a trip to the Light Star has become imperative. The inexperienced Yiyang, who has never ventured beyond the Source Star, eagerly declared, I shall go as well. I can assist Sister Qianchun by carrying her bags. Bai Qianchun cast him a sidelong glance, mercilessly declining. No. Yiyang's eyes brimmed with tears. Why? Bai Qianchun replied succinctly, no money. This reason was potent enough to send Yiyang plummeting into despair, silencing him completely. He understood that once the topic of finances arose, Sister Qianchun would become exceedingly frugal. Moreover, his presence was not essential for this journey. He couldn't even match Bai Qianchun's strength if he aspired to be her bodyguard. He had no grounds to insist. Thus, on this journey, only Bai Qianchun ventured forth alone. For those who wished to join, they were welcome to do so, provided they covered their own expenses without resorting to public funds. The citizens of Mu Yuan Star, whose pockets were emptier than their expressions, fell silent. At 10 o'clock that evening, at the Mu Yuan Star spaceport, the two nodded earnestly, reassuring Bai Qianchun, "Rest assured. We know how to handle this." A faint smile graced Bai Qianchun's lips as she replied, "Very well, I entrust Mu Yuan Star to you. Of course, I hold you in higher regard than the other citizens. My only hope is that you protect them, provided you can safeguard yourselves. However, should your safety be compromised, I would never wish for you to sacrifice your lives for theirs." Chapter 86. Respect for the wife as the most familiar teammates from a previous life. Yi Yang and Leng Xiao understood their sister's concerns well. Among their small team, the well-being of each member always took precedence. If one wished to act benevolently to save others, it was imperative that they could ensure their own safety first. They had excelled in this regard in their past life. Yet in this life, with the addition of numerous blood relatives, their resolve wavered. Bai Qianchun noticed their hesitance, and a subtle melancholy washed over her. It had been a year, and she was not surprised by their burgeoning affection for their original family's kin. She knew that even the coldest among them, Leng Xiao, harbored a tender heart. Having spent so much time together, how could they possibly remain devoid of feelings? Especially concerning Leng Xiao's parents. His mother is a spirited and kind-hearted woman, undoubtedly an exemplary mother. As she has only one son, she has devoted all her maternal affection to him, attending meticulously to every aspect of his life, from his nourishment and attire to his education and future aspirations. His father is a generous and hearty man who shares the same interests and hobbies as Leng Xiao. Although they are father and son, they resemble like-minded companions. Under the nurturing care of such a family, how could Leng Xiao not thaw and soften his heart? Bai Qianchun smiled helplessly, gazing at them and saying, "All right. I was merely jesting. No matter what, it cannot escalate to a matter of life and death. After all, Mu Yuan is one of the 7 principal source stars. And now that it has reopened, the Empire will undoubtedly take notice. As long as one possesses a modicum of intelligence, they would not dare to casually harm the citizens of that star. Moreover, I have gathered some insights regarding your cultivation techniques and the integration of your abilities. Upon my return, you may commence your attempts." "Ah, splendid. Sister Chun, you are magnificent," Yi Yang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he leaped in place. Leng Xiao's usually stoic and serious demeanor softened, revealing a glimmer of warmth and eagerness in his icy gaze. Bai Qianchun boarded the starship, which still belonged to the Sheng family. After enjoying a delightful late-night meal courtesy of her VIP card, she retired to a low-grade cabin purchased for 66 star coins. Anticipating that by the time she awoke the following day, the starship would likely have reached Zhanlong Star. As for the reason behind this, it all traces back to a little over half an hour ago when Sheng Baining sent a communication, inviting him and his wife to visit Mu Yuan Star for leisure and sightseeing. With the distribution of Sheng Xiaoxiao's wedding invitations, the news that the Lord of Mu Yuan Star was opening its doors to welcome all citizens of the Empire for tourism and fruit-picking had rapidly spread throughout the main star. Those with wealth and leisure naturally would not let this splendid opportunity for travel slip away. Meanwhile, as the Huayao Empire entered a relatively peaceful phase, internal power struggles persisted. Mu Yuan Star, as a source planet, was undeniably a significant entity within the Empire's internal dynamics. Consequently, various factions, previously merely observing, began to stir with anticipation. This sightseeing and fruit-picking excursion to Mu Yuan Star presented an excellent opportunity for them to probe into the depths of the Star Lord's affairs. Feng Youyu, as the Lord of Jin Yuan Star and one of the 7 lords of the source planets closely related to Mu Yuan Star, also recognized the value of this opportunity. Thus, he found himself subjected to a soul-stirring inquiry from Sheng Dajia, who cared for him like an elder. "What about your wife? Will she accompany you for some relaxation?" At that moment, the smile on Feng Youyu's face froze, too evident in its abruptness, which immediately triggered Sheng Baining's wife's sensitive radar. She sent a pointed inquiry back. "Is your smile so strained because you quarreled with your sister-in-law?" Subsequently, Feng Youyu found himself subjected to a relentless half-hour of ideological instruction from his elder sister, akin to the tempestuous guidance one might receive from a wife in varied emotional states, be it the need to pamper her when joyous, to soothe her in times of anger, or to indulge her when unwell. She meticulously enumerated the current divorce rates and the ratio of single men in the Huayao Empire, striving to instill in Feng Youyu the mindset of a model husband for the new generation. Remarkably, by the end of this fervent lecture, he began to feel a twinge of guilt for seemingly allowing his weak and pitiable fake wife to wander alone in the world, leading him to perceive himself as a negligent spouse. Feng Youyu pondered. This was indeed disheartening. For the first time, he felt sympathy for his brother-in-law, Bai Qianchun, who had married his elder sister. Good heavens, it turned out that his standing within the household was so diminished. He promptly resolved to be more amiable towards this brother-in-law in the future, seeking to create less trouble for him. After all, it was no small feat to contend with a domineering wife who upheld the ideology of her superiority. Once he had extended his sympathy to Bai Qianchun, he then turned that sentiment inward, contemplating the virtues of Mu Yuan Star, the planet celebrated for its pristine air and abundant wood elements, ideal for his wife. A practitioner of wood-based abilities, he envisioned her strolling through the verdant landscapes, indulging in leisurely shopping, and thus alleviating any minor ailments she might suffer. Yet, he failed to consider his own feelings as her brother. Was he, who had grown alongside her, more akin to a brother than a mere sibling, really less significant than a brother-in-law she had never met, who existed solely in the realm of hearsay? Feng Youyu found himself perplexed by his elder sister's perspective. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The pressing concern is where he might find a suitable partner to accompany him on leisurely strolls and shopping sprees on Mu Yuan Star. No. After several exchanges of messages, he is acutely aware that Bai Qianchun is no longer a mere damsel in distress. Rather, she has transformed into a formidable individual, even more challenging than his elder sister, inciting frustration in him as he finds himself utterly powerless against her. It is out of the question to beseech her, for he has never sought assistance from anyone throughout his life. Thus, the only remaining option to persuade her is through inducement. But what does Bai Qianchun truly desire? He raked his fingers through his stylish hair, dismissing any thoughts of slumber, and resolutely dialed the number of his only cousin who has spent considerable time with Bai Qianchun. Chapter 87. His sister-in-law has a particular fondness for star coins. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that it was indeed his cousin who had come to him seeking assistance, not the other way around. Moreover, he was oblivious to the fact that she had clandestinely plundered all the fruits from the potted plants and hidden them away. Consequently, Feng Tangwei, emboldened, feigned a cough and declared, "Cousin, you have finally come to the realization that you need to win back your sister-in-law. Alas, it is too late. She is thriving in her current life and would undoubtedly be unwilling to return to accompany you." Feng Youyu's eyes flickered with surprise, revealing a depth of contemplation. "You are aware of her recent circumstances?" Feng Tangwei raised her chin, pride almost radiating from her. "Of course. We share a bond that transcends mere friendship. We are the best of companions. She even sent me numerous travel photographs showcasing breathtaking sceneries. Moreover, she mentioned sending me delightful gifts in a few days." "She certainly did not mention anything about sending you something, did she?" Feng Youyu's sensuous, delicate lips slightly pursed, a twinge of heartache evident. "Indeed. There was nothing, not even a solitary message. Was her faux husband truly devoid of any standing? After all, he had bestowed upon her a generous sum of 100,000 for living expenses. What a heartless woman she must be." Feng Youyu ground his teeth, casting a sardonic smile towards his troublesome cousin across the table. "Tell me, what does your sister-in-law fancy? Spare me the superfluous chatter. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware of the fruits you've hidden away. Be cautious, or I shall inform grandfather." Feng Tangwei was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. "How do you know?" Feng Youyu, with a hint of pride, raised his elegant brow. "I brought out a pot of strawberries, and it has borne fruit again. Surely yours has as well. I am well aware of your character. You must have secretly hidden them." Feng Tangwei sighed. "Oh, my clever cousin certainly is both cunning and astute. To safeguard her precious fruits, she had no choice but to acquiesce." After silently reciting an apology to her sister-in-law, Feng Tangwei decisively began to devise strategies for her cousin. As for what sister-in-law likes, that has quite a list. She has a fondness for the small milk pot I bought her, and she also enjoys the frying pan. Moreover, that set of bowls adorned with peonies is among her favorites, along with the spatula and the apron. Feng Youyu listened to her enumerate each item, his mind nearly adrift in confusion, his elegantly arched brows furrowed in evident impatience, interrupting Feng Tangwei's incessant chatter. Just tell me, what is it that she does not like? Feng Tangwei paused for a moment, contemplating deeply, and then was astonished to realize that it seemed that all the sisters-in-law I gifted liked me. Feng Youyu, did he just ask a fool? Feng Tangwei appeared to feel that his strategizing was in vain, scratching his head awkwardly and forcing a laugh. Well, cousin, don't be jealous. Perhaps the sisters-in-law simply fancy me, which is why they appreciate the gifts I bestow upon them. By the way, what have you ever given to the sisters-in-law? Feng Youyu. His expression soured slightly, his handsome face stiffening, and he averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. The apartment she previously resided in didn't truly count as a gift. It was still under his name, and could only be considered a loan. Beyond that, it seemed there was nothing else. But upon further reflection, he thought it odd. They were not genuinely married, but merely a facade of a couple, fulfilling each other's needs. Why should he, her pretend husband, bestow gifts upon that woman? Feng Youyu furrowed his brows, bewildered by this sudden thought, ultimately attributing it to having been brainwashed by his elder sister earlier. Still struggling to compose himself, Feng Tangwei, with her enchanting visage and delicate peach blossom eyes tinged with a faint blush, glared at him, her anger transforming into a mocking threat. If you keep rambling on about nonsense, I shall truly contact Grandpa to inquire about what treasures his beloved granddaughter has been concealing from him. All right, I surrender. Allure was taken aback, abruptly ceasing her jesting. Indeed, she exclaimed, an idea has just occurred to me. I know precisely what your wife cherishes, credits. She harbors a particular fondness for them. Back when she resided on the main star, she would barter her cultivated fruits for credits. I inquired as to why she persisted in selling her produce, despite your provision for her. She responded that her greatest joy stemmed from witnessing the accumulation of digits in her account. A sense of relief washed over Feng Youyu as his brow unfurrowed. She appreciates credits, does she? Surely you don't intend to simply gift her credits, do you? Allure interjected, observing his inclination. That would be imprudent. While she may indeed appreciate credits, you mustn't merely bestow them upon her. If you are to offer her anything, it should be your entire fortune, entrusting her with complete dominion over your assets. Otherwise, doling out meager sums would resemble a transactional reward, potentially undermining the marital bond. Furthermore, women tend to favor delightful surprises, such as necklaces, earrings, or rings, though I have yet to present her with any such items. The allure of shimmering jewelry is irresistible to most women. You simply cannot err with such a gift. Feng Youyu, his course already charted, ultimately bestowed a favorable countenance upon his cousin, who had diligently endeavored to curry favor and offer counsel. Very well, he conceded. I am now cognizant of the appropriate course of action. It is late. Retire for the evening. Do women not require restorative sleep? Ensure you rest early and refrain from nocturnal vigils, lest you suffer the misfortune of premature hair loss. Feng Tangwei's heart was in turmoil, wondering who could possibly disturb her beauty sleep with a communication at such a late hour. Casting a glance at her cousin, who had transformed into a visage of displeasure in an instant, Feng Youyu kindly ended the call. Then he glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock at night. After a moment of contemplation, he set his light brain aside. Women need their beauty rest, and Bai Qianchun was undoubtedly asleep as well. He decided to message her tomorrow instead. Chapter 88. Did the madam run away again? At 6 o'clock in the morning, as dawn began to break, warm hues of light filtered through, accompanied by a hint of the morning's coolness and a delicate veil of mist. However, the starry port of Yaoguang was already bustling with activity, filled with a continuous flow of people, creating a lively atmosphere. Bai Qianchun stepped out from the starship, her face concealed by a black mask, her striking black eyes, exposed to the world, scanned the technologically advanced and luxurious DSOR of the starry port, revealing a glimmer of envy within them, in stark contrast to the rugged, dilapidated starry port of Mu Yuan Star. This place resembled a glamorous metropolis, resplendent and vibrant, as if it belonged to a different century. It seemed that Mu Yuan Star still had a long way to go. She slightly lowered her gaze, suppressing the envy that flickered in her eyes, and turned her head to observe a few individuals who had disembarked from the starship ahead of her. They were passionately discussing the free giveaways associated with charitable events on Yaoguang. I came all the way from Tianyu Star. Brother, you can't be deceiving us. Is it really this wonderful on Yaoguang? They are giving away flying cars for free? No. I have heard that it is a second-hand flying vehicle purchased from a reseller, not one of the new models. Nevertheless, it is quite splendid to have a flying vehicle. What more could one desire? I must say, the Li family is truly generous. To celebrate Li Haiyu's promotion to Major General, they have organized such a charitable event, which indeed benefits us all. In the coming days, I shall keep a vigilant eye on this stellar radiance. If the welfare of its citizens is as commendable as rumored, I might very well consider relocating my entire family here. But you may not grasp the underlying motives. On the surface, it appears to be a celebration of Major General Li Haiyu's elevation, yet in reality, stellar radiance is vying for a higher status among the stars. This event serves as a means to bolster their public image, encouraging us to rate them favorably to facilitate their ascension. Regardless of the true purpose behind this event, as long as we can reap the benefits, that is what matters. My friend, do enlighten me on where to collect this complimentary flying vehicle. Wait. Let me consult my notes. I see. This complimentary flying vehicle is not entirely free. One must first assist stellar radiance with some minor tasks. For instance, those with wood-based abilities may help nurture plants in the colossal Central Park. Water manipulators could contribute fresh water to the mother river of stellar radiance. Fire manipulators might lend a hand in the central dining hall, and metal manipulators can assist in crafting components at the mech workshop. Moreover, if one possesses a particular skill, such as proficiency in medicine, one could assist in a nursing home by caring for patients. Those adept in mechanized constructs might lend a hand to a master craftsman, while skilled pilots could offer their services at a mech training facility. Indeed, such contributions may not come with monetary compensation. Yet engaging in meaningful work can provide a sense of fulfillment. However, there exist individuals who, embodying a sense of entitlement, merely wish to exploit the situation. They deride the initiative, branding it as a sham, claiming that while it professes to be free, it still requires us to perform volunteer tasks, an instance of false pretenses. Such individuals, who seek only to benefit without effort, would do well to remember that in a vast universe, opportunities that seem too good to be true often conceal ulterior motives. It is a folly to assume that one could receive something for nothing. A heated debate erupted at the starport, with opinions sharply divided. The patrolling guards, accustomed to such disputes since the announcement of the charitable initiative on Zhanlong Star, chose to remain indifferent, intervening only when matters escalated to physical confrontations. Unbeknownst to the disputants, just as one of them departed, an imposing private starship docked at the starport. A strikingly handsome man, exuding an air of formidable authority and an unmistakable aura that commanded respect, strode purposefully from the VIP passageway, his long and powerful legs carrying him with an undeniable presence. Feng Youyu's thin lips were pressed tightly together, and a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes radiated a chilling aura. Even clad in a simple white leisure outfit, he exuded an icy military demeanor. The women, who had previously been captivated by his appearance, were disheartened by his frigid gaze, hesitating to approach him, although their eyes still involuntarily followed his figure. Meanwhile, his aide, Zhuangshu, silently pondered the sudden shift in the commander's demeanor. Just yesterday, the commander had appeared quite jovial, enjoying a glass of red wine in the Starship restaurant with a certain charm. How could he have transformed into such an unapproachable figure overnight? Had the lady of his heart departed once more? Indeed, Zhuangshu surmised that the reason Feng Youyu had personally come to Zhanlong Star for the charity auction hosted by the Li family was in pursuit of his beloved. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for someone of the commander's typically laid-back disposition to travel all the way from the main star. Previously, such matters had been entirely entrusted to Manager Yao. Coupled with the commander's eager demeanor when departing from the main star, it was evident he was on a quest to reunite with the object of his affection, who could only be his wife. Thus, Zhuangshu reasonably deduced that the runaway wife was indeed on Zhanlong Star, and the commander's pretext of attending a charity auction was merely a guise for seeking her out. Unbeknownst to Zhuangshu, the reason Feng Youyu appeared so serious, instinctively adopting an aura of aloofness, was that he was deep in thought, considering that it was already 6 o'clock, and the time for her beauty sleep should have long passed. Surely, she must be awake by now. Perhaps he could send her a message? Is he sending a message now, or waiting until he has dealt with the matters concerning the Radiant Star to contact her? Yet, what if that woman is far from the Mu Yuan Star and cannot make it in time? Furthermore, can his monetary persuasion truly convince her to appear and play the role of a loving couple with him? After being rebuffed several times, Feng Youyu suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. At the end of the VIP passage stood a man clad in a deep blue suit, his prominent nose adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a gentle demeanor and an appropriately warm smile. Behind him trailed a few bodyguards dressed in black, suggesting a considerable presence. The previously enamored women who had followed Feng Youyu now gazed in awe. Another top-tier handsome man, with broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs. His smile radiated warmth and elegance, devoid of any aloofness, clearly embodying the essence of a caring gentleman. Chapter 89. The second young master of the Li family. Li Haiyun Feng Youyu, momentarily lost in thought, reined in his emotions, a sardonic smile playing on his enchanting face as he regarded the elegantly approaching man. Li Haiyun, the second young master of the Li family, was not merely the benign figure he appeared to be. In contrast to the boisterous and reckless eldest son, Li Husheng, and the now renowned Major General Li Haiyu, this Li Haiyun was, in fact, the most formidable adversary among the current generation of the Li family. He, like the current head of the Li family, Li Chao, is of the same cunning breed, outwardly a genial gentleman, exuding warmth and charm, yet concealing profound depths of strategy and calculation. One may find oneself ensnared before realizing the true identity of one's adversary. In the presence of such a figure, Feng Youyu naturally refrained from underestimating him. Master Feng, we are honored by your esteemed presence here on Zhanlong Star, Li Haiyun announced, halting 3 paces away, elegantly performing a noble bow. His countenance remained unmarred by any shadow, exuding sincerity and courtesy, with a smile that captivated the hearts of many. The infatuated women around him were beside themselves with excitement. However, Feng Youyu appeared impervious to the allure, his chin held high in an air of pride. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude for Li Erxiao's personal welcome. Yet, he added, I have no time to play the monkey for public display. Shall we proceed? The surrounding admirers were momentarily taken aback, their faces shifting from green to pale, clearly distressed. Was this man mocking them? Despite his extraordinary looks and unparalleled physique, why must he possess such a sharp tongue? Li Haiyun's smile remained unchanged, his poise intact. He inclined his head and gestured invitingly. Of course, Master Feng. We have arranged accommodations at the hotel, and we hope you will find them satisfactory. No need. The Feng family possesses ample properties throughout the Huayao Empire. Why would I seek lodging elsewhere when I can be comfortable in my own home? Kindly retract that offer. I will attend the charity auction on time. There is no need for you to accompany me. You may return to your own affairs. Zhuang Shu, with a stern expression, did not lag behind. With practiced precision, he took his seat in the driver's position. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle soared into the sky, merging seamlessly with a multitude of flying cars before swiftly vanishing into the distance. The women who followed, their hearts fluttering anew, gazed with bright eyes. For even a man with a sharp tongue, blessed with wealth and good looks, could capture their interest. Against the backdrop of extravagant and dazzling flying vehicles, the charming figure of Li Haiyun, the quintessential warm-hearted gentleman, seemed less enchanting by comparison. A burly bodyguard clad in black, his expression cold and imposing, cast a glance toward the departing vehicle. He stepped forward, bowing slightly at Li Haiyun's side, and in a low, menacing tone laced with chilling intent, inquired, Young master, shall I take care of him? The infatuated women, still lingering, exchanged glances. Ah, even a top-tier warm-hearted gentleman is not to be underestimated. His bodyguard exudes such ferocity. Surely his family holds significant power. Noticing their gazes, Li Haiyun offered them a gentle nod and an elegant smile before gracefully turning away with his entourage. This courteous display undeniably stirred the hearts of the women present, their cheeks flushed with excitement, eyes sparkling with adoration. Oh dear, I am undone. He smiled at me. How captivating he is when he smiles. Indeed, warm-hearted gentlemen are the best. Outside the starry skyport, the atmosphere felt notably chillier. The spacious, pristine, technologically advanced streets were devoid of pedestrians, yet public flying cars continued to depart in droves from the starry skyport towards the distant Zhanlong Star. Some individuals arrived with their flying cars, effortlessly taking off from the starport with a swift flourish. However, the majority were relegated to the public waiting area, queuing patiently for a ride. Bai Qianchun was among this crowd, emerging from the starport to survey her surroundings before blending in with the throng towards the waiting station. Suddenly, a chorus of excited shrieks from women behind her caught her attention. Curiosity piqued. She instinctively turned her head to glimpse a cadre of bodyguards enveloping a figure in a striking blue suit. The man's poised silhouette and graceful stride suggested an exceptional lineage, warranting the frenzied admiration of the elegantly dressed young women around him. What are you doing? A girl in a floral dress exclaimed in a sudden panic. Bai Qianchun's half-closed eyes snapped wide open as her hand, quick as lightning, seized a lecherous hand. A shriek resembling that of a dying pig echoed through the air. The offending hand belonged to a man from the adjacent queue, appearing to be in his early 30s. Now, with his wrist firmly grasped by Bai Qianchun, his gaunt, lecherous face contorted in pain, his cheeks flushed crimson as he howled in agony. Behind him, an elderly woman with a sharp, acerbic demeanor immediately reacted, her sagging features twisting in alarm. "What are you doing? Why are you being so aggressive, young lady? Let my son go. You're bullying him," she cried out, her voice piercing as she lunged forward, intent on striking Bai Qianchun. Raising an eyebrow, Bai Qianchun sidestepped the old woman's blow by twisting the wrist of the man who had groped her. Undeterred, the old woman brandished her purse, attempting to strike Bai Qianchun. Bai Qianchun frowned, internally debating whether to kick the old crone away. Chapter 90. Not long for this world, the girl in the floral dress shouted, alerting the surrounding crowd. They realized the old woman was falsely accusing Bai Qianchun. Several well-intentioned young men, who had initially intended to help, halted in their tracks. The old woman, exposed, felt a pang of guilt, undermining her confidence. However, she showed no remorse. Instead, she glared venomously at the girl in the floral dress, cursing and declaring that it was the girl's fault for dressing so scantily, inciting her son. She claimed he had only touched her a few times and that it was no great loss. But she added that she would have her son marry the girl, as their family possessed 2 houses and 8 acres of land, making it the girl's good fortune to marry her son. Seeing the incorrigible old hag attempting to marry her son, a toad, to a swan, the girl in the floral dress flushed crimson. She spat at the old woman and, with hands on her hips, berated her, saying the old woman was wicked and her son was hideous, with barely any meat on his bones, a narrow face, and a sickly complexion, covered in sores, as if terminally ill. She declared that no one, not even a widowed woman, would choose to marry him, let alone a beautiful young woman like herself. She scoffed at the old woman's pride in her son, stating that they were not interested. Furthermore, "My sartorial choices are my own prerogative. What is objectionable about donning a floral dress that modestly descends to the lower part of my knees, providing ample coverage? Your son's transgression should not be attributed to me. By that logic, would it be justifiable to inflict blows upon your son under the pretext that his countenance is excessively lewd, thus warranting physical reprimand?" The elderly woman, visibly incensed, gasped for air, her yellowish teeth exposed as she attempted to retort. However, the floral-clad maiden possessed an indomitable spirit, her loquaciousness akin to a formidable, sharp-toothed rabbit, effectively silencing her adversary. Through a sustained and vigorous verbal onslaught, the detestable crone was utterly vanquished. Even as the patrol team escorted her son away, she remained subdued, her malevolent gaze fixed upon the floral-clad girl, before reluctantly trailing behind the patrol, refraining from uttering any further inanities regarding her son's innocence. Evidently, she deemed facing the enforcers of the law a more palatable prospect than confronting the sharp-tongued young woman. Of course, Bai Qianchun was no less formidable than the floral-clad girl, possessing a particular penchant for inflicting psychological damage. As the patrol team led away the lascivious man, she delivered a parting remark, emaciated, with an intracranial tumor. "Your days are numbered. Prepare for your final affairs." Upon hearing this, the old woman nearly erupted in fury, but the vigilant patrol captain swiftly restrained and dragged her away, averting a potential second eruption of violence. Before departing, the tall and handsome patrol captain bestowed upon Bai Qianchun an admiring glance, acknowledging the profound effectiveness of her psychological blow, which struck the old woman's most vulnerable point. Bai Qianchun cast a glance at him, yet before she could utter a word, the girl in the floral dress had already approached her. The girl, still brimming with the exhilaration of having vanquished a formidable foe, had rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes as she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, dear sister. If it weren't for your intervention with that man, I might not have been able to withstand the onslaught of those vile old women and the lecherous man." Bai Qianchun's lips twitched slightly. "You were too kind. I believe your spirited retort could have toppled 2 such pairs on your own." The girl in the floral dress's eyes gleamed even brighter, her hands rubbing together in excitement. "Really? Hee. I was just swept up in the moment, which led to my extraordinary performance. However, it was only with you backing me that I dared to be so audacious." Without allowing Bai Qianchun the chance to refute, she firmly placed this lofty accolade upon her, then eagerly shifted the conversation, asking, "Sister, was that remark you made about not having long to live sincere? It truly struck a nerve with that old woman." I thought her face turned green. Bai Qianchun nodded, her expression grave. "Indeed, I never speak falsehoods in my area of expertise. Ah, area of expertise? Are you, perhaps, a medical professional? Perhaps, Bai Qianchun replied, neither confirming nor denying. Qiao Jiejia's eyes lit up, her joy palpable. Then let us go together. Though you may appear shorter than I feel an extraordinary sense of security in your presence. Bai Qianchun chuckled, remarking that the individual in question was now at the median height for interstellar women, far from diminutive. Her obsidian eyes gleamed with iridescent light. Her heart stirred with fervent excitement. A spatial nexus, an item whose cost far exceeded that of a conventional speeder. A spatial nexus the size of a 15 cubic meter room was valued at 50 million star coins. This voyage to Zhanlong Star, even if she were to acquire only a single spatial nexus, would render her exceedingly prosperous. Consequently, she promptly revised her stance, no longer dwelling on Qiao Jiejia's remark about her stature, and assented with a nod, affirming her willingness to accompany her. Splendid, exclaimed Qiao Jiejia, clapping her hands together in elation. Coincidentally, it was their turn to join the queue, and she ushered Bai Qianchun onto a public speeder. Once seated within the vehicle, the screens within the speeder extensively broadcasted the charitable endeavors on Zhanlong Star. Individuals of all ages, from septuagenarians to young children, were depicted engaging in voluntary labor at designated locations. The promotional videos were particularly emblematic, with the array of complimentary rewards showcased in exquisite detail. However, the spatial nexus option was conspicuously absent, suggesting that it was indeed a special reward. Bai Qianchun turned her head towards her companion, Qiao Jiejia, who was engrossed in determining which voluntary task to undertake first, and inquired with curiosity what voluntary assistance is required to obtain a complementary spatial nexus. Qiao Jiejia abruptly raised her head, her countenance reflecting astonishment as she inquired, "Are you truly intent on undertaking this special assignment immediately?" Bai Qianchun gazed at her with limpid, discerning eyes. "Well, what else would I do? Considering their scarcity, it's only prudent to venture forth promptly." Chapter 91. Hastening the bloom of the shattered star flower, Bai Qianchun regarded her with an inscrutable expression. "So, you were essentially coaxing me into joining your party?" Qiao Jiejia offered a strained smile. "How could you construe it as coaxing? I assure you, I possess a viable strategy. My great-grandfather is a preeminent alchemist, specially invited by the Radiant Star authorities. I can facilitate your entry by presenting you as his junior assistant, thereby expediting the acquisition of red seals. It so happens that my great-grandfather's starship is arriving on a later schedule, not reaching Radiant Star until this afternoon. Therefore, we could bide our time by undertaking other tasks until his arrival, at which point we can proceed with the spatial node mission." Upon hearing this, Bai Qianchun's slightly furrowed brows relaxed. After a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced. "Very well, let's attend to other tasks in the interim." After all, acquiring a hovercraft was her primary motivation for coming to Radiant Star. "Excellent," Qiao Jiejia exclaimed, visibly relieved. She then turned to Bai Qianchun, inquiring, "And what is your unique ability, my dear? I'll assess which missions we are best suited to undertake." "Wood manipulation. How serendipitous that I, too, am of the arboreal affinity," she exclaimed. "It would be a pleasure to collaborate on the phytogenesis endeavor in Central Park. The recent revitalization of Arborea has reinvigorated the sylvan essence within the Huayao Empire. Prior to this resurgence, the Central Park Botanical Augmentation Initiative would have undoubtedly suffered from a dearth of participants endowed with lignic abilities. However, with the re-establishment of arboreal energies, particularly pronounced on Yaoguang, given its proximity to Arborea and the consequent amplification of sylvan radiation, we can replenish our reserves post-catalysis. This presents an exceptional opportunity to hone our skills while simultaneously fulfilling our duties and reaping complementary rewards." Qiao Jiejia, animatedly clasping her hands together, became effusive, her loquacity sustaining unabated throughout their journey. "Oh, and furthermore," she added, "I have also gleaned that a stellar sovereign's pact with the primeval star can elevate one's inherent abilities, an extraordinary boon that obviates the necessity for self-cultivation. Alas, I find myself envious of the Arborian stellar sovereign. I have been apprised that the Arborian stellar sovereign is a mere 19 years of age and was also among the most decorated clandestine contributors to the border star combat forces a year prior. However, she sustained grievous injuries, reportedly flirting with mortality. Reflecting upon this, it remains ambiguous whether the exchange was equitable. The Arborian stellar sovereign herself, Bai Qianchun, mused, "I dare say it was a propitious exchange." En route, Bai Qianchun was induced to utter a few additional words by the garrulous young lady, albeit experiencing a modicum of impatience. She perceived a greater tolerance for this young woman, who was her senior by 2 years, than for the loquacious Dulu. In summation, their interaction was reasonably agreeable. Soon, their ether-borne conveyance conveyed them to their initial destination, Central Park. This park is indeed vast, situated at the very heart of the entire shining star, encompassing several thousand acres in a circular expanse. The planning and facilities within are commendable, yet the landscaping leaves much to be desired, with a rather low plant coverage. Presently, only the eastern section boasts a vibrant array of red and green, filled with fresh and vigorous flora. Grateful for the assistance, we assured the kind lady that we would complete the task swiftly and efficiently. Fortunately, she had a moment of clarity, ultimately assigning Bai Qianchun and Chao Jiajia the simplest task of nurturing 30 star fragments. Bai Qianchun, gazing at the small black seeds nestled in her palm, her dark eyes flickering with intrigue, raised an eyebrow and inquired, if I were to take on 300 seeds at once, would I be able to exchange them for a flying vehicle upon completion? The enthusiastic matron regarded her with surprise before shaking her head disapprovingly. My dear, one must act within their means. Although nurturing star fragments is indeed the simplest of tasks, it is not without its challenges. Over the past few days, I have assisted at least 30 or 40 with type abilities users with this task. Initially, many have scoffed at the 30 seeds, insisting on 300. Yet none have succeeded in completing them in a single day. The highest achievement was by an A-grade wood type ability user, who managed to foster 210, with the remaining 90 completed the following day. Upon hearing this, the eager Chao Jiajia hesitated, saying, well, I shall start with 90 then, as a B-grade ability user. That should be manageable. However, Bai Qianchun remained steadfast in her resolve. I still wish to take on 300 seeds. Thank you, dear lady. Observing her resolute persistence, the enthusiastic matron acquiesced with a touch of helplessness. Very well, she conceded. Your competitive spirit is indeed strong, young lady. I understand completely. However, you must safeguard the dormant seeds entrusted to you. Should they be lost, you shall be held accountable for restitution. Bai Qianchun's eyes crinkled into a slight crescent, her spirits buoyant. Understood, she replied. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task. Alas, Bai Qianchun was destined to belie their expectations. 300 Stella Splinter Blooms? She was more than capable, and could even coax forth a greater abundance. Chapter 92. A paragon guiding the untried Bai Qianchun and Chao Jiajia were escorted by the zealous matron to a secluded section of the park, a verdant expanse meticulously segmented into flower beds, parterres, and avenues. Despite the evident planning, the original greenery was sparse, rendering the landscape somewhat desolate. Benches lined the walkways, offering respite to weary strollers, with a smattering of individuals already availing themselves of the opportunity to rest. Further inward lay a grand circular flower bed, its confines enriched with pristine soil, reportedly a costly, nutrient-rich loam imported from Terra, particularly conducive to the cultivation of flora. It was evident that Yaoguang had spared no expense in their assiduous efforts to fashion this central park. Having led them to their designated area, the zealous matron delineated the situation to the two young women. Subsequently, with a hint of apprehension, she gestured towards a group situated on the far side of the flower bed, lowering her voice as she leaned in to impart a well-intentioned warning. They, like yourselves, are here to coax forth Stella Splinter Blooms. It would be best if you maintained a distance from them. Some are wont to exploit the perceived naivete of young women, seeking to impose upon you and cajole you into assisting them. Steel-toothed rabbit, Chao Jiajia smiled politely, assuring the aunt, rest assured, we shall not allow them to prevail. If they seek to take advantage of her, they shall witness her retaliate fiercely. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I do not mind offering free consultations, merely diagnosing without providing treatment. Chao Jiajia cast her a knowing glance, instantly grasping the implication behind her words, and the two exchanged a tacit smile. Nearby, a well-meaning aunt appeared quite perplexed, pondering the enigmatic exchange between the two young ladies. Nevertheless, their smiles were truly enchanting, particularly that of the girl in the black mask. Even though her entire face was obscured, the aunt's keen eye, honed over the years, discerned that this girl was undoubtedly quite beautiful. Just from the glimpse of her bright, autumn-like eyes, the aunt found herself captivated. Being an honest connoisseur of beauty, she was so entranced by those lovely eyes that she felt rooted to the spot. Initially, she intended to lead the girls away, but she now resolved to linger a while longer, offering support to them. Bai Qianchun recognized the aunt's kind intentions. A subtle smile graced her lips as she moved to a spot a meter away from Chao Jiajia and began to sow seeds. Just as she and the well-meaning aunt were filled with concern, a miracle unfolded. In the flower bed, covered with dark soil, a wave of green light swept through, and small green sprouts rapidly emerged, creating a dense cluster. Bathed in warm light, these tender shoots exuded a vibrant vitality. Subsequently, these tender green sprouts began to flourish, branching out and unfurling their leaves. Following closely behind, slender green-leafed plants soared upwards, adorned with delicate beige blossoms that resembled scattered stars, dotting the verdant foliage. As the beige flowers multiplied, they formed a perfectly aligned rectangular shape. From a distance, these diminutive blooms, smaller than a fingernail, swayed gently in the breeze, truly embodying their name, sparkling like splendid, radiant fragments of stars. The enthusiastic elder, taken aback, exclaimed in amazement, "Goodness, you've managed to produce all of this at once. This young lady is truly remarkable." Bai Qianchun turned to look, her eyes gleaming as she inquired, "Do you need me to count them?" The elder, her smile so broad it obscured her eyes, hurriedly waved her hands, saying, "No, no. And he believes you to be a virtuous young lady. Besides, you've already summoned forth so many. You appear effortlessly capable of producing even more. Could you possibly deceive me about one or two?" Qiao Jiajia, equally exhilarated, nodded vigorously. Then, rubbing her hands together in eager anticipation, she scattered her own 90 flower seeds, intending to showcase her own splendid display. The enthusiastic elder shifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with fervor as she focused on the flower bed. The two young girls had come together, and if one was so proficient, it was only logical that the other would not fall short. Thus, the elder's gaze was particularly bright and fervent. However, as 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3, and 10 minutes elapsed, only the slightest hint of green emerged from the 90 seeds, slender as a pin's tip. As I observed the anxious Qiao Jiejia, the young girl's smooth forehead is now adorned with countless tiny beads of sweat. Gritting her teeth, she appears to be straining as if engaged in a particularly arduous task, her delicate face flushed with effort. An enthusiastic elderly woman remarks, "Ah, what a disappointment. I had hoped to see two champions teaming up, but it seems we have one champion accompanied by a bronze player." Indeed, true champions are not as plentiful as one might expect. It is only natural that a champion would bring along a novice. After a mere 3 minutes, Qiao Jiejia finally relents, her energy sapped, she gasps for breath, expressing her frustration, "I can't do it anymore." It turns out that this flower is as difficult to nurture as ever. It's only easy for the older sisters. Suddenly, her eyes widen with realization, and her spirits lift. How fortunate I am. What I've stumbled upon is not a charming young lady, but rather a formidable elder. Upon witnessing Bai Qianchun's magnificent display of skill, the two elderly women and a robust man, who had been laboriously striving to complete their task, immediately set their sights on her. The two elderly ladies approached, lamenting their plight, claiming they were just a few plants short of completing their task, pleading for the young girl as assistance. Bai Qianchun, however, refused their request, prompting the elderly women to scowl and transform their demeanor, hands on hips, launching into a tirade of insults. Their words, harsh and unkind, accused the young girl of having a callous heart, lacking respect for the elderly, and showing no compassion for the weak and infirm. When it became evident that Bai Qianchun remained unyielding, the robust man, presumably their son, was summoned forth to intimidate her. The brawny youth initially flaunted his robust biceps to Bai Qianchun, followed by a display of his sturdy physique and fists the size of sandbags. When the young lady remained unyielding, the hulking figure became enraged, swinging a punch directly at her. Subsequently, his wrist was seized by Bai Qianchun's delicate hand. The brute emitted a thunderous roar of agony, his arm nearly wrenched asunder. Chapter 93, The Arrogant and Irascible Old Man, the Kind-Hearted Matron. Her brow furrowed and foot raised to offer assistance, paused. Observing the kneeling behemoth and the two cowering, trembling hags, she gasped, realizing the young girl possessed a certain ferocity. Bai Qianchun considered herself rather innocent in the matter. She had merely intended to offer a complimentary diagnosis, yet the large fellow's threshold for anger proved remarkably low. Before she could even utter a word of derision, he had already launched a violent assault. Left with no alternative, she opted to seize him and deliver a swift kick, curtailing any further aggression. In the aftermath of this incident, the solicitous matron no longer fretted over the potential victimization of the two young women. However, she remained, her gaze fixed upon Bai Qianchun with the fervor of one beholding gleaming gold. With a lively gait, She enthusiastically volunteered to escort her to complete her current task and then procure additional assignments. Given the young woman's potent wood-based abilities, continued exertion and contribution were undoubtedly warranted. Thus, Bai Qianchun acquired a dedicated guide. With the enthusiastic support of a resourceful ant, tasks could be completed in a single sweep rather than multiple trips. She could effortlessly take on a dozen or even 20 tasks at once, spreading her seeds across Central Park like flowers blooming in abundance. The endeavor of exploiting opportunities became increasingly convenient. The kind-hearted ant felt a sense of delight, for the more the young lady proliferated, the greater her performance bonuses would be. Thus, this harmonious collaboration benefited them both, leaving only Chao Jiajia, who remained stranded, panting as she toiled away with her 90 seedlings of starlight flowers. After the invigorating experience with Bai Qianchun, the solitary Chao Jiajia found little motivation to continue nurturing her blooms slowly. Fueled by determination, she exerted her abilities, pushing the energy from her core with fervor. As long as she persevered, she believed that she could achieve her goal. Ultimately, through her diligent efforts, she succeeded in advancing the growth of the 90 starlight flowers over half an hour ahead of her own expectations. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she gazed at her hard-earned results, a satisfied smile gracing her face. However, just as she stretched and prepared to leave for task submission, a gnarled, skeletal hand suddenly reached out beside her, forcefully snapping several of her precious flowers. The delicate petals cascaded to the ground like confetti. Stunned, Chao Jiajia looked up, her anger flaring as she met the gaze of their owner, a tall, wrinkled old man with dark, brooding eyes. In indignation, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Upon hearing her inquiry, the elderly man displayed no signs of guilt. Instead, his wrinkled visage was marred by irritation as he cast a disdainful glance her way. With a sarcastic tone, he scoffed, "What's the fuss over a mere flower? Young girl, you ought not to be so tempestuous at such a tender age." Chao Jiajia's face contorted with indignation. Who, pray tell, is truly being tempestuous here? This insufferable old man, with his irritable demeanor, dares to accuse me of being volatile? Just then, the amiable ant, who had been cheerfully leading a group, returned after having collected an abundance of cards, 20 in total, sufficient to exchange for 20 flying vehicles. She was greeted by the sight of young Chao Jiajia engaged in a fierce stare-down with the haughty old man clad in a simple white t-shirt, yet exuding an air of superiority. "What are you two doing? Competing to see who can glare the hardest?" The kind ant inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. The elderly gentleman and the young girl hastily separated, each shooting a disdainful huff at the other. Chao Jiajia, feeling wronged, pointed an accusing finger at the old man and implored, "Auntie, please summon the patrol to apprehend this man for ideological re-education. He has maliciously damaged my plants. Look. Several of the starry flowers I painstakingly nurtured have been broken by him." To her, the starry flowers were akin to beloved children, and her bond with them was unlike that with any other flora. How could she possibly tolerate this irascible old man harming her cherished blooms right before her eyes? The elderly man, filled with indignation, scoffed, "Am I not merely discounting a few flowers? I find these blossoms and grasses utterly displeasing. So what? The Mu Yuan Star has reopened, and the shattered star flower is no longer a protected species. I shall do as I please. If it comes to it, I can afford to pay for my actions. I possess ample wealth." Chao Jiajia, her teeth clenched in frustration, grasped the arm of the kind-hearted Andy, her face flushed with anger. "Andy, look at his audacity. It is imperative that we apprehend him for a thorough ideological re-education." The well-meaning ant nodded in agreement, preparing to summon the patrol team. However, a young man adorned in designer labels approached them first. He cast a disdainful glance in their direction, his eyes radiating both threat and contempt. "This gentleman has been specifically instructed by our superiors to be treated with care. Aunt Wong, please refrain from taking any unnecessary actions." Upon hearing this, the elderly man raised his chin with an air of triumph, his expression growing more haughty, while his gaze toward Chao Jiajia dripped with scorn and derision. Enraged, Chao Jiajia felt the heat of fury rising within her. Such an abhorrent display of power dynamics left no room for reason. The kind-hearted ant's expression mirrored her discomfort. Yet she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Bai Qianchun furrowed her brow, her eyes surveying the increasingly curious onlookers gathering around them. She noticed the park's chief administrator hiding among the crowd, peering with interest but seemingly unwilling to intervene. A cold glimmer flashed in her dark eyes as she grasped the trembling Chao Jiajia, stepping forward with a chilling tone, ready to take action in the name of justice. If my memory serves me correctly, the Stellaris Authority proclaimed that Central Park was constructed for the benefit of all Stellaris citizens. Therefore, it is not the property of any single individual, but rather belongs to the entire populace of Stellaris. The superiors in your chain of command possess no authority to pardon this elderly gentleman on behalf of all Stellaris citizens and to dismiss the matter with leniency. Otherwise, if he is able to evade education and punishment by leveraging his connections, others will inevitably emulate his actions, leading to ever greater infringements upon the interests of the citizenry. If the fundamental interests of the citizens cannot be safeguarded, what basis is there for discussing anything else? Extrapolating from this microcosm, specifically the focal point of this public welfare activity, Central Garden, am I not justified in suspecting that similar issues pervade the Stellaris administration? Furthermore, is this public welfare activity genuinely motivated by altruism, or is it merely a superficial endeavor undertaken to facilitate planetary upgrades? Can the benefits and entitlements previously promulgated by the Stellaris Authority regarding the immigration of citizens to Stellaris be genuinely implemented? Lest these benefits evaporate due to antagonizing an individual with influential connections. These profoundly insightful words resonated deeply, prompting the surrounding onlookers to murmur amongst themselves. The young woman's assertions struck a chord, as they pertained directly to their interests, and her arguments were not without substance. Indeed, many present had experienced similar situations firsthand. Chapter 94. Unsavory affairs. A weathered middle-aged man, his face etched with regret, lamented, "In my attempt to save someone, I confronted a scoundrel, only to discover that he had connections to a high-ranking official from the Radiant Star. Consequently, our family has been subjected to relentless persecution. The privileges we once enjoyed as citizens have vanished, and my prospects for advancement have evaporated. I have been planning to take advantage of this charitable event to secure some rewards and facilitate my family's immigration." Beside him, a beautiful young woman could no longer contain her pent-up grievances. "I refuse to be the girlfriend of a debauched aristocrat. My father, who was a low-ranking employee in the environmental department, has recently faced pressure and was demoted by his superior. The only way for him to regain his position is if I agree to date that aristocrat. My father feels trapped. Our entire family depends on his income. He has been coercing me to submit, but my heart belongs to someone else. I have no desire to be the mistress of a libertine. All I desire is to marry a man who cherishes and truly loves me. What have I done to deserve such pressure?" Thus, I resolve to resist one last time, seizing the opportunity to gather rewards and accumulate star coins. If the one I adore is willing, I shall elope with him. If not, I will escape alone. I refuse to continue dwelling in this oppressive Radiant Star where human rights are non-existent. I too have. Where there is one, there is another, and another. Even Bai Qianchun could not have anticipated the multitude of sordid affairs hidden within this Radiant Star. Initially, she simply couldn't tolerate the old man and the ostentatious young steward abusing their influence with such arrogance. While she hadn't intended to escalate the situation dramatically, after all, damaging Flora hardly constitutes a crime, warranting at most a fine and some ideological re-education. The matter was, admittedly, rather trivial. Should someone of influence intercede, a lenient resolution would be easily attainable. Thus, to assuage Chao Jiajia's indignation and ensure the old man received the requisite ideological correction, she invoked a formidable reputation, hoping to instill caution and prevent any perfunctory handling of the situation. However, the unfolding events were spiraling beyond her control. The Central Park's chief administrator, concealed within the crowd, was equally taken aback. He had underestimated the diminutive girl's eloquence and her ability to strike at the heart of the matter. Furthermore, he was dismayed to discover that the philanthropic gathering harbored so many victims of Yaoguang Star's transgressions. With Yaoguang Star poised for promotion, a significant scandal splashed across interstellar headlines would be catastrophic. The administrator's complexion turned ashen. This was a critical juncture for Yaoguang Star, brooking no errors. Failure would spell his ruin as the Central Park's chief administrator, with the higher echelons sure to flay him alive. Therefore, he had no choice but to sacrifice the old gentleman for the greater good. The chief supervisor, wiping the sweat from his brow, hurriedly squeezed his way out from the crowd, his plump face adorned with a nervous smile as he rubbed his hands together. "My dear young lady, please do not misunderstand. We absolutely mean no offense. It is merely that the elderly gentleman is in poor health, and I instructed my subordinates to pay him extra attention, so he may receive timely medical care. There are certainly no ulterior motives. It is just that young Lu misinterpreted the situation." As he spoke, his expression turned serious as he summoned the patrol team. Since the elderly gentleman has disrupted the environment, it is indeed necessary, according to the rules, for him to undergo some ideological education. Please take him aside and have a proper discussion with him. However, do be gentle, as his health is frail. His decisive demeanor, combined with the open invitation for others to care for the elderly man's well-being, led some of the onlookers, who were initially skeptical, to genuinely believe his words. Furthermore, the chief supervisor demonstrated commendable adaptability. After addressing the matter at hand, he earnestly and solemnly stated, "As for the concerns raised by the young lady regarding the senior management of our Radiant Star, I assure you that Radiant Star is unequivocally a place of fairness and justice. Even if there are occasional errors, they are certainly just individual mistakes. I offer a piece of advice to all citizens. Should you encounter any unfair treatment, you are encouraged to report directly to our Radiant Star law enforcement team. Rest assured, we will handle all matters with impartiality. Therefore, I implore all citizens of the stars to refrain from disseminating rumors indiscriminately. Otherwise, should such fabrications jeopardize the safety of Zhanlong Star, you may find yourselves apprehended under the charge of inciting discord, a matter that would be recorded in your files, affecting you for a lifetime." His admonition struck like a firm blow, silencing those who had previously been venting their frustrations in private. And the commotion in the vicinity gradually subsided. Those who had not endured persecution regarded the situation with indifference, dismissing it as mere entertainment. However, those who had faced oppression dared not speak out, for they understood that the final words of the chief were a warning. Having suffered, they were not foolish enough to trust him. They merely had not been driven to desperation yet, still possessing a glimmer of hope for negotiation, hence their reluctance to resist, lest they attract attention and find themselves trapped in dire circumstances. Bai Qianchun's mind swiftly grasped the underlying complexities of the situation. Nevertheless, since they showed no intention of standing up, she had no desire to meddle further. She merely looked at the chief with a bold inquiry. "I hope I won't face repercussions for this matter? I have accomplished numerous tasks for your Central Park, yet my rewards remain unclaimed. I trust one won't be met with excuses of first come, first served to deny me my due rewards?" The chief made a concerted effort to maintain a smile, assuring her, "Of course not. As long as tasks are completed, we will certainly honor the rewards. All rewards listed on the task board will be available in unlimited supply during the charity event." Bai Qianchun nodded, relieved. "That's excellent. I can undertake a few more tasks. And you won't impede my ability to claim them all at once, will you? As long as you are capable of fulfilling the task, naturally, it is permissible." Bai Qianchun was thus satisfied, and the chief supervisor retreated with a decorous smile. The youth, adorned in designer attire, hastily trailed behind him in a dejected manner. Once they were out of sight, the corpulent chief supervisor's countenance darkened. He delivered a sharp blow to the youth's head, roaring in fury, "Are you utterly imbecilic? How dare you utter such words in public? Are you oblivious to the era in which Zhanlong Star currently finds itself? Should this matter escalate today, see if those above will not flay you alive." The designer-clad youth trembled, aggrieved. "I never anticipated that the masked woman would possess such audacity. What is to be done now?" The chief supervisor's eyes narrowed with malice. "What else can be done? I shall report this matter to the Star Master. If it ferments into a major issue on the Star Network, the Star Master will intervene to suppress it. However, this debt must be settled by you or your family. As for your punishment, that will depend on your willingness to bleed." The youth was aware that this expenditure was inevitable, but he was relieved that money could mitigate the disaster. Simultaneously, he harbored a venomous resentment in his heart for the masked instigator. Chapter 95, Great-Grandfather Chowding in the park. The crowd dispersed, and the enthusiastic matron could no longer muster a smile. Her family consisted of ordinary star citizens, with a large extended family to support. Although she recognized that the two women were not at fault, she knew that offending the petty chief supervisor would undoubtedly lead to trouble. She was unwilling to jeopardize her entire family, and thus she bid them farewell, suppressing her conscience. Chow Jia stamped her foot in frustration, puzzled by the sudden change in demeanor of the enthusiastic lady just moments before. Bai Qianchun, playing idly with a few seeds, gazed vacantly into the distance and remarked, "She is a citizen of the shaking light planet and will henceforth reside here. We are not alike. And she is merely a stranger. There is no need to overthink it." Having grown weary of human nature, her benevolent heart accepted the transient connections without clinging to those who departed. The elderly woman had already secured numerous rewards alongside her, and now they owed each other nothing. Chow Jia grasped her hand and declared, "All right, I stand by you and will not abandon you. Besides, the incident earlier stemmed from my actions. Oh, I see. By the way, my great-uncle's starship is about to arrive. Are you still planning to go to the sanatorium? Yes, why not? I have earned so many rewards and have nothing to carry them back. I need a spatial connector. Then let us go. I will contact my great-uncle, and we shall meet directly at the entrance of the sanatorium. Although the sanatorium's area was only half the size of Central Park, it excelled in its tranquil environment. Surrounded by lush trees and abundant flowers and fruit-bearing trees, making for stunning scenery. The architectural facilities were also exceedingly luxurious. When Bai Qianchun and Chao Jiajia reached the steps of the sanatorium, crafted from exquisite white marble, they found Chao Ting, Jiajia's great-uncle, already waiting at the grand revolving door. I possess a compendium of supernatural beings despite being referred to as great-grandfather Chao. His countenance belied his age, for he possessed the youthful and handsome visage of a man in his late 20s. His features were refined, his demeanor graceful, and only the aura of accumulated wisdom that permeated his being hinted that he was not a callow youth brimming with impetuosity. However, according to Chao Jiajia, her great-grandfather, though unmarried and childless, was indeed 230 years of age. It was merely that her grandfather was a gold-type SSS-level esper, a figure at the apex of the interstellar hierarchy. Furthermore, attaining SSS level was akin to transcending a realm, not only extending his lifespan to a millennium, but also granting him the ability to manipulate his appearance. Not in the manner of Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, but rather the capacity to arrest his outward age at a chosen point. Evidently, upon reaching SSS level, Chao Jiajia's great-grandfather had elected to fix his appearance at around 27 or 28 years of age. They've arrived. Let us proceed. My patient awaits. Great-grandfather Chao, who was standing at the doorway, raised a pair of phoenix eyes, casting a serene glance at the two young women, and uttered the words with an impassive countenance. A nearby staff member cast a surprised glance at them and inquired respectfully, Master Chao, who are these two? My granddaughter and her friend. They are here to undertake a task. Kindly arrange for them to assist me as my aides. The staff wore smiles and did not refute his modest request, readily accepting it. Rest assured, Master Chao, we will ensure your granddaughter and her friend are well taken care of. After a brief acknowledgement from Chao Ting, another staff member soon arrived to attend to them. Master Chao appeared neither warm nor cold, his expression neutral, and his gaze seemed somewhat vacant, not landing on them. However, the arrangements were surprisingly meticulous. Chao Jiajia chuckled softly, nudging Bai Qianchun's shoulder with her arm. I told you, being with my granduncle would be advantageous. As assistants, we need not worry about patients deliberately causing us trouble. Bai Qianchun nodded, her curiosity piqued as she observed Chao Ting. He was her first encounter with an SSS-level powerhouse in the interstellar realm, and notably, he possessed the attributes of the gold element. Yet, he exuded none of the piercing brilliance typically associated with it. Instead, his demeanor was calm, and he expertly contained his aura, resembling a serene bamboo, akin to a wood element user. It was not until Chao Ting sensed her gaze and turned his seemingly vacant eyes towards her that she smiled gently, nodding slightly before composedly following Chao Jiajia to keep pace with the staff. Chao Ting narrowed his eyes momentarily, an inexplicable brilliance flashing across his. But it soon returned to its natural state. He addressed the staff member ahead. I will proceed first. You may bring them up to find me shortly. Understood, Master Chao. Meanwhile, Bai Qianchun and Chao Jiajia were already led to the task reception desk. The central hall of the sanatorium exudes an atmosphere of understated elegance. Adorned in a beige decor, the floor shines as brilliantly as white jade, while the tables, chairs, furnishings, and the grand beige gemstone chandelier suspended above all radiate a sense of refined luxury. A large screen is projected upon the wall behind the reception desk, with the top line announcing Sanatorium Special Rewards Redemption and Task Distribution Point. Bai Qianchun, filled with curiosity, gazes at the contents below. Rewards available for redemption and their requirements are as follows. 15 cubic meter space node requires 90 red stamps. 30 cubic meter space node requires 200 red stamps. 50 cubic meter space node requires 500 red stamps. 100 cubic meter space node requires 1,000 red stamps. Tasks available for acceptance include 1. Accompanying the patient in bed number 5 for 3 hours of conversation, 3 red stamps. 2. Telling jokes to the patient in bed number 3 and making them laugh 3 times, 3 red stamps. 3. Assisting the nurse as a cleaning aid, 5 red stamps per hour. 4. Acting as a caregiver for the patient in bed number 8, which involves serving tea, telling stories, and making jokes, 10 red stamps per hour. 5. serving as a human fire extinguisher for the patient in bed number 10. Requiring one to endure insults without retaliation, 50 red stamps per hour. 6. Caring for the patient in bed number 20, who suffers from severe mania. The individual undertaking this task must possess formidable strength to subdue the patient without causing harm. And there is no compensation for injuries sustained from the patient, 80 red stamps per hour. 7. Serving as a doctor's assistant, necessitating a certain level of medical knowledge. With a strict prohibition against incompetence, severe penalties will be enforced for violations, 80 red stamps per hour. Chapter 96, Special Medical Mission Indeed. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The value of spatial nodes is exceedingly high, and the price to obtain them is not insignificant. Just from the tasks displayed on the task board, it is evident that these patients are quite challenging to manage. Bai Qianchun, holding the work ID of her assistant, gazed intently at the screen with her deep, dark eyes, reflecting a contemplative expression. Do you have any tasks related to treating patients? The staff member accompanying them was a somewhat handsome young man. Upon hearing her question, a look of surprise crossed his delicate features. He regarded Bai Qianchun with a penetrating gaze and replied, "There are indeed tasks available, but scarcely anyone accepts them." As he spoke, he pressed a button at the front desk, and the screen immediately switched to a different interface. Special medical tasks and rewards. 1. Patient in bed now. 8 exhibits severe damage to the ability core, with fire-based powers incinerating the meridians, leading to a gradual loss of abilities. Any tasker with a viable solution may accept this task for a trial. 2. Patient in bed number 10 suffers from blocked meridians related to wood-based powers, causing a continuous decline in ability levels. The patient displays extreme emotional instability. Only those who can guarantee an 80% success rate should undertake this task. Taskers are urged to proceed with caution. 3. Patient in bed number 20, having returned from the battlefield, is afflicted by severe manic disorder, with disturbances in the ability core. The tumultuous state of the core exacerbates the mania, allowing only 3 hours of wakefulness within a 24-hour period. Taskers are likewise advised to exercise caution. If a success rate of over 80% cannot be assured, they should refrain from accepting the task. Life is precious, and any harm incurred by taskers during a patient's manic episode will not be compensated. After swiftly perusing these treatment tasks, Bai Qianchun felt a tinge of curiosity. Is it true that the patients received at your rehabilitation center are all afflicted by issues related to their ability cores or the powers themselves? The staff member paused in surprise, scratching his head and responding, "It seems so." The receptionist, accustomed to inquiries from those seeking tasks, smiled and explained. Our facility is a rehabilitation center, specifically catering to individuals with significant issues requiring long-term treatment. Those with conditions that are easily remedied are directly sent to the Mu Yuan Star hospital for care. Oh, but why are all these individuals needing long-term treatment power users with problems? Bai Qianchun furrowed her brow slightly but refrained from voicing her doubts. Beside her, Chao Jia exhibited no skepticism, her eyes sparkling with realization as she exclaimed, "No wonder this sanatorium invited my great-grandfather. Recently, he has been researching potions related to the treatment of abilities and the damage to their cores or meridians. He mentioned wanting to formulate a potion to assist with the enhancement of gold-type abilities. It is said that this potion can repair damaged cores for those with impairments and strengthen those without." A glimmer of light suddenly flickered in Bai Qianchun's eyes as she asked nonchalantly, "Has this potion been successfully formulated?" Chao Jia shook her head regretfully. "Not yet. However, I've heard that progress has been made. A pharmacist friend of my great-grandfather has successfully created a potion to assist Yang, but it has yet to pass clinical trials. Once this Yang potion undergoes successful testing, my great-grandfather will be able to utilize that data to produce the gold-enhancing potion. And the success rate is said to be no less than 80%. Bai Qianchun mused to herself. Recognizing that Chao Jiajia's great-grandfather's friend could only be the rotund old man, Grandpa Michu. How small the world is, she thought. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her head and addressed the receptionist. "Please connect me to the first task." Chao Jiajia, the receptionist, and a young man all turned to her in astonishment. With wide eyes, Chao Jiajia stammered, "Wait, you can treat damage to the ability core?" The young man kindly advised, although patient no. 8 was quite easygoing, and there were no stringent requirements for taking on this task. One must not act impulsively. Should you administer the wrong medication and worsen the patient's condition, you would be held accountable. Bai Qianchun slightly curved her eyes and expressed her gratitude, stating, "I understand the gravity of the situation. I kindly ask you, sister, to assist me with the necessary procedures. All right, all right. The receptionist, suddenly taken aback by her confidence, swiftly began to take action. Observing that matters had been settled beyond alteration, Qiao Jia scratched her head and suggested, "How about this, my dear? We first consult my granduncle and complete the assistant's task, and then I shall have him accompany you to see patient number 8, ensuring everything is in order." Bai Qianchun smiled at her, accepting her goodwill without hesitation. After the receptionist completed the paperwork, they were led into the therapeutic facilities building. The opulence of the establishment was evident from the exterior landscaping and the lobby's decor. As expected, the corridors, elevators, and patient rooms were exquisitely designed, bright and modern, exuding luxury without sacrificing elegance. The patient rooms resembled suites in a five-star hotel, complete with a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and even a kitchen, all exceptionally lavish and well-equipped. Should a patient wish for a different ambience, they could easily pay to remodel the room to their liking. The room No. 10 they were in was likely customized by the patient themselves. The entire room was adorned in a celestial, technological style, with the walls covered in wallpaper depicting a uniform cosmic, pitch-black hue interspersed with dazzling stars, alongside exquisite and imposing mecha illustrations reminiscent of a mecha exhibition. Furthermore, the curio shelves in the living room were adorned with a plethora of mecha models of various types. Components for constructing mecha were casually strewn across the coffee table and chairs. In the corner stood a humanoid mecha model, devoid of its outer shell, resembling a skeleton, which startled Qiao Jia upon her initial entry. It seemed the patient was either a melodramatic mecha enthusiast or a mecha master, though Qiao Jia leaned towards the former. As in her perception, mecha masters were mature, composed research fanatics whose rooms would not be so ostentatiously decorated. Chapter 97. Master Avalon Master Qiao is currently in detailed discussion with the patient in the bedroom. Please wait here for a moment. As if fearing their disbelief, he cited an instance. Last time, a young lady who had accepted a task inadvertently disarranged two of Master Avalon's components while sitting on the sofa and was discovered. As a result, she was berated severely, and her composure shattered, causing her to flee in tears, abandoning the task she had endured for half an hour. The young man felt a sense of lament. Master Avalon was the most temperamental, ill-natured, and difficult-to-please patient in their sanatorium, second only to the patient with uncontrollable manic-depressive disorder. As he spoke, he cast a sympathetic glance at the two young girls, seemingly regarding them as the next victims. However, the girls' minds were far from such thoughts at that moment. With bright curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Qiao Jia eagerly inquired, "Is Master Avalon the very same esteemed figure? The foremost mech designer of the Empire before the rise of the current leading mech master, Master Toxin? The Avalon who oversaw the development of the initial 2 generations of SS-class mechs?" The young man was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, yes, that's indeed the Avalon." He offered a somewhat awkward smile, for after witnessing Avalon's temperament, he had long since overlooked the prestige of his former title as the foremost mech master. Qiao Jia felt a flicker of excitement. Yet, being from different professional backgrounds, her enthusiasm remained at the level of meeting a celebrity rather than that of an idol. Soon, however, her expression shifted to one of contemplation, her delicate brows furrowing in distress as she lamented, "If Master Avalon has already scared off those taking the task, does that not signify that this mission has failed within less than an hour? Does it mean you will not issue the reward either? In that case, isn't it equivalent to getting something for nothing?" The young man could only manage an awkward yet polite smile, steeling himself to respond, "According to the rules, if the minimum time limit is not met, one cannot receive the reward." "Oh dear, that truly is getting something for nothing. So, could you tell me how many have managed to endure this task for an hour? Your expression suggests a lack of enthusiasm." "Indeed. It appears you are well versed in the ways of capitalists. The generous rewards offered are merely bait to entice individuals into your grasp for free benefits." The young man, overwhelmed by challenging inquiries, finds himself on the verge of despair. He is merely an ordinary worker, and this matter does not pertain to him, so do not mock him. As for patient number 10, he is a master of mechs, which implies that curing him would grant an opportunity for a complementary mech design. Might it be possible to alter this mech design opportunity into one for a dumpling-making robot instead? She currently has no need for a specialized mech or design. What she truly requires is a robot to craft dumplings. Thus, Bai Qianchun intends to seek an opportunity to discuss with this Avalon's master whether the reward can be modified. While Bai Qianchun contemplates this matter, the young man, ensnared by Chao Jiejia's relentless questioning, feels utterly despondent and yearns to escape. Just then, a furious voice erupts from the direction of the bedroom, commanding him to leave. No way will this master serve as a guinea pig for you, old fool. Grasping the young man's clothing, Chao Jiejia prevents his escape. Ah, it seems the temper is indeed fierce. How could my venerable uncle, such a kind soul, raise his voice in anger? However, why does this voice strike me as oddly familiar? Chao Jiejia's eyes widen in realization. It is him, which explains everything. Just as she is about to voice her thoughts, the bedroom door suddenly swings open with a loud bang, revealing an irate old man clad in a white undershirt storming out. Upon seeing the two familiar little girls standing in the living room, the elderly man, already brimming with rage, felt his temper explode, transforming him into a furious screeching creature. It's you. You two little brats dare to show yourselves here. His wrathful voice echoed through the room, assaulting everyone's eardrums. Even Bai Qianchun could not help but rub her ears, casting a disdainful glance at him. Finding the noise unbearably loud, the old man choked on his words, his weathered face contorted in rage, his eyes glaring fiercely at her. Fortunately, his fury had shifted from wild rage to suppressed anger. Grinding his teeth, his eyes darted as if suddenly struck by a thought. His furious expression instantly morphed into a malicious grin, one filled with sinister intent. Indeed, the irritable old man was cunning, with a serene demeanor, resembling elegant bamboo. Grandpa Chao slowly emerged from the bedroom, his cold tone dispelling the old man's delusions. They are my assistants, and neither beating nor scolding falls within the scope of their duties. Reflecting on this, Avalon felt considerably better. Recalling the fine he received in Central Park for damaging flowers and plants, surely, these two little girls must have incurred penalties far exceeding his own. Chapter 98. Patient No. 8 Chao Jiejia, unfazed, declared, I am a student in the pharmacy program at a reputable military medical academy. How could I possibly lack medical knowledge? I assure you, I am not a charlatan. Noticing the furious old man still glaring at her with bloodshot eyes, she smirked and asked, would you like to see my student identification? As she spoke, she activated her holographic computer and retrieved the information of a first-year student majoring in pharmacy at the 1st Military Academy of Medicine. The official website was impeccable, devoid of any deceit, leaving even Avalon unable to find fault. He huffed in indignation, his teeth clenched as he muttered, consider yourself lucky. Little girl, but what about that other girl? Does she not also have student credentials? With his anger causing blood vessels to protrude in his eyes, he turned his grim gaze toward Bai Qianchun, who stood calmly beside Chao Jiejia. He was determined to uncover any wrongdoing. Bai Qianchun lifted her eyes to meet his, responding with an air of indifference, there is none, I assure you. The irascible elder immediately erupted with excitement, pointing at a young man clad in the attire of a wellness center and exclaiming triumphantly, did you hear that? Hurry and fetch someone in authority to impose the harshest penalty on this little girl. The young man trembled, glancing nervously at the imposing Master Avalon and then at the expressionless Master Chao Ting, who seemed lost in thought. He felt like an ordinary bystander caught in a whirlwind, wishing to avoid any conflict. Why must this predicament fall upon him? He truly did not wish to offend anyone. Noticing the young man's hesitation, Avalon glared at him menacingly and threatened, why are you still standing there? I shall go to complain to your dean. This direct threat struck a nerve, and the young man, unable to withstand the fear of losing his job, reluctantly resolved to apologize to the masked girl he had just met. Bai Qianchun pressed down on his shoulder, urging him to wait. The young man immediately halted and turned to her with a look of surprise. Avalon's gaze was laced with disdain as he regarded her, questioning whether she intended to argue further or perhaps plead with him. After all, the esteemed master might consider refraining from reporting her. What mattered most was to exhale the tension that had built up in the park. Had it not been for that sharp-tongued girl, he would not have been escorted away by the patrol team in such a humiliating manner. Although he had not suffered physically, the loss of face was far more distressing for a proud master of Mecca than any bodily pain. Bai Qianchun cast him a sidelong glance, her smile serene as she replied, I do not wish to argue. I merely seek to prove that I am not merely a pretender. I possess medical knowledge and am capable of healing. Without waiting for Avalon to respond, she turned her gaze towards the young man, instructing softly, please take me to the patient I was assigned to treat, number 8. Ah, you truly intend to treat him? The young man stuttered in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. His expression was one of hesitation. While he had not objected to her previous desire to attempt a cure, the presence of Master Avalon added an air of gravity to the situation. Should she fail to heal the patient, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, patient number 8 had significant health issues that even the most skilled doctors and renowned alchemists on their planet had been unable to resolve. Could this young girl truly succeed where so many others had faltered? Qiao Jiajia harbored her own concerns. Although the master was an expert in cultivating plants, it did not necessarily imply proficiency in the realm of medicine. Even Xiao Ting's lifeless eyes began to focus with a hint of curiosity as she turned her gaze towards them. The only one present with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes was Avalon, who eagerly urged, "Come on, come on. I am keen to see if this little girl can indeed cure him. If you fail, do not blame me for demanding a hefty price." Thus, the group, each harboring their own thoughts, proceeded to room 8. In contrast to Avalon's self-transformed, eccentric room 8 was half its size. Yet it contained a complete set of amenities including a bedroom, living room, and kitchen, resembling a typical single apartment of an ordinary household. Its defining characteristic was its pristine cleanliness, exuding an air of tranquility, save for a potted flowering cactus on the windowsill that breathed life into the otherwise sterile environment. "Who are you?" A frail boy in a faded white shirt turned around in surprise at the expansive, quiet hospital bed, his dark eyes glinting with the wariness of a wolf cub. The staff member, squeezed against the door, quickly poked his head in and, with a nervous chuckle, whispered to the boy, "Jiang, don't be alarmed. Someone has taken on the task of treating your brother, so I brought them along." To their astonishment, the seemingly impoverished and frail youth's gaze grew even more guarded. This reaction was unexpected. Bai Qianchun narrowed her eyes slightly, peering past him to the figure lying on the bed. It was a young man, pale and emaciated, with a lingering trace of handsomeness discernible between his brow and eyes. He was clad in a loose-fitting, blue-striped hospital gown, his arms neatly resting by his sides, lying there with an unsettling stillness. At this moment, he kept his eyes tightly shut, dark circles forming beneath them, while fine beads of sweat emerged rapidly from his forehead. His hollow cheeks, nearly devoid of flesh, bore an eerie flush, and his labored breaths were heavy, with his brows knitted in a frown, resembling a figure ensnared in the throes of a tormenting nightmare. This must be patient number 8, whose ability core was compromised, suffering from the searing effects of his fire-based powers on his very veins. It appeared he had endured considerable anguish. The frail youth, Jian Yang, who stood before them, keenly sensed her gaze and could not help but furrow his brow in displeasure, lowering his voice to deliver a fierce admonition. "You must leave. My brother has only just fallen asleep, so do not disturb him. Furthermore, your previous treatments were utterly ineffective and have only exacerbated his condition. I will not permit you to administer any more misguided treatments on him." The young staff member appeared quite flustered, yet he insisted, "Your brother is here free of charge." But he did sign an agreement, and this. Avalon, with a grim expression, also lowered his voice, partially mocking, "A patient ought to be seen if they wish. Or not, if they choose otherwise. What is it? You treat people to a point of worsening their conditions and still believe you are in the right?" Qiao Jiajia and Bai Qianchun exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by his bold defense. Avalon cast a sidelong glance at them, scoffing, "What? Am I not entitled to speak a word of justice? As a patient myself, I understand the depths of suffering better than anyone. You, with your lack of expertise, insist on treating us, only to worsen our afflictions, treating patients like mere guinea pigs. I refuse to cooperate any longer." Chapter 99. The frail and beautiful Jian Zhan observing his gaze, Bai Qianchun discerned contempt, disdain, and a suppressed agitation mingled with anger. It seemed the old man had indeed spoken truthfully. There was a palpable empathy between fellow sufferers. A gentle, mellifluous voice resonated softly within the chamber. The man upon the bed had stirred from his slumber, a faint smile gracing his pallid lips as he turned his head, his countenance radiating a serene warmth. Though beads of perspiration dotted his brow and his frame was gaunt, his eyes held a gentle luminosity, revealing a profound resilience that lay deep within. Faced with the throes of mortality, some succumbed to fretful unease, desperately clinging to life, as exemplified by the irascible Master Avalon. Others, however, meet their fate with equanimity, accepting fortune's favor or its withdrawal with equal grace, observing the ebb and flow of existence as they await their final curtain call, such as the ailing, emaciated man before her, whose very essence exuded an indomitable spirit. A look of immediate consternation washed over the youth Jian Yang's face. He hastily turned and hurried to the bedside, his voice laced with concern. "Brother, you only slept for a few minutes. Did I wake you? Were we too loud?" The man offered a gentle smile, his pallid lips curving slightly. "I am quite all right," he reassured. "Do not be alarmed. Please, allow our guests to enter. Were they not here to administer treatment? Jian Yang's brow furrowed with worry. But, listen to me. The gentle words immediately silenced the little wolf cub. Although his face bore an expression of grievance and reluctance, he still addressed the few individuals at the door, saying, "Please, come in." The ailing handsome man lying on the bed turned his gaze towards them with a smile, briefly scanning the faces of Bai Qianchun and her companions, ultimately lingering on Chao Ting's face for a moment longer. He then spoke softly, inquiring, "Who among you has taken on the task of treating me?" Bai Qianchun, readily accepting her role, stepped forward and replied calmly, "I have taken on the task." The little wolf cub immediately bristled, glaring fiercely. "What nonsense is this? Are you truly treating my brother like a guinea pig?" Even the sickly handsome man wore an expression of surprise, but he quickly managed to compose himself. He called out to Jian Yang, who was about to explode in anger, maintaining a gentle demeanor as he explained his condition. "My abilities core has deteriorated increasingly over the past half-month. The uncontrolled flow of fire elements is scorching my meridians, causing me excruciating pain and sleepless nights. I can only alleviate my suffering by remaining still. I wonder if you could help ease my pain or grant me a restful sleep." Though the sickly handsome man's voice was gentle, his smile warm, and his tone deliberately measured to ease his discomfort, Bai Qianchun could still discern his underlying goodwill mingled with skepticism. He was showing respect for a lady rather than placing his trust in a physician capable of healing him. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow, her calm voice devoid of any fluctuation. "Very well, I shall first take your pulse to ascertain the specifics of your condition before discussing treatment." Taking the pulse? A glimmer of curiosity flickered in the eyes of the ailing handsome man. Bai Qianchun nonchalantly pushed aside the obstructive Jian Yang, positioning herself in front of his bed. After pulling a nearby fabric chair closer, she gracefully extended her hand to touch the wrist of the ailing gentleman beside her. A subtle surge of wood-based energy infiltrated his body. The handsome man on the bed briefly exhibited a hint of suspicion in his gaze, as if sensing something amiss. Yet the pain coursing through his meridians swiftly overshadowed this fleeting awareness. Jian Yang, caught in a dilemma, furrowed his brow in silent frustration. Ultimately, he tugged at his hair. Remaining stationary, his eyes fixed intently on Bai Qianchun's actions, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of her making a move. Observing this, the irascible elder Avalorn, unusually composed, took a seat on the opposing fabric sofa, his penetrating gaze firmly fixed on Bai Qianchun. Chao Jiajia felt a twinge of anxiety, her worried eyes darting toward her esteemed grandfather, hoping he might possess a means for healing. Should the young lady she had brought prove ineffective, it would fall upon her grandfather to remedy the situation, thereby preventing it from deteriorating further. However, Chao Tingqian's expressionless gaze met hers, subtly shaking his head. And he spoke in a calm tone. "His condition is more grave than Avalorn's." The implication was clear. He too was at a loss, lacking even the assurance to fully address Avalorn's injuries. Alas, what is to be done? Chao Jiajia murmured in disappointment, causing a pang of unease in the heart of the staff member beside her. If even the young lady who accompanied them was saying such a thing, could it be that the masked girl was merely putting on an act, feigning an air of competence? After all, her movements betrayed no hint of nervousness or timidity. Indeed, she was more composed than any of the other physicians or alchemists he had attended to. "What?" Jian Yang exclaimed, his voice tinged with agitation. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the sickly man, but it was quickly replaced by his gentle smile. "Where have I been untruthful? I wonder if the young lady would care to elaborate." Bai Qianchun cast a nonchalant glance at him before stating in a measured tone, "Your mana core is already riddled with cracks. It wasn't just half a month ago that you began to experience increasing pain, but rather a month prior. Half a month ago marked the onset of your mana core's collapse, with the fire element within staging a full-scale rebellion. As of the last couple of days, there's hardly any fire element left in your body. You should already be able to sense it. Once the last vestiges of the fire element dissipate, your life will come to an end. Impossible. You're spouting nonsense. How could my brother be in such a state? How could he be dying?" Jian Yang roared in disbelief, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Jian Zhan, the sickly man lying on the bed, composed himself after the initial shock. A wry smile appeared on his once serene face. "You're right," he conceded. "My time is indeed running short. Brother." A look of consternation washed over Jian Yang's face as he stumbled forward, grasping his hand. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks as he pleaded, his voice thick with anguish. "How can this be? Tell me she's spouting falsehoods. Why, oh why? Didn't you confide in me sooner? I could have sought efficacious remedies. I could have scheduled an appointment at the sacred pool. I would have escorted you to the light source star to immerse you in its restorative waters. I was on the cusp of accumulating the requisite funds, truly. I could have taken you there. Brother, you mustn't succumb. You mustn't abandon me to solitude. You are the sole kin I have remaining. With a faint tug at the corners of his lips, Qianchun regarded him with resignation. It's futile. The sacred pool is only efficacious for treating external injuries and recuperating the body. Its effect on a damaged ability core such as mine is negligible. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many warriors with compromised abilities retiring each year. Be reasonable. Retain your stellar credits for your own use. Have you forgotten your promise to me to attend military academy? Jian Yang wiped away his tears, shaking his head stubbornly. Nay, regardless of its efficacy. I shall convey you to the sacred pool. Furthermore, for military academy, I need only prepare the travel expenses, just as you did initially. Once I pass the entrance examination, I shall require no further expenditure. Hearing his naive notion, Qianchun felt a surge of helplessness. Ah, you've become quite the miser of late. Have you not perused the Huayao Empire's official announcement? The imperial edict has been promulgated, commencing next year. Aspiring military academy students must not only surmount more rigorous assessments but also remit tuition fees. This statement struck not only Jing Yang's Navi mind like a thunderclap, but also landed heavily on Bai Qianchun's forehead. She struggled to maintain her composure, betraying a hint of agitation. After 3 seconds, she parted her delicate lips, her long eyelashes fluttering as she inquired, Why has there suddenly been a charge? At that moment, Chao Jiejia, standing at the doorway, perked up her ears and promptly raised her hand. It is because the Huayao Empire has formally signed a contract with the Beastman Empire, establishing a peace agreement. Consequently, there is no longer a need for the Empire to continually send soldiers to the front lines. The previous provision for military academy students to study for free was due to the demands of wartime, necessitating the cultivation of exceptional talents to secure victory. However, as war is no longer the dominant theme of the Empire, maintaining several 100,000 military academy students at no cost undoubtedly represents the Empire's greatest burden. This substantial load must naturally be alleviated as the Empire transitions into a phase of peace. This was an agreement made prior to the free education policy initiated at the military academies. Starting next year, I, as a current military academy student, will also have to pay for my education. Thus, my journey to Zhanlong Star is also an endeavor to gather some tuition fees. Alas, the plight of a financially struggling student is indeed grim. Bai Qianchun lamented her own misfortune, as her original plan to enroll in the military academy next year now coincided inconveniently with the introduction of tuition fees. Quite splendid. Another reason to earn money had emerged. Adopting a more serious demeanor, she wasted no more time and addressed the two brothers, who were still bickering over who should spend the money. Hold your horses, you two. Let me ask a question first. Who foots the bill for your brother's expenses at the sanatorium? Jian Yang, with eyes reddened, turned to her and said with suspicion, naturally. The sanatorium does. When my brother was admitted, we signed an agreement stipulating that the sanatorium would be responsible for all his expenses within its premises. Why do you ask? Oh, that's good. In that case, I can use the medication without any reservations. Bai Qianchun breathed a sigh of relief for the two brothers, who were equally strapped for cash. Then, under the brothers' puzzled gaze, she rose and walked briskly to the staff member, saying, I need some medicinal herbs for treatment. Your sanatorium should have a medicinal herb storage, right? Please deliver them to me as soon as possible. Ah? The staff member gaped, staring blankly at her. After confirming that she was not joking, he asked in astonishment, You have a way to cure him? Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow, her dark eyes displaying a hint of emotion. Or what? Did you think I asked for medicinal herbs to play with? No, that's not what I meant. The staff member hurriedly shook his head, a sheepish smile appearing on his face. Then, he explained with a forced smile, we previously invited many master apothecaries, and they all suggested using medicinal herbs. Then, an indescribable expression appeared on the staff member's face. However, the potions they concocted were of little use, and some were completely incompatible with the patient's condition. Subsequently, they took away these incompatible potions. Although our sanatorium possesses an abundance of medicinal herbs, it cannot withstand such substantial consumption. Thus, any requisition from the herbarium now necessitates an application, and there will be a quantifiable reduction in wastage. Bai Qianchun and Chao Jiejia, who was attentively listening beside her, both displayed expressions of astonishment. How brazenly these alchemists were taking advantage of the situation. Bai Qianchun pondered, have alchemists become this shrewd? Why had she never considered such an approach before? It seemed she had been outmaneuvered. Qiao Jijia remarked, deservedly so. The tasks established by the sanatorium to care for patients are rather cunning. Now, the tide has turned, and the alchemists are reaping the benefits without cost. I feel no sympathy for them whatsoever. She then could not help but steal a glance at her great-grandfather. Despite his seemingly serene and transcendent demeanor, along with the prestigious title of a first-rate alchemist, he was, in truth, rather impoverished. It could be said that those engaged in alchemical research within the empire were generally destitute. The expense of herbs was exorbitant, and the inability to sell them rendered profit elusive. Consequently, even the wealthiest alchemists could find themselves in dire straits. Rumor has it that the former president of the Alchemist Association, a chief alchemist who had sold numerous potions of his own creation, was not faring much better. He had reportedly not donned a new garment in 3 years. Such tales were indeed disheartening, evoking deep concern for Qiao Jijia regarding her prospective career as an alchemist. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The primary point was that her great-grandfather, a quintessential homebody, had accepted the invitation from Xing Shaking to emerge from his laboratory. Could it be that he, too, was seeking to take advantage of the medicinal herbs within the sanatorium? She seemed to recall her great-uncle mentioning a shortage of a certain herb, but hinted that it was quite expensive. Ultimately, the staff member acquiesced to Bai Qianchun's request for the herbs and submitted an application. It must be said that the efficiency of the sanatorium was commendable. Merely 3 minutes after the application was filed, a dedicated service personnel promptly delivered the herbs to her door, albeit reducing the quantity that Bai Qianchun had intentionally inflated by half. It was quite evident that they were not inclined to let her take advantage. However, as these herbs were readily available on her home planet of Mu Yuan, she was not particularly concerned about the slight discrepancy. The herbs were placed in a box and handed to Bai Qianchun, who, upon receiving them, noticed the staff member cautiously glancing into her eyes and inquired, "Do you require access to the laboratory? We have 5 fully equipped potion preparation labs within our sanatorium." Bai Qianchun paused in her steps toward the kitchen and turned to face him, asking, "Is there a pot available?" "What?" The staff member looked utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. "What do you need a pot for? Is it necessary for potion preparation? Is this your unique method? Should I assist you in requesting one?" "Never mind." Bai Qianchun waved her hand dismissively and turned back toward the kitchen, saying, "There's no need for such trouble. There's a pot readily available here, and I can make do with it." "What on earth? Do you really intend to use a pot for potion preparation?" The staff member was utterly flabbergasted. Even Qiao Jijia gazed at her with eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. "Old master, your concoction truly uses a pot. This is indeed enlightening." However, the young wolf cub, Jianyang, who was anxiously holding his breath, could no longer contain his agitation. "What kind of joke is this? My brother's life is hanging by a thread. We have no time for your games. Moreover, we have not consented to your treatment." Bai Qianchun remained unfazed, her dark eyes gazing at him with a calm demeanor. "Do you truly believe I do not require your approval for my treatment?" "My confidence is, without a doubt, 100%. At this moment, not only the staff member and Qiao Jijia turned their attention, but even the somewhat distracted Grandpa Qiao and the elderly Avalon's expression, which had been shrouded in contemplation for an extended period, shifted. A flicker of light sparked in his eyes. Jianyang could not help but widen his eyes, a mix of surprise swiftly transforming into a tumult of doubt and inner turmoil. "Are you serious? You truly possess a 100% guarantee to save my brother?" "Yet, my brother has consulted numerous potion masters to no avail. One claimed a 90% assurance, yet after consuming his concoction, my brother's condition worsened." In response, Bai Qianchun did not employ a gentle tone to comfort him or desperately seek his approval. Instead, she delivered a blunt dose of reality. "Your brother's life is at most 3 days. You might as well treat this as a last resort. Allow me to attempt a remedy. You have nothing to lose." Jianyang, his eyes blazed with fury, on the verge of an explosion. On the bed, the ailing and handsome Jianzhan displayed an expression of exasperation, followed by a resigned smile. At that moment, a flicker of defiant unwillingness surged within him. He had endured for so long, suffering inquiries, harassment, and being treated as a mere guinea pig for various experiments, all in the hope of survival. Yet now he found himself on the brink of exhaustion, understanding that even the masterful pharmacologists and top-tier physicians might be unable to save him. However, what harm could there be in allowing this composed young woman, who claimed he had a 100% chance of recovery, to attempt to help him? The situation could hardly worsen. The worst outcome would simply be death. In a way, this was preferable, as it would spare Jianyang, who already knew the truth, the time to spend the amassed star coins he had so carefully saved. Jianzhan was acutely aware that as long as there was breath left in him, Jianyang would not yield, even if he had but one breath remaining. That young man would drag him to the sacred pool of light source star. Leaning his head against the pillow, myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. And with a final resolve, he made a decision about his future. He called out to Jianyang, who stood at the kitchen doorway, blocking entry. Xiaoyang, step aside. Let her in. I am willing to give it a try. But, brother, she is unreliable. Who concocts potions using a pot? Please, don't be irrational. Even if it means living 3 more days, that is still 3 days. Jianyang exclaimed, his eyes reddened as he shook his head vigorously, unwilling to relent. Yet, upon seeing the warm, resigned, and forgiving gaze of Jianzhan, his heart softened, and his demeanor became less rigid. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai Qianchun seized his arm and effortlessly whisked him away from the doorway, making her way to the kitchen while exasperatedly stating, I am not concocting potions. I am preparing medicinal pills. Preparing pills? Murmured Jianyang, who was being lifted by a girl even shorter than he was, his earlobes turning crimson. Suddenly feeling an inexplicable surge of confidence in her, Xiaoting, stirred by a thought, approached with an impassive expression, disregarding the still-dazed Jianyang beside her. Her shallow eyes sparkled with a glimmer as she gazed at the person in the kitchen, softly inquiring, May I come in to observe? Bai Qianchun glanced back at her and replied, You may. Thus, the room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional waft of medicinal aroma and the sounds of their conversation from the kitchen, though the specifics eluded those outside, as if separated by an impenetrable veil. As she watched the medicinal liquid at the bottom of the pot gradually thicken, Chao Ting's gaze deepened. Her cool voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, just as Mijou mentioned, your pills are something remarkably intricate and extraordinary. Bai Qianchun arched her delicate brows and smiled lightly. When did you recognize me? Just now, she replied, when you mentioned preparing pills. I thought there couldn't possibly be another masked girl in the galaxy who could craft pills. Ah, it seems that Grandpa Mijou has revealed quite a bit. Bai Qianchun remarked with a hint of amusement. Chao Ting paused momentarily before explaining in a subdued tone. We were merely exchanging insights on potions. He was researching yang-enhancing elixirs, while I was studying metal-enhancing elixirs. Although tailored for different elemental ability users, the potions share ingenious similarities. When he succeeded in his concoction, he shared his process with me. And I learned about the pivotal role played by a young lady with profound knowledge of medicine and an aptitude for crafting pills in the success of the yang-enhancing elixir. Bai Qianchun smiled faintly, glossing over the matter of revealing her identity, and said, Indeed, Grandpa Mijou's yang-enhancing elixir did benefit from my assistance. However, compared to your yang-enhancing and metal-enhancing elixirs, my restorative pill is far more effective. I developed this novel pill based on inspiration gleaned from Grandpa Mijou's yang-enhancing elixir. It's specifically designed to repair the ability cores of elemental ability users, regardless of their specific element. Grandpa Mijou has now abandoned his yang-enhancing elixir and is learning the art of pill-making from me. Chao Ting's pupils flickered, as if momentarily dazzled by the sunlight streaming through the window. Subsequently, he lowered his gaze, pursed his lips, and uttered, He hadn't mentioned this to me. Bai Qianchun raised an eyebrow and smiled nonchalantly. Perhaps he hasn't had the chance. I only began teaching him yesterday. Grandpa Mijou is such a potion fanatic. He's likely still immersed in the cauldron and hasn't had time to contact you. Tomato. Then, she casually extended an invitation, asking Master Chao Ting whether he would be willing to accompany her to Mu Yuan Star to continue discussing pharmaceutical research with Grandpa Mijou. They could delve into matters concerning potions and her pills. Furthermore, with the reopening of Mu Yuan Star, various medicinal herbs had been flourishing recently. Thus, Master Chao Ting need not worry about a shortage of materials for his research. The herbs produced on Mu Yuan Star possess efficacy far superior to the ordinary, making potion formulation remarkably efficient. Chapter 102, The Low-Quality Vitality Pill. Master Chao Ting's clear, shallow eyes finally sparkled with surprise as he gazed at her. Aren't you concerned that I might secretly learn your methods? Bai Qianchun smiled. I have faith in your character, Master Chao Ting. Anyone who has maintained a friendship with Grandpa Mijou for many years surely cannot possess ill qualities. Moreover, mastering my pills is not a simple feat. She remained confident in this regard, wagering all her star coins that even if someone managed to learn 1 or 2 of her pills, it would only scratch the surface and could never replace her, though it was not immediately apparent. The infatuated Master Qiaoting felt a surge of excitement ever since Mi Zhu had mentioned the enchanting art of pill-making. However, he seemed to hesitate, as if recalling something. He cast a glance at Bai Qianchun and, with uncertainty, said, "I still have some unfinished business on Zhanlong Star, and will need to delay my visit for a few days." Bai Qianchun's eyes sparkled with a glimmer. And with a smile gracing her lips, she remarked, "Certainly, Mu Yuan Star is currently in its harvest season. Master Qiao can come whenever he pleases. Even after the harvest period, he will be warmly welcomed." Thus, the two reached an agreement. Outside the kitchen, Qiao Jia leaned against the door, anxiously scratching her head. What could her granduncle and the young lady be discussing inside? The soundproof wall seemed to have been breached. Could they be deliberating something confidential? When the two finally emerged from the kitchen, 2 hours had elapsed. Avalon had already set a lavish dinner. The Jian brothers, however, showed no intention of dining. One was meditating with closed eyes, though his trembling eyelashes betrayed his inner unrest. The other stared blankly at the ceiling, mumbling to himself, utterly disinterested in the delicious aromas wafting through the room. Meanwhile, Qiao Jiajia and a staff member, still present, stood like sentinels on either side, clutching their stomachs with pitiful expressions, almost on the verge of tears from hunger. "Is it time to eat?" Bai Qianchun mused, inhaling the delightful scents of the dishes and casting a glance into the bedroom. Upon hearing her voice, Jian Yang sprang forward like a rabbit, urgently demanding, "So, how did the dumplings meant to save my brother turn out?" A smirk graced Bai Qianchun's lips, her eyes twinkling like stars. Of course, they were a success. Subsequently, she handed over 2 small bowls. With no alternative containers available, they were utilized for this purpose. The 3 dark orbs on the left, known as restoration pills, are to be administered to your brother daily. They are specifically designed to mend the flaws in his power core, which has been rendered porous. After 3 consecutive days of consumption, his power core will be significantly repaired. As for the 3 verdant orbs in the bowl on the right, they are referred to as vitality pills, the finest remedy for restoring meridians. However, due to the subpar quality of the materials in the rehabilitation center's inventory and their insufficient potency, these can only be regarded as a low-grade version of the vitality pills. Therefore, he must consume all 3 to effectively mend the meridians that were scorched by his fire-based abilities. Jian Yang stared blankly at the 6 colorful pills, resembling candy, within the 2 bowls. "Is it truly this simple?" Bai Qianchun retorted. "Would you prefer it to be more complicated?" After a brief pause, she raised an eyebrow and added, "However, it is not entirely without flaws. It certainly cannot restore everything to its original state." "That's wonderful news, truly wonderful," Jian Yang thought. Bai Qianchun's overly confident demeanor and her seemingly credible assertions regarding the efficacy of the pills left him with little doubt. Perhaps, subconsciously, he wished for her words to be true. After receiving the 2 bowls containing the life-saving pills for his brother, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude and cautiously made his way to the bedside. "Brother, may I feed you?" Jian Zhan opened his eyes, devoid of any confusion, appearing quite alert. A faint smile graced his pale lips as he met his younger brother's gaze, filled with hope and light. With great effort, he nodded his head, his voice warm yet dry. "All right." As Jian Zhan opened his mouth to consume the pill, a wave of excitement swept through the room. Avalon, unable to contain himself, set his chopsticks down and stood up, directing his full attention to Jian Zhan. Qiao Jiajia and the staff member leaned closer to the hospital bed, their eyes fixed on Jian Zhan, unblinking. When they witnessed his Adam's apple move, their faces lit up with exhilaration as they eagerly inquired, "How is it? What does it feel like? Is there any effect?" Even Qiao Ting, who had been intently watching Bai Qianchun as she meticulously rolled the pill, was now entirely focused on Jian Zhan. Though he remained silent, the intensity in his eyes revealed his keen interest in Jian Zhan, or rather, in the pills crafted by Bai Qianchun. Qiao Jiajia swore she had only seen such rapt attention in her great-uncle when he was formulating potions, akin to gazing upon a rare beauty. He opened his mouth, hesitating, unsure whether it was the scrutiny of others or his own nervousness that left his lips feeling parched. With a somewhat stiff smile, he stammered, I don't feel much yet." Bai Qianchun, having made her rounds, finally settled onto the fabric sofa adjacent to Avalon. Noticing the collective gaze upon her, she lifted her gaze slightly and explained in a steady tone, "This is quite normal. The restoration of the ability core is a gentle and silent process. You may only perceive a slight warmth. A water-type ability user would immediately sense the anomaly. But as a fire-type, you may not notice a significant difference." Chapter 103. A titan in the pharmaceutical realm. However, when you consume the vitality pill, the effects are distinctly palpable. Though the efficacy of the pill is gentle, it imparts a refreshing and soothing coolness akin to flowing water. The fiery energy coursing through your meridians encounters this nourishing essence, creating an unmistakable sensation. Jian Yang's face lit up with anticipation. Can I take it now? Yes, he replied. Thus, Jian Yang fed his brother another emerald green pill, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he inquired, How does it feel, brother? Ah, Jian blinked. And as he opened his mouth, a contented sigh escaped his lips. Nearly a year had passed since the injury had shattered his ability core, and he had been relentlessly tormented by the searing pain caused by the dispersal of fire elements. Particularly, a month ago, the escape of these fiery energies intensified, the burning sensation almost consuming him entirely. His meridians felt akin to a desert parched for years, suddenly quenched by a refreshing stream, providing an instantaneous sense of relief. It was as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. He felt utterly rejuvenated. The oppressive numbness that had clung to him, along with the looming shadow of death, seemed to dissipate. Brother, speak to me. How do you feel? Jian Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Brother, you should rest. You haven't slept in several days. The dark circles under your eyes are as if someone had punched you twice, he exclaimed. Jian did not refute his brother's exaggerated metaphor. Instead, he smiled joyfully, a stark contrast to the previous shallow smile that seemed to carry a hint of pain. This smile was broader and far more genuine. Almost 2 seconds after speaking, his eyelids began to droop uncontrollably, and soon he closed his eyes, the remnants of his smile lingering as he slipped into a deep slumber. A noticeable transformation occurred as Jian Yang, with great care, wiped his brother's face. The sheen of perspiration on his forehead ceased, and the peculiar flush on his cheeks faded away, his heavy breaths transforming into gentle, shallow ones. He slept profoundly and peacefully, enveloped in an unprecedented state of tranquility. Jian Yang observed, his lips stretching into a silent grin, as he retrieved 2 petite boxes from his pocket, perfectly accommodating the remaining 4 pills. He then raised his eyebrows, adopting a stern demeanor as he began to usher others away. Avalon, reluctant to depart, appeared to have lost his temper. Instead, he stood on tiptoe, gazing longingly at Jian, muttering incessantly about the possibility of calling a doctor to examine his brother's condition, eager to ascertain his well-being. Despite the immediate efficacy of the pills, the old man wished for further verification. Jian Yang's brows knitted together as he cleared away the laden table of delicacies, lowering his voice to firmly insist, Enough, enough. The vastness of the world pales in comparison to my brother's need for rest. Any examinations can wait until he awakens. For now, I require a quiet space for him. Convinced of their comparative insignificance to the trio who had departed, Chao Jiajia and the staff member promptly and discreetly exited the bedroom. The instant the bedroom door clicked shut, a collective sigh of relief swept through the living room, and the remaining individuals relaxed visibly. Chao Jiajia, her eyes brimming with admiration, turned to Bai Qianchun, extending a thumb in her direction. Esteemed expert, you are truly remarkable. I had no inkling that, in addition to being a virtuoso in plant cultivation, you also possess such mastery in pharmaceutics. Utterly astounding. Jian Yang nodded in wholehearted agreement. Having been at his brother's side for an extended duration, none were more acutely aware of the profound comfort his brother exhibited after ingesting the medication. Consequently, despite the 4 remaining pills, he harbored unwavering confidence in their capacity to effect a complete recovery. Bai Qianchun's eyes crinkled into a gentle crescent as she graciously accepted the effulgent admiration directed her way. Jian Yang's eyes gleamed with sudden inspiration. He eagerly interjected before Avalon, who was poised to speak, could utter a word. Esteemed expert, are you capable of treating manic-depressive disorder? Allow me to elaborate. My brother and patient number 20 are comrades in arms, the most steadfast of partners. Both sustained injuries during a border conflict a year prior. My brother's admittance into this sanatorium, free of charge, was facilitated by his assistance. Therefore, if you possess the means to treat manic-depressive disorder, might you consider undertaking his treatment? Jian Yang's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he delved into the recesses of his memory, earnestly stating, he possesses wood-based abilities. Prior to his injury and subsequent admission to the sanatorium, Shikuan was an S-class wood-based ability user. Bai Qianchun furrowed her brow slightly in contemplation, pondering that the wood element should primarily embody gentle healing abilities, inherently possessing a tranquil restorative effect on the body. Generally speaking, it would be improbable for such a power to induce symptoms of mania. Jian Yang felt a tightening in his chest, gazing at her with earnest anticipation. So, is there nothing you can do? Bai Qianchun cast a subtle smile in his direction, responding, I can only ascertain whether I can treat him after I assess his condition. But it is highly likely that there will be no issues. Ah, that is wonderful, Jian Yang exclaimed, leaping with excitement. When shall we go? After a moment of thought, Bai Qianchun replied, I cannot remain on Yuan Star for long. If we can go this evening, I will finish my meal shortly, and then proceed to treat him. By the early morning of the day after tomorrow, once your brother has consumed the 3 medicine cores and fully restored his abilities, I will exchange for a spatial token and depart. Nearby, Avalon, the timid elder, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Is it really so soon? Unable to contain himself, he rushed over to Bai Qianchun, casting aside his dignity, and implored her, My dear girl, could you tell me if your vitality elixir would be beneficial for my condition? I too am suffering from meridian issues. After the activation of the wood element on Mu Yuan Star, my blockages have worsened, leading to a decline in my abilities instead of an improvement. Do you think your elixir could help me? I am willing to pay for it, no matter the cost. Even for the premium version. Chapter 104. Innocent, pitiful, and feeble. Bai Qianchun lifted her gaze, a faint smile playing upon her lips as she regarded him, questioning whether he doubted her competence. Avalon immediately shook his head vigorously, insisting that her pills were remarkably effective after so many years as a master of mechas. He still possessed a keen sense of discernment. His words were delivered with utmost sincerity. Jiang Yang's lips twitched, recalling who had just insisted on re-examining his brother's health to assess the situation. Chao Jiajia was equally astonished, regarding the irascible old man with newfound respect. Was he truly so adaptable? What had become of his arrogance, his formidable background, and his notorious temper? All seemed to have vanished. Yet, she could not deny that she found it rather amusing. Avalon, oblivious to her incredulous expression as he eagerly sought the medicine, merely scoffed. What was there to be surprised about? He was not typically a cantankerous individual. Even in the face of death, was he not entitled to express a bit of irritation? Moreover, it brought him a sense of satisfaction to vex that cunning old fox, Li Chao. Chao Jiajia blinked, and the question arose. Who exactly was Li Chao? Avalon's eyes narrowed with irritation. Who else could it be? On this planet, whose surname was Li that would dare to trick him into this sanatorium and coerce him into staying? If he had no sense of honor, why should he not stir up a bit of excitement for himself? Today, I, an old man, simply wish to expose the news regarding the biased enforcement and indulgence behind the scenes by the officials of Yuan Star, who have been bullying innocent young girls from outside. To my surprise, you 2 young ladies have swiftly escalated this issue to the higher echelons of Yuan Star and the welfare of its citizens. This news is bound to be sensational, far exceeding our initial expectations. That cunning old fox must be seething with rage. As I struck my forehead, a sudden idea struck me, and I eagerly activated my holographic computer, typing away with fervor while muttering to myself, I must quickly stoke the flames, otherwise that old fox will surely suppress this story into oblivion. Chao Jiajia was left bewildered, her mind swirling with questions. What on earth is going on? A complete reversal? The irascible old man is actually a mastermind? Is foul temperament merely a ruse to create chaos? Her brows furrowed in frustration. Why should she be bullied? Was she not merely an innocent, pitiable, and diminutive girl? Why was she being ensnared in this plot? Bai Qianchun also furrowed her brow. Although her sense of morality was not particularly strong, she found herself in disagreement with Avalon's methods. More importantly, she had developed a fondness for the straightforward Chao Jiajia, considering her a friend of sorts. Innocent, pitiable, and diminutive. Avalon halted his actions, turning to gaze at her with an expression of exasperation, causing Chao Jiajia to feel a twinge of guilt. Avalon curled his lips in disdain, acknowledging that he was neither innocent nor pitiable, nor particularly weak. When he had confronted that venomous old woman outside the Star Harbor, she had trembled in fear. It was precisely this bold demeanor that had drawn the attention of those present at that moment. Those people over there? Bai Qianchun's piercing gaze shifted towards him. Avalon felt a jolt of alarm. He had spoken too freely, inadvertently revealing too much. His eyes darted around nervously, avoiding theirs, until he confirmed that the handsome young man from the nursing home had mysteriously left the room. Only then did he let out a subtle sigh of relief. Quickly, he backtracked, insisting, "You must have misheard me. I said nothing of the sort. This situation arose purely from my disdain for that cunning old fox. Initially, I had intended to discuss the matter of compensation with you 2 young ladies once the dust settled. But since fate has brought us together now, why not settle it here? How does 5 million sound for your troubles?" Chao Jiajia, her hair gripped tightly in frustration, glared at him furiously. "Is this truly about compensation? We are discussing the basis of your actions. Moreover, You haven't even uttered an apology, yet you wish to sweep this under the rug. What do you take us for? Avalon's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he tentatively suggested, well, I'm sorry. The old man rubbed his hands together. Noting that 100 million was the annual tax for a high-class star, a clear indication of Avalon's substantial financial commitment. The sheer magnitude of the amount illustrated that he was indeed putting forth a significant offer. With eyes gleaming, Chao Jiajia, a child accustomed to a meager allowance of 100 star coins per month, was utterly captivated by the windfall that had unexpectedly befallen her. She swallowed hard, striving to resist the allure of such a vast fortune, yet the task proved exceedingly difficult. Bai Qianchun, however, remained unconvinced. Her dark eyes, filled with discernment, scrutinized the old man as she inquired with amusement, were you truly intending to compensate us for the distress caused? Or did the sight of such potent medicine in my possession inspire this sudden generosity? Bai Qianchun pinpointed the crux of the matter. Is this a personal offering from you alone? Avalon cast a reproachful glance, retorting, I've already stated there was no one else involved. You must have misheard. This is solely my doing. Very well, Bai Qianchun replied, her gaze lingering on him. The old man, she mused, was not entirely beyond redemption. However, the identity of the individual seeking to exploit him during this critical juncture on Zhanlong Star remained a mystery. It seemed she had underestimated the complexities of this interstellar realm. Even a seemingly ordinary kidnapping incident concealed a clandestine power struggle. It was a spectacle as captivating as the war-torn era of her past life. Choosing not to press further, as the old man clearly intended to conceal his puppeteer, she changed the subject. Your face was also captured in the video, was it not? Although your fame as the former premier mech manufacturer of the empire may not rival that of the current one, you were once a figure of considerable renown. Are you not concerned about being recognized? The instigator, as it were, would inevitably bear the brunt of far greater scrutiny than even Zhanlong Star itself. Chapter 105, deliberately walking into a trap to sink or swim together. To be tarred with the same brush, she couldn't fathom the rationale behind inflicting 1,000 wounds upon oneself merely to inflict 200 upon the enemy. Given that Avalon was once a prodigious talent in mecha manufacturing, surely he possessed the acumen not to inadvertently dig his own grave? Avalon, however, remained unfazed, a hint of zealous anticipation playing on his lips. Ah, little one, you fail to grasp the intricacies at play. I eagerly await their attempt to besmirch my reputation. It is then that I shall emerge to expose the machinations of this sanatorium. I shall feign pitiable desperation, claiming that my disruptive actions were solely intended to galvanize intergalactic attention. I, a revered mecha master who has rendered invaluable service to the Empire, have been confined to Zhanlong Star, treated as a mere laboratory specimen with no recourse but to seek aid through such means. In so doing, the sanatorium's clandestine activities shall be laid bare. An investigation will inevitably reveal the nefarious practices within, for my claims are rooted in truth. The patients here are not but experimental subjects. Take, for instance, subject number 8, the young man who has endured the most egregious torments. He is, in truth, my ultimate trump card, ha ha ha. Chao Jiajia's countenance betrayed a mixture of speechlessness and resignation. Jin Yang, the young lad, wore an expression of indignant disapproval, clearly aligned with Avalon's perspective. The sanatorium staff had demonstrated a blatant disregard for his brother's well-being, a stark contradiction to the terms outlined in the initial pro bono agreement. Furthermore, the task posted on the mission board, accessible to any and all, had been listed without their explicit consent. The sanatorium, it seemed, was casting a wide net in its pursuit of exploitable subjects. As for whether his brother feels distressed, those tasked with the job, seemingly incompetent, were utterly indifferent, treating him merely as the softest fruit to squeeze. In the room, only Chao Ting maintained an expressionless demeanor, yet her eyes, shrouded in obscurity, seemed to betray a hint of the emotions she had anticipated. Her earlier speculation upon reviewing the task list was confirmed. This facility, housing patients with abilities and meridian issues, indeed harbored peculiarities. What was the purpose behind it? She intertwined the events mentioned by Avalon with certain clues she had previously observed. Arriving at the most plausible conclusion, a significant figure on Zhanlong Star had encountered a problem with their abilities, thus establishing this institution to nurture numerous subjects in search of a remedy for themselves. If this were the case, would she not be willingly stepping into a trap by healing them? Bai Qianchun wore a pained expression as she glanced at Avalon, observing her reaction. Chao Jiajia beside her poked her arm and said with a somber tone, Elder, did you also come to this realization? We are in danger now. Bai Qianchun expressed surprise. Had she finally grasped the situation? Yet, she heard Chao Jiajia continue with excitement, according to the old man's plan. When Zhanlong Star faces a public relations disaster and fails to ascend, this instigator, the celebrated master of mechas, will emerge unscathed. However, we will be in peril. The straw that breaks the camel's back may very well include us. The emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. If Zhanlong Star directs its ire toward us, we could easily be extinguished. Indeed, your perspective holds merit, Bai Qianchun remarked. Consequently, it is imperative that we procure a more substantial sum in recompense for our distress and the utilization of our likenesses. Chao Jiajia, visibly perplexed, responded with a blank expression. Pardon? Are we not presently deliberating on matters of self-preservation? How did the discourse abruptly transition to the subject of appeasement fees? With composure, Bai Qianchun elucidated. The visual recording has already been disseminated. A perusal of the Star Network will reveal the fervent momentum it has garnered. Thus, even should we endeavor to rectify the situation by demanding the obfuscation of our visages, such measures would prove futile, unless we were to resort to a Pyrrhic gambit. Releasing the audio recording of Avalon's aforementioned scheme, we might elicit a modicum of favor from the glimmering star. Before she could conclude her statement, Avalon, who had been eavesdropping intently, visibly paled. What? You possess a recording? I implore you, do not release it. My performance would be rendered futile, and my role as a sacrificial pawn would be in vain. I propose an alternative. I shall vouch for your protection. Bai Qianchun retorted with a disdainful glance. Would that not imply our collusion in this theatrical charade? Is this an act of assistance or an attempt to incite animosity towards us? Dejected, Avalon relinquished his efforts, resigning himself to his fate. Then, pray tell, what course of action do you propose? He lamented his imprudence, reflecting on his inability to restrain his loquacity. Despite the gravity of the situation, although he had not divulged the entirety of his scheme, he had imprudently revealed its essence. It would be comprehensible if he confided solely in Xiaoting. Despite their discord, they have known each other for a century and his character is trustworthy. It's plausible he succumbed to the urge to unburden himself and reveal his plans. However, these two young women and a wolf cub are not within his circle of trust. Avalon was perplexed, oblivious to the subtle wisp emanating from Bai Qianchun's pocket. Rosemary, colorless and odorless, its presence in the air amplifies emotions. Avalon, being in close proximity to her pocket, was most affected. In truth, Bai Qianchun did not intentionally plot to uncover Avalon's scheme. She merely anticipated difficulty in negotiating with Avalon, given his volatile temper regarding the exchange of rewards. Her intention was to heighten Avalon's survival instinct, prompting him to initiate the conversation, thereby securing another commission. She aimed to seize the initiative, persuading Avalon to amend the reward from mecha designs to the design of a pill-rolling robot for her. Yet, to her surprise, Avalon's loquacity surpassed his survival instinct, causing him to divulge his plans. Some events defy anticipation. As Bai Qianchun pondered an appropriate price to capitalize on the situation, a commotion arose outside the ward. She swiftly signaled the other 4 occupants. Avalon immediately straightened up, adopting a solemn demeanor, his heart filled with trepidation. The sanatorium staff had arrived. Would these 2 young women betray him? As the ward door swung open, a somewhat handsome young staff member peeked in, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Master Avalon, Master Chao, and this esteemed guest. He glanced at Bai Qianchun, his smile faltering slightly, realizing he was unaware of her title. Bai Qianchun shot him a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Just call me Ancient Physician." "Oh, Ancient Physician, no." "Ancient Master," the young man responded with renewed enthusiasm. He then wheeled in a dining cart from outside, beaming at Bai Qianchun. "Master Ancient Physician, in gratitude for your treatment of our patients at the sanatorium, we have prepared a complimentary feast for you. If these dishes do not meet your liking, I can have the kitchen switch them out immediately. Our esteemed chefs are on standby, eager to craft culinary delights for you."